As for Yida Company, Lin Yun naturally knew the importance of this bidding to Yida Company. Yida Company has not received a big project for a long time. In recent months, it has relied on some piecemeal small projects to survive. If the bidding fails again this time, the consequences mentioned by Kobyubu and Ichiro are likely to come true. Lin Yun held the bidding document in her hand, and her hands began to tremble slightly. Mr. Qin. Just set this price. Yes. Qin Yanran nodded with certainty. Go ahead, Yunyun, submit the bidding document. What if? I'm worried. Lin Yun frowned tightly, feeling very uneasy. Lin Yun is also an old employee of Yida Company. She has deep feelings for Yida Company and Qin Yanran. It can even be said that she has regarded Yida Company as her home for a long time. If Yida Company really fell to pieces, Lin Yun simply couldn't imagine where she would go next. Sister Yun, don't worry. Don't you still believe in Mr. Qin? Go ahead boldly. Yi Xingchen smiled at Lin Yun and kept encouraging Lin Yun. After being encouraged by Yi Xingchen, Lin Yun felt a little confident. After all, it seems that since Yi Xingchen appeared in his world, there has been no trouble that Yi Xingchen can't handle. As long as Yi Xingchen has confidence in anything, there is nothing that he has not succeeded in. Maybe Yi Xingchen is Yida Company's lucky star? Will the bid for Yida Company be successful this time? Thinking of this, Lin Yun took a deep breath, and then generously handed the bidding document to the person in charge of the relevant department. Soon, the relevant departments had collected the bids submitted by the companies participating in the bidding, and the person in charge began to read out the bids of each company in the presence of everyone present. Now, under the witness of all the companies and media present, I begin to read out the bids of each company. Mile Construction Company bids 512 million Sha national currency. Sha Thai Group offers 497 million Sha national currency. Jui Group offers 489 million Sha national currency. After the person in charge read out the bids from a series of companies, Sakura Company was next. Sakura Construction Company bids 448 million Sha national currency. What? As the person in charge read out Sakura Company's bid, the entire Yida Company was in an uproar. Lin Yun even roared in a low voice. What the hell, 448 million? Why is it the bidding that just crushed us? Is it really such a coincidence? It's over. The bid we gave was 453 million. We were crushed by Sakura Company again. Why is it like this again? It's really over now. After preparing for so long, we were still intercepted by Sakura Company. Doesn't God bless our Yida Company? Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanran looked at each other. They were not overly emotional, and both had a faint smile on their faces. The moment Yi Xingchen heard the bidding of Sakura Company, he knew that this time the bid for Yida Company was successful. Ha ha ha. Death. In sharp contrast to the disappointment at Yida Company, the employees at Sakura Company were waving their fists excitedly, and a few people were even hugging each other to celebrate. Kobuchiro couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and scanned the area where Yida Company was located with a victor's attitude. It just happened that Qin Yanran was also looking at the employee area of Sakura Company. Zhaobu Anichiro and Qin Yanran looked at each other, with deep hostility hidden under their calm faces. Haha. Xiao Xuanyalong smiled proudly at Qin Yanran. This woman's defeat has been determined. Is she ready to find a way out for herself? Are she already thinking about how to kneel and lick me? Ha ha ha. My little one, what Ichiro Kazuo is interested in can never escape my grasp. Ha. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Zhaobao Anichiro felt that he seemed to see a hint of disdain and teasing in Qin Yanran's smile, but also seemed to have a trace of confidence and calmness. If he hadn't seen everyone in the employee area of Yida Company wailing, Zhaobao would have even doubted whether Yida Company's bid was lower than his own. This woman is too calm? Could it be that you really don't care about Yida Company? You would rather such a big company go bankrupt than ask me for help. Where is your confidence? While Kobutake was puzzled, the heads of relevant departments had already begun to read out the last bid. The last bid was naturally from Yida Company. The person in charge of the relevant department was surprised at first, and then a smile of relief appeared on his face. Yida Construction Company, 440 million Sha national currency. Based on the principle that the bidder with the lowest bid succeeds, I hereby officially announce on behalf of the relevant departments that Yida Construction Company won the bid for the Yunhee City Ocean Park Tourism Project with a price of 440 million yuan. Congratulations to Yida Construction Company. What? Impossible. Zhaobao Anichiro stood up with a look of disbelief on his face. The entire employee area of Sakura Company fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that Yida Company's bid was so much lower than planned. Mr. Xiaoji, do you have any doubts about this bidding? The person in charge of the relevant department looked at Kobuchiro Kobu with a displeased expression. As a Sha national, the person in charge naturally did not want to see this project eventually be taken over by Sakura Company, a Japanese company. President. Kazuto's assistant quickly pulled Kazuichiro, and then smiled apologetically at the person in charge. I'm sorry. My president is a little surprised. No questions, no questions. Not only Zhaobu and Ichiro, but also Lin Yun looked at Qin Yanren with a puzzled face. Mr. Qin. I remember. Our bidding is. Thanks to the stars, all this is the credit of the stars. Ha ha ha. Sister Yun. Yi Xingchen walked over with a smile and patted Lin Yun's shoulder gently. Mr. Qin and I have already found out the traitor in Sakura Company in the company. Mr. Qin and I will use our plan to kill Sakura Company. It was a lie. In order to prevent the plan from being leaked, Mr. Qin temporarily modified the bidding after returning last night, so only Mr. Qin and I know about this. Really? That's great. Lin Yun couldn't help being excited when she saw that Yida Company, which she regarded as her family, had overcome the difficulties with the help of Yi Xingchen, and even took the initiative to throw herself into Yi Xingchen's arms. Little villain. You didn't even tell me. You made me worry for nothing. I hate you so much. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but stiffen for a while, and smiled awkwardly. Sister Yun, isn't this just to show off the whole show? If the secret is exposed, how can you fool those little devils? Ha ha ha. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced proudly at Zhaobao and Ichiro. Xiao Xingyilong happened to see this scene and immediately understood that he had been tricked by Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanren. Kobuchiro couldn't help but get furious, but it was hard to get angry. After all, it's impossible for Kobuto and Ichiro to rush over and ask Qin Yanren why he temporarily modified the bidding, right? Damn it. Zhaobao and Ichiro had no choice but to break his teeth and swallow the blood. Hagayaji. I will definitely make you die miserably. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Congratulations to Mr. Qin, you are worthy of being the industrial goddess of our Yunhe city. The heads of companies including Sha Tai Group and Jui Group walked towards Qin Yanren with smiles on their faces and extended their right hands in a friendly manner. Thanks. Qin Yanren was also very happy and shook hands with everyone one by one. Haha. The person in charge of the Sha Tai Group glanced at the group of people who had already started to leave, and couldn't help but raise a smile. As long as this little devil doesn't take it away, whoever wins the bid will win. All happy. That's right, that's right. The person in charge of Jui Group nodded in agreement. This little devil, he has grabbed several projects in a row before, and he is so arrogant. It just so happens that this time Mr. Qin can kill him. Majestic. Congratulations to Mr. Qin again. Thank you very much. These are all seniors. Yanren will still need to ask these seniors for advice on many things in the future. When the time comes, I will ask these seniors to give me their advice. Qin Yanren didn't say anything bad about Xiao Xuanyilong behind his back, but just nodded very humbly. Qin Yanren was still chatting with the heads of other companies, and it seemed unlikely that she would leave soon. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but stood up. I'm going to the toilet. I'll be back later. After Yi Xingchen left, Lin Yun also stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. If you're ready to leave later, send me a WeChat message. Okay. Several colleagues nodded. Shish. Yi Xingchen put his hands in his pockets, took a step that no one liked, whistled, and walked to the men's room very comfortably. Just when Yi Xingchen was about to close the door, a silhouette suddenly flashed into the cubicle where Yi Xingchen was, and then the door of the cubicle was closed and locked. Yi Xingchen saw that the person who came in was actually Lin Yun, and he was almost frightened out of his wits. Ah! Yun. Sister Yun. You. Dong dong dong. Just at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the men's room. Someone had obviously come in. Shish. Lin Yun made a hissing gesture towards Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun with confusion, wondering why Lin Yun appeared here. Lin Yun quickly informed Yi Xingchen of his purpose with practical actions. Bite. This was a bold and unexpected action for Yi Xingchen. Even though Yi Xingchen had never experienced it before, he still had a premonition of what was about to happen. If it weren't for the frequent footsteps outside the door, Yi Xingchen felt that he might have screamed out in surprise. But Yi Xingchen knew very well who was outside the door. If it was a colleague, he screamed out in shock, and the colleague happened to barge in. This situation, this scene in front of me will push Lin Yun's reputation into the abyss of destruction. Yi Xingchen leaned back as much as possible and kept waving to Lin Yun, signaling Lin Yun to stop. But Lin Yunru didn't see Yi Xingchen's crazy gesture, and started to act more boldly. Yi Xingchen was nervous and excited at the same time, and couldn't help but speechless. A bet, from time to time there was a small sound in the crowded cubicle. Are the stars in it? What made Yi Xingchen even more nervous was that a colleague's voice sounded outside the cubicle. A colleague must have heard what was going on inside. Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingchen with a joking look, and gestured to Yi Xingchen to speak carefully and pay attention to his tone, so as not to reveal his secrets. Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, and then tried his best to speak as calmly as possible. Yeah, I'm in the toilet. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I don't know what I ate this morning. What's wrong? Haha. The colleagues outside couldn't help but laugh. Nothing, I just want to say congratulations. You are a great hero this time. Mr. Qin will definitely reuse you in the future. Your future in Yida is limitless. I think President Qin's secretary Lin Yun seems to have a good impression of you. Forehead. Yi Xingchen glanced at Lin Yun and couldn't help but feel guilty. Does Lin Yun have a good impression of herself? Is not that right? If he didn't have a good impression of himself, how could he be giving it to himself right now? Haha. Lin Yun is the goddess of our Yida company. If you can really catch her, you will really have saved the Earth in your previous life and helped Ultraman defeat the little monster. The words of my colleagues were full of envy, jealousy and hatred. That's for sure, Yi Xingchen said with a smile and winked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen and gently patted Yi Xingchen's heel with her right hand. If you become brilliant in the future, don't forget your colleagues. Hiss. That's for sure. Let's work together. I'm certainly not the kind of person who forgets his friends when he gets rich. I will never forget. Yi Xingchen's tone of voice was obviously different from usual. However, the colleagues outside the door didn't notice it, or maybe even if they did, they just thought Yi Xingchen had an upset stomach. Haha. That's good, that's good. Hey, I'm leaving first. It seems that Mr. Qin will leave soon. Hurry up and don't let Mr. Qin wait for you. Well, okay, thank you for reminding me, I'll see you later. After his colleagues left, Yi Xingchen quietly glanced at Lin Yun. Seeing that something had happened, resisting was of no use. Yi Xingchen slowly closed his eyes. For a moment, a poem by Li Yu could not help but appear in Yi Xingchen's mind. Constant cutting and confusion remain, which is the sorrow of separation, and there is a different feeling in the heart. Isn't it a different feeling now? Instigation. This tug of war lasted for about 10 minutes. Finally, Mount Vesuvius in Naples completely erupted. Ha! A line of Du Fu's poem emerged in Yi Xingchen's heart again involuntarily. You will be at the top of the mountain and have a panoramic view of the mountains. This time it was really amazing. Damn it. How did I become one today? Poet? Why do you keep reciting poetry? Seriously, troubadour Yi Xingchen. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and soon thought of the reason. It's not like the review is too strict now. It has been revised 9 times, and anyone else would have turned into a troubadour. After a while, Lin Yun took a small step back and rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen. I'm sorry, Sister Yun. Seeing Lin Yun's embarrassed look, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel apologetic. Lin Yun just smiled and shook her head at Yi Xingchen without saying anything. It seems to indicate that it doesn't matter. The two looked at each other, and this time, there was a spark of emotion in their eyes. Perhaps it was also at this moment that the two of them recognized each other deep in their hearts. After the two of them arranged their clothes and hair, Yi Xingchen raised his voice and asked softly, "Excuse me, is there anyone outside?" The entire toilet outside the cubicle was silent, without any movement. In fact, Yi Xingchen had already noticed that there had been no movement outside for a long time. Basically, there would be no one else in the toilet except himself and Lin Yun. But in order to protect Lin Yun's reputation, Yi Xingchen was conservative and asked tentatively. If no one answers, it will come out naturally. If someone answers, you can also make an excuse yourself, such as there are no tissues in the cubicle. Seeing that there was no one outside, Yi Xingchen cautiously made a hissing gesture towards Lin Yun, then opened the door of the compartment with a guilty conscience and put his head out. After confirming that no one was in the toilet, Yi Xingchen ran outside the toilet at a very fast pace to inquire about the situation. There was no one in the long and narrow corridor outside and at the door of the women's restroom next door. Yi Xingchen felt relieved and quickly waved to Lin Yun, who was still in the cubicle. Lin Yun understood immediately, ran out of the toilet with her legs open, and then very calmly walked to the sink in the middle of the men's and women's toilets to wash her hands and rinse her mouth. The relationship between the two has reached an intimate stage. Yi Xingchen let go of his shyness and became bolder. Yi Xingchen glanced around, and when no one was coming, he gently touched Lin Yun's buttocks with his right hand. Lin Yun couldn't help but turned around and rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen without any intention of getting angry. Ding dong, at this time, Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun's mobile phones simultaneously sounded WeChat's new message notification tone. The two of them took out their mobile phones and took a look at each other, then smiled at each other. It was a WeChat message sent by a colleague. It probably meant that Qin Yanran and others were preparing to return to the company and would meet in the parking lot later. The two of them stood side by side. While all the colleagues were going to the parking lot, Yi Xingchen boldly took the initiative to hold Lin Yun's little hand. Lin Yun glanced down at the hands held by the two of them. She had no intention of refusing. She just hesitated for a moment before looking up at Yi Xingchen. Xingchen. Actually, I am not that kind of person. I am a perfect person. Yi Xingchen quickly reached out and gently covered Lin Yun's mouth. Sister Yun, don't say such things, I don't mind. Then, do you like sister? Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingchen anxiously. Yi Xingchen smiled calmly, carefully held Lin Yun in his arms, and answered Lin Yun with practical actions. Lin Yun is beautiful, has a good figure, and more importantly, has a good personality, and she also likes to wear black stockings. Who can say no to a girl who is so good in every aspect? Who can resist the temptation of Heisha? After receiving Yi Xingchen's affirmative answer, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Sister is still worried. Haha. From now on, don't call me sister or brother. Call me Xingchen. I will also call you Yunyan from now on. Lin Yun nodded heavily. The two held hands and continued walking to the parking lot outside. Lin Yun quickly remembered something and looked at Yi Xingchen in surprise. Xingchen. You are too strong. Too strong. Yunyan, what do you mean? Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun with confusion. Lin Yun's face flashed with a hint of blush. Although I have not experienced it, I do have some theoretical knowledge in this area. Generally, the amount at one time is tens of microliters, right? But this. I estimate that the amount at one time is it's almost a few milliliters. It's so scary. So just now, I frowned, not because I was disgusted with those things. But I felt that the amount was too big and subverted my cognitive scope. This. Yi Xingchen shook his head in embarrassment. It turns out that the declining physical fitness in this world now also includes men's abilities. And Lin Yun's face turned even redder. If it was a bite, wouldn't it mean that it would be solved in 10 seconds? It's been more than 10 minutes. Isn't this great? Your life will be more sexually happy in the future. This is really a bit scary. Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingchen with a complicated expression. It's hard to imagine that if we really get to that point. Can I withstand it, or can I satisfy you? Hiss. This. Lin Yun's words awakened Yi Xingchen. Only then did Yi Xingchen realize this problem. My own physique has not declined in all aspects, while other people's physiques have greatly declined in all aspects. What if he and Lin Yun really reach the final step? What was originally a simple sexual pleasure may turn into a painful torture for Lin Yun. And this kind of painful torture will not happen once in a long time. On the contrary, it may even be very frequent. After all, as long as a normal man has a goddess of Lin Yun's level, it is impossible to endure it, unless there is a problem in that area. Maybe. I have to find a way to study this problem myself. If I don't solve this problem, I won't dare to touch Lin Yun. But I'm surprised. Not disgusted or anything else. Lin Yun suddenly raised her head and looked deeply at Yi Xingchen. If the two of us really develop to that point, I can still use my hands, mouth, and feet, right? As Lin Yun talked, she was so embarrassed that Yi Xingchen could hardly hear her voice when she lowered her head and spoke. Yi Xingchen was moved in his heart and gently squeezed Lin Yun's little hand. Don't worry, Yunyan, I will definitely find a way to solve these difficulties. Lin Yun looked up at Yi Xingchen in confusion, wondering what kind of problem Yi Xingchen was talking about solving. Yi Xingchen didn't explain too much, just smiled. By the way, Lin Yun thought of something again. Our relationship should not be announced to the public for the time being. Now that the company is on the rise, falling in love, getting married, and having children means something to a woman's career. You should also understand, right? Although Qin, it's impossible to do something like that. But I don't dare to take the risk, and I don't want to lose this job because of our relationship just yet. Yeah. Okay. I promise you. Yi Xingchen nodded in agreement with Lin Yun without much hesitation. You are the best. Little rascal. Lin Yun's face was filled with a happy smile, and she stood on tiptoes and gently pecked Yi Xingchen's face. When the two arrived at the parking lot, their colleagues were already sitting in the car. Hurry up, secretary, brother Xingchen, we are all waiting for you. Okay, okay. Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun looked at each other and smiled, then trotted into Qin Yanran's car. Qin Yanran looked at Lin Yun suspiciously, and then at Yi Xingchen, who was already sitting in the driver's seat. She couldn't help but frown slightly and fell into deep thought, as if she had discovered something. Good news, great news, the latest good news. When it was time to get off work in the afternoon, a colleague who had gone to the bidding meeting with Yi Xingchen walked into Yi Xingchen's office excitedly. What's wrong? Lao Zhang, look how happy I am. Yi Xingchen put away his phone and looked at Lao Zhang with a smile. Hercules, today's bid was successful. Mr. Qin is very happy. He has decided that the whole company will have a paid holiday tomorrow. Moreover, Mr. Qin will pay for dinner for those who went to the bidding meeting this morning. The venue is the most luxurious place in our Yunhe city. Hotel, Yunhe Hotel. Yeah. Yi Xingchen didn't feel sleepy anymore when he heard that Qin Yanran was inviting guests to dinner. The most basic meal for me costs several hundred yuan. If Qin Yanran treats guests and takes care of them enough, this meal will cost me tens of thousands of yuan. Earn money with blood. Ha ha ha. Lao Zhang also looked very happy. That's the Yunhe Hotel. I have lived for so many years and I have never been to a hotel of this level. Now I am in a good mood. Lao Zhang said on his face with a smile on his face. He said, I'm going to finish what I'm doing first. Hercules, you have to be ready too. Okay. Yi Xingchen made an okay gesture towards Lao Zhang. Ding dong, as soon as Lao Zhang left, Yi Xingchen's phone received a WeChat message from Lin Yun. Xingchen, you can go to the dinner party tonight. I have something to do at home, so I won't go. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw Lin Yun's news. I originally wanted to further deepen my relationship with Lin Yun. Since Lin Yun said there was something going on at home, Yi Xingchen couldn't say anything, so he had no choice but to send a message back to Lin Yun. Okay. I will miss you. Yi Xingchen's message had just been sent, and Lin Yun's reply was sent quickly. Loquacious. Yi Xingchen suddenly felt something in his heart and sent Lin Yun another message. Xiao Yunyan, let me ask you a word riddle. It feels comfortable to be apart, but it is uncomfortable to put it together. What do you think it is? Lin Yun took nearly a minute to reply to the message, seeming to be thinking about Yi Xingchen's word puzzle. I have no idea, bite, bad guy. Bullying me again. Seeing Lin Yun's reply, Yi Xingchen couldn't help laughing. Lin Yun continued to reply. Mr. Qin is already preparing to go to Yunhe Hotel to find a seat. Please prepare quickly. Okay. Yi Xingchen quickly straightened his collar and then strode towards the elevator. As the elevator door opened, Qin Yanran happened to be standing in the elevator. Qin Yanran smiled at Yi Xingchen, then took a step inside, and Yi Xingchen also quickly walked into the elevator. The two of them quickly went out and then booked a private room at Yunhe Hotel. I have to say that Yunhe Hotel is indeed the largest and most upscale hotel in Yunhe City. The owner must be a person with background and strength. To get a reservation at Yunhe Hotel, you have to come in person. No matter what your status is, no reservations will be accepted over the phone. It was only after Qin Yanran made arrangements that other employees rushed over one after another. In the private room, Qin Yanran raised her wine glass as big as a bottle cap high. Everyone has worked hard because of this bidding meeting recently. I would like to toast you all with this glass. Yi Xingchen also raised his wine glass high, and then drank the wine in one gulp. But soon Yi Xingchen discovered something strange. Everyone, including Qin Yanran, just took a sip. Only Yi Xingchen, an honest man, drank a bottle of wine in one gulp. Lao Zhang on the side noticed Yi Xingchen's difference and immediately extended his thumb. Hercules, you have such a good capacity for drinking. You can actually get drunk in one drink. I admire you. Yi Xingchen was slightly startled and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. I seem to have forgotten that the current world is no longer the society I used to be in. In the past, drinking a bottle cap of red wine in one gulp would have been ridiculed, but now, it has become a symbol of mass. In order to cover up his differences, Yi Xingchen pretended to hold his forehead. Ah. No. Just now I thought you all would be bored, so Actually my drinking capacity is very poor. I feel a fever in my throat after this sip, I have to take a break. Ha ha ha. Lao Zhang didn't think much about it, he just thought it was Yi Xingchen who was too drunk and smiled heartily. Qin Yanran took a sip of wine and continued. Next, I want to announce a personnel appointment. From now on, the company will remove Shen Jingbing from the post of Chief of the Security Department and replace it with Wang Xin, the former Deputy Chief of the Security Department. Yi Xingchen will replace Wang Xin as deputy chief of the security department. Job. Ah. This. Congratulations, Hercules. You've only been in the company for a few days, and you've been promoted to the position of deputy chief of the security department. That's awesome. The colleagues at the table were either surprised or congratulated. Chen Yanren glanced at Yi Xingchen and continued to explain. The reason for this personnel change is because I found out something. Shen Jingbing has always been in collusion with Sakura companies Xiaobu and Ichiro and has stolen the company many times. Confidential documents. Shen Jingbing will not only be removed from his post, but I will call the police later to hold Shen Jingbing criminally responsible. What? This guy actually betrayed the company. How hateful. I really didn't see it. Fortunately, Mr. Chin found out. Otherwise this bidding meeting would have failed miserably because of this traitorous lackey. It is said that fate plays a trick on people. Shen Jingbing, who was extremely arrogant 2 days ago and picked on Yi Xingchen many times, has fallen to the lowest point in his life in the blink of an eye, and even has to bear criminal responsibility. Of course, the person who felt the most comfortable about this matter was Yi Xingchen. Not only did he get a promotion and a salary increase, he also got rid of his love rival. I hope you will continue to work hard and create brilliance with the company. Come on. Qin Yanren was very satisfied with the employee's reaction and quickly waved her hand. Lin Yun has something going on at home, so she won't be coming tonight. Since everyone is here, let's start dinner. As Qin Yanren took the initiative to pick up a few grains of rice with toothpick-sized chopsticks, other colleagues officially started eating, and the entire private room was filled with joy. However, this kind of harmony was only short-lived after all, and was soon interrupted by several inappropriate arguments outside the door. Sir, this private room has really been used by other customers. There are too many customers coming to dine tonight. There are no empty private rooms. Why don't you wait a moment, and once there is a new private room, we will arrange it as soon as possible. Fart. Get out of the way. This private room has always been my exclusive. Who has eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? How dare you not give me face in Yunhe City? I want to see who is inside today. Let me look inside. People can't even eat. Just as a few arguments subsided, a young man in a suit pushed open the flimsy door and walked in. It's you. When Qin Yanren saw the person coming, she was first surprised, then frowned, her face full of fear and disgust. Oh? Such a coincidence? It turns out to be my goddess Mr. Qin? When the young man saw Qin Yanren, he was surprised at first, and then looked ecstatic. Then I can't leave today. I have to reserve this private room, but I don't keep it to myself, I share it with Mr. Qin, ha ha ha. After saying this, the young man trotted up to Qin Yanren with a frivolous face, and kept tapping the shoulder of a female Yida employee sitting next to Qin Yanren. Go, I want to sit with Mr. Qin. When the female employee saw the young man driving her away, she was so frightened that she quickly ran to other empty seats and sat down. When Yi Xingchen saw this scene, he couldn't help but softly asked Lao Zhang beside him. Lao Zhang, who is this person? So arrogant. It seems that other colleagues are afraid of him. Lao Zhang also frowned, fearing that talking too loudly to Yi Xingchen would offend the young man. He leaned into Yi Xingchen's ear and whispered softly. This man's name is Lai Yuejing, and he is nicknamed Lai Gongzi. He is one of the 4 major families in Yunhe City. The eldest son of the family is a typical nouveau riche, rich, powerful and well-connected. Not to mention his colleagues, even Mr. Qin is afraid of him. Let's put it this way, there are really few people in Yunhe City who are not afraid of him. Is it so hard backstage? Yi Xingchen looked at Lai Yuejing in surprise, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Lai Yuejing? Why does this name sound so weird? Is it Master Lai or Miss Lai? Isn't that right? Mr. Lai is a fanatical pursuer of Mr. Qin. He went out of town for business a while ago, so he didn't come to harass Mr. Qin. Now that he is back in Yunhe City, Mr. Qin will suffer again. While Yi Xingchen and Lao Zhang were talking, Lai Yuejing had begun to harass Qin Yanren. Mr. Qin, I just returned to Yunhe City today, and I met you here. Do you think this is fate? Do you want a drink to our fate? I said, Mr. Qin, don't be so cold to me. I really like you. As long as you are my girlfriend, there will be nothing that your Yida company can't handle in Yunhe City from now on. The two of us are strong combined, not to mention the entire Yunhe City. Even the real estate market and civil construction projects in the entire southern Xia Kingdom will be ruled by us. Why are you still standing there? Are you so ignorant? Hurry up and buy me a flower. I want to give this flower to Mr. Qin, the most destined person. Perhaps Qin Yanren was afraid of Lai Yuejing's background strength, so Qin Yanren did not dare to reject Lai Yuejing too much, but just smiled helplessly. Mr. Lai, How can an ordinary girl like me, Qin Yanran, be worthy of you? All the ladies from famous families who want to pursue Mr. Lai can queue up from Yunhe City to the capital. Why is this necessary? As Qin Yanran spoke, she looked around, trying to find a reasonable excuse to send Lai Yuejing away. What you say? Doesn't this further prove my true love for Qin Zong? How does that sentence come from 3,000 drowning, I only take one spoonful? Qin Yanran helplessly found that Lai Yuejing in front of her was so annoying, she was like a piece of candy. No matter what she said, Lai Yuejing would always find a smooth excuse to pester her. Just when Qin Yanran was helpless, Qin Yanran's eyes lit up soon after seeing Yi Xingchen, and she kept winking at Yi Xingchen, her eyes full of pleas for help. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Does Qin Yanran want him to save her? But how can I save her? He is just an ordinary employee with no name, while Lai Yuejing is the son of a big family. Besides, why would you want to save me? If it were Lin Yun, she could expel her girlfriend on the grounds that she should not harass her. But he has nothing to do with Qin Yanran. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was indifferent, Qin Yanran waved her fist at Yi Xingchen in a subtle way. Yi Xingchen instantly understood what Qin Yanran meant. He was threatening himself. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen remembered something. How could he not have anything to do with Qin Yanran? This is his own big boss. If you make your boss unhappy, shouldn't you just pack up and leave? Ask yourself, as a boss, Qin Yanran is good enough to her as an employee. In addition, Yi Xingchen doesn't want to lose this job. Even if he doesn't want to get angry, Yi Xingchen has no choice but to bite the bullet and take action. Yi Xingchen glanced at Lai Yuejing, who was holding a bottle of wine in his right hand and tried to have a drink with Qin Yanran countless times, and instantly thought of a good way to help Qin Yanran get out of trouble without offending Lai Yuejing. Yi Xingchen quickly changed seats with another colleague sitting next to Lai Yuejing with a smile, and then lightly touched Lai Yuejing's right arm. Master Lai! Master Lai! Lai Yuejing was disturbed by Yi Xingchen, so she turned her head and glared at Yi Xingchen with an unhappy expression. Boy! What are you doing? What does it have to do with you if I have a drink with your boss? If you are sensible, get out of here. Yi Xingchen was not angry, but deliberately smiled. Master Lai, can you lend me a moment to speak? Who are you? Why? Why should I pay attention to you? If it weren't for your boss's sake, I would kill you. Get out of here. Lai Yuejing already seemed extremely impatient. Master Lai, please be patient and don't be impatient. Yi Xingchen smiled and winked at Lai Yuejing towards Qin Yanran's position, as if he wanted to express something to Lai Yuejing. Lai Yuejing was startled for a moment, vaguely understanding what Yi Xingchen meant, and then stood up. Your topic better be attractive enough to me, otherwise you're dead. Come on, Master Lai, here, let me take a step to talk. Yi Xingchen smiled and put his arm on Lai Yuejing's shoulder, leading Lai Yuejing outside the private room. If you have anything to say, just tell me, there are no outsiders here. Master Lai, you can't catch up with our President Qin like this, you have to find another way. Huh? What do you mean? Lai Yuejing was slightly startled, and immediately took Yi Xingchen's right hand in an attitude of thirsty for talents. Hee. Yi Xingchen saw that Lai Yuejing had taken the bait and couldn't help but smile. Master Lai, I am the Deputy Section Chief of the Security Department of Yida Company. Well, if I help you and Mr. Qin get things done. When Yi Xingchen said this, he stopped at the right time. Lai Yuejing immediately patted his chest and made a promise. Does that need to be said? If your boy helps me catch up with your Mr. Qin, he will be my brother from now on. I will arrange a position at the level of vice president for you. That's not it. Is it a matter of one sentence? That's good. Then I'll just tell you. Yi Xingchen laughed deeply. Young Master Lai, you don't know something. When chasing a girl, you must first know what type of boy the girl likes. Only in this way can you be able to fall in love with her and win a beautiful woman. Isn't this the same as putting on makeup for a girl? You know? Boys like pretty ones, so, understand? Seeing the meaningful look on Yi Xingchen's face, Lai Yuejing nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. But, what kind of boy does Mr. Qin like? Haha. Yi Xingchen smiled again. We, Mr. Qin, like the kind, manly ones. Ah? Isn't that me? Am I not manly enough? Lai Yuejing patted her chest without hesitation. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Is this guy so manly? The word masculine doesn't seem to be relevant to him, right? When others hear the name, Lai Yuejing, menstruation, do you still think he is manly? But thinking about it, of course Yi Xingchen would not say it out loud, but continued to patiently induce Lai Yuejing. Mr. Lai, you are indeed very masculine, but It's useless for you to show it in front of others. You have to show it in front of Mr. Chin. It is impossible for Mr. Chin to hear others say that you are very masculine and then be helpless. Have you fallen in love with me? Do you dare to marry Mr. Chin like this? That's right. Lai Yuejing nodded thoughtfully. Hiss. Then, in your opinion, how should I show my manhood? There are too many. For example, if you go to the gym to lift irons and train hard for a year and a half, you will have a body full of tendons and a lot of masculinity. For example, don't be as frivolous as before, and become more stable in your actions. Man. For another example, a vast amount of energy can also be revealed. Just imagine, when you see a man who is not drunk after 1,000 cups, will you silently sigh that this is a real man? Yeah, that makes sense. Lai Yuejing couldn't help but his eyes lit up. I'm not bragging about my drinking capacity. I won't get drunk after 1,000 drinks. Really? That's great. Seeing that Lai Yuejing was really lured in, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Let's do it. After a while, when we go in, we will use the excuse that we too have a feeling of affinity and heroes cherish each other. Then I will drink as much as you want. I am not a good drinker, and I will soon be drunk by you. Then you sit there calmly and calmly. After such a comparison, doesn't Mr. Chin think you are very masculine? It makes sense. This way. You can hug the beauty back. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. Lai Yuejing excitedly patted Yi Xingchen's shoulder. Brother. I won't thank you for your kindness. Wait until you drink it down. I will arrange for my little brother to take you to the hotel to rest. And I will also arrange for a girl to go to your room later. No, 3 of them. Whatever you want to do. Thank you so much, Mr. Lai. The 2 of them put their hands on each other's shoulders and walked back to the private room with smiles on their faces. Seeing the puzzled look on his younger brother's face, Lai Yuejing happily pointed at Yi Xingchen. This brother and I hit it off as soon as we met, and we felt we had a good rapport. We chatted for a few words. As Lai Yuejing said, she patted her chest vigorously, trying to show off her manhood. Not only Lai Yuejing's younger brother, but also Qin Yanren looked at Yi Xingchen and Lai Yuejing in confusion, not understanding what Yi Xingchen was playing. Could it be? Qin Yanren's heart trembled. Did Yi Xingchen sacrifice his appearance to hook up with Lai Yuejing in order to save himself? Unexpectedly, Lai Yuejing is still a ruthless person who accepts both men and women. I really didn't see it. Thinking of this, Qin Yanren glanced at Lai Yuejing with a strange look. Qin Yanren's glance almost made Lai Yuejing float into the air. Lai Yuejing became more and more excited. It seems that Yi Xingchen was right, Qin Yanren likes masculine people. No matter how much she stalked him in the past, Qin Yanren never looked at her. However, just now, she just patted her chest hard, and Qin Yanren really looked at her. What if Yi Xingchen was knocked down in a moment, and Qin Yanren couldn't help but admire her and immediately threw herself into his arms? Lai Yuejing could no longer contain the excitement in her heart and quickly picked up a 50 milliliters bottle of white wine. It was dry and white. Come on, brother, come on. A real man, you'll be bored. Lai Yuejing quickly filled herself and Yi Xingchen's glasses as big as beer bottle caps, and after finishing speaking, he pretended to be bold and drank the liquor in one gulp. Oh my god. Mr. Lai is such a good drinker. That's about 1 milliliter of liquor, right? Mr. Lai actually drank a sip and didn't change his expression. You really can't get drunk after 1,000 cups. Many Yida Company employees couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw Lai Yuejing's fierce scene. Lai Yuejing glanced at Yi Xingchen and kept gesturing with his eyes to Yi Xingchen to drink too. Yi Xingchen quickly pretended to be frightened, raised his glass and gestured to Lai Yuejing, then pretended to frown and drank the wine in one gulp. Ha ha ha. Xingchen finished drinking this drink. Judging from his expression and reaction, I guess he can't hold it anymore, right? Are you kidding me? That's more than 1 milliliter of liquor. How can an ordinary person bear it? The employees of Yida Company seemed to have forgotten their position and began to comment on Yi Xingchen's drinking capacity from a god's perspective. Ha ha ha. Okay, it's refreshing. Lai Yuejing patted Yi Xingchen's shoulder heavily. For the sake of our rapport, good brother, let's have another drink. This time, Lai Yuejing's younger brother cleverly slipped over and filled Lai Yuejing and Yi Xingchen's glasses. Yi Xingchen deliberately pretended to be embarrassed. How about? Eat something to fill your stomach and drink. I feel a little overwhelmed. Lai Yuejing almost couldn't help laughing. In fact, a glass of wine is really nothing to Lai Yuejing. It is just a boring drink, and Lai Yuejing feels a little bit too much. At this moment, Lai Yuejing felt a faint burning sensation in her throat and stomach. But what's the point of drinking? Isn't it just to show off your masculinity? If Yi Xingchen drinks 2 drinks in a row and then falls asleep, Wouldn't he have successfully achieved his goal? So, Lai Yuejing pretended to be unhappy and raised his wine glass again. Don't say anything, just keep silent. If you look down on me and think I'm not worthy of being with you, just pretend I didn't say anything. With that said, Lai Yuejing began to make crazy hints to Yi Xingchen. The look in Lai Yuejing's eyes seemed to be saying, "What are you afraid of? Just drink it and that's it. If you get drunk, someone will take you to the hotel, and 3 girls will be arranged to serve you. Hurry, no ink stains." Alright, Yi Xingchen could only pretend to be embarrassed again, imitating Lai Yuejing in raising the glass, then pinched his nose with his left hand, and poured the entire glass of liquor into his mouth with his right hand. In just a few dozen seconds, the two of them had already drank 2 glasses of white wine each. What a great drinker! Even after drinking 2 to 3 milliliters of white wine, his face doesn't change color. It is said that Li Bai, the poet of the Tang dynasty, drank 10 milliliters of liquor in one meal, and has since earned the title of the Master of Wine. I would like to see if Lai Gongzi and Xingchen can beat the wine master Li Bai's 10 milliliters of liquor. It's possible for Mr. Lai, but Xingchen is probably enough. With the compliments from everyone, Lai Yuejing didn't know whether it was because he was drunk or because he felt that he was getting closer and closer to Li Bai, the Master of Wine. He vaguely felt like he was floating in the air. It turns out that this is the charm of manliness. How cool. However, when Lai Yuejing looked at Yi Xingchen, she soon lost her joy. Why hasn't this guy collapsed on the table yet? If you don't fall down on the table, don't you have to keep drinking? Who can handle drinking 3 glasses of white wine in a row? 3 cups is about 5 milliliters. Lai Yuejing glanced at Qin Yanren, and then made crazy hints to Yi Xingchen, indicating that Yi Xingchen should pretend to be drunk even if he was not drunk. Yi Xingchen looked at Lai Yuejing with a blank expression, blinked his eyes, and seemed to understand something. Copy that. Got it. Yi Xingchen quickly made an OK gesture. Lai Yuejing couldn't help but feel relieved. Although Yi Xingchen was a little stupid, his reaction was quite clever. Children can be taught. Come, Mr. Lai. We really hit it off. Have another drink. Top it up. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he quickly picked up the wine bottle and poured himself and Lai Yuejing a full glass of white wine each again. Lai Yuejing almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and started cursing in his heart. Are you blind? Are you mentally ill? Don't you see that I can't bear it any longer? Still drinking. I'm drinking your sister. Qin Yanren, who didn't know the truth, looked at Lai Yuejing and Yi Xingchen in confusion, and couldn't help but have an idea in her mind. Every time a question mark pops up, it's not that I have a problem, but that the person in front of me has a problem. How come these 2 people actually got drunk? There's something wrong with these 2 people. Lai Yuejing also noticed Qin Yanren looking at her, and knew in her heart that she could not retreat at this time. Once you regress, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Moreover, it turns out that this idea is indeed useful, otherwise why would Qin Yanren look at herself several times? Thinking of this, even if Lai Yuejing was determined to kill Yi Xingchen, he could only force a smile and pretend to be calm while picking up the wine glass. It's a joke. This is the amount of alcohol you can drink. It's not even enough for me to squeeze between my teeth. I usually just drink the whole 50 milliliters bottle at home. After Lai Yuejing finished speaking, he clenched his teeth and touched Yi Xingchen, and then drank it all in one gulp. This time, after a glass of wine, Lai Yuejing felt uncomfortable. If Lai Yuejing hadn't held it in forcibly, she thought she would have vomited it out on the spot. However, when Lai Yuejing looked at Yi Xingchen, she almost couldn't help but her legs gave out and she fell to the ground. Ah! I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to get drunk. Yi Xingchen was holding his forehead and looking shaky. Does this kid really don't understand, or is he pretending not to understand? Why aren't you pretending to be drunk? This will make you very embarrassed. You bastard. Just climb down and pretend to sleep when you can't do it anymore. Do you think I really want to drink with you? What are you thinking? Lai Yuejing kept winking and making crazy hints to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was slightly startled, and then he steeled himself again and straightened his back. Master Lai. You still want to drink? Isn't this good? I really can't do it. If I drink another drink, I will definitely collapse. Okay, just have another drink then. Lai Yuejing's lungs almost exploded with anger. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yanren was still here, Lai Yuejing felt that he would have hit Yi Xingchen on the head with a bottle. But thinking about what Yi Xingchen said about falling down after just one drink, Lai Yuejing had no choice but to bite the bullet and slap a swollen face to look fat. Hey! Brother, a man can say anything he wants, but he can't say he can't do it. One last drink, come on, one last drink. Lai Yuezhing's younger brother quickly came over and filled the two of them with liquor. Okay, let's have the last drink. After listening to Yi Xingchen's words, Lai Yuezhing frowned, resisted the vomiting sensation at the end, and drank the white wine in the glass again. Good drinker. I guess tonight I will witness the birth of a new generation of winemasters. Awesome 666. Hearing the cheers from all around, Lai Yuezhing felt a little bit of relief. However, when Lai Yuezhing looked at Yi Xingchen, who was still standing there, this sense of relief was instantly shattered. At this time, Lai Yuezhing really wanted to rush up and grab Yi Xingchen by the collar and start scolding him. Damn. You promised that this cup will definitely be poured down. Ah? What about trust between people? Didn't you say that Sha people don't deceive Sha people? Don't you understand what people say? Yes or no? Master Lai, you are such a good drinker, I'm really convinced. Yi Xingchen extended his thumb towards Lai Yuezhing. Lai Yuezhing once again felt an unknown anger burning in his chest. It was not only the stimulation of alcohol but also the stimulation of Yi Xingchen's words. Do you admire my drinking ability? Why do I want you to admire my drinking ability? I'm trying to pick up girls, not you. However, Lai Yuezhing always kept the word man in mind. Even though he was extremely angry, he patted Yi Xingchen's shoulder in a pretentious manner. Brother, your drinking capacity is also very good. However, compared to me, there is definitely a gap. This amount of wine is really not worth mentioning. I always drink white wine as water at home. Really? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Then, want another drink? Lai Yuezhing was confused. I think it's enough. These two people have drunk so much. I am sure no one can drink anymore. I also think so. Ordinary people will be full after drinking so much water, let alone liquor. Not everyone can become a winemaster like Li Bai. Stimulated by the alcohol and the whispers around her, Lai Yuezhing gradually lost her mind and slammed the table. Drink. Just drink. Who is afraid of whom? How generous. Yi Xingchen praised him, then filled up their wine glasses again. I'll do it first as a token of respect. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he drank the glass of wine in one gulp. The corners of Lai Yuezhing's mouth twitched fiercely, and he looked at Yi Xingchen, who was still standing, and then at the white wine in his glass. After hesitating for dozens of seconds, Lai Yuezhing finally gave up and poured a glass of liquor into his mouth. It's just that Lai Yuezhing drank so much liquor without taking an intermission, and finally couldn't hold on any longer. Puff, Lai Yuezhing hadn't even finished drinking the wine in the glass. Her stomach turned and she spit out all the wine in her mouth. You're a winemaster, right? Lai Yuezhing pointed at Yi Xingchen tremblingly. Then his head sank and he lay on the table. Haha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile, and then pointed at Lai Yuezhing's younger brothers. Why are you still standing there? Send Mr. Lai back to his room to rest. Oh. Several younger brothers rushed forward and quickly took Lai Yuezhing out of the private room. It wasn't until this moment that Qin Yanren finally understood Yi Xingchen's thoughts and purpose. Qin Yanren seemed to look at Yi Xingchen with a little more appreciation and admiration. The next morning, Yi Xingchen, who was taking a nap in the office, soon received a call from his younger brother Shi Wenbin. Hello? Wenbin, are you out? Is the air outside still fresh? Yi Xingchen joked with a smile. Brother Yi, something happened to the old man. What? Yi Xingchen was suddenly startled. What happened to my dad? The old man accidentally fell down just now. He probably injured the cartilage of his heel. Come to Yunhe City Hospital quickly. We will take the old man there right now. Okay. Yi Xingchen quickly stood up, then took the car keys and ran out of the office, calculating the distance. I should be the first to arrive. I will go to the hospital to register first. You guys come here quickly. Okay. After Yi Xingchen hung up the phone, he quickly sent a WeChat message to Qin Yanren asking for leave, and then went straight to Yunhe City Hospital. When Yi Xingchen arrived at Yunhe City Hospital, he realized that there seemed to be a lot of people in the hospital today. Almost all of the 10 windows were overcrowded. Yi Xingchen sighed helplessly and could only stay in line at the back. Fortunately, although the window includes various services such as registration, payment, and receipt of documents, the speed is still relatively fast. In less than 10 minutes, there were only 5 people in front of Yi Xingchen. At this time, Yi Xingchen glanced at his phone, and Wenbin sent a WeChat message. It would take more than 10 minutes for the group to arrive at the hospital. Any kind-hearted person, please, can you give me priority? My mother was accidentally injured. The old man is in a lot of pain. Seeing the pain on her face, she is simply suffering. Can any kind-hearted person give me priority? May I jump in line? Thank you. It was also when Yi Xingchen was reading messages on his mobile phone that a middle-aged woman walked to the front of the team crying and looked at the people in front of the team, including Yi Xingchen, with a pleading look on her face. Hearing the middle-aged woman's plea, the 5 people in front of Yi Xingchen quickly turned their heads and shrank their necks, pretending not to hear the middle-aged woman's plea for help. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but frown slightly. This hospital is too inhumane. Rules are dead, but people are alive. The old man is injured and in so much pain. Why can't we give him priority? Or maybe we don't need to register at all and just get treatment first. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen glanced at the people behind him. That street, how about? You line up in front of me. Brothers, it is really not easy for the elderly, so let this eldest sister take priority. There is only one man, it's quick. Yi Xingchen thought that the people behind him wouldn't have any objections, but he didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, people kept raising objections. Why? Why do you want to be such a good person and keep such a good name? She didn't just jump in your queue, she jumped in all of our queues. We all did good things together. Why do you stay alone? Good name. That's right. Her mother is injured and is in a hurry. Isn't it urgent when my child has a high fever? Why is it that I am waiting in line here honestly, but she can jump in the queue unscrupulously? Who knows if what she said is true or she just doesn't want to wait in line? An excuse. If she is allowed to jump in line, what if another one comes later and wants to jump in line? Wouldn't it mean that this has set a precedent and there will be no end to it? When the middle-aged woman heard this, she almost knelt on the ground. No, no, no. You are all good people. I am begging you. My mother is really hurt. If I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning. I would appreciate all of you. Everyone didn't buy what the middle-aged woman said, but because of their reputation and the middle-aged woman's poisonous oath, although they were unhappy, they didn't say anything anymore. Sister, hurry. Here. Yi Xingchen smiled and quickly pointed in front of him, signaling the middle-aged woman to go to the front. Hey! What are you doing? Who asked you to jump in line? Did I agree? A young man who had been pretending to play with his mobile phone suddenly became unhappy. He put his mobile phone in his pocket and stared at the middle-aged woman with a fierce look on his face. This handsome guy. What are you? I know you very well. The young man interrupted the middle-aged woman, then turned to look at Yi Xingchen behind him. Who are you? Who do you think you are? If you say you want to jump in line, let me. Cutting in line? You are so majestic. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly and explained patiently. Brother, this eldest sister. Who is your brother? Don't you understand the rules of queuing? Once you leave the queue, you can't go back to your previous position. If you want someone to jump in the queue, you have to go out and vacate your spot. Do you understand? You are also in your 20s. You are 20 years old and you don't know the rules. How can you hang out outside? That's right. Why are you pretending to be a good person? If you really want to do good things, give up your position to others. Hypocrisy. Don't pretend to be a good person if you don't want to pay. The crowd who had been silent behind them couldn't help but start talking again after hearing the young man's words. Yi Xingchen was already a little angry. He and the middle-aged woman had finally convinced the people behind him to allow the middle-aged woman to join the team. But now that the young man said this, the people behind him started to get emotional and have opinions again. What are you looking at? What's your look? What's going on? You still want to touch me? Boy, don't say I look down on you. If you have the guts to touch me today, try it. If you touch me even a hair, I won't even tell you to leave today. Get out of this hospital. The young man seemed disgusted with the way Yi Xingchen looked at him, and started to provoke Yi Xingchen very arrogantly. Seeing the young man's shaky look, Yi Xingchen really wanted to slap him in the face. But Yi Xingchen considered that the middle-aged woman's mother was still suffering, and Yi Hao was already on his way to the hospital in a hurry. If there was a fierce conflict between myself and the young man in front of me at this juncture, it would be too much of a delay. Moreover, what the young man said also made some sense. It was his duty to let others jump in line, and it was his duty not to let him jump in line. He had no reason to kidnap others morally. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen could only nod his head. Okay, I'll go to the back. Sister, just stand in my position. Now you have no objections, right? The young man curled his lips and wanted to say something else, but when he saw that the other people behind him had no objections, they kept silent in a sensible manner, assuming that they acquiesced to the middle-aged woman's behavior of jumping in line. The middle-aged woman kept bowing to Yi Xingchen and thanked, "Young man, thank you. You are such a good person. You are all good people. I am so grateful to you. Good people will be rewarded, and you will all have a safe life." Yi Xingchen nodded and smiled at the middle-aged woman, then walked to the back of the line and continued queuing. Yi Xingchen took out his cell phone and took a look at it, and roughly estimated the time. Logically speaking, he could get a call before Yi Hao came to the hospital, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Hello? What? Where are you? Oh, okay, I'll come over now. It was also at this time that the young man, who had been extremely arrogant before, received a call and quickly ran out of the hospital lobby door. Seeing this scene, the corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This eldest sister came at the wrong time. If he had been a minute or two late and waited until the young man had received the call and left, he might not only have been able to successfully jump in line, but he would not have had to queue up again at the back of the crowd. But Yi Xingchen didn't regret anything. It's hard to be a good person, it's a hard truth that never changes. Thank you, young man. Thank you so much. After registering, the middle-aged woman walked to Yi Xingchen again to express her gratitude. It's okay, eldest sister, you go quickly. Every minute you delay will mean you suffer another minute. Yi Xingchen smiled calmly and waved his hand towards the middle-aged woman. Grateful. The middle-aged woman bowed to Yi Xingchen again and then left. About 6 minutes later, there were only 3 people in front of Yi Xingchen, and Yi Hao and his party were arriving at the hospital soon. It was also at this time that an inappropriate figure suddenly flashed in front of Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but was slightly startled. Was this cutting the queue? Cutting in line so blatantly? Don't you even make up a single tragic reason? Hey, brother, what are you doing? Cutting in line. Yi Xingchen gently patted the other party's shoulder to signal the other party not to jump in line. What are you doing? The other party turned around with an unhappy look on his face, and Yi Xingchen realized that the person who jumped in line was none other than the young man who left after making the phone call before. Seeing the young man in front of him, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel funny. It's true that there is reincarnation in the way of heaven, who will be spared by heaven. Yi Xingchen glared at the young man. What am I doing? You're cutting in line. I told you not to cut in line. The young man frowned, obviously very unhappy. Why are you jumping in line? Are you blind? I was in front of you before, but I just answered a phone call. Go on your way. Seeing the impatient look on the young man's face, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel happy. Hey, brother, I remember you said it before, right? The rules of queuing. Once you leave the queue, you can't go back to your previous position. If you want someone to jump in the queue, you have to go out and vacate your spot. These are the rules you said yourself. I followed the rules and lined up again, now don't you have to follow the rules too? The young man couldn't help but feel guilty, and waved his hands angrily. Don't you understand human speech? You didn't hear what I just said. I just went out to answer the phone. Who is this person? Why is he so incompetent? It's just, he actually jumped in line. Should you ask the staff to drive him away? The people behind Yi Xingchen began to talk a lot, pointing at the young man from time to time. This completely angered the young man. The young man took a step to the side, pointed his right hand at the people who were talking about it, and yelled, "What is it called? If you have the courage, just stand up and speak. Do you want to compete with me? Do you know who I am? I am but the people from the Qinglong gang. You dare to mess with me, are you impatient with life?" Upon hearing the origin of the young man's Qinglong gang, the few people who had been talking about it all shrank their necks and lowered their heads, pretending that nothing happened just now. Seeing this scene, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be shocked. People nowadays really take bullying the weak and fearing the strong to the extreme. When the eldest sister wanted to join the team, she almost knelt down and begged her, but she still had such big objections. Now this young man yells twice, and no one dares to speak. The world is so cold. Seeing the silent crowd, the young man nodded with great satisfaction, and then stared at Yi Xingchen with an arrogant expression. Boy, what about you? Do you want to compete with me? Can I stand at the front now? Haha. Yi Xingchen smiled and shook his head stubbornly. Sorry, it's still not possible. I am a very principled person. If you hadn't refused that eldest sister to jump in the queue before, I wouldn't have said it in the first place. What, but you rejected a good thing? How can you still want to enjoy the good fruits without sowing the good causes? Ho ho. The young man looked at Yi Xingchen in surprise, his face full of disdain and contempt. Hiss. Don't you understand human language? Didn't you hear what I just said? I'm from the Qinglong gang. People, do you know what the Qinglong gang is? Go and ask around on the road. If I don't scare you so much that you pee your pants, I'll lose. Qinglong gang. Hee hee. Yi Xingchen looked at the young man with a half smile. You are still the boss behind the scenes of the Qinglong gang. How dare you, a little guy from the backstage of the Qinglong gang, dare to sneer in front of me? Get out of here quickly, or I'll ask my boss to get rid of you. Who is your boss? Deng Hao, or Shi Wenbin? The young man was slightly startled. He never expected that Yi Xingchen could actually name the names of the boss and second son of the Qinglong gang. However, the young man didn't pay too much attention, just pretending that Yi Xingchen had stopped listening to someone's words unintentionally. The young man patted his chest. My boss is Shi Wenbin. Do you know you are afraid? If you know you are afraid, just hurry up. Eh. Before Yi Xingchen could wait for the young man to finish speaking, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the young man's collar. How could the Qinglong gang have such things? Doesn't this ruin the reputation of the Qinglong gang? Yi Xingchen felt that he would need to talk to Shi Wenbin later. He must restrain his subordinates and never become a bully who harms one party. Let go. I told you to let go. The young man kept patting Yi Xingchen's right hand with his hand, trying to break away from Yi Xingchen's hand. Yi Xingchen let go of the young man's collar, and then clamped his right hand on the young man's right shoulder like an iron gate. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Big brother, it hurts. The young man never expected that Yi Xingchen could be so strong and control himself with just one hand. In line with the principle that a good man never suffers immediate losses, the young man began to surrender and beg for mercy. Are you still cutting in line? If you don't jump in line, I won't jump in line. I was wrong. Roll. Yi Xingchen gently pushed the young man, and then the young man escaped from Yi Xingchen's control. The young man touched his shoulder with a painful look on his face, and then walked a few steps toward the door. After keeping a safe distance from Yi Xingchen, he turned back and glared at Yi Xingchen fiercely. You bastard! You dared to touch me! Just wait for me, you are dead! Haha! You are always welcome! Yi Xingchen didn't care, just smiled slightly. I am not afraid that you will come to me, but I am afraid that you will not come to me. Finally, the young man said a harsh word and ran out of the gate in embarrassment. Hello, sir, what subject are you studying for? Soon it was Yi Xingchen's turn. Nursem seemed very satisfied with Yi Xingchen's domineering and kindness just now, and her face was filled with smiles. Oh, that's it. My dad accidentally fell and probably injured the bones, the heel. Where are the heels? Nursem was startled for a moment, then smiled. Okay, I get it, a total of 40 yuan. Thanks. As soon as Yi Xingchen handed the money to Nursem, he quickly realized something was wrong. Didn't you say that the registration fee is 20 yuan? Why did this nurse charge me 40 yuan? After Yi Xingchen got the number, he was surprised to find that the Nursem actually registered him for orthopedics and andrology. No, beautiful girl. Why did you do an andrology test for my dad? Yi Xingchen looked at Nursem in surprise. Nursem smiled slightly. You said so. What did I say? Where are the heels? The heel. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. No. Beauty, I mean the heel position, not the foot in there. Ha. I'm sorry. After a busy morning, Yi Hao finally settled down in the hospital. Brother Yi, the doctor just said that the old man has no serious problem. He can go home to recuperate after 3 or 4 days in the hospital. After Yi Xingchen paid all the fees, he arrived at the door of Yi Hao's ward, just when Wenbin came out of the room. Ah, that's good. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing Shi Wenbin's words. Brother Yi, why don't we just stay in the hospital? Why don't we do the old man's surgery together? Anyway, there is still money in the gang, so the old man's medical expenses can be settled casually. Also, Yi Xingchen glanced at Yi Hao, who was already sleeping on the hospital bed, and nodded lightly. Soon, Yi Xingchen remembered what happened to the young man before, and prepared to give Shi Wenbin a few words of advice. It was also at this time that a sound of cursing came from the end of the corridor. Brother Chu, I asked. That bastard and his father are in that ward. That kid actually beat me up in public, you must make the decision for me. Don't worry, Ashen. Anyone who dares to touch me, I will make him regret living in this world today. Yi Xingchen glanced in the direction where the sound came from. The young man he had driven away before was now rushing over with a group of big men. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Just when he was about to tell Shi Wenbin about this, he bumped into him. If this guy is really from the Qinglong gang, he will clean up his family today. Brother Chu followed Ashen and quickly came to Yi Xingchen and Shi Wenbin. Brother Chu is considered a person with a small status in the Qinglong gang, so he naturally knows Shi Wenbin. Seeing that Ashen actually called him over to cause trouble for the people around Shi Wenbin, Brother Chu felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Brother Chu pointed his thumb at Shi Wenbin in front of him. You're talking about him? Brother Chu. That's the bastard next to him. Ashen didn't notice the abnormality in Brother Chu's face at all, and even kept pointing at Yi Xingchen and Shi Wenbin, But that guy standing with him must be the same as him. Man, I have to beat them both up to get rid of the bad breath in my heart. Brother Chu couldn't help but feel his heart tremble, and he felt like the end was coming. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. I know everyone who turns into ashes. He's from male Gobi. Shi Wenbin was also stunned, then turned to look at Yi Xingchen. Brother Yi, have these people provoked you? Why do I provoke him? It's obviously him who provokes me. Bah, what does it matter who provokes whom? I'm just here to cause trouble today. What's wrong? Brother Chu, you must give these two bastards a slap in the face. Oh, are you here to provoke Brother Yi and me? Shi Wenbin looked at Brother Chu with a playful expression. Thump, hearing Shi Wenbin's words, Brother Chu couldn't help but his legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Brother Chu, what's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling down? Were those two girls too strong last night? Did they drain you dry? Ashen hadn't figured out the situation yet, so when he saw Brother Chu kneeling down, he couldn't help but be confused. Express your sister. Brother Chu couldn't help but get furious. Hurry up and kneel down for me. Should I kneel down? Brother Chu, did you make a mistake? Shouldn't they be asked to kneel down? Damn it, did you rebel? Brother Chu's eyes darkened, and he slapped Ashen hard on the face. No. Brother Chu, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? Brother Chu pointed at Shi Wenbin with his trembling thumb on his right hand. Little bastard, do you know who this great god is in front of you? Ashen was a little confused, covering his face and looking at Shi Wenbin. Who is it? He is my boss, your boss, and the boss of the Qinglong gang. You bastard. Kneel down now. What? When Ashen heard Brother Chu's words, he felt like he was struck by lightning and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Haha. Shi Wenbin smiled coldly and pointed at Yi Xingchen with his thumb. Then do you know who he is? Have no idea. Brother Chu and Ashen kept shaking their heads. He is my boss and the boss of your bosses. What? Ashen was almost scared to death on the spot. I actually want to lead someone to beat up my boss's boss's boss. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not managing the people under me well. I promise I won't do this again. Please punish me, Brother Yi. Shi Wenbin sighed softly and faced this unnecessary disaster. He quickly bowed his head and apologized to Yi Xingchen. Forget it. Yi Xingchen saw that Shi Wenbin was busy helping to take care of Yi Hao, and he couldn't bear to blame him. He just waved his hand gently. Forget it this time, just don't let similar things happen in the future. Don't worry. Brother Yi, I promise that nothing like this will happen again. Shi Wenbin couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Yi Xingchen's god of war figure that night had been firmly embedded in Shi Wenbin's mind. If Yi Xingchen got angry, Shi Wenbin couldn't imagine what would happen. Shi Wenbin immediately turned his head and glared at Brother Chu fiercely. I'll give you a chance to make up for it. What should you do? I don't need to say more, right? I understand, boss. I will handle it well. Brother Chu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Like a child who made a mistake, he lowered his head and kept nodding. Deep in his heart, he had scolded Ashen's entire family for 18 generations. Get out of here. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Yes. Thank you boss for your boss. Brother Chu stood up with a frightened look on his face, and then glared fiercely at Ashen. The culprit. Why are you still standing there? Take this bastard away. Spare your life. Boss. Spare your life. Ashen was dragged by several big men, begging constantly, and was quickly taken away from the hospital. The warm afternoon sun spreads evenly over the entire Yunhe city. Wu, as a plane landed, a young woman with a proud figure wearing casual clothes, dyed light yellow hair, walked out of the airport with elegant steps. Outside the airport, 6 black cars were parked and waiting. The leader was none other than Sakura Company's president, Anichiro Kobata. Seeing the young woman appear at the airport gate, Kobana and his group quickly bowed in salute. Ms. Miyamoto, welcome to Yunhe City. The young woman is the rescuer brought in by Dai Shomaru, Tomomi Miyamoto, a handsome young man from the Miyamoto family. Tomomi Miyamoto glanced at Kazuo Ichiro. There was no emotion on his face, and his voice was very cold. Have you brought my things? Ms. Miyamoto, I've brought it. Xiao Heiobu nodded quickly, then waved to his men behind him, and the 2 younger brothers quickly stepped forward carrying a small box. Tomomi Miyamoto stretched out her right hand and gently opened the box. Inside was an oriental short dagger made of pure steel. Tomomi Miyamoto showed a rare hint of intimacy on her face. She kept stroking the dagger with her right hand, then held the dagger in her right hand and gently threw a sword flower in the air. Seeing this scene, Zhaobao and Ichiro couldn't help but feel shocked. This dagger weighs a full pound. It's not unusual to pick up something weighing 1 kilogram. But what's strange is that it can be held with one hand so easily, and it can even throw a sword flower in the air. Terrible. This woman in front of me is so terrifying. He is truly a talented young man from the Miyamoto family. The strong men of the Miyamoto family are so terrifying. Tomomi Miyamoto sheathed the dagger in her hand and put it at her waist. Then she looked at Enichiro Kabatake with contempt. Who is the target? Give me the information. Kobuchiro quickly waved to his subordinates, and after the 2 documents were in the hands of Miyamoto Tomomi, he explained softly. Ms. Miyamoto, there are 2 targets this time. One is an ordinary person, and the other is very powerful and more difficult. This ordinary person is called Shen Jingbing. He is a spy I planted in other companies before. But this guy was recently found out. In order to silence him, he must be eliminated. I have already bailed him out through my connections. You can take action at any time. This tougher guy is called Yi Xingchen. He is quite strong. He even lifted more than 3 kilograms in a weightlifting competition. Okay. Tomomi Miyamoto interrupted Kobuchiro with an impatient expression. Leave it to me. Once these 2 people are eliminated, I will return to Japan to continue my hard training. Hi. Sorry, Miss Miyamoto, at dusk, at the gate of Yunhei City Public Security Bureau. Shen Jingbing walked out of the Public Security Bureau with a decadent look on his face. At this time, Shen Jingbing was still thinking about what the police had just said. Mr. Shen Jingbing, you are suspected of a commercial espionage case. Although you have been granted bail, starting from today you are restricted from traveling. You can only stay at home and wait for summons at any time. Well, I don't know how long it took before the confused Shen Jingbing sighed heavily. Shen Jingbing knew that even if Kobu Ichiro found some connections to bail him out, basically he was really cold this time. At this moment, Shen Jingbing suddenly regretted that he had agreed to the deal with Kobuchiro because of money. This mistake in one thought ended up being an eternal regret. Call. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Shen Jingbing couldn't help but shiver. Shen Jingbing looked up and looked around with a confused expression. Huh? Where is this? How did I get here? Just as Shen Jingbing sighed again and was about to return the same way, he suddenly noticed a young woman sitting on a small chair by the roadside not far ahead. The young woman is none other than Tomomi Miyamoto, and she obviously came here to assassinate Shen Jingbing. Perhaps it was because of Miyamoto Tomomi's extraordinary appearance, or maybe it was because of Miyamoto Tomomi's proud figure. Shen Jingbing couldn't help but stop and look at Miyamoto Tomomi in front of him. Shen Jingbing couldn't help but start to evaluate Miyamoto Tomomi in his heart. Well, the appearance is not bad, I can give it 85 points out of 100. But this figure. Tisk tisk tisk. I have never seen a woman with such a good figure in my entire life. This has to have an E, right? This proud bust, this slender waist, these long and slender legs. If I could spend one night with such a woman, it would be worth dying for. It would be a pity not to make such a great love action movie. Instigation. Tomomi Miyamoto suddenly stood up and walked towards Shen Jingbing step by step with elegant steps. Shen Jingbing was not aware of the danger at all, and was even commenting on Tomomi Miyamoto's figure in his heart. In a daze, Shen Jingbing suddenly felt a cold light coming from Miyamoto Tomomi's waist. Under the illumination of the setting sun, Miyamoto Tomomi pulled out the Japanese dagger from his waist. Not good. It wasn't until Tomomi Miyamoto pulled out the dagger that Shen Jingbing realized the danger was coming. Shen Jingbing vaguely guessed that it was Zaobu Enichiro who hired a killer to silence him. Son of a bitch. Ungrateful. Shen Jingbing did not dare to underestimate Tomomi Miyamoto in front of him. Can a person who can hold a pure steel dagger with one hand be a good person? Shen Jingbing didn't have the courage to resist, so he quickly ran away in the opposite direction of Miyamoto Tomomi. Hee. There was a sneer on Miyamoto Tomomi's face, and the dagger in his hand shook out a sword in the air, and then galloped toward Shen Jingbing at an extremely fast speed. It's grass. Shen Jingbing cursed and ran away without looking back. After escaping for tens of meters, Shen Jingbing continued to escape while looking back to see where Miyamoto Tomomi was. But after Shen Jingbing turned around, he was horrified to find that Tomomi Miyamoto had appeared behind him. Don't. Shua. Before Shen Jingbing could say anything, Miyamoto Tomomi quickly jumped past Shen Jingbing. The right hand holding the dagger shook slightly, and then Miyamoto Tomomi squatted steadily in front of Shen Jingbing. Forehead. Shen Jingbing suddenly felt his neck light up. He pointed with his right hand at the back of Tomomi Miyamoto who was already in front of him. He wanted to say something but was horrified to find that he was speechless. There was also a burning sensation in his neck. Shen Jingbing touched his neck with his right hand and was horrified to find that his hand was covered in blood. Shen Jingbing pointed at Miyamoto Tomomi again, feeling all the strength in his body pouring out along the cold spot on his neck. Hee. Tomomi Miyamoto smiled coldly, ignored Shen Jingbing, stopped and left step by step with graceful steps. It was also after Miyamoto Tomomi walked away that Shen Jingbing finally fell straight into a pool of blood. Don't ask me how high the sun is, I'll tell you how deep I am. Huh. Why is there something wrong with this lyric? Yi Xingchen hummed a little song and opened the door of the villa. Recently, Yi Xingchen is not proud of himself. He has been favored by Lin Yun and highly valued by Qin Yanran. He has become the boss of the Qinglong gang, which has greatly relieved the pressure of money. He has also met a mysterious boss like Long Qingshan. Perhaps the only thing worth noting is Long Qingshan's true purpose. Yi Xingchen walked into his living room while talking about what happened recently. Snapped, Yi Xingchen turned on the lights in the living room, and a young woman with a proud figure was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Should I go? Yi Xingchen was startled. Excuse me, are you? If I remember correctly, this is my home, right? Did you go to the wrong house? Or could you be thief? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Why do thieves today only pick poor people like himself to steal from? Please, if you want to steal something, you should go to Qin Yanran's house next door and steal it. A lonely woman, a weak woman with no strength, not to mention a rich man, she should be worried about by thieves. The young woman is none other than Tomomi Miyamoto. At this time, Tomomi Miyamoto was looking at Yi Xingchen with curiosity. Are you Yi Xingchen? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be slightly startled. The look in his eyes confirmed that he was not a thief, but that he came specifically to find him. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but frown slightly. I am Yi Xingchen, you are. A playful look appeared on Miyamoto Tomomi's face. My name is Miyamoto Tomomi. I heard that you are very strong? Tomomi Miyamoto? Oriental. It was only at this moment that Yi Xingchen finally knew the origin of Tomomi Miyamoto. There was no doubt that it was Enichiro Kabata who sent him to take revenge on him. After knowing the other party's details, Yi Xingchen stopped being polite and sat opposite Tomomi Miyamoto, with a playful look on his face. Not only am I strong, I'm also very big. What? Do you want to see my big baby? Tomomi Miyamoto was confused for a while, and it took a while before she understood the deeper meaning of Yi Xingchen's words. A sneer appeared on Miyamoto Tomomi's face. Is it great to have a big baby? Haha. Although I don't have one, don't I have as much as I want? Yi Xingchen was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of tiger and wolf language is this? Is Japan really such an open country? Just a few words from a random woman will cause the car to go as fast as possible. Tomomi Miyamoto slowly pulled out the Japanese dagger from her waist and played with it in her hand as if to show off. This sword is called Chingren, and it weighs 1 pound and 2 taels. Yi Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then looked around, and quickly picked up a chair next to him. This stool is called the tiger stool. It's heavy. I don't know how many kilograms or taels it weighs. Just tell me how many kilograms or taels it weighs. Just tell me how many kilograms or taels it weighs. A trace of surprise finally appeared on Miyamoto Tomomi's stern face. This stool weighs at least 3 or 4 pounds, right? You can actually carry this stool in your hand? And it's with one hand. That's natural. If you are wise, leave my house immediately. No, leave our Sha country. I can just pretend that nothing happened today. Yi Xingchen carefully held the stool in his hands. Because he was not sure of Miyamoto Tomomi's background and whether Miyamoto Tomomi had any trump cards, Yi Xingchen did not intend to confront Miyamoto Tomomi head-on. And Yi Xingchen was also worried that if he didn't stop, he would beat Tomomi Miyamoto to death. The other party was an Oriental after all, and dying in his own home would easily cause diplomatic problems. Alright, no more pretending. In fact, the main reason why I don't want to make a killing is because I see that the other party is a very pleasing and charming girl. After all, which man would have the heart to kill such a girl with such a gorgeous figure? Haha. Tomomi Miyamoto was not afraid, but smiled deeply. Battles are not won by strength, but often rely on speed and skills. That's all your attraction to me, damn it bar. Miyamoto Tomomi's eyes froze, and the oriental dagger in his hand shook out a sword flower in the air. Then his light body jumped high and struck Yi Xingchen's head directly with the force of thunder. In the eyes of ordinary people, perhaps Tomomi Miyamoto's speed is enough to be called lightning fast. But in Yi Xingchen's view, Miyamoto Tomomi's speed was too slow, barely faster than a 3-year-old child. Yi Xingchen threw the stool in his hand on the ground, turned sideways to avoid Miyamoto Tomomi's determined blow, and began to issue an ultimatum to Miyamoto Tomomi. Hey, You're a girl, so I'm letting you. Don't think I can't beat you. If you do this again, I'm going to fight back. How is that possible? Miyamoto Tomomi seemed to have not heard Yi Xingchen's words, and her face was full of shock. Why are you so fast? Even the master, his speed is not half as fast as yours. But you obviously just an ordinary person. Yi Xingchen shrugged helplessly. Just because I am an ordinary person, my speed and strength have reached the ultimate level in your eyes. Hateful, Miyamoto Tomomi looked very unwilling and swung the Japanese dagger towards Yi Xingchen again. Hey! I'm going to fight back. Seeing that the warning was ineffective, Yi Xingchen was forced to fight back. Facing the pure steel dagger in Miyamoto Tomomi's hand, Yi Xingchen did not dare to be careless, and once again turned sideways to avoid it, then accurately grasped Miyamoto Tomomi's right hand holding the dagger with his right hand, and easily performed a trick of grabbing the white blade with his bare hands. Yi Xingchen snatched the dagger away and pushed Miyamoto Tomomi's back with his right hand. Tomomi Miyamoto suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from his back, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Sister. This is really the last time I let you. If you do this again, I really won't be merciful. Yi Xingchen took 2 steps back and glanced at the stool on the ground calmly. At this time, Yi Xingchen had made up his mind. If Tomomi Miyamoto in front of him still dared to attack him, he would have no choice but to knock her out with a stool. Miyamoto Tomomi squatted on the ground, turned around and looked at Yi Xingchen in horror, her face full of disbelief. Even if we fight against Master, although we are defeated, Master will not be so idle. This feeling is like a cricket shaking a tree. Who are you? Are you a master of the Dragon Clan? Dragon Clan? What Dragon Clan? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. I don't know what the Dragon Clan is. If you are not a Dragon Clan, you know, leave now and leave Sha Kingdom. I promise not to hurt you. Snort. Tomomi Miyamoto bit her silver teeth lightly and began to slowly unbutton her coat. What are you doing? Yi Xingchen covered his eyes with his right hand, while staring at Tomomi Miyamoto through the gaps between his fingertips with wide eyes. I have promised not to hurt you. You don't have to use your body to judge me. Please repay me. Go to hell. Tomomi Miyamoto's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and she swung her coat towards Yi Xingchen, and a cloud of unknown dust on her sleeves was sprinkled on the unsuspecting Yi Xingchen. Under the light of the living room, Yi Xingchen clearly saw a cloud of dust hitting his face. Although Yi Xingchen held his breath as quickly as possible, he still accidentally inhaled a few mouthfuls of dust. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but became angry and quickly took a few steps back, trying to escape from the area affected by the dust. Yi Xingchen had already greeted Miyamoto Tomomi and all the Japanese people in his heart. His NN, damn little devil. How despicable. It's obvious that he can't beat him, so he comes here to show off. He actually resorted to such despicable methods as poisoning. I was careless this time and didn't dodge. It's the little devil's fault. Hee. Tomomi Miyamoto's plot succeeded and he slowly stood up from the ground, his face full of contempt and indifference. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Don't show any mercy to your enemies in the next life. Tomomi Miyamoto glanced at the dagger that fell on the ground, planning to wait for Yi Xingchen's poison attack to step forward and strike. Hateful. Yi Xingchen glanced at the door behind him and planned to run away and find someone or a place to treat himself first. Just as Yi Xingchen was about to escape from the battlefield, he vaguely felt a burning sensation in his chest, abdomen, and even his mouth and nose. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but clench his fists, and looked at Tomomi Miyamoto with increasingly sad and angry eyes. Despicable little devil. After just a short while, the poison actually started to take effect. It's a pity that my life has just begun to climb to the top. Once I stumble, I will regret it forever. Since the toxicity took effect so quickly, it was probably too late to run away, so it would be better to just drag Miyamoto Tomomi on his back. On the road to hell, you won't be lonely if you have such a beautiful woman with you. Soon, Yi Xingchen was shocked by the thoughts in his mind. How come it's been so long? Why are you still thinking about Tomomi Miyamoto's sex scandal? When did I become so bitter? It's just, this woman's figure is really amazing. Now I'm only wearing a close-fitting short-sleeved shirt, it's really hard not to miss it. Of course, Tomomi Miyamoto didn't know Yi Xingchen's inner thoughts at this time. He just put on a defensive posture, facing Yi Xingchen sideways, placing his 2 fists in front of his chest, one in front of the other, as if he was ready. Seeing this scene, Yi Xingchen almost couldn't hold back the bleeding from his orifices. Take a look. These 2 fists are really big. Nonsense. These 2 fists are so white. Ah no. These 2 fists are so round. No. These 2 fists are so soft. It's over, now Minoko is all out of my mind. Tomomi Miyamoto frowned slightly, faintly aware that something was wrong. If I remember correctly, this Miyamoto family's unique poison, which I have used more than a dozen times, will make people turn blue in the face, make their limbs weak, and then collapse to the ground and die from the poison. But why does Yi Xingchen in front of him show no signs of the above? Looking livid, this guy's face was obviously so red that he felt like he was about to receive 5 blessings, and his nose even started to bleed. Weak limbs? Collapsed to the ground? This guy is obviously so excited. Doesn't this look like being poisoned? This clearly seems to be a hit. Ah! Miyamoto Tomomi had a look of astonishment on her face, as if she had realized something. The poisonous evil will definitely not have this symptom. The poison was given to me by my senior brother Miyamoto Shunya himself. He also hid it on his sleeve with his own hands. There can't be any surprises. The only explanation is, the poisonous evil spirit was betrayed by Toshie Miyamoto. Toshie Miyamoto replaced the poisonous evil with poison. When you are able to use poisonous evil, it often means that the opponent you face is too strong. And if the opponent is hit by the poison, there are only 2 endings. One is to lose your virginity, and the other is to die. In the face of a powerful opponent, any resistance you have will be in vain. The first rule of the Miyamoto family is that if any woman loses her virginity before reaching the intermediate stage of saint level, she has no choice but to commit suicide. Thinking of this, Tomomi Miyamoto couldn't help but feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Let's talk about Yi Xingchen. At this time, a hint of madness appeared on Yi Xingchen's face. Tomomi Miyamoto was really scared. She had never been so scared even when facing death before. She started to walk backward step by step. Calm down. Yi Xingchen, didn't you just say that as long as I leave? Sha Guo. Will you just let me go? You Sha Guo people always keep your word. You can't break your promise. Yi Xingchen roared hysterically and rushed towards Miyamoto Tomomi. Hateful. Seeing that something was wrong, Tomomi Miyamoto began to escape from her control. She turned around and ran away without hesitation. Tomomi Miyamoto is not a person with martial ethics. If he stayed even though he knew he was outmatched, wouldn't he be seeking death? But Tomomi Miyamoto ignored a cruel fact. How could Miyamoto Tomomi's speed be faster than Yi Xingchen's? Almost in the blink of an eye, Yi Xingchen appeared next to Miyamoto Tomomi. Yi Xingchen's right hand was like an iron pincer, tightly gripping Miyamoto Tomomi's right arm. Yi Xingchen, you bastard. Yi Xingchen's sneer was the only response to Tomomi Miyamoto. Yi Xingchen grabbed Miyamoto Tomomi's right arm. A hint of ferocity appeared on his face. The battlefield quickly moved from the living room to the bedroom next door. Dividing line. The following 10,000 words are limited encrypted content, which can be unlocked and viewed with a 5-star rating. Dividing line, early morning hours. The weak Miyamoto Tomomi climbed out of bed with difficulty. Tomomi Miyamoto frowned and rubbed the painful area involuntarily. Soon, after seeing the sleeping Yi Xingchen, Miyamoto Tomomi couldn't help but get furious. The man next to the bed last night actually did that kind of thing, 5 times in one night. Unacceptable. What kind of abnormal physical fitness is this? If he hadn't been a practitioner and his physique was different from ordinary people, I might have died in bed. Thinking of this, Tomomi Miyamoto couldn't help feeling ashamed and angry. She stretched out her hands and tried to strangle Yi Xingchen to death on the bed. However, Tomomi Miyamoto was horrified to find that no matter how hard she tried, not to mention strangling Yi Xingchen to death, even the skin on Yi Xingchen's neck could not be pinched and sank. What a terrifying defensive power this is. A person without any spiritual power actually possesses such terrifying strength, speed and defense. If Miyamoto Tomomi hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Miyamoto Tomomi would never have believed such a thing. Does the god of Rijiao really want to torture me like this? Tomomi Miyamoto let go of his hands in despair and slumped on the bed helplessly. I am so humiliated that I can't even kill him if I lie here. Forget it. Since I can't kill you, I can only commit suicide and die to apologize. Tomomi Miyamoto sighed in despair and began to struggle to crawl under the bed and head to the living room where the fierce battle took place last night. Seeing the dagger on the floor in the living room, Tomomi Miyamoto couldn't help but shed tears on her face. Clank, under the breeze, the dagger in Miyamoto Tomomi's hand made a soft sound. Miyamoto Tomomi slowly closed her eyes, put the dagger on her neck, and no longer had any nostalgia for the world. Hiss! Just when Tomomi Miyamoto was about to die to apologize, a strong sense of unwillingness and grievance welled up in her heart. Tomomi Miyamoto is not stupid, and she knows very well that every injustice has its owner. Although it was Yi Xingchen who committed the crime last night, The culprit is his good senior brother, Miyamoto Shunya. Recalling his good senior brother, Miyamoto Shunya, Miyamoto Tomomi's heart was filled with overwhelming hatred. Tomomi Miyamoto and Toshie Miyamoto are both apprentices of Miyamoto Akiyo, the elder of the Miyamoto family. In the future, the position of elder Miyamoto Akiyo must belong to one of Tomomi Miyamoto and Toshie Miyamoto. Obviously, Miyamoto Toshie took advantage of Miyamoto Tomomi in order to compete for the position of elder heir. No matter whether Miyamoto Tomomi lives or dies, she will never be able to return to the Miyamoto family. Even if he was tricked by Miyamoto Toshie, Miyamoto had no chance to explain. Even if the extremely cold-blooded Miyamoto family knew that Miyamoto Toshie had cheated on him, because he was no longer a perfect person, the Miyamoto family would not seek justice for him, but would instead establish Miyamoto Toshie's status as the elder heir. At the same time, execute yourself according to family rules. Why should I die? Instead of killing him and then committing suicide. Miyamoto Tomomi was suddenly startled and struggled to stand up from the ground again. Miyamoto Tomomi changed her mind again. She must live well, practice hard, and then take revenge on Miyamoto Shunya. The top priority is to find a place where no one knows you and practice hard. It was also after Miyamoto Tomomi stood up again that something was wrong again. This is spiritual power. Miyamoto Tomomi looked at the thin white line wrapped around her arm in surprise, her face full of surprise. Tomomi Miyamoto never expected that he would reach this level this morning after practicing hard for more than 20 years without reaching the entry-level saint level. The criterion for judging whether you have reached the entry-level saint level is whether you have spiritual power. Now that Tomomi Miyamoto has spiritual power, she has naturally reached the entry-level saint level. How is it possible? I didn't swallow the spiritual grass last night. How could I suddenly enter the saint level? Tomomi Miyamoto recalled what happened last night, except for the unforgettable pain, it seemed. It seemed that when he was being ked by Yi Xingchen, a weak spiritual power surged in from Yi Xingchen's body. Could it be that his spiritual power comes from Yi Xingchen? Can it be transferred from Yi Xingchen's body to his own body through some kind of exercise? But Yi Xingchen didn't have any signs of spiritual power on his body. I thought it was an illusion last night and didn't pay attention. But if this is really the case, wouldn't it mean that as long as you are with Yi Xingchen in the future, your realm will be even further? How about practicing a hammer? Then eat a hammer of spiritual grass. For a moment, Tomomi Miyamoto felt that God had opened a door to practice for herself after closing a window for her. If this is really the case, then my desire to seek revenge from Miyamoto Junya is not a daydream. I can even defeat the Miyamoto family's delusion of executing me after relying on Yi Xingchen to achieve sufficient strength. What's more, you can even kill Yi Xingchen to avenge your shame when you're strong enough. Thinking of this, Tomomi Miyamoto glanced at Yi Xingchen, who was sleeping soundly on the bed through the bedroom door, and already had his own plan in mind. At this moment, Yi Xingchen stretched out and woke up from his sleep. After Yi Xingchen opened his eyes and looked at the messy bedding and a torn short sleeves, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I think I had a fight last night with a woman sent by Kobu Ichiro to assassinate me. It seems that the woman also used poison. Then I seem to have lost my mind. And that woman. No way, no way. Yi Xingchen slapped his head fiercely. I wouldn't really do something like this that is unbearable by nature, right? When Yi Xingchen saw a trace of blood on the sheets, he was very sure that last night really happened, not a dream. Yi Xingchen suddenly remembered something, jumped up from the bed, turned to look at Miyamoto Tomomi, who was looking at him in the living room. Their eyes met, and there was a hint of embarrassment. Good morning. Yi Xingchen scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and for a moment he didn't know how to face Tomomi Miyamoto in front of him. When Miyamoto Tomomi heard Yi Xingchen's words, she couldn't help but get angry and wanted to rush over and strangle Yi Xingchen to death. Well, although there's no point in apologizing, but I think I should still apologize. And you might not believe it. I know it's your first time, and coincidentally, it's my first time too. Or, let's just pretend. No one suffers, and it's even. Miyamoto Tomomi still didn't speak. To be honest, in fact, it was really a misunderstanding last night. How did I know that you suddenly poisoned me? And the poison was still that kind of thing. I can't help it. Otherwise, you come here and fight, let me calm down for a few times. Or, how about you put on some clothes first? I'm afraid that the poison I got last night hasn't gone away yet, and there are some residues. With you like this, it's easy for me to. Tomomi Miyamoto took a deep breath, trying to calm down the anger in her heart, and then shook her head helplessly. I don't blame you for what happened last night. I was tricked and the poison was leaked. That's great, thank you so much to that person. Ah. No. I mean, I'm really lucky. According to the tradition of our Miyamoto family, we only devote ourselves to one person for life. No matter what the reason is, once you have me, I will be yours from now on. Ha! After hearing what Tomomi Miyamoto said, Yi Xingchen was so shocked that he was speechless. What kind of family is this? There is such a tradition. Wasn't it said before that Japan is very open? Why is it so feudal? This is unscientific. Miyamoto Tomomi suddenly raised the corner of her mouth slightly and took the initiative to walk towards Yi Xingchen. In Yi Xingchen's surprised eyes, Miyamoto Tomomi actually took the initiative to hug Yi Xingchen. If we remember each other in the Ming dynasty, the clouds and rain will come out of Wushan. This time, Tomomi Miyamoto was pleasantly surprised to feel a weak spiritual power pouring into Yi Xingchen's body. It was also at this moment that Tomomi Miyamoto confirmed his previous suspicion. A bold revenge plan has been brewing in Miyamoto Tomomi's heart. Toshie Miyamoto, since you are so vicious and despicable, and have no regard for the friendship between brothers and sisters, then destroy it. From now on, you will pay the due price for your despicable things. Another intense exercise. Yi Xingchen hugged Miyamoto Tomomi and fell into deep thought. Everything that happened before his eyes made Yi Xingchen feel like he was in a dream. A wonderful misunderstanding that actually caused an Asian girl with such a great figure to treat me. If this was a dream, Yi Xingchen felt that he would not want to wake up from this dream. Miyamoto Tomomi raised her head and glanced at Yi Xingchen's chin. After hesitating for a long time, she asked a question that had been held in her heart for a long time. Yi, why can't I see any signs of spiritual power from you? Regarding the question of the beauty in his arms, Yi Xingchen was confused. Spiritual power? What is that? Ah? Tomomi Miyamoto couldn't help but was stunned. You don't know what spiritual power is? Then why? Then why is your physical fitness so strong in your body? Strength, speed, defense, etc. unparalleled. This. Yi Xingchen really didn't know how to explain Miyamoto Tomomi's question. If I said that I am actually just an ordinary person, would you believe it? Miyamoto Tomomi obviously didn't believe it. Okay, actually, I was born like this, so tell me, what exactly is spiritual power? Spiritual power. Tomomi Miyamoto was silent for a while and organized his words. In addition to necessary diet, people can also maintain life and exercise by absorbing the spiritual energy from the world. This is why ordinary people only need to eat a little food. You can maintain basic exercise. And some people can improve their physical fitness by constantly fighting and breaking through the upper limit of the spiritual energy they absorb. When the spiritual power in the human body breaks through a limit, it will be condensed into spiritual power. The spiritual power can enhance the comprehensive quality of the human body in all aspects. This is what is called officially entering the holy level. In addition to absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, people can also absorb spiritual energy by taking spiritual herbs. This is also the most important way for ordinary practitioners to achieve breakthroughs. Oh. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. You mean, like the cultivation in the novel? What are you thinking? This is an urban supernatural novel, not an urban cultivation novel. Of course it can't be like the cultivation in the novel. Spiritual power can only enhance a person's comprehensive qualities in all aspects. Miyamoto Tomomi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yi Xingchen. I understand. Yi Xingchen kept nodding. Does that mean eating the so-called spiritual grass you mentioned as the main way to practice? Yes. What is the spiritual grass? Do you have it on your body? Yes, I have. Tomomi Miyamoto quickly got out of bed, grabbed a plant from the pieces of her clothes and handed it to Yi Xingchen. Looking at the spiritual grass in front of him, Yi Xingchen suddenly felt suspicious of life. No, I understand the truth. It's just, you call this spiritual grass? I can't blame Yi Xingchen for his reaction, because what Tomomi Miyamoto was holding in his hand was not another plant, but surprisingly a foxtail grass. For a moment, Yi Xingchen suspected that Tomomi Miyamoto was playing a trick on him. How did the foxtail grass, a common and inconspicuous plant on the roadside in the past, turn into a so-called spiritual grass? Yes, this is the spiritual grass. Tomomi Miyamoto nodded blankly. Seeing that Tomomi Miyamoto didn't look like he was joking, Yi Xingchen was almost speechless in surprise. Eating this thing to absorb spiritual energy? No. Don't you call this practice? Otherwise? Tomomi Miyamoto looked at Yi Xingchen blankly. Isn't this stuff everywhere on the roadside? Yes. Wouldn't it mean that everyone can practice? You think it's too simple? Tomomi Miyamoto couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled. Although spiritual herbs are very common and can be found almost everywhere, you have to eat a whole plant before you can absorb spiritual energy. How can ordinary people eat it? Next whole tree. Oh, I get it. Only then did Yi Xingchen suddenly realize. Eating one dogtail grass for people today is equivalent to eating 100 dogtail grass for people in the past. Who in the past could eat 100 foxtail grasses in one meal? It seems that if you want to practice spiritual practice, you must first have a good stomach. Then wouldn't this world be invincible for foodies? It is said that masters dominate, or more accurately, foodies dominate. Terrible. The world is getting crazier. Maybe it was to verify Miyamoto Tomomi's words. Maybe it was to experience the feeling of absorbing spiritual energy. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but took the dogtail grass from Miyamoto Tomomi's hand, then put it in his mouth, chewed it and swallowed it. To Yi Xingchen's expectation, as the dog's tail grass fell into his stomach, Yi Xingchen seemed to really feel a hint of qi running through his body. This dogtail grass really works. In an instant, Yi Xingchen made up his mind that when he went out later, he would pull out all the dogtail grass on the roadside and eat them all. By the way, you said you are from the Miyamoto family? There are many masters in the Miyamoto family? Reminiscent of the conflict between himself and Zhaobu Enichiro, Yi Xingchen felt that he needed to understand this potential enemy. Yes. Tomomi Miyamoto nodded heavily. The Miyamoto family has many masters. But, Yi, with your physical fitness, regardless of your fighting skills and experience, you are strong enough to be among the top of the Miyamoto family. 10. What? So scary. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. A person like me, who has not been affected by the global decline in physical fitness, can only be ranked in the top 10 of the Miyamoto family. And that's without taking into account combat experience and skills. It seems that if I really want to be strong because of Zhaobu Enichiro and the Miyamoto family, I still need to continue to eat dogtail grass to improve my strength. The Miyamoto family is not weak to begin with. How can an organization that is one of the 5 major forces in the world be weak? The 5 major forces in the world? Which 5? The Miyamoto family of Toyo Kingdom, the Catholic Church of Ujo, the Hurricanes of every continent, the God Killers of Feijo, and the Dragon Clan of Sha Kingdom. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. Yi Xingchen is not a short-sighted person. Yi Xingchen knew clearly in his heart that as his strength showed, the level of contact would continue to rise. If he really wanted to make a career, he would probably have to deal with these organizations in the future. Perhaps you can learn more about these organizations through Tomomi Miyamoto. In this way, when you deal with these organizations in the future, you will not know anything about these organizations. After all, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be in danger. Yi Xingchen wanted to continue to learn more about these organizations from Miyamoto Tomomi, but the cell phone beside the bed rang with an information notification sound. Yi Xingchen took the phone and took a look. It was from Qin Yanren. Today is the weekend, so I don't go to work. What's wrong? Do I need to take protection with me when I go out on the weekend? Yi Xingchen glanced at the message Qin Yanren sent in confusion. The content is very simple. SOS. Lai Yuejing broke into my house and pestered me. Come here quickly. This kid still doesn't give up. Looks like he needs to be taught a lesson. Yi Xingchen frowned and had the idea of dealing with Lai Yuejing. Tomomi Miyamoto smiled deeply. Get rid of this person. I have something that you can try. Keep him and you will never have the face to show up at the home of the person who sent you the message. The villa where Qin Yanren lives next door. Yi Xingchen had just walked to the door of the villa when he heard Lai Yuejing's noisy voice coming from the villa. Mr. Qin, you have to have dinner with me today no matter what. Do you know that my uncle is the chief of the Urban Management Bureau, chief, anti-shielding method? If you don't agree to me, haha. I remember that your company just successfully bid for the Yunhei City Ocean Park. You probably don't want to see the urban management looking for reasons to force you to stop construction, right? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but froze when he heard Lai Yuejing's words. When did my hearing become so good? Lai Yuejing was inside the villa, and he was at the gate of the villa, and Lai Yuejing's voice was not very loud. Even so, I heard Lai Yuejing's words easily. Could it be the effect of dogtail grass? Overjoyed, Yi Xingchen quickly walked into the villa. Stop. What are you doing? Who are you? As soon as Yi Xingchen walked into the living room of the villa, he was intercepted by Lai Yuejing's 2 younger brothers, one on the left and the other on the right. Hearing the voice of his men, Lai Yuejing glanced at Yi Xingchen, and then a trace of sadness and anger appeared on his face. MD, it's you. You bastard. The last time you lied to me, I was drunk in bed all day. It's best that you appear here today. I just took care of you. After hearing Lai Yuejing's words, Several younger brothers quickly walked toward Yi Xingchen with ill intentions. Looking at this posture, they really wanted to take care of Yi Xingchen. Hey, Mr. Lai, wait a minute. You listen to my quibbles, you listen to my explanation. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yi Xingchen quickly raised his hand to signal Lai Yuejing not to be violent. What else do you have to say? Your boy's drunkenness has made me a laughingstock among the rich second-generation circles in Yanhe City. It's really hard to quell the resentment in my heart without breaking your boy's legs. A violent look appeared on Lai Yuejing's face. What are you doing? Doing something in my house? You don't even take me seriously, do you? You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Qin Yanran saw that Lai Yuejing was about to use violence against Yi Xingchen, so she finally stopped giving in and seemed to have a falling out with Lai Yuejing. Mr. Qin, don't be impatient. Yi Xingchen had already made an idea before he came, and of course he would not sit back and watch Qin Yanran and Lai Yuejing quarrel. Let Mr. Lai and I explain. Mr. Lai, can you listen to me? Finished. If you still feel displeased with me after listening to what I said, okay, you can kill me at any time, I won't resist. Lai Yuejing glanced at Yi Xingchen suspiciously, then at Qin Yanran who was already angry, and finally decided to listen to what Yi Xingchen wanted to say. Okay, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't give me a perfect explanation, I won't be able to spare you, kid. That's that. Yi Xingchen walked to the corner of the living room with a smile, and then waved to Lai Yuejing enthusiastically. Master Lai, come here, let's take a step to talk. Lai Yuejing didn't have too many doubts. He just walked straight to Yi Xingchen as if he wanted to hear what Yi Xingchen wanted to say when he was about to die. Yi Xingchen leaned into Lai Yuejing's ear and whispered, Master Lai, there's a misunderstanding. One of your subordinates said before that you can't get drunk after 1,000 cups. I thought you really can't get drunk after 1,000 cups. I didn't expect. Then this caused a scene. What an oolong incident. Otherwise, give me another chance. If Mr. Qin won't look at you with admiration this time, it won't be too late for you to kill me. What do you think? Lai Yuejing's brows twitched unconsciously. What do you have in mind? Wait a minute. You pretend to be very angry and point at me and say, it turns out that your kid took sobering medicine in advance that night. No wonder you are so angry. Then, you pretend to be dissatisfied and continue to fight with me for drinks. And then what? I'll go get the wine, add water to your bottle, and then I'll just drink a few drinks and pretend to be drunk. In this way, won't you wash away your shame? Really? Is it reliable? Lai Yuejing expressed doubts about Yi Xingchen's idea. Young Master Lai. Think about it, after learning the lesson from last time, do I still dare to play tricks on you? Besides, if I am still the same as last time, you can find an excuse at worst, saying that I cheated. No matter what, no drink it. If you drink me down later and let your men publicize it, won't your face be restored? That makes sense. The innocent Lai Yuejing was quickly convinced by Yi Xingchen's words and easily believed Yi Xingchen's words. After Yi Xingchen nodded to Lai Yuejing started his performance. I saw Lai Yuejing pointing her right hand at Yi Xingchen and shouting in an exaggerated manner. Ha, you kid. Sure enough. I said how could a person have such a good drinking capacity? It turns out you cheated and drank the anti-alcohol potion in advance. You kid, you cheated and made me lose face. No. Today I have to fight for wine again. I want to regain the lost face. This. Yi Xingchen pretended to look at Lai Yuejing in embarrassment. Master Lai, aren't you making things difficult for me? Without cheating. My drinking capacity is very poor. How can I drink better than you? A bold and real man. Qin Yanran on the side looked at Lai Yuejing and Yi Xingchen in confusion. What's going on? Why did these two people drink again? Lai Yuejing noticed that Qin Yanran was looking at her, and her eyes were not as hostile as before, and she couldn't help but be very happy. Lai Yuejing gave Yi Xingchen a vague thumbs up, and then quickly waved his hands. No. Today, you have to fight me again. How can I, Lai Yuejing, a man who is so humble? If you don't get along with me, I'll fight again, but don't blame me for turning against you. But for a while, where can I find wine? Lai Yuejing quickly turned her head and looked at Qin Yanran. Mr. Qin. Now is the time for me to regain my honor. Mr. Qin shouldn't be stingy with a few bottles of wine. You are free. There is wine on the wine rack in the room next to the living room. Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingchen and Lai Yuejing blankly, pointed to the room next door, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lai Yuejing looked ecstatic when he heard Qin Yanran agreed. You must know that in the past, Qin Yanran would ignore even a few words, let alone drinking Qin Yanran's wine. Follow a step-by-step logic. If you drink Qin Yanran's wine today, won't you be able to eat Qin Yanran's cooking tomorrow? Can't we wash Qin Yanran's house the day after tomorrow? Can't I wear Qin Yanran's groom's dress the day after tomorrow? The beauty I hold in my arms is so close. Thinking of this, a picture emerged in Lai Yuejing's mind. In the picture, Qin Yanran was pushing a stroller with a baby lying on it, and said to Lai Yuejing with a shy look, "Husband, the baby is hungry and needs to be fed. You and I will hold you together, and I will feed the baby." Ha 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 ha. Lai Yuejing couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. Seeing Lai Yuejing's reaction, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. I felt both funny and pitiful at the same time. Licking the dog, licking until there is nothing left. Cough cough cough. Lai Yuejing soon realized that he had lost his composure. He coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment, and then waved his hand in a pretentious manner. "Boy, why don't you go get the wine quickly?" "Okay, okay." Yi Xingchen trotted all the way to the room next to the living room and walked in. There are all kinds of wines on the wine rack in the room, including red, white and beer. Is it possible that Qin Yanran is still a good drinker? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile, quickly picked up 2 bottles of several dozen milliliters of white wine, then opened the window of the room, poured out half of one of the bottles, and finally filled the bottles with water from the teapot on the table. Yi Xingchen glanced behind him to make sure no one saw him, then took out a small paper bag from his pocket. The small paper bag was opened, and inside was about a few grams of white powder. Yi Xingchen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and poured the entire bag of white powder into the bottle mixed with water without hesitation. After shaking it evenly and confirming that no trace of adulteration could be seen, Yi Xingchen capped the bottle with satisfaction. "I ask you, kid, why are you complaining? Are you scared and don't dare to have a drink with me?" Lai Yuejing's impatient urging came from the living room. Coming soon." Yi Xingchen returned to the living room with a smile and carried 2 bottles of liquor. Yi Xingchen nodded vaguely to Lai Yuejing, and then handed the mixed liquor to Lai Yuejing. Lai Yuejing opened the bottle cap and sniffed it calmly. After all, Lai Yuejing was a veteran of wine shops, and he could easily smell the unusual smell of liquor. There was no strong smell of alcohol, and it was obviously mixed with water. Lai Yuejing nodded happily, then took the 2 small wine glasses on the table and handed one to Yi Xingchen. "Come on, let's see who is the real man today. Okay, this time, I won't cheat. Let's show off with real swords and real skills." Yi Xingchen seemed to be affected by Lai Yuejing's bold spirit, and his tone of voice also had a hint of boldness. Full. Lai Yuejing filled up his wineglass, and after Yi Xingchen also filled it up, he raised the wineglass in his hand high. "The feeling is deep, it's boring. Do it, done." Both of them drank the white wine in their glasses. After drinking a glass of wine, Lai Yuejing felt that he was not affected in any way, and then he confirmed that the wine he drank was mixed with water. Lai Yuejing happily patted Yi Xingchen on the shoulder, while Yi Xingchen pretended to feel uncomfortable. "Ah, so spicy. This wine is too strong, I shouldn't have taken this bottle of wine. Let me go." "Mr. Lai, you can drink a full glass of such a strong liquor without your face turning red?" Ha ha ha. Hearing Yi Xingchen's cooperative compliments, Lai Yuejing felt a little dizzy again. "It's a joke. As long as I don't cheat, I dare say that not many people can drink this amount of wine over me." "That's amazing, Mr. Lai. I think of Chao Feng in Mr. Jin Yang's Dragon and the 8 Parts. He is such a hero and a character in the novel. His drinking capacity is a record of 4 tales. I think Mr. Lai can break this record today." Yes. I bet that this guy will be drunk by Mr. Lai after his 3rd drink." Several of Lai Yuejing's younger brothers also started to flatter him. Ha ha ha. Lai Yuejing heard the compliments from everyone and quietly glanced at Qin Yanran, who was sitting on the sofa looking at herself and Yi Xingchen. She couldn't help but get even more excited. "Here, have another drink." Full. Done. After finishing the 2nd glass of white wine, Lai Yuejing's face suddenly became a little ugly. It wasn't that Lai Yuejing felt drunk because of his poor drinking capacity, but that Lai Yuejing felt that she suddenly felt a stomachache for no reason. Lai Yuejing was embarrassed and covered her stomach with her right hand, feeling doubtful in her heart. "Did you eat something bad this morning? Or are you saying that the wine you are drinking now is fake wine? Otherwise, why do you feel a little pain in your stomach?" And the pain became more intense. Lai Yuejing glanced at Qin Yanran, who looked innocent, and didn't think Qin Yanran would put a bottle of fake wine on the wine rack at home because of her family background. "The only explanation is that I ate something spoiled this morning. When you go back later, you must take care of those cooks." Lai Yuejing secretly made up her mind, and at the same time, in order to relieve the pressure on her stomach from sitting, she pretended to stand up casually. Puff, just after Lai Yuejing stood up, he couldn't help but fart. Although the sound was not loud this time, and a few younger brothers continued to praise him, so no one heard it, it was enough to almost scare Lai Yuejing out of his wits. For a moment, Yoritsuki Kyoto wondered if the fart he just farted was in his pocket. A few small beads of sweat could not help but flow down Lai Yuejing's forehead. If he pulls his pants in front of Qin Yanren, he really won't be able to see his goddess in the future. No, I have to endure it. From now on, I can't believe every fart I say. Puff, the moment he made up his mind, Lai Yuejing couldn't hold back and farted. This time Lai Yuejing no longer dared to hold back, and before anyone noticed, she quickly smiled awkwardly at Yi Xingchen. Brother. I need to go to the toilet first. Wait for me. Mr. Qin, borrow a toilet. Qin Yanren looked at Lai Yuejing with a puzzled look. She didn't understand what Lai Yuejing was trying to do, but she still pointed to the toilet not far away. Thanks. Lai Yuejing resisted the severe pain in her abdomen and rushed into the toilet. Well. Comfortable. Lai Yuejing, who was sitting on the toilet, breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, Lai Yuejing was actually a little excited. This is Qin Yanren's toilet. He was actually in the toilet of Qin Yanren's house. For a moment, Lai Yuejing suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing to have a stomachache this time. At least he entered the toilet of Qin Yanren's house, right? Follow a step-by-step logic. I entered the toilet at Qin Yanren's house today. Can't I enter the bathroom at Qin Yanren's house tomorrow? Can't you enter Qin Yanren's bedroom the day after tomorrow? Wouldn't it be possible to sleep on Qin Yanren's bed the day after tomorrow? However, this fantasy was soon ruthlessly broken by reality. Because Lai Yuejing was embarrassed to find that the diarrhea was endless. Of course Lai Yuejing knew that if she stayed in the bathroom of the goddess's house for a long time, Qin Yanren might wonder what she was doing in the bathroom, and might even worry that she had done some unspeakable bad thing in the bathroom. This is not possible. I finally have the opportunity to regain my manhood in front of the goddess, and I can't let things like diarrhea ruin it. So, Lai Yuejing took a deep breath and forced an interruption. After a while, I put on my pants and returned to the living room. Lai Yuejing covered her stomach with a look of embarrassment, and sat back on her chair as gently as possible. Well, I'm sorry, my stomach just felt a little uncomfortable. Come on, let's continue. Lai Yuejing said, winking at Yi Xingchen, indicating that her stomach was not feeling well today, and that she would just think about it for a while, and that would be enough. It would be best if Yi Xingchen pretended to be drunk after having another drink. Hee, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. He finally plotted against Lai Yuejing again. Today he wanted to make Lai Yuejing lose face so that he would not be able to appear in front of Qin Yanren in the future. How could he let Lai Yuejing go so easily? Yi Xingchen quietly stretched out 2 fingers towards Lai Yuejing, indicating that he would pretend to be drunk after drinking 2 more drinks. Lai Yuejing frowned. Although he could accept 2 or 1 cup, he was not in good condition right now. But because Qin Yanren had always paid attention to her, Lai Yuejing couldn't reject Yi Xingchen's plan and had to nod in agreement. Come on. Fill it up. Have another drink, it's boring. The 2 drank together again. After drinking this glass of wine, Lai Yuejing felt that his belly had turned into a vast ocean, stirring up turbulent waves. For a moment, Lai Yuejing almost couldn't help but pull him out on the spot. Puff, Lai Yuejing couldn't hold it back and farted again. This time, because the younger brother didn't keep up with the rhythm of the praise in time, without the cover of the younger brother's voice, everyone heard the fart sound. Lai Yuejing's younger brothers couldn't help but be stunned. No one knew what to do at this moment. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh, and then quickly covered his stomach. I'm sorry. Master Lai, I don't know if I ate something in the morning, my stomach hurts a little, I'm rude, I'm sorry. Lai Yuejing was almost moved to tears and quickly gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs up to express her gratitude from an angle that Qin Yanren couldn't see. For a moment, Lai Yuejing felt that Yi Xingchen might be his savior sent by God, and the messenger sent by Yu Lao to bring him and Qin Yanren together. Compared with Yi Xingchen's cleverness, his younger brothers are simply weak. Lai Yuejing made up his mind that if he really caught up with Qin Yanren, he would spend a lot of money to open a big company for Yi Xingchen to play with. Hiss. I can't do it anymore. I have to go to the toilet. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he quickly ran into the toilet, holding his stomach. Lai Yuejing wanted to maintain his image in Qin Yanren's mind, but Yi Xingchen didn't have to. He acted without any worries at the moment. Good brother. Lai Yuejing was moved again. However, this feeling did not last long, because Lai Yuejing soon realized a new problem. Regardless of whether Yi Xingchen really had a stomachache or was cooperating with his acting, the final outcome was that Yi Xingchen occupied the toilet. What about yourself? What should I do? Gulu. Lai Yuejing felt her stomach churn, and she almost couldn't help but pull it out on the spot. Mr. Qin, do you still have a toilet at your house? Just at this moment, Qin Yanren received a WeChat message on her phone. Qin Yanren glanced at it and saw that it was from Yi Xingchen. Don't lend him other toilets. Qin Yanren was smart and understood Yi Xingchen's meaning instantly. Qin Yanren pretended to frown and rejected Lai Yuejing mercilessly. I have another one in the master bedroom, but I won't allow it. Although Lai Yuejing was unhappy, it was understandable. After all, how can someone else use the goddess's private toilet? Lai Yuejing could only hold back for now and wait patiently for Yi Xingchen to come out. Time passed by minute by second, and just when Lai Yuejing was about to curse, Yi Xingchen finally walked out holding the toilet door. Lai Yuejing couldn't help but be overjoyed. Just as he stood up to occupy the toilet, Yi Xingchen quickly turned around and got back into the toilet. Ah! No, 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 I can't bear it anymore. Lai Yuejing almost couldn't hold back the curse. This kid, didn't you see that your stomach hurts? Why are you so ignorant of taste? When his eyes touched the 2 bottles of wine on the table, Lai Yuejing couldn't help but frown. Could it be? Are the 2 bottles of liquor at Qin Yanren's house really fake? Or has it been left out for too long and gone bad? Otherwise, why would you and Yi Xingchen have stomachaches after drinking? Hiss, Lai Yuejing held her stomach in pain, and her right hand began to tremble. Puff, Lai Yuejing couldn't bear it anymore and farted again. Perhaps because he had held it in for a long time, or perhaps because it worsened, this time Lai Yuejing's fart resounded throughout the living room. Not to mention the people in the living room, even people outside the villa can probably hear it. What made Lai Yuejing even more ashamed was that he actually had it in his pants pocket. There was a foul stench throughout the living room. Several of Lai Yuejing's younger brothers frowned and did not dare to take a breath, forcing themselves to pretend that nothing happened. Qin Yanren would not give Lai Yuejing face, so she quickly covered her nose and walked to the window to open it, then stuck her head out of the window to breathe in the fresh air outside. Qin Yanren's move completely shattered Lai Yuejing's fragile self-esteem. Lai Yuejing felt that she could no longer stay here, otherwise she would not be able to go out to meet others, let alone see Qin Yanren in the future. Mr. Qin. I'm really sorry. Hiss. I can't do it this morning. I'm going to leave first, and when that kid comes out, tell him. Next let's have a drink together again, say goodbye. Qin Yanren covered her nose with disgust and kept waving at Lai Yuejing. Lai Yuejing clutched her stomach in pain and hurriedly ran outside the villa. Puff, he farted loudly along the way, and when he ran into the small yard outside the living room, Lai Yuejing's trouser pockets became wet, and even disgusting things were dripping from time to time. Lai Yuejing held the door of the villa with her right hand, looked back at her escape route, and saw the dirty things on the ground at a glance. Damn it! Lai Yuejing almost fell to the ground. This time I was really embarrassed and was thrown into my grandma's house. It is estimated that Qin Yanren will think of this embarrassing scene when she sees her in the future. Master Lai, let's go back first and come to Mr. Qin's house another day. A younger brother suppressed his nausea and patiently advised Lai Yuejing. Snapped, Lai Yuejing slapped his younger brother on the face with his backhand. Lai Yuejing, who was extremely desperate, vented all his anger on his younger brother. Here comes your sister. How will I show up in front of her in the future? I'm warning you, if anyone spreads what happened today, I will definitely send someone his tongue was cut out. Yes, nothing happened today. Yes, nothing happened today. It was just Master Lai who drank that kid down and got his revenge. Puff, Lai Yuejing couldn't bear it any longer. With a loud fart, a large pool of disgusting dirt dripped on the ground. Fuck. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and run away. Okay, everyone is gone, you can come out. After Lai Yuejing and his party left, Qin Yanren gently knocked on the glass door of the toilet, with a smile on her lips. Leaving now? I thought he could endure it for a while longer. After hearing Qin Yanren's words, Yi Xingchen walked out of the toilet. Haha. What did you do to him? Why suddenly? Just. Qin Yanren tilted her head and looked at Yi Xingchen curiously. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help laughing. I didn't do anything, just put a little laxative in his wine. Absolutely. Qin Yanran gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs up, with a look of admiration on her face. Yi Xingchen glanced at the dirty things on the ground outside the door, frowned, and quickly took out his mobile phone. Mr. Qin, how about it? I did a good job, didn't I? I can guarantee that even if this guy is as thick-skinned as a city wall, he won't have the shame to hang around in front of you in the future. I'll look for nearby housekeepers online and ask them to come later. Clean it up, you'd better not go out. I'm afraid I'll make you sick. Yeah. Qin Yanran nodded. I'll go upstairs to stay later. Anyway, I have some work matters to deal with today, so I can work upstairs instead of going out. Okay, I found it, it's this housekeeping company. Yi Xingchen quickly called the housekeeping company he searched online. Looking at Yi Xingchen's busy back, Qin Yanran couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth slightly. Yi Xingchen, a man 2 years younger than himself, brought quite a lot of surprises to him. Lai Yuejing, his problem, was easily solved by Yi Xingchen. The most important thing was that he didn't break up with Lai Yuejing, and he didn't have to worry about Lai Yuejing taking revenge on him in the future. It seems, it's good to have a man at home who can give ideas and get things done. Okay, Mr. Qin, housekeeping will come to clean your door in half an hour. You can go upstairs and rest. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. If you have anything to do, just send me a message. I am always on call. Well, Qin Yanran became more and more satisfied with Yi Xingchen. By the way, one more thing. You can go to CCB to withdraw some money for me. This is a bank card. The password is 608608. I will call the bank in advance. When the time comes, you can just go to the lobby manager and withdraw 100,000. So much cash? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. I don't have much cash at home. Get some extra. You don't have to go now, you can go later today. Okay. Although Yi Xingchen doesn't want to be an errand boy, after all, Qin Yanran is his boss, and he still has to obey the boss's orders. Well, not to mention, this big boss is indeed quite big. By the way, after this period of assessment, I think you are completely qualified for your current position, so let's officially become a full-time employee. From now on, you will be the official deputy chief of the security department of the company, and your monthly salary will be increased to 120,000. If you do this after 5 years, the villa you live in now and the car you drive will also be given to you. Just treat it as old employee benefits. Really? That's great. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will definitely work hard to repay Mr. Qin's trust in me. When Yi Xingchen heard Qin Yanran's decision, he almost jumped up with excitement. The reluctance to run errands disappeared at this moment. Okay, go ahead, go ahead. Qin Yanran smiled again and then went back upstairs. Out of gratitude to Qin Yanran, Yi Xingchen decided to run errands now instead of waiting until later. Along the way out, Yi Xingchen carefully avoided the dirty things on the ground. When he got to his car, Yi Xingchen felt happy from the bottom of his heart when he looked at the car in front of him that would belong to him in the future. Pressing the accelerator, Yi Xingchen went straight to the nearby CCB. Stop the car, turn off the engine, get out of the car and go to CCB, all in one go. However, when Yi Xingchen walked into the door of the bank, he keenly noticed a luxury sports car parked outside the bank. This is a million-level Lamborghini. Does that mean she's here? No way, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but murmur to himself, and at the same time, Long Qingshen's beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Yi Xingchen had an indescribable feeling towards Long Qingshen. On the one hand, Yi Xingchen hopes to have a good relationship with Long Qingshen, so that at certain moments, he can use Long Qingshen's mysterious background to deal with some thorny issues. On the other hand, Yi Xingchen was also worried about Long Qingshen's purpose. For a person with such a mysterious background, he wouldn't believe it if he said he had ulterior motives. It was very possible that Long Qingshen was just using him. Forget it. Don't think about it so much, just wait and see what happens. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen planned to pretend that he didn't see Long Qingshen even if he saw him, and try to avoid Long Qingshen as much as possible. What Yi Xingchen didn't expect was that just as he walked into the bank, Long Qingshen accidentally walked out of the bank. Seeing that the two were about to bump into each other, Yi Xingchen hurriedly hid on a chair in the waiting area of the bank lobby and pretended to be waiting for a passerby to call his number. Long Qingshen did not see Yi Xingchen and walked outside the bank with elegant steps. Just when Yi Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, Long Qingshen suddenly stopped and looked doubtfully at Yi Xingchen's car parked outside. You're done. No, sir, you know my wretched car? Yi Xingchen secretly thought something bad, and already regretted why he didn't come to the bank later. At least he could come in the afternoon. Just as Yi Xingchen guessed, Long Qingshan recognized Yi Xingchen's car and quickly turned around to look at the crowd behind him. Yi Xingchen quickly turned his head and pretended to look at a passerby. Well, strictly speaking, the weather is relatively cold now, but it does not affect some fashionable girls from wearing black silk skirts. Instigation, following a movement around Yi Xingchen, Long Qingshan, who accurately found Yi Xingchen in the crowd, sat on the chair next to Yi Xingchen with a smile on her face. Hey, if you hide in the bank and peek at the lady in black stockings in broad daylight, aren't you afraid of being arrested as a perverted pervert? Ha ha ha. Seeing that he still didn't hide away, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile awkwardly, and then deliberately changed the subject. Look, this is the trend, this is fashion. Which man can resist the temptation of black? Even if he is in such a cold weather, wherever you look, you can see black silk everywhere. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Look at these legs. How slender and long they are. Hee hee, Long Qingshan smiled meaningfully and did not comment on Yi Xingchen's words. Wow. Look at it. Yi Xingchen pointed to the door of the bank in surprise. Damn it, the world is getting worse. Even men wear black stockings. Not to mention, look, this man and woman wear black silk is just different. Women wear it on their legs, men actually wear it on their heads. No one is allowed to move. Robbery. A loud male voice echoed throughout the bank. Ah! Bang! As a group of robbers broke in, the people in the bank quickly became chaotic, and countless people began to flee in all directions, trying to find a safe place. But the commotion soon fell into silence as the robber shot and shattered a vase in the hall. Everyone began to calm down and squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan looked at each other, and like everyone else, they squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. When Yi Xingchen squatted down, he noticed that the robbers were holding small pocket guns. Not only the size, but also the material seemed to be different from those in the previous world. Boss, we have blocked the network here, we have 10 minutes. Okay. Third child, you and fourth child search these people for jewelry and cash. Second child, you hack into the security surveillance system on the nearby road and monitor the movements of nearby police officers. Old 5 and child 6, you sweep the cash from the counter. Seventh child Lao Ba, you take the trolley to the bank's safe and sweep away the gold and cash, and the others and I will control the people in the hall. Receive. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but frown when he heard the conversation of this group of robbers. This robber is really brave, and 10 people actually came to rob the bank. Generally speaking, the most suitable number of people to rob a bank is more than 3 and less than 6. In this way, it is not only convenient to escape the scene of the crime in one car, but also the target is small and difficult to be discovered, and it can ensure stable control of the bank, people inside. Moreover, Yi Xingchen vaguely felt that among the rioting crowd, there must be an insider arranged by the robbers in advance. Aren't you going to take action? Long Qingshan showed no fear at all, but looked at Yi Xingchen expectantly. Yi Xingchen did not answer Long Qingshan's question, but shook his head gently. First of all, Yi Xingchen didn't want to risk his own life. After all, this group of robbers had hot weapons like guns in their hands. Secondly, Yi Xingchen didn't want to completely expose his strength to the public's eyes. If the research department attracted the attention and pulled him for dissection and research, he would be finished. Finally, Yi Xingchen was not sure if there was an 11th robber hidden among the hostages. If he acted rashly, he would probably anger the robbers and hurt innocent people. Long Qingshan couldn't help but feel disappointed, and then she stopped talking and squatted down beside Yi Xingchen. Quick! Hand over the valuable jewelry and cash. The two robbers still searched for money from the people in the hall in an orderly manner, and one of them quickly came to the location of Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan. What are you looking at? Boy, what about you? Hurry up and hand over all the jewelry and money you have on you. Yi Xingchen glanced at the robber wearing black silk stockings, and had no choice but to hand over the 2 yuan and 50 cents in cash he had. The robber looked at the 3 banknotes that Yi Xingchen handed over in confusion. No. Boy, are you kidding me? $2.50? I'm a robber. Not a beggar. Damn it. $2.50, give it to the beggars on the street and see if they will look at you. Yi Xingchen couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Brother. I'm poor. If I were rich, I would just throw 250,000 into your sack. His grandma. What kind of stinky loser has $2.50 in his pocket? I don't believe it, let me see. Fourth, what are you doing? Hurry up. I know. Third brother, I suspect that this guy must have something valuable hidden on him. I don't believe it. He only brought 2.5 yuan with him. The robber glared at Yi Xingchen fiercely. You, stand up. Let me search you. Okay, you search, and if you find an extra penny, I lose. Yi Xingchen stood up helplessly and let the robbers fumble in each of his pockets. I don't believe it anymore. Hey, hey! Big brother, big brother! Yi Xingchen, who was being searched, soon felt uncomfortable. Where are you touching? Are you robbing wealth or robbing sex? Bah! Damn you, you stinky loser! You are poorer than me. After a search, the robbers really didn't find anything valuable on Yi Xingchen except car keys and bank cards. The robber glared at Yi Xingchen with contempt, then took out the banknotes from the sack and smashed them at Yi Xingchen's feet. You are so poor and you have the nerve to go out. How dare you? People like you should buy a bell and hang it on the bedside at Christmas to see whether it is the bell or the jingle because you are poor. This is a gift given to you by the uncle. Don't come to the bank in the future, it will affect our work efficiency. Take it and spend it. Yi Xingchen stared blankly at the banknotes at his feet. For a moment, Yi Xingchen felt that his personality had been insulted. Yi Xingchen looked at the robber with an aggrieved expression. Brother, you can insult my financial strength, but you cannot insult my personality. Although I am poor, I am a good young man with principles, bottom line and backbone. I have always felt that I should create wealth with my own hands. The robber was stunned by Yi Xingchen's righteous words. For a moment, he stood there at a loss and looked at Yi Xingchen. I'm just asking casually, nothing more. If I take the money, will it constitute a crime? Will I be recognized as your accomplice? Will I be held accountable for giving it back afterwards? The corner of the robber's mouth couldn't help but twitch. You are really a person with principles, bottom line, and backbone. Ha ha ha, Yi Xingchen smiled awkwardly again. Don't push me. Squat down honestly. The robber began to lose interest in Yi Xingchen and pushed Yi Xingchen hard. Yi Xingchen squatted on the ground again. You. Take what you have. The robber quickly came to Long Qingshan, but when his eyes touched Long Qingshan's beautiful little face, the robber almost drooled. No, I doubt it. You are hiding valuable things, and now I want to search you. Hurry up, stand up. Fourth, what are you doing? You see a beautiful woman again and you can't even walk, right? Business is more important. With money, what woman can't get her? Third brother, you haven't seen it. This girl is so damn good. If I can sleep with such a top quality for one night, it will be worth my life. I will search you, very quickly. Okay, hurry up, the boss will find out later and kill you in anger. I know, you, stand up quickly. Long Qingshan was obviously an ordinary person. Otherwise he would not have been stopped by a group of gangsters before. At this moment, he could only look at Yi Xingchen with pleading eyes while slowly standing up. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but frown. The development of the situation had begun to deviate from the planned track. If she continues to sit idly by like this, Long Qingshan will probably be taken advantage of by a robber, and she may even feel unsatisfied and take Long Qingshan with her when she leaves. No matter what, Long Qingshan helped her fish out Shi Wenbin after all. Due to emotion and reason, she couldn't just sit back and watch, no matter how great the danger was. These guys are trying to force themselves to take action. Yi Xingchen slowly clenched his fists and was already getting ready to go. He scolded the guy next door, the fourth child, Li Zigan, the devil. Don't go crazy at this time and drag down the brothers. Don't blame labor and management for being unkind. Just when Yi Xingchen was about to take action, the robber leader noticed the movement and quickly stopped him. Even though Lao Si was deeply reluctant, he had no choice but to give up his daring plan in the end. HMPH, little bastard, you are lucky today. Perhaps because he was worried that he would lose his mind and lose control if he stood next to Long Qingshan like this, he simply stopped searching for Long Qingshan's belongings and started following the team to search for the next target. Hey, why didn't you save me just now? After Long Qingshan squatted down again, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer Long Qingshan's question. After a while, Yi Xingchen pursed his lips. I am no longer the passionate and hot-headed boy I used to be. I have more things to consider. Time has smoothed my edges and blurred my shape. So, you changed from a colorful person to a sexy person? Shut up, everyone. Robbery. We are robbing, you know. Can you respect our profession? When the robber leader saw Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan actually whispering, he couldn't help but became furious. Sorry. Yi Xingchen quickly lowered his head and stopped talking. Boss, it's not good. It must be a bank employee who secretly pressed the alarm button. The police have already been dispatched and are coming towards us. The second brother, who was looking at the tablet computer and was responsible for monitoring the movements of the police, suddenly warned the robber leader. Hey, how long do we have? If you want to evacuate safely, you only have 3 minutes at most. MD. The robber leader's face darkened, and he immediately issued new instructions through the communication device in his hand. Old man. Don't worry about the rest of the contents in the safe, and quickly evacuate to the hall to join us. Olds 5 and 6, move out after sweeping the last counter. Old 3 and 4, stop searching and load things quickly. Receive. The two robbers who were responsible for searching the money of people in the hall quickly opened the door of the bank and began to load all the cash, jewelry and gold that they had robbed into the trunk of a commercial vehicle at the door. Are you really not going to care? Just let them go? Long Qingshan looked at Yi Xingchen expectantly. It's not that Long Qingshan's mother's heart is overflowing, but that Long Qingshan really wants to see how strong Yi Xingchen is. As long as Yi Xingchen takes action, Long Qingshan will be able to accurately estimate Yi Xingchen's specific strength in the face of so many robbers. Yi Xingchen shrugged indifferently. They have guns, but they have no eyesight. If they hurt passers-by, wouldn't it be troublesome? Let the police deal with them. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he glanced at Long Qingshan in confusion, as if he didn't quite understand why Long Qingshan always encouraged him to take action. Fine, Long Qingshan smiled slightly and stopped encouraging Yi Xingchen to take action. Instead, he rolled his eyes, seemingly with a new idea. Boss, it's not good. There are too many police officers. They started to divide into two groups. Some of them rushed towards the bank, and the other group started to set up cards at the surrounding intersections to intercept them. How long do we have? A minute and a half. MD. The robber leader couldn't help but clench his fists. Third and fourth, go and grab two hostages and take them with you. If you encounter the police on the way back, you'll have a trump card. The others take your money and start retreating now. Receive. You. And you. Come here. The fourth child started to order troops and generals, and randomly selected two women. Oh no, a woman who was clicked was so frightened that her face turned pale and she collapsed on the ground. Hurry. If you make any more ink marks, I will shoot you right now. Time was of the essence, and the fourth child became a little impatient and pointed the gun at the woman who did not dare to get up. Brother, how about I be your hostage? Look, she is a pregnant woman. What if she suddenly gives birth while you are retreating? What will you do? Right. Just when the woman was about to steel herself and stand up, Long Qingshan stood up and expressed his willingness to replace the woman and become the hostage of the robbers. Hey, what are you doing? Are you sick? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled and couldn't help but feel anxious. Ha! The robber glanced at the pregnant woman suspiciously, looking at her like this. The due date is estimated to be a long time ago. How could she suddenly give birth? Isn't it normal to have a premature birth? Long Qingshan seemed not to have heard Yi Xingchen's words and stubbornly insisted on her own ideas. But, she is estimated to be only 4 or 5 months pregnant. Even if it is a premature birth, it won't be 5 or 6 months early, right? Now Long Qingshan had nothing to do. Fourth, stop inking, just this woman. The third child almost burst out laughing when he saw Long Qingshan volunteering for the job, and quickly agreed to Long Qingshan's idea. Okay, it's just you. Hurry, come here and get in the car. Long Qingshan walked slowly towards the robber's car. At the same time, she didn't forget to turn around and look at Yi Xingchen with a meaningful look. That look seemed to say, are you going to save me or not? Yi Xingchen frowned, feeling angry in his heart. MD, I won't save you. You are so stupid that you have to take the initiative to be a hostage. You know that bastard covets your beauty, but don't you know the consequences of being their hostage? Even if you survive in the end, it can be expected that life will be worse than death. There's something wrong with my head. You asked for it all. I won't save you unless I'm related to you. Just let the robber strip you naked, and then. Grass. Yi Xingchen stood up suddenly and pointed with his right hand at the other hostage who was called out. Wait a minute, brothers, why don't you let me be your hostage instead of the elder sister? In case you need help on the way, I will. After all, a man will be more useful than a woman, right? The fourth child couldn't help being stunned. It's really a ghost. What kind of world is it now? Someone is taking the hostage. What this boy said makes sense. When we arrive at the destination, we still need to unload the things from the car. There is a man who can come in handy. It's you, boy, hurry up and come here. The robber leader also felt that Yi Xingchen's words made sense and nodded in agreement with Yi Xingchen's proposal. After Long Qingshan heard Yi Xingchen's words, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at Yi Xingchen with a proud look like a winner. We're here, get off the car. The robber's car stopped steadily at an unknown location, and then a robber began to urge Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan to get out of the car. At this time, Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan's eyes had been covered with a piece of cloth, and their hands were tied with a rope. However, it is more like a small cotton thread than a rope. After all, according to this world's standards, a cotton thread of this thickness is enough to tie up an adult. In this way, Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan were pushed and sat in a small room. "Brother, where are we now?" Yi Xingchen deliberately pretended to be curious and asked the robber. "You are Aristotle's sister Jean Mastos, right? We are robbers. Do you think we will tell you? Stay here honestly and don't act rashly, or I will kill you with one shot." After the robber finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the room. Bang! With the sound of the door closing and the sound of retreating footsteps, Yi Xingchen determined that he and Long Qingshan should be locked in a closed room, and judging from the robber's reaction when he asked, there should be only one person. The robbers left. "We should be locked in a closed room. Otherwise there would be no sound of the door closing, and the robbers would not send someone to watch us and not worry about us escaping. We can hear it even through the walls from the sound of the wind blowing leaves outside. We should be in a dense forest." Although Yi Xingchen was surprised that Long Qingshan had such keen judgment, he still ignored Long Qingshan. After all, if Long Qingshan hadn't taken the initiative to ask for help, he wouldn't have had to go deep into the tiger's den. Haha. The ice-smart Long Qingshan naturally guessed Yi Xingchen's thoughts and couldn't help but explain with a smile. "Do you still remember what I said to you in the coffee shop last time? I want us to be boyfriend and girlfriend, so, I need to know you in advance through various things." "So what?" Yi Xingchen asked angrily. "So, I have made my preliminary judgment. You are a warm-hearted and upright person, and you are also a kind person. Although you don't like to meddle in other people's business, you will never sit idly by if someone around you is in danger. The most important thing is what's more, you consider things comprehensively and are not reckless." "So what?" Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be slightly startled. "So, I'm even more satisfied with you. You will definitely be mine. You can't escape from my grasp. I feel now that maybe we shouldn't become boyfriend and girlfriend, and should get the marriage certificate in one step." Faced with Long Qingshan's domineering declaration, Yi Xingchen really didn't know what to say. "Okay, let's get down to business now. Help me untie the rope." Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. "But, I am still blindfolded. More importantly, my hands are tied behind my back. How can I help you untie the rope?" "Stop pretending. Believe me, I have a certain understanding of your strength. Can this kind of rope tie you up? I won't believe it even if I beat you to death." Yi Xingchen's heart moved, and he already had an idea to take revenge on Long Qingshan. Yi Xingchen sighed deliberately. "Unfortunately, I really can't break free of this kind of rope." "Isn't it?" Long Qingshan certainly didn't believe Yi Xingchen's words. "Stop talking nonsense and help me untie it quickly." "But, even if your hands are tied behind your back, I can still help you untie the rope. Then you can just help me untie it." "Whatever, hurry up. My hands are starting to hurt a little from being tied up with this rope." "Are you squatting or standing now?" "Squatting." Yi Xingchen smiled deeply, then turned his back to Long Qingshan and approached Long Qingshan step by step. After Yi Xingchen calculated the height, he pretended to make a mistake and put his palm on Long Qingshan's chest. There was a deathly silence in the room at this moment. Contrary to Yi Xingchen's expectation, Long Qingshan was not frightened to death, and was even very calm. "Your hand is in the wrong place." "Really? Where did I put it?" Yi Xingchen asked knowingly. "Put your hand on my chest. Can you be a gentleman?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just saying, why are you so soft?" "I see. So? Are you still not going to move your hand?" "Didn't you say that?" "What did I say? What did I say?" Long Qingshan was confused. "You said it, call me a gentleman. I thought, you are wearing 2 layers of clothes all over your body, except for the 3 layers of clothes on your chest. I'm afraid it will cause misunderstanding. Later, you will accuse me of being ungentleman, so I put my hands on you. Put it on the thickest part of your clothes." Long Qingshan was speechless for a moment. This is the first time Long Qingshan has encountered someone who can speak so openly and righteously about taking advantage, and he can't find any fault with it. Long Qingshan also guessed that Yi Xingchen was deliberately taking advantage of herself in order to retaliate against herself. However, Long Qingshan thought that after all, it was him who was in the wrong, and he had originally intended to develop a husband and wife relationship with Yi Xingchen, so he did not scold Yi Xingchen. However, Yi Xingchen was startled by Long Qingshan's calm reaction. "This woman. Even though I'm like this, I'm still not angry." It seems that he is still a scheming person. Of course, Yi Xingchen would not think that Long Qingshan was really impressed by his appearance, and his heroic rescue of the beauty made Long Qingshan heartbroken. Moreover, Long Qingshan had made it very clear before that the important reason for wanting to develop a boyfriend and girlfriend was that he hoped that he could help her in the future. As for whether this future is the future or the future, Yi Xingchen doesn't know. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen moved his hand away and asked curiously, "Can you tell me, who are you?" "Ha ha ha." Long Qingshan couldn't help laughing. "Do you want to know?" if you get a marriage certificate from me and promise me that you will fulfill your duties as a husband, I will tell you. You. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. Pretend I didn't ask. I forgot to tell you that I have a girl I like, and I also had that relationship with another girl. It's a relationship, do you understand what I mean? It doesn't matter. Long Qingshan shook his head indifferently. Anyway, I'm not after you, I'm after your strength. Ah, no. I mean, I'm not after your strength anyway, I'm after you. I don't care. You are so direct in your words. MD. What's the fuss about? I've only been away for a short while, and I'm still here whispering. At this moment, the roar of the robbers came from the door, and the robbers who had left before pushed the door in at this moment. I'm sorry, this beauty just said that her chest is itchy. Let me help her scratch it. Because he was blindfolded, Yi Xingchen was not sure whether the robbers were pointing guns at him and Long Qingshan, so he naturally did not dare to act rashly. What? There is such a good thing. The robber couldn't help but feel happy when he heard Long Qingshan's request, and then strode towards Long Qingshan. Long Qingshan was not afraid at all and straightened up and squatted on the spot. Long Qingshan knew that if Yi Xingchen dared to find such a reason, he would naturally have a way to deal with it. Dong dong, Yi Xingchen listened to the robber's footsteps and quickly located the robber's location. Where is it itchy? Let me take a look. Where is it down there? Is it a little itchy too? The robber walked happily to Long Qingshan, ready to lean over and take advantage of Long Qingshan. Laugh, Yi Xingchen seized the opportunity, exerted force with both arms, and quickly broke the rope in his hands. Then he took off the cloth covering his eyes with his left hand, and struck at the approximate location of the robber with his right hand. The moment he took off the cloth, Yi Xingchen quickly locked onto the robber, covered the robber's mouth heavily with his right hand, and then struggled to hold the back of the robber's head with his left hand. Click, as a horrifying sound of bone cracking sounded, Yi Xingchen actually crushed the robber's mandible with his bare hands. The poor robber didn't even have time to react, he was killed on the spot before he could even let out a scream. After easily dealing with the robbers, Yi Xingchen unhurriedly untied the rope from Long Qingshan's hands and the strips from his eyes. After Long Qingshan escaped from the trap, he glanced at the robber who died unexpectedly, then glanced at a small mark on Yi Xingchen's arm, and couldn't help but roll his eyes at Yi Xingchen. Didn't you say you couldn't break free from the rope? Yi Xingchen already had the words to respond, and replied without hesitation with a smile. Don't you know? Human potential is unlimited. In critical moments, people will burst out with infinite power. He, having already seen Yi Xingchen's ability to tell lies with his eyes open, Long Qingshan was very sensible and did not get entangled with Yi Xingchen anymore, and just laughed it off. Follow me. There are no innocent passers-by now, and I have no worries. The hunting time is about to begin. Long Qingshan couldn't help but feel excited. Didn't he take the initiative to go deep into the tiger's den just to wait for this moment? Worried that she would miss some shocking scenes, Long Qingshan opened her eyes wide and stared at Yi Xingchen's back. Yi Xingchen glanced out through the crack in the door. A robber with a gun was standing guard in the corridor. Because he was worried that acting rashly would cause the robbers to fire warning shots, Yi Xingchen decided to outwit them. Yi Xingchen held the door handle and began to push and pull the door gently. The abnormality of the door quickly attracted the attention of the robbers in the corridor. Lao Lu, what's wrong? The robber asked from afar, but after receiving no response from the robber in the room for a while, he carefully held the gun in his hand and walked towards the door. Lao Lu, the robber called as he cautiously approached the door. Yi Xingchen quickly judged the distance between the robber and the door based on the shadow coming from the gap at the bottom of the door. The moment the robber approached the door, Yi Xingchen acted quickly, opened the door with his left hand, and punched the robber with a fist in his right hand. Click, Yi Xingchen's punch directly shattered the robber's arm and nose bone. This robber also died on the spot before he could even let out a scream. This was the first time Long Qingshan saw Yi Xingchen take action with all his strength. While watching the fight in the underground boxing ring before, Long Qingshan felt that Yi Xingchen's strength was terrifying enough. But now it seems that Yi Xingchen's skills are more than terrifying. What a pervert. Long Qingshan has grown up, and except for his father and a few people, he has never seen anyone punch with such terrifying power. You must know that Yi Xingchen's punch hit the robber's arm first, and then hit the robber's nose after part of the force had been released. But even so, Yi Xingchen's punch not only shattered the robber's arm bones, but also the bridge of his nose. He eventually died of internal bleeding in the brain, and even the robber's brain may have been shattered. What terrifying power and speed this is! Long Qingshan was frightened, but also felt extremely happy. I am not afraid that Yi Xingchen is too strong, but I am afraid that Yi Xingchen is too weak. Such a powerful Yi Xingchen can definitely help him complete his plan. Long Qingshan couldn't help but take a deep breath. How can your strength and speed be so terrifying? Yi Xingchen looked at Long Qingshan behind him with a smile. It's very simple, keep exercising. Fitness? What kind of fitness method can still be like this? Long Qingshan couldn't help but be confused. It's very simple. My fitness method: hand exercises, lifting the bar online, and retreating. Leg exercises, squatting a number, squatting a link. Head exercises, laughing till you drop. Abdominal exercises, laughing out 8-pack abs. Lungs exercise, ha 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 ha. Forehead. Long Qingshan couldn't help but feel a black streak in his head. Walk. Yi Xingchen smiled again, gently took Long Qingshan's hand and continued walking along the corridor. As for the gun that the robber dropped on the ground, Yi Xingchen had no interest in it. After all, Yi Xingchen has never been exposed to real firearms. Putting aside whether he knows how to use them, the issue of light marksmanship is not as straightforward as fists. Creak. At this moment, the door of a room in the corridor was opened from the inside. A robber armed with a submachine gun saw Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan holding hands at a glance. Yi Xingchen and the robber looked at each other with a hint of embarrassment. The robber was stunned for about a second, and then quickly turned his gun towards Yi Xingchen while firing. The purpose of the robbers was simple, that is, to shoot as a warning and tell his accomplices that Yi Xingchen was ready to escape. Although the robber's reaction was fast enough, in Yi Xingchen's opinion, the robber's speed was simply too slow. The robber's gun had just moved a few centimeters, and Yi Xingchen had already grasped the barrel of the gun with his right hand. Click. Yi Xingchen punched the gun without hesitation. This powerful and heavy punch not only broke the gun made of unfamiliar materials, but also smashed the robber's chest. The robber spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Long Qingshan watched the scene with wide eyes and couldn't help but gasp. He actually broke the gun with one punch. Horrible. No, that kid is running away. Brothers, come here quickly. There's an emergency. Quick, third brother, eighth brother, you two surround us. The rest of you follow me. Kill that kid. Since the dead robber shattered the glass above the door with one shot, the warning was successfully given. The leader of the robbers downstairs took quick action. A group of robbers divided into two groups and began to outflank Yi Xingchen upstairs with firearms in hand. What should we do? The robbers downstairs have already attacked us. Long Qingshan heard the commotion downstairs. Although his tone seemed a little urgent, he looked extremely calm. Moreover, while Long Qingshan was speaking, he picked up the submachine gun that fell on the ground, and then skillfully checked the number of bullets in the gun. Yi Xingchen glanced at Long Qingshan angrily. Isn't it thanks to the Long Qingshan in front of him that he is now at this point? But when Yi Xingchen saw Long Qingshan, a trace of surprise appeared on his face, and even his brows trembled a few times. Looking at Long Qingshan's proficiency, it seems that he has often been exposed to guns before. My dear, what is this girl's background? Doesn't he have a military background? And what shocked Yi Xingchen the most was that the bullets in the magazine were actually. It's actually F*King rubber. However, Yi Xingchen soon felt relieved. After all, the human physique of people in this world has declined so drastically. No matter whether the bullet is made of lead, copper or the steel usually used in Sha state, the bullet in a magazine will be too heavy for ordinary people to lift, so how can it be used to kill the enemy? And rubber bullets are already devastating to these fragile human bodies. It does not necessarily need to penetrate the human body, it is enough to break the human bones and meridians. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but have an idea. Long Qingshan couldn't help but feel happy when she saw Yi Xingchen's expression. It seems you have a good idea? Certainly. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he walked into the room, overturned a metal table, and then hid behind the table. A metal table is enough to withstand rubber bullets, right? Long Qingshan couldn't help but secretly dumbfounded. Who would believe that someone could lift a metal table weighing several kilograms and use it as a shield if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Quick, that kid is in the room. Get him out. At this time, the voice of the robbers came from the end of the corridor outside the door. The robbers downstairs had divided into two groups and surrounded them from the two ends of the corridor. You hide there for a while and don't come out. Wait until I deal with these robbers before you come out. Do you understand? Yi Xingchen pointed to the toilet cubicle in the room. Okay. Long Qingshan didn't dare to take risks, so she hid in the toilet and watched Yi Xingchen's next performance. Brothers, kill him. When the robber leader saw his brother's body at the door, he couldn't help but became furious. Swish swish, dang dang dang, as a dull gunshot rang out, Countless bullets hit the table, but the solid table was not affected at all. Damn it! This kid is actually hiding behind the table. How did this table fall to the ground? Boss. What should we do now? Several robbers saw Yi Xingchen hiding behind the table, and they were not sure whether Yi Xingchen had a gun in his hand. No one dared to rush into the room rashly, so they could only shoot at the table continuously to suppress Yi Xingchen's position. What are you afraid of? A ferocious look appeared on the face of the robber leader, who had already taken off his silk stocking hood. So what if he hides behind the table? Is it possible that he can still push the table away? You guys continue to suppress the others with fire. People rushed into the room, one on the left and the other on the right, and killed this bastard directly. Receive. Just as the robbers were about to launch a new round of operations, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly, grabbed the legs of the table with his left hand, and quickly pushed towards the door. What the hell? Boss, this bastard is really pushing the table. How did you do that? So fast. The robbers who were shooting at the door couldn't help being dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Even the leader of the robbers who was in charge was stunned on the spot, staring blankly at the incredible scene in front of him. According to the robber's understanding of the world, it is difficult to imagine what method Yi Xingchen used to make a metal table weighing several kilograms slide on the ground. After all, there was a table between the robber and Yi Xingchen, and it was completely invisible that Yi Xingchen was pushing the table. I said, I hate it when people say I'm fast. When Yi Xingchen heard what the robber said, he became angry and sprinted towards the robber faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, before the robber leader had time to issue new instructions, Yi Xingchen had already rushed into the crowd of robbers under the cover of the table. Because they were in close combat, shooting rashly would most likely injure one of their own, so the robbers put down their guns and took out wooden daggers to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Yi Xingchen. Facing such a group of robbers, Yi Xingchen would not be polite, waving his fists like a god descending from the earth. Click, ah! Outside the corridor, there were constant bursts of blood-curdling, bone-cracking sounds and the hysterical screams of the robbers. Almost every time Yi Xingchen threw a punch, one of the robbers fell to the ground with broken bones and vomiting blood. When the robber leader saw how fierce Yi Xingchen was, a sentence came to his mind. I am not the king of hell, I am just a porter of the underworld. This guy in front of me is simply the god of death. The robber leader couldn't help but raise a wry smile. I didn't bring a hostage back here, I just brought back a big daddy. Brothers, don't be afraid, come together and kill him. The robber leader's eyes rolled around a few times, and then he firmly gave the order to continue the siege. At the same time, the robber leader began to pretend to be on the periphery of the crowd, and finally stopped pretending, showed his cards right, and ran away. But the speed of the robber leader was too slow. Even after Yi Xingchen had solved all the robbers, the robber leader still did not escape from the corridor. Yi Xingchen did not choose to chase the robbers blindly, but stuck the table at the door, and then dragged the bodies of several robbers over and piled them in front of the table, forming a strong line of defense for Long Qingshan inside the room. If another robber sneaks into the room while he is chasing the robber leader, Long Qingshan will be in danger. As for the robber leader, Yi Xingchen was not worried at all about how far he could run. Let the robber leader run away for a while. Yi Xingchen picked up the 4 or 5 submachine guns on the ground unhurriedly, and gently pressed the gun body with the fingers of his right hand. This is a brand new material that I have never seen before. It seems that in today's world, although human beings' physical fitness has declined, technology has also made great progress. Perhaps it is precisely because of the decline in physical fitness that the demand for technology is greater, so technology will make great progress. Yi Xingchen stopped thinking about it and chased the robber leader along the escape route without haste. Ah! Don't come over. The robber leader soon discovered that Yi Xingchen was chasing behind him at a terrifying walking speed, and he was almost frightened out of his wits. Hee hee, a playful smile appeared on Yi Xingchen's face. He clenched a gun in his hand, and then began to accumulate power. Yi Xingchen planned to throw the gun in his hand and kill the robber leader. You. What kind of pervert are you? Could you be the legendary Transformers? Facing Yi Xingchen, who had already started wielding the death scythe, the robber leader was completely desperate and had no courage to resist. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly, and then he threw the gun in his hand towards the robber leader. Clang! The robber leader fell to the ground. Woo! Outside the dilapidated old house, a dozen police cars kept blaring their deafening sirens. After numerous armed police officers rushed into the house and saw the bloody scene in the corridor on the second floor, many police officers with weak psychological endurance vomited. Where is the corridor? This is clearly purgatory on earth. Countless police officers even doubted whether this old house would become a famous haunted house in Xia Kingdom in the future. These people were all solved by you alone. The police captain looked at Yi Xingchen, who was sitting in a chair smoking quietly, with a shocked expression. Call. Yi Xingchen had already taken out a pack of cigarettes from one of the robbers and was puffing away at the smoke. Yes. I wanted to do justice for God before in the bank, but I was worried that the enraged robbers would hurt innocent people, so I jumped over the wall and randomly fired at the crowd, so I held back and disguised myself as a hostage and followed them here. Just started. Captain. At this time, a young policeman whispered in the captain's ear, "The count has been completed. The 10 robbers are all dead here. As for the cash, jewelry and gold, they have also been counted and they are all here." Yi Xingchen also heard the little policeman's words and couldn't help but feel happy secretly. Sure enough, in the bank, there was a robber hiding in the crowd. Fortunately, I was not impulsive, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The police captain looked at Yi Xingchen with increasing surprise. Sir. Please. Can you explain in detail how you did such? The police captain said as he pointed to the corpse of the robber on the ground in the distance. Sorry, no comment. These are confidential contents. Just when Yi Xingchen was about to make an excuse, Long Qingshan behind him took the initiative to stand up. Yi Xingchen immediately remained silent. I almost forgot that Long Qingshan was the boss who could get Shi Wenbin out of jail with just a phone call. Faced with routine inquiries at this time, Long Qingshan could naturally handle it easily. When the police captain saw that Long Qingshan seemed confident, he was not sure about Long Qingshan's identity for a while. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. It won't be long before you receive a call from your bureau chief. Chief, last note, anti-blocking method, you will understand by then. Hiss, the police captain was stunned and nodded dully. If an ordinary person said this to him, the police captain felt that he would definitely scold the other person loudly. But what he saw before him made the police captain realize that things were not simple. Maybe. These two people are really mysterious figures? Hello? Uncle Wu, yes. I have something you can help me with. Long Qingshan took out her cell phone and turned around to make a call. After about a few minutes, the police captain quickly received instructions from his superiors. Hello? Bureau chief. Yes, got it, I got it. After hanging up the phone, the police captain saluted Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan. You two, I'm sorry for wasting your time. We will arrange a police car to take you two back to the city. Seeing the police captain's reaction, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but become more curious. Who is Long Qingshan? Can a random phone call really make the boss unconditionally let the call go? Hey, brother, what is her background? Yi Xingchen glanced at Long Qingshan behind him and lowered his voice as much as possible. Ha ha ha. The police captain couldn't help laughing. Sir. Don't worry, we will definitely not tell outsiders about this kind of absolute confidentiality. At the press conference later, our police will declare to the outside world that we the police will dispatch and kill the robbers, and they will not expose you to the public, so don't worry. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be speechless for a while. The police captain thought he was deliberately testing them. Seeing that the police captain was tight-lipped and unwilling to reveal even a single word, Yi Xingchen stopped asking boring questions. As Long Qingshan waved goodbye, Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan took two police cars and drove away from the dense forest in opposite directions. Although Yi Xingchen was very curious as to why Long Qingshan lived in Yunhe Villa area instead of going back, but after all, with the current relationship between the two, Yi Xingchen couldn't ask more questions. Sitting in the police car and taking back his mobile phone, Yi Xingchen soon discovered that Qin Yanren had called him several times and sent many WeChat messages. The content of the WeChat message was probably that Qin Yanren was asking Yi Xingchen if he had withdrawn the money, but he didn't answer the phone calls or WeChat messages. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but trembled, and quickly called the beautiful boss to explain. If Qin Yanren thought she ran away with the money in her bank card, she would be done with it. Hello? Are they some good guys? How much do you want to let him go? As long as you are willing to let him go. The amount is negotiable. You must not hurt him. I can arrange for someone to pay you one hand and hand him over to the other. Obviously Qin Yanren didn't know that Yi Xingchen had escaped from trouble or that the robbers had been taken care of. At this moment, she thought it was a call from the robbers. Feeling Qin Yanren's deep care for him, whether it was the care between friends or the boss's care for his employees, Yi Xingchen was deeply moved. I can no longer use the word lucky to describe how lucky I am to work with such a generous and protective beautiful boss. Mr. Qin, I'm Xingchen. I'm out of trouble. The police car is already taking me back. Ha. Qin Yanran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. I saw the news in the afternoon, and it almost scared me to death. As long as you're okay. If something happens to you, I guess I will never forgive myself in this life. That. Withdrawing money. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. It's okay. Qin Yanran couldn't help but smile softly. It's not a big problem. As long as everyone is fine, everything is easy. Just wait until you return the bank card to me tomorrow. Just relax and have a good rest after you go back tonight. If you encounter this kind of everything, whether it's physical or mental, you need to relax. Okay. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Well, the people from the housekeeping company have already cleaned the villa, right? Do you still remember this? It has been cleaned a long time ago? Okay, that'll do. Well, have a good rest tonight and don't think about anything. You are my bodyguard. From now on, you might encounter something more dangerous than this. When the soldiers come, they will cover up the water and earth. Don't be afraid. Okay, go back and rest early. See you tomorrow. Great, see you tomorrow, boss. Bring me 200 bottles of beer, 1,000 mutton skewers, and 1,000 beef skewers. Yi Xingchen came to a roadside barbecue stall directly opposite the gate of Yunhe Villa area, sat down and ordered some food. The owner of the barbecue stall glared at the lonely Yi Xingchen angrily. I said, "Young man, are you here to cause trouble?" Yi Xingchen was slightly startled at first, then smiled awkwardly, and quickly explained, "Boss, you don't know something. I am a person with a big appetite. These things are barely enough for me to eat a meal." The barbecue stall owner held his stomach and laughed in an exaggerated manner. "Young man, what are you bragging about? You're bragging like this, 2,000 meat skewers, 200 bottles of beer, that's all, and you still say it's barely enough for you to eat a meal. I finally understand, you're either here to cause trouble, or he ran away from the city mental hospital. Let me go. Boss, why did I lie to you? If you don't believe it, can I give you part of the deposit now?" After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and scanned the WeChat payment QR code on the table of the barbecue stall owner. WeChat account received, 2,000 yuan. Okay. I'll give you the rest of the money after eating it. The owner of the barbecue stall looked at Yi Xingchen dubiously. Okay, I'll ask my wife to drive over to deliver it. I'll see how you eat it later. If you really finish it by yourself, I'll give you a free order. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen smiled and did not take the barbecue stall owner's words seriously. These 2,000 meat skewers and 200 bottles of beer cost tens of millions of dollars at least. How could a barbecue stall operating with a small cost really give itself a free bill? This would be a loss to my grandma's family. Some advantages can be taken advantage of, but some advantages cannot be taken advantage of. Hey, young man, let me bake part of it for you first. The rest will come later. After a while, the owner of the barbecue stall brought over a dozen beers and dozens of meat skewers the size of a little fingernail. Yi Xingchen did not hesitate. He took out a disposable plastic cup that he had treasured for many years from his pocket, then poured a dozen beers into the cup and drank it all in one gulp. I wipe it? Even though the barbecue stall owner was quite old, he was still shocked by Yi Xingchen's way of drinking beer. As for the proprietress who had just delivered the goods, she saw it and came up to Yi Xingchen with a worried look on her face. Young man, don't drink like this. It's too harmful to the liver. How can anyone drink 12 bottles of beer in one go? What's bothering you? Why don't you tell Auntie about it? Don't keep it in your heart and drink. It will make you feel a lot better if you tell me. Whether the proprietress was worried that Yi Xingchen would drink himself to death in their stall, or she really cared about Yi Xingchen, these words moved Yi Xingchen very much. Since Yi Xingchen was a child, due to poor family conditions and the early death of his mother, he has rarely felt the care of outsiders. Even Zhao Wen and Fan Jian, who once regarded him as family, eventually betrayed him. But since the world has undergone drastic changes, Yi Xingchen has felt a touch of warmth from Qin Yanran, Lin Yun, and the strange barbecue stall proprietress. Hey! Yi Xingchen sighed softly, and then talked while eating. Auntie, thank you for your concern, but… Really? I really have a big appetite, so… Oh, you guys, you'll find out later. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he grabbed a handful of meat skewers on the plate and ate more than 20 meat skewers in one bite with his teeth. In an instant, Yi Xingchen finished eating nearly 100 grilled meat skewers with ease. Oh my god. The proprietress of the barbecue stall was shocked by Yi Xingchen's fierceness. Young man. Your appetite is not only relatively large. It is simply… I have lived for most of my life. I have never seen anyone eat nearly 100 meat skewers in one go. You are really fierce. Yi Xingchen smiled and suddenly raised his head to look at the barbecue stall owner. Boss. Why do your meat skewers taste different from yesterday? How is that possible? The owner of the barbecue stall was obviously an honest man. He was just slightly startled and quickly shook his head. These are yesterday's meat skewers. Ah, no. I mean, this is how the meat skewers were cooked yesterday. Okay. Although Yi Xingchen felt that the taste was a little weird, he could accept it. Maybe it's because I ate nearly 100 sticks in one go. Instigation. Also, while Yi Xingchen was feasting, two strange middle-aged men came to the barbecue stall. A man with long hair and a lame man dragging his right leg. Both Mediterranean and lame were wearing windbreakers. The windbreakers kept swishing in the evening breeze, making them look very windy. Yi Xingchen noticed that after appearing at the barbecue stall, Mediterranean and cripple sat at the table next to Yi Xingchen and kept their eyes on him. Faced with such a strange combination, Yi Xingchen didn't think much about it, just assuming that the other party was frightened by his appetite. Boss, what do you want to eat? The owner of the barbecue stall enthusiastically ran to the two middle-aged men. Boss, we two brothers are principled people. Please tell the truth. How much does your stall, including the ingredients, tables and chairs, cost in total? Mediterranean's eyes never left Yi Xingchen. Ah. The owner of the barbecue stall couldn't help but froze. Two bosses, you want to buy my stall and then do it yourself? Here, Mediterranean took out three 10,000 yuan bills and handed them to the owner of the barbecue stall. We brothers are going to have a fight with someone later and may accidentally destroy your stall. These 30,000 yuan will be treated as it is compensation given to you in advance. If the money is not enough after the settlement, we brothers will make up the money for you. If there is more money, there is no need to ask for it, just treat it as compensation for your mental damages. Only then did Yi Xingchen notice that the currency in this world had also changed. Not only did it retain the denominations of the previous currencies, but there were even more denominations of 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 and 20,000. Wait a minute, fighting with a guy at this barbecue stand? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. Isn't this direction too clear? There was no one else in the entire barbecue stall except myself. Isn't this what you are talking about? However, what Yi Xingchen didn't understand was that he and these two strange middle-aged men had never met each other, so why did they want to fight with him? He. Mediterranean glanced at Yi Xingchen coldly, which confirmed Yi Xingchen's thoughts. The look in his eyes confirmed that he was the one who wanted to K me. This. The owner of the barbecue stall and his wife were frightened. After taking the banknotes handed over by Mediterranean, they quickly hid under a tree across the road for fear of hurting innocent people. Yi Xingchen and the two of them looked at each other, and both sides felt a strong fighting spirit from the other's eyes. He. Mediterranean suddenly smiled coldly and put his right hand gently into his pocket. When Mediterranean's right hand came out of his pocket, Yi Xingchen discovered in horror. There is a crayfish hanging on the right hand of the Mediterranean Sea. The crayfish is obviously alive, with two pincers tightly holding the middle finger of the Mediterranean Sea. Forehead? Yi Xingchen was immediately dumbfounded. What is this operation? Could it be that this guy has a mythical pet crayfish? Now he wants to summon the mythical beast crayfish to fight alongside him? The lame man was stunned when he saw this scene. After a while, he stretched out his right middle finger and pointed tremblingly at the Mediterranean Sea. What? It's not the first time I've seen it. Mediterranean's eyes were fixed on Yi Xingchen, not noticing anything amiss. No, on your hands. On my hand. My hand. Ah. Oh my God. It hurts. Why are you still standing there? Come and help me get it away. Mediterranean glanced at his right hand in confusion, and when he saw the crayfish in his hand, he couldn't help but scream hysterically. Oh. The lame man walked over slowly and helped Mediterranean throw the crayfish on the ground. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. Well, look at the situation. This crayfish is either a mythical beast or an ordinary crayfish. Mediterranean waved his right hand in pain, and then looked at Yi Xingchen with an embarrassed look. Well, I just passed by a seafood shop, and I caught a crayfish and planned to go back to have garlic crayfish. Not counting just now start over. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched again, and he made a gesture, indicating that the Mediterranean Sea was free. Ji Zhonghe was about to put his hand into his pocket again, but suddenly he remembered something. He quickly opened the pocket and took a look inside. After making sure that there was nothing else, he put his right hand into the pocket again. This time, after Mediterranean's right hand stretched out, Yi Xingchen discovered the clue. Mediterranean has put on a metal military finger tiger on his right hand. This military knuckle weighs at least a few hundred grams. According to the standards before the world's drastic changes, it weighs tens to hundreds of kilograms. It is indeed possible to carry something weighing dozens or hundreds of kilograms, but it is really rare to be able to carry it with you and put it on one hand like the Mediterranean. At the same time, the cripple also rolled up his right sleeve. On the cripple's right hand, he was shocked to wear a metal bracelet. The metal bracelet of the lame man is about the same weight as the Mediterranean military finger tiger. This shows that this strange pair in front of you is a master. Yi Xingchen didn't dare to be careless and stood up immediately, looking at Mediterranean and cripple with a wary expression. Ha ha ha. Mediterranean saw a hint of fear on Yi Xingchen's face and couldn't help but laugh. It seems you are a person who knows the goods. No wonder the employer spent a lot of money to hire us. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but frown. You too, can you let me know who paid you to kill me? You have to make me a clear ghost, right? Hire us to kill you? Mediterranean was slightly startled. No one hired us to kill you. What? Yi Xingchen almost cursed. Are you playing with me? Didn't you just say? What I just said is that you have to pay us a lot of money to take action. Taking action does not mean killing you. These are two concepts. We are people with principles. Although we do murder and arson, we will never kill innocent people indiscriminately. Yi Xingchen glanced at the Mediterranean Sea. So, who is your employer? Why do you want to spend a lot of money to hire you? Ha ha. You will know who the employer is later. Our mission is to beat you to the ground and take you to see the employer. Of course, if we accidentally beat you to death, the employer will not, they'll blame us. So, if you are sensible, just come over obediently and let us beat us to the ground. If you don't resist, your life will not be in danger. During the conversation, Mediterranean and cripple had already formed their formations on the left and right. Yi Xingchen began to slowly turn sideways, raising his two fists in front of his chest in a defensive posture. Although the human physique of people in this world has declined 100 times, there are also monsters who practice cultivation. Tomomi Miyamoto also said before that without taking into account her combat experience and skills, she could barely rank among the top 10 in the Miyamoto family. More importantly, many times, fighting does not rely solely on strength, speed and physical fitness. Combat experience and skills are also an important factor. There is heaven outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. No one knew whether the strange pair in front of them were masters of the legendary level. Yi Xingchen naturally did not dare to be careless. Mediterranean seemed to be satisfied with Yi Xingchen's fear. He shook his remaining hair and began to introduce himself. I, Lu Ma, have been given the nickname, Living King of Hell. Do you know why I am bald? I am not old or suffering from alopecia, but every time I kill someone, I pluck out a hair from my head. The person I kill too much, and too much hair. So much so that it looks like this. You can imagine how many people I have killed. Seeing Lu Ma introduce himself, the lame man took a step forward not to be outdone, shook his lame leg, and also began to introduce himself. I, Lu Zi, have been nicknamed Iron Legs. Do you know why my left leg is lame? I didn't fall or have a disability, but because every time I kill someone, I step on them. Heads. I killed too many people and stepped on too many heads. It turned into what it is now. You can imagine how many people I killed. Yi Xingchen was so shocked by the opening remarks of these two people that he was speechless. I understand the truth, but the nicknames are so popular, haven't you considered changing your name? Oxen and horses? Niu Zi? What kind of weird names are these? If he hadn't actually seen the metal weapons in their hands, Yi Xingchen would have doubted whether the two people in front of him were fraudsters. As the saying goes, thieves also have their ways. We two brothers don't want to kill people casually anymore. Seeing that you are still young, we two brothers can't bear to send you to see the King of Hell. As the saying goes, if you are wise, come over and let's beat you down. If you cooperate with us, we will only beat you until you lose your fighting ability. If you don't cooperate with us, the sword has no eyes, don't blame us for being ruthless. Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not enough to say anything. I'm leaving it here. I'm not someone to be trifled with. If you tell me the identity of your employer and then leave, I can pretend that nothing happened today. In this case, I can only see Zhenjiang under my control. Come on. Lu Ma's face darkened. He greeted Lu Zi, and then rushed towards Yi Xingchen first. Yi Xingchen noticed that although Lu Ma and Lu Zi rushed towards him, although they were faster than ordinary people, in his eyes, they were still too slow. In other words, Lu Ma and Lu Zi in front of me are not even as fast as Miyamoto Tomomi. This also illustrates one thing. Regardless of combat experience and skills, Lu Ma and Lu Zi are not as good as Miyamoto Tomomi. Now, Yi Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief, but come to think of it, Even a powerful force like the Miyamoto family can only guarantee that less than 10 people can stabilize themselves. How could a master who can defeat him appear in Yunhei City at will? How could you do such a thing just because of money? A master of that level should only care about how to improve his strength, right? Yi Xingchen took a deep breath, punched Lu Ma in the face of the military-style finger tiger, and easily dodged it by turning sideways. Huh? Lu Ma failed to succeed with his attack and couldn't help but let out a confused sound. At the same time, Lu Zi's right arm, which was wearing a metal bracelet, also waved towards the back of Yi Xingchen's head. Yi Xingchen raised his right hand and easily caught Lu Zi's right arm. At the same time, his right hand firmly held Lu Zi's right arm in his hand. I wipe it. Lu Zi couldn't help being shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Lu Zi pulled back desperately, trying to free her right arm from Yi Xingchen's right palm. But even though Lu Zi's face turned red due to the exertion, she did not break free of her right arm from Yi Xingchen's hand. Drink. Lu Ma seized the opportunity and punched Yi Xingchen in the abdomen again. Naturally, there was no suspense in the result. Yi Xingchen easily grabbed Lu Ma's wrist with his left hand, and Lu Ma couldn't move any further even though he tried his best. After all, Lu Ma and Lu Zi have been working together for many years, and they have a perfect understanding of each other. The two of them looked at each other and reached a consensus, each kicking towards Yi Xingchen's lower body. When a lion fights a rabbit, he must use all his strength. In order to avoid capsizing in the gutter, Yi Xingchen would not be careless at all. Seeing the two people sweeping their legs, Yi Xingchen jumped slightly, trying to avoid the combined attack. However, Yi Xingchen found helplessly that the speed of the two of them was really too slow. He jumped and landed on the ground, and the two of them were late in their sweep. Fortunately, the strength of the two of them was just that. Even if they swept Yi Xingchen's legs, Yi Xingchen was as steady as a rock and didn't even move. Holy shit. I'm going to beat you up. Brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi were dumbfounded for a moment, and no longer had the courage and confidence to continue fighting. Almost at the same moment, Lu Ma and Lu Zi knelt down in unison and in perfect agreement. Brother, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Hero, please forgive our two brothers for the offense. I'm sorry. Seeing that the two brothers gave in immediately, Yi Xingchen also let go happily. After all, Yi Xingchen still wanted to get information about his employer from the two of them. If he accidentally killed the two brothers, all clues would be lost. After thoroughly understanding the strength of the two of them, Yi Xingchen was no longer defensive, sat down in his seat and continued to feast. Fuck me when you say you want to? You said it's a misunderstanding? If this gets out, wouldn't I be embarrassed? Haha. That. Lu Ma quickly laughed apologetically. Brother, if a master of your level is arguing with small characters like us, it would be a loss of face if word spread. Don't you want to know your employer? That's it. Well, every wrongdoer has his own debtor. Brother, how about you go and deal with your employer and let us go? Haha. Yi Xingchen looked at Lu Ma thoughtfully. A small role. Aren't you nicknamed the living king of hell? I gave it to myself. I am also a human being. I give myself a nickname and then ask others to give me a nickname. Is there anything wrong with that? Then you still pluck out a hair for every person you kill? Although it's a bit hard to say. Actually. You might not believe it if you tell me, my hair was cut out by my wife after we had a fight. Yi Xingchen couldn't help feeling speechless for a while, and then looked at Lu Zi. What about you? Iron legs floating on the water. This is also the nickname I gave myself. Then why do you step on the head of every person you kill? Actually, only my eldest brother knows about this. I suffered from polio when I was a child, and this leg was lame at that time. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel funny when he heard what the two said. These two brothers really don't look like extremely evil people. After all, what vicious person would pay compensation to others before fighting? Yi Xingchen glanced at the two brothers, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that you two are pretty good at it. Let's do this. I admire people who are both civil and military. I have already seen martial arts. Now let me see you. The article. If you are really a person with both civil and military skills, I will let you go. How about that? Lu Ma couldn't help but choked on his saliva. Brother, what do you want to do? It's very simple. I will write a first couplet, and you will each write a second couplet. If we can match it, I will recognize your article. How about it? Lu Ma and Lu Zi looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and said, Brother, come out. Well, Yi Xingchen thought of his recent encounters and quickly gave his first couplet. Listen to my first couplet. A thief is stealing something. Ah, this. Lu Ma and Lu Zi looked at each other again, with embarrassment on their faces. After thinking hard for several minutes, Lu Ma even lost countless hairs on his head. Finally, Lu Ma's eyes lit up and he gave his answer. Hey! Yes. The second line is, Daji send some shoelaces. Yi Xingchen looked at Lu Ma in confusion. Is this okay? Brother, you didn't say it couldn't be homophonic, right? Okay. Yi Xingchen nodded, no longer caring, and then looked at Lu Zi. You are not allowed to use homophones. Lu Zi looked at Yi Xingchen with a grieved expression, and after a while her eyes lit up. Hey! Yes, Xiaogang just passed me. Yi Xingchen. Lu Ma. Okay. Yi Xingchen waved his hand. Tell me who your employer is, and you can leave. Don't let me know about your murders and arson in the future, otherwise, the old and new accounts will be settled together. Okay, thank you, brother. That. Hero. Actually, we don't know who the employer is. What? Yi Xingchen was instantly angry and stood up from the chair. Are you kidding me? Do you think I dare not touch you? Give you sunshine and it will shine? Give you a little flood and you will flood? There's a misunderstanding. Brother, don't get excited and listen to what we have to say. Yes, hero. We really don't know who the employer is because the employer's men found us, but we know where the employer is. We can take you to see the employer quietly. Well, Yi Xingchen nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then take me to see him. Yi Xingchen drove his own car himself, and under the guidance of brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi, he quickly arrived at Yunhe Hotel. Yunhe Hotel is famous not only in Yunhe City, but also in the entire southern Xia Kingdom. Those who can stay at Yunhe Hotel are either rich or noble. It is conceivable that the people who hired the brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi were by no means kind. Brother, your employer is in room 608 of the hotel. For a while, you will pretend that we have beaten you to the point of losing your fighting ability. This way you can meet your employer smoothly and avoid complications. Your employer will receive the news in advance and run away. Okay. Yi Xingchen nodded, and then extended his right hand to Lu Ma. Brother. What are you? Lu Ma looked at Yi Xingchen doubtfully. I'll lend you your military thumb in case of emergency, and I'll return it to you afterwards. Okay. Now Yi Xingchen is an irresistible god in the eyes of Lu Ma and Lu Zi. Lu Ma quickly took out the military finger tiger from his pocket and handed it to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen took the military finger tiger and stuffed it into his pocket. Brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi helped Yi Xingchen straight into the hotel. Several gentlemen. The lady at the front desk looked at the strange three people with a suspicious look on her face and hesitated to speak. Beauty, please call the guest in room 608 and tell them that we have brought him here. He just drank too much and can't walk. Oh, the lady at the front desk knew that the people who could stay in the hotel were big shots, and a small role like herself was not qualified to meddle in other people's business. The lady at the front desk nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and went to call the guest in room 608 as Lu Ma said. Soon, the lady at the front desk came over again. Several gentlemen, you have just called the guests at 608. The guests told you to go directly there. The door is unlocked and the guests are waiting for the three of you in the room. Okay, thank you beauty. Lu Ma grinned at the girl at the front desk, then winked at Lu Zi, and the two of them helped Yi Xingchen into the elevator. Ding dong, as the elevator beeped, the three of them quickly arrived at the 6th floor. The room number 608 is very conspicuous, just in the row on the right. Yi Xingchen glanced at the closed door and his brows began to knit together. It seems that I offended Xiaobao and Nichiro in Yunhe City. Except for Xiaobao and Nichiro, Yi Xingchen really couldn't think of anyone who would hire a killer to deal with him. However, Yi Xingchen didn't think that his employer would be Xiaobao and Nichiro. As a native of Japan and a member of the Miyamoto family, it is unlikely that Enichiro Kabata would hire two Xia people to deal with him. Besides, with the hatred that Kobu Ichiro had for him, even if he hired a killer, he would definitely issue an order to kill him without mercy, instead of beating himself up and taking him to his room after he loses his fighting ability. But if it wasn't Kobu Ichiro, who would it be? Looking at the door in front of him, Yi Xingchen knew that he would soon know the answer. Brother, how about we wait for you at the door? Just call if you need anything. Don't worry, hero. Our brothers know exactly how much they weigh, and we will never dare to run away without you nodding. Okay. Yi Xingchen nodded, then ignored the brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi, opened the door and walked straight in. Inside the room. The red ambient light is particularly eye-catching, vaguely revealing an ambiguous atmosphere of feasting and feasting. Against the backdrop of the red ambient light, a white back half covered by a bath towel was perfectly exposed in front of Yi Xingchen's eyes. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned and looked up along his white back. It's short, straight black hair. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but stir up a storm in his heart. His grandma's, "It's a man. What's the situation?" The other party heard the movement at the door and quickly turned his head. Their eyes met each other, with a hint of confusion amid embarrassment. "It's you." Yi Xingchen was shocked when he saw the other person's face. The man in front of me, half covered in a bath towel, turned out to be Lai Yuezhing. Yi Xingchen never dreamed that it was Lai Yuezhing who hired two brothers, Lu Ma and Lu Zi, to deal with him. What's even worse is that Lai Yuezhing is still waiting for him after taking a bath and putting on a bath towel. What does this person want to do? What do you want to do? For a moment, Yi Xingchen vaguely recalled the second line Lu Zi had given before. The little one just passed me, his grandma. Lai Yuezhing doesn't want to f**k her, right? A hint of gloom soon appeared on Lai Yuezhing's face. "Hey, little bastard, you can't escape from my grasp." Obviously, Lai Yuezhing still didn't know the consensus reached by brothers Yi Xingchen and Lu Ma and Lu Zi. At this moment, he thought Yi Xingchen was in a state of incompetence. "You. What do you want to do?" Yi Xingchen took a few steps back, his back only leaning against the door. There was deep fear on his face and eyes. "You bastard. You made me lose hope of bringing back this beauty. Do you think I will spare you? Since you made me lose Qin Yanren, then you can take on the role of Qin Yanren yourself. I am going to beat you up today." F**k. Yi Xingchen was so frightened that he almost jumped up. "No. Mr. Lai, listen to me, calm down. We are all men. What is your family background, right? Still, will there be a shortage of women? Don't want to have sex with me just for the sake of anger. Impulse is the devil, calm down." "Calm down." Lai Yuezhing stood up slowly, with a hint of ferocity on his face, and walked towards Yi Xingchen step by step. "You caused me to lose the opportunity to chase Qin Yanren. I will never have the shame to appear in front of Qin Yanren in the future. How can I calm down? If I don't beat you up today, I won't be named Lai. FCK. You're such a pervert. Don't come over here. I'll beat you up if you come over again." Yi Xingchen leaned against the door tightly and waved his fist in a demonstrative manner, trying to warn Lai Yuezhing not to get close to him. F**k me. Ha ha ha. Lai Yuezhing laughed hysterically, approaching Yi Xingchen step by step. "Do you still have the strength? Why do you think I found someone to hire those two people to deal with you? I've known it for a long time. You are a very strong person. I know you very well. A strong person feels more accomplished when he first gets up. You'd better obey me tonight, otherwise I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." He he he. A sneer appeared on Yi Xingchen's face. He put on Lu Ma's military finger tiger on his right hand and smashed through the fragile wooden door with a backhand punch. Then he glared at Lai Yuezhing with an unhappy face. "Now will you feel a sense of accomplishment? Who do you think will regret it after tonight?" When Lai Yuezhing saw Yi Xingchen's fierce scene, he couldn't help but froze on the spot. "How is it possible? Weren't you beaten to the point of losing your fighting ability by them? How could you still be?" "Haha." Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile coldly. "Sir, Mr. Lai, next time you find someone to deal with me, can you find a few decent people? A lame man, a bald man. What do you mean? Look down on me so much?" Lai Yuezhing couldn't help but grit her teeth. "Nah. What did you say?" Yi Xingchen raised his fist in demonstration. The military finger tiger set on the hand looks particularly charming under the ambient light. Although Lai Yuezhing is stupid, he also knows that those who understand current affairs are heroes. Seeing that Yi Xingchen cannot solve it by himself, he can't help but start to give in. Mom. Makabaka's little trumpet. WTF? Didn't I just want to offend a great god like you? Just sing a song of Makabaka to make amends?" Lai Yuezhing looked at Yi Xingchen with a weak expression. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. "Who has the time to listen to you singing the song Makabaka here? The previous 2 times were because there were outsiders, and I didn't want to show off my strength. Now there are no outsiders. No, I won't hide it from you anymore." Yes. Lai Yuezhing nodded honestly, without any courage to resist. "From now on, if you dare to appear under Mr. Qin's eyes in the future, be careful that your head is like this door. Do you understand?" Yi Xingchen pointed to the door that was smashed through by his punch. "Absolutely. I promise that I will never appear in front of Mr. Qin again. If you feel uncomfortable, you can find someone to deal with me at any time. Of course, if the people you send fail to deal with me, then I will come to deal with you myself. As for the consequences, do you know?" I know. Lai Yuezhing didn't dare to take a breath. "Master Lai, you are considered a prominent figure in Yanhe City. There is no grass anywhere in the world, so why should you fall in love with a flower unrequitedly? Right? There is no need to give up a garden for a flower. You may even risk your own life. Get in. What do you think? Yes. Brother, you are absolutely right. Very good. Yi Xingchen patted Lai Yuejing's shoulder lightly. Well, the person you sent over before answered a literary question for me. Now that you have made a guarantee, if you can also answer if I ask you a literary question, I'll let you go. How about that? A question about literature. Lai Yuejing couldn't help being stunned. It's not that. When I was studying, I either picked up girls or skipped classes, and I didn't study at all. How about changing a field? Ask someone in the posture field. Question. Don't be nagging me. Listen up. A second married couple is getting married, and I want you to come up with a couplet. If you can come up with this couplet, I will let you go. If you can't come up with it, then I will break one of your fingers. Boss, teach me a lesson and then leave, do you understand? Second marriage. Small beads of sweat could not help but appear on Lai Yuejing's forehead. At this time, Lai Yuejing deeply regretted why she had not listened carefully to the lectures when she was studying. It's true that when the book is used, it will be less regretful. Can't answer? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Did the two people outside answer the question just now? Lai Yuejing suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Can you ask for help from the audience outside the venue? Aren't there usually tips for answering questions? I choose to ask the audience for help. Yi Xingchen didn't comment, just opened the door and glanced at the two brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi outside. Because the door had already been smashed by Yi Xingchen's punch, brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi outside the door had heard the conversation between Yi Xingchen and Lai Yuejing. Lu Ma was a smart man. Seeing that Yi Xingchen had no intention of refusing, he immediately raised his finger. Ask fee, 1 million. Nima, it's so dark. Lai Yuejing wanted to curse. 1 million to save one of your fingers, this deal is a good deal after all. Ma Lu just smiled. Okay. As long as you can answer it, 1 million is 1 million. Lu Ma nodded with satisfaction, and then shook a small half of his hair. Brother, listen carefully, the first line is, the night attack on Pearl Harbor. The beauty was frightened. The second line is, 2 atomic bombs, Japan and Germany surrendered, horizontal criticism, World War II. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being shocked after hearing this. You'd better say frightened instead of fertilized, and you'd better say ride instead of ride. Ha ha ha. Lu Ma smiled deeply, hiding his merit and fame. After Lai Yuejing's transfer was successful, Yi Xingchen let Lai Yuejing go with satisfaction. After walking outside the door, Yi Xingchen did not forget to turn around and tell him, Master Lai, remember to pay for the hotel door later. After Yi Xingchen walked a few steps, he found that brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi were still following him, and he couldn't help but smile at them. You can go, don't do this kind of thing again. That. Brother. Lu Ma and Lu Zi looked at each other, then stopped talking. What do you want to say? Don't you want to make trouble with me because I don't want to make trouble with you? No, no, no. No. Lu Ma quickly waved his hands, actually. Brother, my brother and I just discussed it outside for a long time. Since we can no longer do this kind of murder and arson in the future, we two brothers will I've lost my job. We discussed it, it's better to follow you around from now on, big brother. Follow me? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being shocked. Yes. Brother, look at it, you are so skilled, you keep your word, and you are not a cruel person. Isn't it more practical to follow you from now on than to move bricks at a construction site? This, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but hesitate. To be honest, although the skills of brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi are not worth mentioning to me, they are still considered masters to ordinary people. And if something happens in the future, it's impossible to do everything yourself. If you have two younger brothers with good skills, it will be much easier to deal with certain things in the future. What's more, the Qinglong gang has just gone through a reorganization, and it's the time to hire people. Having two good people in charge can be regarded as a mutually beneficial thing. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen nodded. Okay, then I will observe you two brothers for a month. Do you know the Qinglong gang? I know. You can go to Shi Wenbin, the boss of the Qinglong gang, or Deng Hao, the second in command. Just tell me my name. I will greet them in advance. My name is Yi Xingchen. Okay, brother Yi. Lu Ma was very polite and led Lu Zi to bow politely to Yi Xingchen. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone in the room. Yi Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. Well, hearing the hazy voice beside the bed, Yi Xingchen glanced involuntarily. White jade back, silky black hair, slender forearms. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and gently rubbed his back with his right hand. After coming back last night, Tomomi Miyamoto ate something and then pestered herself to ask for it again. It is worth mentioning that perhaps because Tomomi Miyamoto is a spiritual practitioner, her appetite is much larger than that of ordinary people. More importantly, Tomomi Miyamoto seems to have a unique interest in Shaguo cuisine. Most girls wear cherry blossom powder, fluorescent powder, rouge powder. Miyamoto Tomomi is good. Her mind is full of snail noodles, hot and sour noodles, flour nail noodles. Yi Xingchen gently patted Miyamoto Tomomi's buttocks, then put on his clothes, washed up, and went out. After sending Qin Yanran to the company, Yi Xingchen strode into his office. Dong dong dong, with a slight knock on the door, Lin Yun walked into Yi Xingchen's office. Yi Xingchen glanced at the closed office door and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yunyan, good morning. Lin Yun couldn't help but rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen. You're not serious. Isn't it serious business for us to have an in-depth exchange of feelings? Lin Yun seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but blush. This is a company, be serious. I've always been serious. Yi Xingchen grinned. Humph. Lin Yun rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen again, and then suddenly remembered something. Since noon the day before yesterday, I have always felt a little weird. At noon the day before yesterday? Wasn't that after our friendship as gentlemen? Friends of gentlemen? What do you mean? Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingchen blankly. As the saying goes, a gentleman talks but never moves his hands. Lin Yun instantly understood the implication of Yi Xingchen's words, and her little face turned even redder. I am really discussing a very serious matter with you. If you do this again, I won't talk to you. Yi Xingchen was startled for a moment, and then he realized that things were not as simple as he thought. Yi Xingchen quickly put away his playful smile and looked at Lin Yun seriously. Weird? What do you mean? Although things are a bit weird. But it seems, starting from noon the day before yesterday, my strength has become stronger and my appetite has also increased. Lin Yun frowned and hesitated for a moment before telling Yi Xingchen the truth. This is a good thing. Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun puzzledly. My strength has become stronger, and many things will be easier in the future. As for the increase in food intake, you are so thin, you should put on more meat. Have you been exercising or keeping fit recently? But Lin Yun's brows furrowed even more. The changes have been huge, and the effects cannot be achieved by exercise or fitness at all. Let me give you an analogy. In the past, I could lift up to 6 or 7 tails. Things. But yesterday I actually picked up a big pair weighing more than 1 kilogram. Although it was a bit difficult. But I really picked it up. What? Yi Xingchen was also shocked when he heard Lin Yun's words. According to conversion, 1 kilogram is equivalent to 100 kilograms in the previous world. Lin Yun, a weak girl with no strength in her hands, actually lifted something weighing 100 kilograms. What's more important is that this situation happened suddenly in the past 2 days. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but look Lin Yun up and down. For a moment, Yi Xingchen seemed to feel that Lin Yun today was a little different from before. Looks a year or 2 younger. Compared with before, the whole person is a little more agile, especially those eyes. More importantly, it seems plumper than before. If it weren't for the inconvenience of being in the office, Yi Xingchen felt that he would definitely not be able to help himself from measuring with his own hands. Of course, measurement is not for any other improper purpose, it is purely for academic research. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully and gently touched his chin. Yi Xingchen didn't think Lin Yun's change was accidental. It seemed that it was affected by some external factors. Maybe I can ask Miyamoto Tomomi after I go back in the evening. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen patted Lin Yun's shoulder as gently as possible. Yunyan, don't worry, at least for now. This is a good thing, isn't it? At least your strength has become stronger, and your personal safety will also be improved. Further assurance, after all, my Yunyan is so beautiful, it would be very dangerous if I walked at night, right? After hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Lin Yun finally felt a little relieved. In fact, Lin Yun's current mentality is easy to understand. When a person suddenly discovers that his strength is far greater than before, he will indeed feel an inexplicable fear. As for the reason, well, trust me, I will try my best to find out. Don't worry too much and wait for my good news, okay? Good. Lin Yun was completely relieved. For a moment, Lin Yun suddenly felt that it was a good thing to have a reliable and trustworthy man by her side. Lin Yun gently buried her little head in Yi Xingchen's arms, and her tense body and mind began to relax. Yi Xingchen patted Lin Yun's back as gently as possible, carefully comforting and caring for the beautiful woman in his arms. That's right. Lin Yun suddenly remembered something and broke away from Yi Xingchen's arms. I almost forgot about business. You quickly pack up and get ready to go out with Mr. Qin. Oh. Yi Xingchen nodded. Is Mr. Qin going out? Yes. Mr. Qin is going to inspect the new project site later. After all, Yunhee City Ocean Park is a big project and cannot be careless. Mr. Qin is worried that those little devils like Kobuchiro Kobuchi will cause trouble secretly, so it's better to watch it personally. Incorrect. Okay, I'm going to make preparations now. I'll go to the garage to drive Mr. Qin's car out and wait for Mr. Qin. Good. Come on. Work hard, for our future. Lin Yun raised the corner of her mouth slightly and raised her little fist as if to cheer her up. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Because at this moment, the figures of Tomomi Miyamoto and Long Qingshan appeared in Yi Xingchen's mind. Damn it, I actually lost myself in beauty. Sure enough, the word sex has a knife on its head. How should I explain to Lin Yun about Tomomi Miyamoto and Long Qingshan in the future? Maybe. I will have a good talk with Tomomi Miyamoto after I go back in the evening. Otherwise, you will be drifting further and further down the wrong path. Buzz, with the sound of a car engine, Yi Xingchen drove Qin Yanran's car to a large open space on the outskirts of Yunhee City. Mr. Qin, good morning. A man and a woman together with 5 or 6 Yida Company employees have been waiting for Qin Yanran for a long time. Yi Xingchen quickly ran out of the car and helped Qin Yanran open the door. Well. Qin Yanran nodded to the employees in front of her. Lao Zhang. How are the preparations going? We have to speed up. The construction period given by the relevant departments is relatively tight, and we need to provide support for the subsequent construction steps. Plenty of time, it's better to go ahead than later. There was a moment of hesitation on Lao Zhang's face, and then he glanced at the woman beside him, and then nodded weakly to Qin Yanran. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. Everything is going very smoothly. We can definitely ensure that the measurement is completed early. Qin Yanran was so smart that she instantly noticed something was wrong from Lao Zhang's face. Not to mention Qin Yanran, even people like Yi Xingchen who had never been in a position of superiority felt something was wrong with Lao Zhang. Qin Yanran frowned and looked at Lao Zhang with an unhappy face. Lao Zhang, you have to tell me the truth. Let me ask you again, is everything going well? Can the measurement be completed before the scheduled time? Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Lao Zhang looked at the woman next to him with a troubled expression. I'm going to see who dares to measure here today. If you dare, I'll be beaten to death. Just at this moment, a male voice came from the construction site not far away. You. Qin Yanran couldn't help but became furious, pointed at Lao Zhang with her right hand, and then led a group of people to quickly walk towards the location where the sound came from. Soon, what happened at the construction site was completely reflected in the eyes of Qin Yanran and his party. A young man dressed in a fashionable manner was lying on the ground and rolling around. At the same time, there were many middle-aged men scattered around with small wooden sticks in their hands. The purpose of these people was obviously to stop the engineers of Yida Company. Take field measurements. What's going on? Who can explain it to me? Qin Yanran suppressed the anger in her heart as much as possible, pointed at the young man rolling around, and faced Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang looked helpless and hesitated to speak. Alas! The woman next to Lao Zhang couldn't help but sigh. Leader, since you can't figure it out, don't waste your time. Tell Mr. Qin the truth. Mr. Qin, you don't know something. This land originally belonged to this place. There is a nearby village called Gojia Village. Later, the government decided to locate the future ocean park here and expropriated this land, but... The woman turned her head angrily and glared at the young man. But the people in Gojia Village are really greedy and unreasonable. Obviously the government's land acquisition money has been given to them, but when we came here to measure on the spot, they refused to let us go. Why did they say that the government gave it to them? The land acquisition fee is too small when divided evenly, and we, Yida Company, are required to compensate them an additional 1 billion yuan. Why are you talking now? Didn't you send someone to negotiate with them? Sent. We have sent people 3 times to communicate with the village chief. But every time the people sent were driven back. 1 billion people are going to die in Gojia Village, and we can't lose a penny. Then have you sought help from relevant departments? Yes. We have asked the Public Security Bureau for help, but the people in the Public Security Bureau are helpless when facing this group of people. Every time the police come, they run away, and after the police leave, they come back again. Sometimes some equipment is even left at night. It was destroyed inexplicably, and it must have been done by people from Gojia Village. For this reason, the Public Security Bureau has arrested several people from Gojia Village, but this also angered them even more. Hateful. The angry Qin Yanran couldn't help but clenched her teeth, and immediately wanted to go up and negotiate with the people in Gojia Village in person. Mr. Qin. Yi Xingchen stopped Qin Yanren. Let me go and find out the situation first. There are unruly people in the poor mountains and rivers. If this group of people goes crazy and wants to drive you away, wouldn't it be dangerous? Qin Yanren recalled that Yi Xingchen had helped her solve troubles several times, and couldn't help but nod in agreement with Yi Xingchen's idea. Yi Xingchen could tell at a glance that the young man was the leader. He glanced at a light alloy shovel next to the young man, and then walked towards the young man. Yi Xingchen didn't stop until he reached the light alloy shovel. Brother, what do you call me? The young man glanced at Yi Xingchen and vaguely felt that the identity of the new group today was not simple, so he stood up proudly. My name is Go Dongzi, and my father is Go Yiyang, the head of Gojia village. What? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel happy. This father and son duo are truly amazing. One is called a dog, the other is called a dog. Who are you? Go Dongzi glared at Yi Xingchen unkindly. Well, Yi Xingchen quietly glanced at Qin Yanren behind him, and then patted his chest. You can understand that I am the current temporary person in charge of Yida Company. Seeing you like this, I want to come and understand the situation. Humph. Go Dongzi couldn't help but sneered. Okay. Since you are the temporary person in charge, I will leave it here. 1 billion. Not a penny less. Otherwise, you will never think about construction here. Oh? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. I would like to ask, did the government give you any money when it expropriated this land? Give it. I gave it to you and you want it from our company? Of course. Who would think it's too much money? Your Yida Company is so rich anyway, so even if you give 1 billion, it's not too much, right? We have exactly 100 households in Gojia village. On average, each household can only afford its 10 million yuan. If there are 4 people in each household, each person can get an average share of 2.5 million yuan. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned, feeling angry and funny at the same time. This is the first time Yi Xingchen has seen someone express his greed so confidently. Or to be precise, it's not reasonable to be confident. Can one person, or rather the people of a village, really be so shameless? Even if Yida Company is really rich, why should it give you 1 billion? You really think that other people's money is coming from the strong wind, right? How about it? If you think it's acceptable, we'll sit down and talk. If you think it's unacceptable, then get lost. As long as we are here for 1 day, you can't even think about construction. Go Dongzi seemed to be convinced of Yi Xingchen, as if he was barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly and quickly stretched out one of his fingers towards Go Dongzi. 1 million. Take the money and leave quickly, and don't show up at the construction site again. What the hell? I'm crazy about the guy next door. 1 million. Are you sending a beggar away? Go Dongzi couldn't help but get angry. Okay. Your company has always treated us as beggars, right? It seems like I won't give you any today. Look at the color, you don't know why the sunset is so bright. Everyone, come here, get ready to fight. After hearing Go Dongzi's order, the nearby villagers of Gojia village, who were acting wildly, surrounded Yi Xingchen with small wooden sticks, ready to start a fight if they disagreed. The atmosphere at the scene also became extremely tense. Stars. Behind her, Qin Yanren saw the villagers from Gojia village surrounding Yi Xingchen. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she wanted to run over quickly to help Yi Xingchen out of the siege. Don't come here. I can handle it. Yi Xingchen stopped Qin Yanren loudly, and then looked at Go Dongzi with a half-smile. Haha. Go Dongzi also sneered, friend, look, your partner is so beautiful. Why do you need to fight against us? If we fight in a while, if you are missing arms, legs, or dead, wouldn't such a beautiful woman belong to someone else? Is it done? What a pity. I advise you to think twice before you act or speak. Are you teaching me how to do things? Yi Xingchen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It's still the same sentence. 1 million. Get out now. I can make the decision for our boss, and this matter will be treated as if nothing happened. Otherwise, in the end, you may not get even 1 million. HMPH. Go Dongzi couldn't help but snorted coldly. You want to cut off our wealth? Haven't you heard a sentence? Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing your father and humiliating your wife. You have to understand one thing, you are only one person, and there are more than 20 people. You don't think you can defeat more than 20 of us by yourself, right? Otherwise, what else can you expect? Count on them. Go Dongzi pointed at several engineers at the construction site who were already trembling with fear. These engineers are all weak and talented students. When have you ever seen such a scene? Yi Xingchen didn't mean to blame these engineers, but just nodded towards Go Dongzi. Isn't it enough for me alone? Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard. Did you eat garlic this morning? You have such a strong breath. Did Yida Company send a young boy who knows nothing about the world to die? When several villagers in Gojia village heard Yi Xingchen's words, they couldn't help pointing at Yi Xingchen and laughing wildly. Obviously, no one believed that Yi Xingchen could really take down the more than 20 villagers of Gojia village on his own. Even Go Dongzi himself held his stomach and burst into laughter. If your true ability were even 1% of the level of your bragging ability, we would have been driven away by you long ago. Do you think we really don't dare to touch you? We have so many people come together. Even if you are disabled, what will happen? The worst thing is to pay some money. Compared with the 1 billion, this amount of compensation is just a drop in the bucket. Then you will give it a try. Just try it. Go Dongzi's face turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, he picked up a small stone on the ground and threw it at Yi Xingchen. Come on, everyone, kill him. If anything happens, I'll take it. After receiving Go Dongzi's assurance, the villagers in Gojia village no longer had any worries and rushed towards Yi Xingchen waving small wooden sticks in their hands. Although Go Dongzi had the element of a sneak attack, his movements were still too slow after all. Yi Xingchen easily dodged the pebbles thrown by Go Dongzi with a sideways movement, then bent down to pick up the alloy shovel on the ground and patted it forward. Clang, with the sound of the shovel hitting several wooden sticks, the wooden sticks in the hands of several Gojia village villagers were knocked to the ground by the shovel. Because he was worried about killing people, Yi Xingchen did not dare to directly attack these Gojia villagers with a shovel. He had to use a shovel to scoop up a large piece of mud and rocks, and then threw it at the several Gojia villagers who were rushing forward. At the same time, Yi Xingchen quickly turned around, used a shovel to knock the small wooden sticks out of the hands of several villagers, and then forced several villagers back, and then successfully escaped from the siege of the villagers. Oh. It turns out there is something. Go Dongzi looked at several villagers who were knocked to the ground by a shovel of mud and rocks, and couldn't help but became furious. Don't be afraid, guys. This guy doesn't dare to touch us, otherwise he would have used the shovel long ago. Shoot us. After hearing Go Dongzi's words, several villagers screamed and rushed towards Yi Xingchen again. Yi Xingchen frowned again and couldn't help but feel a little angry. This is not the way to go. I have absolutely no way to fight back. If I don't stop and accidentally touch someone to death, I'll be in trouble. But blindly giving in and defending is not an option. We need to come up with an idea as soon as possible. Suddenly, Yi Xingchen saw a small tree not far away and had an idea. Yi Xingchen threw the shovel in his hand into the distance, then strode to the side of the small tree. Immediately afterwards, under the confused and shocked eyes of everyone, Yi Xingchen, after taking a full run up, kicked down the small tree with a trunk diameter of about 3 centimeters and broke it in half. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be overjoyed when he succeeded with one blow, and then he picked up the leafy tree, which was more than 3 meters tall, amid the horrified eyes of everyone. Come on. Aren't you guys really awesome? Come on, come and die. I want to see which of you dares to die. Yi Xingchen hugged the small tree and rushed towards the villagers. At this moment, Xiaoshu completely transformed into an artifact-level existence in Yi Xingchen's hands. Any villager who tried to get close to Yi Xingchen was knocked to the ground by a small branch without exception. In this way, Yi Xingchen finally had the capital to fight back or even take the initiative. It can defeat these villagers without causing uncontrollable casualties as much as possible. An artifact is an artifact after all. Under Yi Xingchen's wave, more than a dozen villagers were knocked to the ground. Young boy. Come on. Keep on coming. Yi Xingchen hugged the small tree like a god of war, and no one within a radius of 5 meters dared to approach. Damn it. Boss, this kid is a bit evil. Yeah, the fast ones are also incredibly strong. A tree as big as this was actually broken by one kick, and it can even be picked up and used as a weapon. Yes. A dozen people have already been knocked to the ground. Why don't we just forget about it today? Damn it. Go Dongzi gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Xingchen angrily. You bastard. Just wait for me. I have something else to do today, so I won't argue with you for the time being. This matter is not over. If you have the guts, just 24 we eat, drink, and defecate here all the time. And as long as we wait for you to leave, we will come back again. Let's see who can outlast the other. The look Go Dongzi looked at Yi Xingchen could be said to be as vicious as possible. If looks could kill, Yi Xingchen might have been cut into pieces by Go Dongzi's looks. Yi Xingchen frowned and said nothing. Snort. Go Dongzi spit on the ground again, and then led the remaining villagers to help the villagers who were in pain on the ground. A group of people came with great fanfare, and then left in despair at this moment. Xingchen, are you okay? Qin Yanren quickly walked behind Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen shook his head at Qin Yanren, then glanced at the direction Go Dongzi and his party left, and said meaningfully, Mr. Qin, don't worry. They are just some clowns. I will find a way to smooth things over. Let's start measuring first. Let's get down to business. Important. After the small turmoil at the construction site came to an end, Yida Company quickly began to divide its forces into 3 groups. Lao Zhang and his engineers quickly started making measurements and calculations. Qin Yanran kept calling with her mobile phone, trying to get the relevant departments to come forward to resolve the matter. Yi Xingchen walked to a tree in the distance with his mobile phone. Yi Xingchen didn't think Qin Yanran could solve the matter by contacting the relevant departments. The so-called relevant department means that he will always hang out in front of your eyes when nothing happens. Once something happens, you will never find him. Besides, this is organized by Gojia village itself. These unscrupulous people will do anything for this money. Even if the relevant departments can really come forward, they may not be able to solve the matter. Even if it is mediation, it will probably not be solved. The probability is that Yida will take a step back and give money, of course, not the astronomical figure of 1 billion. Perhaps, this matter needs to be solved by oneself. Yi Xingchen took out his mobile phone and called his younger brother Shi Wenbin. Hello, Brother Yi? Wenbin, let me ask you something. Brother Yi, tell me, are there any brothers in the gang who are from Gojia village? This. I have to ask. What's wrong? Did Gojia village provoke Brother Yi? After Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, he told Shi Wenbin everything about the situation at the construction site. Brother Yi, wait for me for a while. I'll ask if any brothers are from Gojia village. I'll call you back after I understand the situation. Okay, good job. Brother Yi, you should. By the way, last night, 2 people, one named Lu Ma and one named Lu Zi, came to find me and said they were your people, Brother Yi. Yes. These 2 humble guys are pretty good at it. You can stay here to control the situation and inspect them for a while. Once you are sure that you can trust them, you can treat them as your brothers. Okay, I know what to do. I have to say that Shi Wenbin is a reliable little brother. In just 10 minutes, Shi Wenbin called Yi Xingchen back. Hey, Brother Yi, we found it. The name of the village chief of Gojia village is Go Yiyang. Originally, the land acquisition payment has been agreed with the relevant departments, and Gojia village has no objections. It's just that a few days ago, Go Yiyang and his son Go Dongzi suddenly they spent a lot of money and invited many people from the village who were not doing their jobs to have dinner together. At the dinner, the father and son said that the land acquisition money given to them by the relevant departments was too small, and then they talked about which village had more land acquisition money than them. And then later said that Yida Company is a vampire, in short, all kinds of yin and yang. Shi Wenbin paused and continued. Originally, the villagers felt that they were satisfied with receiving the land acquisition money, but under the instigation of Go Yiyang and his son, these villagers who were gathered together began to have an unbalanced mentality, and felt that Yida Company should also compensate them. That's why under Go Dongzi's organization, we began to target Yida Company in an organized and premeditated manner. However, there were still very few villagers who were instigated by Go Yiyang and his son. This brother from the gang was also present at the time, but he was timid and did not dare to go against a behemoth like Yida Company, so he quietly withdrew later. I see. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. You mean, it's all the fault of the father and son? So far, that's it. The purpose is just for money. What these 2 guys said is so grand. I don't believe that if they really get the money, how much will they give to other villagers? Okay, I know what to do. Brother Yi, would you like to call some brothers over to help you? No need, the culprits are Go Yiyang and his son. Once they are solved, the matter will be solved. Okay, Brother Yi, be careful. If you need anything, call me anytime. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Damn it. It looks like I have to come to meet you tonight. Night falls. Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanran, who had been guarding the construction site for a day, returned home. After Yi Xingchen sent Qin Yanran home, he did not choose to go home, but drove straight to Gojia village. After 40 minutes of driving, Yi Xingchen finally arrived at his destination, Gojia village. Hello, eldest sister, may I ask where the village chief's home is? Yi Xingchen stopped the car and rolled down the window, trying his best to show a friendly smile to an older lady on the roadside. Are you looking for the village chief? The eldest sister was slightly startled and looked at Yi Xingchen and Yi Xingchen's car. Are you? Oh. It's like this. I'm a friend of the village chief's son Go Dongzi. Go Dongzi called me during the day and said he wanted me to come to his house to discuss something at night, but he refused to talk over the phone. There was nothing he could do. Young master, you have to give me enough face, so I can only rush over here without stopping. Oh, that's it. The eldest sister nodded, and then pointed to the front of the road. Young man, If you keep going along this road, you will pass by 2 intersections. You are at the 3rd intersection. Turn right at the intersection and keep walking until you see a big banyan tree. Turn left at the intersection with the big banyan tree and you will see a 3-story reinforced concrete building, which is the village chief's home. Okay, thank you, eldest sister. Yi Xingchen smiled and continued driving according to the route guided by the elder sister. Along the way, Yi Xingchen noticed that although Gojia village was on the outskirts of Yunhe city, its economic level was pretty good. Almost every house is a 2-story small single-family house. Some houses are made of wood, while some large houses are made of reinforced concrete. After passing the intersection of the big banyan tree, Yi Xingchen quickly saw a 3-story building not far away that was particularly eye-catching. Yi Xingchen parked the car far away on the side of the road, then got out of the car and glanced at the village chief's house in the distance, and couldn't help but touch his chin. This Go Yiyang is really flamboyant. Along the way, his house was the only 3-story house in Gojia village, and it was made of reinforced concrete. There was even a wooden fence of more than 2 meters around the house. This is because he is afraid that others will not know how rich his family is, and that others will not know how much profit he has made from his position as village chief. Yi Xingchen glanced around to make sure there was no one before walking to the wooden fence of the village chief's house. Yi Xingchen pricked up his ears and quietly inquired about the village chief's house. Since he started eating dogtail grass every day, his hearing has become sharper, and he can easily hear the unrestrained sounds in the room. To Yi Xingchen's expectation, it was a female voice. Read it after me. A drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring. You did it to me. I huala you. What the hell? When Yi Xingchen heard this female voice, he almost couldn't help but exclaimed. I don't read much, so don't lie to me. What the hell do you call this? A drop of water's kindness should be repaid by a spring of water. You did it. You. Soon, 2 male voices started reading along with the Sha Guo dialect. Yi Xingchen easily recognized one of the male voices. It was Go Dongzi's voice. This also made Yi Xingchen feel even more incredible. Let's not talk about what this slang is. The current situation is that Go Dongzi is studying? Of course Yi Xingchen didn't think that Go Dongzi was such a studious person. It was already late at night and he was still here studying the language. If you want to find out what these people are doing, you can only climb into the yard and take a peek. Yi Xingchen looked around and quickly came up with an idea. After several searches, a pile of stones was piled under the fence. Yi Xingchen stepped on the pile of rocks and jumped hard, grabbing the top rail of the wooden fence with both hands, and then using the strength of his arms and body coordination, he easily climbed to the top of the wooden fence. Yi Xingchen glanced at a cement flower bed next to the wooden fence in the yard. After making sure that he could climb through the flower bed to the outside of the wooden fence in a while, he jumped into the yard with a slight jump. Looking back at the wooden fence behind him and then at his arms, Yi Xingchen also discovered something strange. My strength seems to be much stronger than before. But now is not the time to think about this issue. The top priority is to find out what the Go Yiyang family is doing. The 3 of them were in a room on the 1st floor. Yi Xingchen took advantage of the cover of night and quietly approached the window of the room where the 3 of them were. Through a small corner, Yi Xingchen glanced into the room. The scene in front of him almost overturned Yi Xingchen's 3 views. In the room, Go Dongzi and a middle-aged man who looked to be about 50 years old were seen on the left and right next to a naked young woman. Judging by his age, the middle-aged man should be the village chief Go Yiyang. But Yi Xingchen didn't know whether the young woman was Go Dongzi's partner or Go Yiyang's new partner. The young woman held a silk book that looked like silk material in her hands and kept reading the Sha language in the book. Go Yiyang and Go Dongzi, one on the left and the other on the right, kept licking the young woman, and even played with the young woman's proud vagina from time to time. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be stunned. I'll be a good boy. Go Yiyang and Go Dongzi, father and son, are still good at playing. The father and son actually share a. If this matter gets out, Go Yiyang will be completely embarrassed. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen quickly took out his mobile phone and recorded this scene that shattered his worldview. With this video, if I use force to suppress him, I won't be afraid of Go Yiyang and his son not compromising. After recording this scene, Go Yiyang and his son seemed to be no longer satisfied with playing and climbing, and started to get down to business. Yi Xingchen suppressed the nausea in his heart and continued to record on his mobile phone. However, due to the serious decline of human physique in this world, the main business can be completed in just a few dozen seconds without including foreplay. Well, it's getting late, I should go back. The young woman started to get up while putting on her clothes. Just in case, Yi Xingchen quickly ended the video, quietly stepped on the cement flower bed, then jumped up high, grabbed the top beam of the wooden fence, and climbed out of the yard in the same way. Creak, as the wooden door of the courtyard opened, the young woman came to the road outside. Yi Xingchen pretended to be a passerby and accidentally bumped into the young woman. Even though Yi Xingchen had controlled the force of his impact, the young woman was still almost knocked to the ground. Ah. I'm sorry. Yi Xingchen deliberately smiled apologetically at the young woman. It doesn't matter. The young woman rubbed her slightly sore shoulders and shook her head with a smile. Hiss. Hey. Beauty, I haven't seen you before. You are. Yi Xingchen realized that the other party did not immediately recognize that he was not from Gojia village, and immediately judged that the young woman was not from Gojia village either. As Yi Xingchen expected, the young woman was slightly startled at first, and then stretched out her right hand towards Yi Xingchen. Hello, my name is Lishi Miyoko. I am the Chinese language teacher hired by the village chief's family. What? You have diarrhea and you don't have any paper? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel stunned. Facing the right hand stretched out by Laxi Miyoko, it was neither a friendly shake nor a friendly shake. Don't hold it, it seems a bit rude. Shake hands. She has diarrhea and doesn't have any paper with her. Who dares to shake hands with her? And Yi Xingchen had a vague feeling that Miyoko didn't just have diarrhea and didn't bring any paper, or she didn't wipe her hands after what happened just now. Wait a minute, Rashi Miyoko? Oriental? Suddenly, Yi Xingchen understood. No wonder Gojia village, including Go Yiyang and his son, suddenly started construction against Yida Company in recent days. Before, Yi Xingchen thought that the father and son were just doing this for money. Now it seems that things are far from as simple as I thought. Money is only one reason, but not the only reason. Behind Go Yiyang and his son, there is also the control of Zhaobao Yuchiro. Lishi Miyoko faintly felt a hint of hostility from Yi Xingchen, and withdrew her hand with a strange look on her face, and then left quickly. Yi Xingchen turned around and glanced at the back of Laxi Miyoko, and then at the door of Go Yiyang's house, feeling a burst of anger in his heart. Dog traitor. He even helped the Japanese devils to deal with his compatriots. You said that if you were just doing it for your own selfish desires and money, Yi Xingchen wouldn't be so angry. He was actually being used as a spearman by a little devil like Kobu Anichiro. My uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't. Yi Xingchen felt that he must punish the traitor father and son. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and swaggered to the door of Go Yiyang's house. Dong dong dong, Yi Xingchen knocked hard on the door. Who? Go Dongzi's voice came from the yard. Dong dong dong. Yi Xingchen said nothing and continued to knock on the door. Who is it? He's mute. Go Dongzi opened the door angrily. When Go Dongzi saw Yi Xingchen outside the door, his face was full of astonishment. And soon, the astonishment on Go Dongzi's face turned into horror. F*K. It's you. Of course Go Dongzi knew that Yi Xingchen came here with bad intentions, and he must have come to deal with him. He definitely didn't come to drink tea with him late at night and chat about life ideals. After Go Dongzi reacted, he quickly tried to close the door. Yi Xingchen took the lead and pushed open the door roughly. Then he gently pinched Go Dongzi's neck with his right hand and spoke in an extremely depressed tone. Bullshit. You're looking for death. Cough cough cough. Bastard. Let go. Although Yi Xingchen didn't exert much force and just gently pinched Go Dongzi's neck with his right hand, this was something Go Dongzi with a weak constitution couldn't bear. Go Dongzi's face turned the color of pig liver, and he patted Yi Xingchen's right arm softly with both hands, trying to force Yi Xingchen to let go. Yi Xingchen kept holding Go Dongzi's neck, pushed Go Dongzi towards the yard, and then kicked on the door. Bang! With a deafening sound, the door closed. Who are you? Let go of my son, you bastard. Do you know what you are doing? In broad daylight, the sky is clear, and you still dare to break into the house and commit murder. Go Yiyang heard the movement in the yard and rushed out quickly. Seeing Yi Xingchen's right hand pinching Go Dongzi's neck, Go Yiyang couldn't help but become anxious and began to scold Yi Xingchen loudly, trying to get Yi Xingchen to let Go Dongzi go. HMPH. Yi Xingchen glanced at the dark night sky, then looked at Go Yiyang coldly, and added a little more strength to his right hand. Scream. Keep shouting. Scream louder. If you shout one more time, I will use more strength. Of course, you can bet that I won't be able to strangle your precious son to death with one hand. Or, you can bet that I won't dare to kill you after calling for help and run away through the door. Hearing Yi Xingchen's threatening words, Go Yiyang quickly calmed down. After all, it was his precious son's life, and Go Yiyang did not dare to risk it. Go Yiyang quickly covered his mouth with both hands, indicating that he would stop shouting. Snort, Yi Xingchen snorted coldly, then let go of Go Dongzi's neck, and gently pushed Go Dongzi to the ground. Ah! Cough cough cough. Go Dongzi fell to the ground and covered his neck in pain. Although Yi Xingchen had already pinched Go Dongzi's neck lightly enough, at this moment, a terrifying bruise still appeared on Go Dongzi's neck. Son, are you okay? Go Yiyang quickly ran to Go Dongzi. Dad. Go Dongzi looked at Yi Xingchen with fear and anger. This guy is the guy who beat up more than 20 of us at the construction site during the day. We must not let him go. Go Yiyang frowned slightly. Of course he would not rush forward to fight Yi Xingchen just because Go Dongzi said a few words. Go Yiyang is very self-aware. More than 20 people were killed casually by one person. Can such a person be killed by himself? Go Yiyang remained absolutely calm and looked at Yi Xingchen as confidently as possible. Young man, don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law. If you dare to kill us, father and son, you will be in trouble for the rest of your life. You will spend time in jail, and may even be sentenced to death. I hope you will not take the path of crime. Leave my house now, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Hee. Yi Xingchen smiled slightly, walked to the door of the room, picked up a pack of cigarettes from the chair, and lit one. Strictly speaking, Yi Xingchen is not a smoker. He just hopes to use cigarettes to calm his mood and calm down when he is emotionally excited. Call. Yi Xingchen slowly blew out several smoke rings. Is it Go Yiyang? Is it Go Dongzi? Yi Xingchen looked at the embarrassed father and son in front of him with a half smile. It was quite fun. The father and son had a live 2v1 at home. What? You? Go Yiyang could not help but feel his heart tremble. What did you say? I don't understand what you're saying. You don't understand, right? It doesn't matter, you will understand when you see this. Yi Xingchen casually took out his mobile phone and clicked on the recorded video. A shocking video was revealed without reservation in front of Go Yiyang and Go Dongzi. You. Go Yiyang was shocked and angry, and wanted to rush over and snatch the phone. Hey! Don't come here. I'm a timid person. If you get too close to me, I might think you want to kill me. Facing someone who wants to kill me, I won't be as polite as I was just now. Yi Xingchen smiled at Go Yiyang and gently shook his right index finger. Go Yiyang's heart sank and he stayed where he was. You said, if I release this video through the media, can you, the head of Gojia village, still be the head of Gojia village? Do you, father and son, have the nerve to continue living in Gojia village? Or, you, father and son, can you continue to live in Gojia village? Do you have the nerve to live in a place where people know you? After hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Go Yiyang couldn't help but turn pale. In life, the most helpless thing is to be defeated again and again, but there is still a fatal handle in the opponent's hand. In the end, all the defenses in Go Yiyang's heart were broken by Yi Xingchen, and he could only sigh helplessly. What do you want? You should know what my purpose is for coming to you too, right? Go Yiyang frowned. I promise that we people from Gojia village will never cause trouble at your company's construction site again. No more? Yi Xingchen looked at Go Yiyang thoughtfully. What else do you want? Why? It's obvious that you guys came to mess with me in the first place, and now you've pissed me off. Do you want to get clean if you don't mess with me again? And you know, what I'm most angry about is not that you came to our company's construction site to cause trouble, but that you came to our company's construction site to cause trouble. You are the one who actually made trouble with the Japs and Jilai. You are still a Shah countryman yourself. Are you being used as a spearman by the Japs? Have you forgotten the hatred between our Shah kingdom and the Japs in the past? After hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Go Yiyang couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears and knelt down with regret. Leader. I don't want to either. I am a Shah countryman. How could I be willing to be used as a gunman by a little devil to deal with my own compatriots? It's all my fault for this incompetent son. What's the meaning? Yi Xingchen glanced at Go Dongzi, who was huddled up and afraid to speak. This incompetent little brat has no business dealing with anyone. He has dealt with people from Sakura Company and was tricked into gambling. He owes a debt of 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan. You can take it all from selling my old life. No more than 10 million. Later, the little devils came to our door and said that as long as we do something for them, the 10 million will be written off. Go Yiyang was in a daze for a while and continued. You also know what the little devil wants us to do. I am also forced into desperation. And once the thing is successful, we can get such an astronomical sum of money. In addition, the little devil takes a woman under his control. He gave it to us to play with, but over time, I was blinded by the debt, the money and the beauty, and gradually lost my mind, so I did what I regretted. Zhaobu and Ichiro, This bastard actually dares to play dirty tricks. Yi Xingchen frowned, exuding a faint murderous aura all over his body. Forget it, I admit this. I can kill or chop you up as you like, but I hope, or I beg you, to let my son go. Go Yiyang's forehead hit the ground heavily. Yi Xingchen sighed softly and dropped the cigarette butt on the ground. Okay, in that case, I will go meet this little devil in person, and I will also help you solve the gambling debt issue. As for you, adults should always pay for their mistakes. I don't ask too much, you yourself just break one of your fingers. And from now on, when our company starts construction, you have to help us unconditionally. Go Yiyang was stunned at first, and then a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Ah! Ah! Following two muffled cries of pain in the yard, Yi Xingchen closed the door and left gracefully. In a villa in Yunhe City, Zhaobao Enichiro held a cup the size of a bottle cap and tasted the red wine inside. Daishumaru, who was lying on the sofa opposite Kobubu Aikiro and his whole body was fixed with alloy materials, looked at Kabata Aikiro with envy, and then talked to Kabata Aikiro in Japanese. Xiao Runjun, when will I be able to be as free as you, to enjoy women and taste fine wine? Hearing the envy in Daishomaru's words, Kazuto Ichiro couldn't help but comfort him. Daishang-kun, don't worry. The doctor said that you only need to lie down and rest for 8 months to recover. I will definitely do it by then. I will take you to pick up the most beautiful women in Sha Kingdom, drink the strongest liquor in Sha Kingdom, smoke the strongest cigarettes in Sha Kingdom, and smoke the most arrogant boy in Sha Kingdom. I hope this day can come as soon as possible. Dai Shangmaru's face was full of yearning. By the way, Mr. Dashang, why has Miss Miyamoto been silent for several days? I heard that Yi Xingchen is still alive. Did Miss Miyamoto take action? Zhaobao Enichiro suddenly thought of something and looked at Daishumaru with a puzzled expression. This. Oihomaru couldn't help but hesitated for a while. I don't know. I don't dare to interfere with what the Miyamoto family does. Otherwise. Wait until tomorrow, I will ask the military and let them try to contact Miss Miyamoto. Well, that's all we can do. Shaoran-kun, don't worry. That Yi Xingchen will definitely not survive for long. I have a hunch that Miss Miyamoto will take action against him tonight. As long as Miss Miyamoto takes action, Yi Xingchen will definitely die. Daishomaru smiled confidently. However, the smile on Oihomaru's face soon froze. Because Dashangmaru vaguely felt that he had just seen Yi Xingchen's face outside the window. Xiao Rui. Xiao Raijin. I. Dai Shangmaru suddenly thought of something and was so frightened that he began to tremble even as he spoke. What's wrong? Dashang-kun, are you cold? You're shaking no matter what you say. Obata-kun. Daishomaru looked at the window where he could no longer see anything, and then looked at Kabata-san with a worried look on his face. You. Tell me the truth, what on earth did the doctor tell you? Is it hopeless for me? Did the doctor tell you that I will die soon? Zhaobian-kun, please don't give up on me, I think I can still be saved. Enichiro Kabata turned his back to the window and looked at Daishomaru in confusion. Osho-kun. What are you talking about? How can you say such depressing words? Please cheer up. Doctor, as I said, you just have multiple comminuted fractures all over your body. It's not life-threatening. Just multiple comminuted fractures. Dai Shangmaru felt like he was about to cry without tears. But, why do I feel like I'm going to die? Why? I remember when I was a child, my grandma often said, if a person can see ghosts, then this person is probably going to die. How is that possible? Your grandma must have watched too much The Ring. Watch less of this kind of movie and more of hot-blooded movies like Tarzan and Wu Song Fights the Cat. Kobuchiro said patiently. He persuaded Daishomaru, but soon Kazuto Ichiro remembered something, and was so frightened that the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. Nani? Ghost? You mean you just saw a ghost? Daishangmaru choked hard, then nodded. I seem to have seen a ghost. I just saw Yi Xingchen's ghost. Is he here to take my soul back to my hometown to watch the cherry blossoms with my grandma? Zhaobao Enichiro was stunned for a moment, and soon remembered something. Is there a possibility that Yi Xingchen is not dead yet? Then what just appeared in front of Dai Shangmaru was not Yi Xingchen's ghost, but Yi Xingchen himself. Clang, just as Zhaobao Enichiro worried. Yi Xingchen smashed the fragile door with one punch, and then walked into the villa through the punctured gap. When Yi Xingchen came out of Gojia village, he called Shi Wenbin and asked for the home address of Zhaobu Enichiro. After silently dealing with several bodyguards outside, Yi Xingchen appeared in front of Enichiro Kobu with a swagger. You're not dead. Zhaobao Enichiro was shocked and stood up with a look of fear on his face. Haha. Yi Xingchen waved to Zhaobao Enichiro and Daishumaru to say hello, and then sat next to Daishumaru. Tisk, Tisk, tisk. Why is it so miserable? I haven't even tried hard yet. You guys, it's really good. If two grown men can't do it to me, just find a woman to deal with me. You Asian men are really talented. You mean, what Kobuchiro was most worried about happened? Ms. Miyamoto failed to solve you. Isn't this obvious? Yi Xingchen shrugged indifferently. That woman who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth has been killed by me. Yi Xingchen panicked at Miyamoto Tomomi's words. If the Miyamoto family knew that Miyamoto Tomomi was already dating him, then Miyamoto Tomomi would probably be hunted down by the Miyamoto family as a traitor. Dashangmaru couldn't help being surprised and happy when he heard Yi Xingchen's words. What is surprising is that Yi Xingchen's strength is so terrifying. Even if Miyamoto Tomomi took action personally, he could not defeat Yi Xingchen. Fortunately, Yi Xingchen actually killed Miyamoto Tomomi. Tomomi Miyamoto was a handsome young talent of the Miyamoto family, but she died in the hands of Yi Xingchen. In this way, the relationship between the Miyamoto family and Yi Xingchen is finally settled. It is foreseeable that the Miyamoto family will definitely send stronger masters to take revenge in the future. Of course, Yi Xingchen didn't know what Daishangmaru was thinking, so he just patted Daishangmaru's shattered knee gently. You guys are really good. I thought you were serious businessmen. I also wanted to play fair with you. I never thought that you were here to trick us. Not only did you plant a spy in our company, but you also set up a trap to coerce and lure Go Yiyang and his son, secretly stumbling upon our company. That's really good. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he patted Daishangmaru's knees a few more times. Ah! Ah! Daishomaru immediately let out a scream like a slaughtering pig. Zhaobu and Nichiro couldn't help but secretly scolded his subordinates for their inability to do things well, but he still let Yi Xingchen find him easily. Mr. Puppy, tell me. What should I do about this matter? You guys are playing dirty. Should I also play dirty with you? Should I also make you become this big shitball? In this way, can't we retire honorably and return to China to recuperate? Da Shangwen stared at Yi Xingchen with a look of sorrow and anger. My name is Da Shangwen, not Dashiwanzi. Ichiro Kabata knows very well the truth of leaving Green Hills without worrying about having no firewood. In this situation, no matter how reluctant Ichiro Kobu is, he can only give in. Zhaobao and Nichiro sighed helplessly. You win, Yi Sang. Yi Xingchen looked down at Zhaobu and Nichiro with a victor's attitude. Since you have lost, you must be sincere in losing. If nothing else, kneel down first and then talk to me. Zhaobao's face was full of humiliation and unwillingness, and his legs began to tremble slightly. What? You don't want to? Do you mean to force me to break your knees and kneel down? Yi Xingchen was convinced of Xiao Beo's knees, and looked at Xiao Beo's knees with interest. Are you sure that I don't dare to do something to you? There is no one else here. I, a small employee of Yida Company, dare to come to your door and mess with you, and I even killed all your bodyguards. Who will believe it if I tell you? Yi Xingchen's words completely shattered the last trace of luck and little remaining self-esteem of Zhaobi and Yuichiro. Plop, Zhaobao and Nichiro knelt down with an aggrieved look on his face. Haha. Yi Xingchen smiled again. Don't they all say that you Asians like to talk about the samurai spirit? Aren't you the ones who can be killed and not humiliated? I'm surprised. Why are you so without samurai spirit? You're worthless. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Faced with Yi Xingchen's various humiliations, Zhaobu and Nichiro did not dare to resist at all. Let me make a few requests. Please tell me. First, the money that Go Yiyang and his son owe you is void. If you dare to ask them for money again in the future, I will ask for your life. Hi. Xiao Xingchen nodded without hesitation and agreed to Yi Xingchen's first request. Second, from now on, you are not allowed to have any conflicts with our Yida Company. No matter who is right or wrong, it is your fault. When you come to our Sha Kingdom to beg for food, you must behave like a beggar. Don't take yourself as an uncle. Hi. Zhaobao and Nichiro nodded again and agreed. Third, in the name of our President Qin, donate 100 million to our charity in Yunhei City. Don't tell anyone about this. If I see the media reporting the facts, I will take action from the reporter who reported the news. The camera will smash your head into pieces. What? 100 million? Why don't you go and grab it? Zhaobao and Nichiro was angry. If I were trying to rob him, I wouldn't ask for 100 million. Yi Xingchen smiled slightly. Damn it. Kazuo Ichiro couldn't help but grit his teeth. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, he finally nodded in agreement. Okay, 100 million. Fourth, this is our personal grudge. If you escalate it to a grudge between companies, or dare to call the police. Yi Xingchen threatened with an appropriate sneer. Do you understand what I mean? I am only 100 million, a young employee of Da Company. You are the president of Sakura Company. Even if the police arrest me, I will only be sentenced to a few years at most. After I get out, I will be the first to settle the score with you." Yi Xingchen paused and continued. "My life is like rotten bricks and tiles, worthless. Your life is like gold and jade cups, and great wealth. Can you tell which is more important?" "Hey, I know. I won't do this even if you don't need to tell me." "Very good." Yi Xingchen smiled and nodded. "I hope you won't disappoint me. If you don't do it, the consequences." Snapped. Yi Xingchen used a little strength to slap Daxiang Wan on the knee. Click. Daxiang Maru's already shattered knee was once again slapped to pieces by Yi Xingchen. "Shish." Yi Xingchen made a hissing gesture towards Daxiang Maru. Even though Oihomaru was in so much pain that he wanted to scream, he didn't dare to scream. Daishomaru almost couldn't hold back the curse. "Why are you threatening him? Why are you beating me? Are you sick? In that case, so be it. Mr. Puppy, let's see you later, farewell." Yi Xingchen smiled and waved goodbye to Xiao Xuanyalong. After Yi Xingchen left, Kazuo Ichiro couldn't help but became furious and knocked over the nearly 10 milliliter red wine bottle on the table to the ground. "Damn it. Baga. Kobu-kun." Daishomaru looked at his knee with a painful look on his face. He wanted to touch it but couldn't do it because his arm was broken. "Kobu-kun, please bear with it for a while. I will contact the military tomorrow. Fang, tell them that Miss Miyamoto has been killed by this boy. The Miyamoto family will definitely not give up and will definitely send stronger masters to Yenhi City." "I hope so." Kobuchiro gritted his teeth and looked at the ground where he just knelt, stamping his foot hard. "When the time comes, I will definitely." Instigation. Just at this moment, there was a faint sound of footsteps again at the door of the villa. Kobuchiro thought that Yi Xingchen had gone and returned, so he was startled and coughed in embarrassment. "Ha ha ha. I will definitely ask for mercy when the time comes. After all, Yi Sang is still very kind." As Zhaobao Inichiro spoke, he looked towards the door with a smile. Instigation. To Kabatake's surprise, the person who appeared at the gate was not Yi Xingchen, but a man wearing a black hoodie, who was dressed a bit like Assassin's Creed. "Your Excellency is." Zhaobao Inichiro looked at the other party in confusion. The visitor did not speak, but slowly pulled out a pure steel dagger from his waist. "You. What do you want to do? Who are you?" Zhaobao Inichiro couldn't help but be horrified. If a stranger suddenly pulled out a knife on him, he couldn't possibly want to kill a chicken and roast it and give him a bite, right? What frightened Kobuchiro even more was that the opponent was holding a pure steel dagger. The weight of this pure steel dagger is not much different from Miyamoto Tomomi's oriental dagger. This also shows that the other party is a master who is as powerful as Miyamoto Tomomi. "Die." It was a male voice, speaking Sha Mandarin. "You." The man was extremely fast and rushed to Kabatake's side almost instantly. "Shua." With the sound of a cold weapon breaking through the air, Kazuto Ichiro felt a chill on his neck before he even had time to see clearly how the man drew the sword. Zhaobao Inichiro pointed at the man with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't. He finally fell to the ground and stopped breathing. "Don't come here. I didn't see anything." Daishomaru, who was pretending to be dead, saw the man starting to walk towards him and couldn't help but scream loudly. "Die, Shua." The man waved the dagger in his hand again and stabbed Oihomaru's chest accurately. Dai Shangmaru only had time to spit out a small mouthful of blood before he closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Under the gloomy light, the man slowly took off his hat. He was a young man who looked about the same age as Yi Xingchen. The young man's appearance was very ordinary. The only thing that stood out was his cold eyes without any emotion. The young man looked at the bodies of Kobu Inichiro and Daishomaru, then walked to the yard and killed the bodyguards who had been knocked unconscious by Yi Xingchen one by one. In the early morning, Yi Xingchen was awakened from his sleep by a sound. Yi Xingchen sat up from the bed with a confused look on his face. There is no doubt that this burst of noise was made by Miyamoto Tomomi. What the hell is this woman doing? It was already past 3 o'clock in the morning after Yi Xingchen returned home from Kotobu Ichiro's residence last night. Yi Xingchen did not choose to go back to his master bedroom to sleep on the same bed as Miyamoto Tomomi, but slept on the bed in the guest bedroom. Although Miyamoto Tomomi's powerful figure did have a fatal attraction for him, Yi Xingchen always felt that it would be weird if the two of them lived together in this state. And Yi Xingchen also felt that he would be sorry for Lin Yun if he did this. More importantly, Yi Xingchen had a vague feeling that Tomomi Miyamoto was treating him like a stallion. If it weren't for the fact that it didn't exist in reality, Yi Xingchen would have doubted whether Tomomi Miyamoto was practicing some magical skill of gathering yang and replenishing yin. Otherwise, how could any girl be as fierce as Miyamoto Tomomi? I asked for it again after the first time, and then again at night. Yi Xingchen even felt that Miyamoto Tomomi was in pain many times. But Miyamoto Tomomi still enjoyed it and indulged in it. Good guy. Dare to fall in love with Miyamoto Tomomi and become addicted to male seductress and unable to extricate herself? In order to find out what Tomomi Miyamoto was doing, Yi Xingchen arranged his clothes and opened the door to the bedroom. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, Miyamoto Tomomi was not busy with anything else and was actually making breakfast for herself. What moved Yi Xingchen even more was that Tomomi Miyamoto seemed to know that she had an unusually large appetite, and the breakfast she cooked was also very generous. Miyamoto Tomomi saw Yi Xingchen walking out of the room and bowed to Yi Xingchen very politely. "Good morning, Mr. Yi. Breakfast is ready. After breakfast, go to work." At this moment, Miyamoto Tomomi actually gave Yi Xingchen the illusion of being a good wife and mother. If he hadn't known the identity of Tomomi Miyamoto's killer, Yi Xingchen would have almost believed it. But even so, Yi Xingchen was surprised. "I've heard that Asian women are virtuous before, but I didn't expect them to be so virtuous. It seems that I will be lucky in the future." But when Yi Xingchen sat at the dining table and saw the recipe, he suddenly felt different. The food on the table is very rich, including 4 dishes and 1 soup. Stir-fried dog's tail grass, lotus seed dog's tail soup, cold dog's tail grass, stir-fried dog's tail meat slices, dog's tail grass sushi. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be confused. If you eat so much dogtail grass, will you really grow a tail one day? Although eating dogtail grass can absorb spiritual energy, it doesn't need to be so exaggerated, right? Eating dogtail grass every day, and eating so much in one meal, even if you are practicing, will make you crazy. Please enjoy. Like a virtuous wife, Tomomi Miyamoto stood there and looked at Yi Xingchen with a smile. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly. In order to live up to Miyamoto Tomomi's kindness, he could only bite the bullet and eat. Tomomi Miyamoto sat opposite Yi Xingchen and looked at Yi Xingchen thoughtfully. "I knew you were back last night." "Oh." Yi Xingchen drank the soup while minding his own business. "It hurts too much and I can't stand it anymore, otherwise I will sleep in your room." Puff. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but spit out the soup in his mouth. Haha. Tomomi Miyamoto seemed to be very satisfied with Yi Xingchen's reaction, chuckling. "No. Why?" Yi Xingchen looked at Tomomi Miyamoto with a puzzled look. After hesitating for a moment, Miyamoto Tomomi did not choose to tell the truth. "Because I am Yi Jun's person, it is my duty and obligation to serve Yi Jun at night." Yi Xingchen was speechless. Soon, Yi Xingchen thought of something and suddenly asked, "By the way, Yomei, you know better about cultivation. I have something to ask you." "Yeah, tell me." Tomomi Miyamoto nodded obediently. "Well, how do I put it? It means, you know why an ordinary person, suddenly after a certain period of time, his strength and speed increase, and he looks younger and eats more than before. Well, when I say increase, I mean an exaggerated increase." "Oh?" Tomomi Miyamoto realized something instantly and frowned slightly. "Do you know?" Yi Xingchen looked at Yi Xingchen expectantly. "Is he male or female?" Tomomi Miyamoto asked further tentatively. "Female." "Oh." Tomomi Miyamoto immediately confirmed what she was thinking. "I am afraid that a certain woman around Yi Xingchen had an indescribable relationship with Yi Xingchen, and then absorbed spiritual energy from Yi Xingchen's body, which led to such a change. The reason why Yi Xingchen said that she has changed a lot is because this woman is an ordinary person. It is easy to improve her strength and the contrast will be very clear." It was naturally impossible for Tomomi Miyamoto to tell the truth to Yi Xingchen, as this would expose her purpose of staying with Yi Xingchen. If Yi Xingchen drives him away, how can he quickly improve his strength and go back to seek revenge from Miyamoto Junya? Or even seek revenge on Yi Xingchen? Tomomi Miyamoto thought hard for a while before deliberately pretending to be uncertain. Maybe, I accidentally ate spiritual grass recently? But she is an ordinary person, she can't eat much dogtail grass. Everyone's ability to absorb spiritual energy from dogtail grass is different. Some people can absorb a lot of spiritual energy after eating one bite, and some people can't absorb much spiritual energy after eating several plants. I see. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. When Tomomi Miyamoto saw Yi Xingchen, who was deep in thought, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Tomomi Miyamoto suddenly took out her mobile phone and laughed. "There is big news this morning." "What's the big news?" "Xiao Renichiro and Dai Shomaru, as well as all the bodyguards in Xiao Zan's villa, were killed with one knife. The murderer can definitely be a cultivator." "What?" Yi Xingchen couldn't help being shocked. I just went to deal with Xiao Xuanyalong last night, and this guy was killed that night? Yi Xingchen frowned. Couldn't it be such a coincidence? Why do you vaguely smell a hint of conspiracy? Could the murderer put the blame on himself? But I only know Tomomi Miyamoto, a practitioner, so why should I put the blame on myself? If he hadn't put the blame on himself, was it really just a coincidence? Yi Xingchen quickly took out his phone to check this morning's news. Also taking advantage of Yi Xingchen's opportunity to watch the news, Tomomi Miyamoto, who was full of crisis, slowly squatted down. Hiss! Yi Xingchen's brows instantly relaxed. But because Yi Xingchen focused all his energy on watching the news about the murder of Kazuo Ichiro, he did not stop Tomomi Miyamoto. Have you heard? Zhaobu Inichiro was killed last night? It is said that he was fatally stabbed with a sharp metal weapon. It seems that the murderer was a strong man. Yes, yes. How can ordinary people handle metal-sharp objects? It is said that the Sakura Company's headquarters in Japan has offered a reward of 1 million for information about the murderer. Damn it, doesn't it mean that if you find this strong man, you can get 1 million? Zhaobu Inichiro, Qin Yanran's rival for many years, died tragically at home, which caused a sensation even in Yida Company. On the way to his office, Yi Xingchen kept hearing colleagues talking. Hey, look, it's Yi Xingchen. Oh, I remembered, Yi Xingchen is also a strong man. It is said that last time at the construction site, he lifted a brick weighing several kilograms. I have never seen anyone stronger than him. Do you think it was Yi Xingchen who did it? Our company and Sakura Company have been competitors for many years. I'm sure Yi Xingchen rushed to Kobuchiro's house in anger and f***ed him. After all, he was young and energetic. Ah. I think it's very possible. If he really did it, wouldn't we get a million bonus if we report it? When Yi Xingchen heard his colleagues' increasingly outrageous comments, he couldn't help but turn around and walk back towards the talking colleagues. Hey, what are you talking about? Yi Xingchen's face was full of displeasure, and he was ready to lash out at the slightest disagreement. Perhaps Yi Xingchen himself didn't realize it. After getting used to his terrifying physical fitness and the changes in the world, Yi Xingchen's own mentality gradually began to undergo huge changes. From the past, a cowardly and timid ordinary social animal who was afraid of causing trouble, he gradually transformed into a powerful person who does not cause trouble but is not afraid of it. Ah, nothing, nothing. Colleagues seemed to be reminded of Yi Xingchen's terrifying physical condition, and they couldn't help being frightened. They all lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Speak to your face if you have anything to say, ask any questions you have, and don't talk about your colleagues behind their backs. Okay? Qin Yanran came over at some point and defended Yi Xingchen in her words. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, Xingchen. Seeing Qin Yanran supporting Yi Xingchen, all colleagues began to apologize sensibly. Qin Yanran seemed still dissatisfied and continued to lecture her employees. Today you are talking about whether the murderer is Xingchen, and tomorrow you will start talking about whether I ordered Xingchen to do it. Don't dare. It's because you don't dare, but it's not that you don't think so, right? Qin Yanran's eyes widened. Ah no. No. Qin Yanran wanted to say something else, but saw Lin Yun running over in a panic. Mr. Qin. Something bad has happened. A lot of police are coming, looking for Xingchen by name. What? Police? Looking for Yi Xingchen? Could it really be him? Oh my god. If I had known I would have just called and reported. The colleagues who had not dared to speak just now suddenly exploded again. Shut up, everyone. Whoever is talking nonsense to me, pack your things and get out. Qin Yanran couldn't help but became furious. It was also at this time that a large number of police began to approach. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am the captain of the Yunhee City Special Police Brigade. My name is Luo Yun. This is my ID. This is a summons about Mr. Yi Xingchen. Qin Yanran took Luo Yun's ID and looked at it carefully, then glanced at the summons. Captain Luo, I want to ask, did my people really kill someone? Is there enough evidence? I don't want my people to be taken away by you inexplicably like this. Ha ha ha. Luo Yun is obviously a good person and takes great care of Qin Yanran's face. Mr. Qin, I misunderstood. This is a summons, not an arrest warrant. As for us, it's just a routine matter. We want to find Mr. Yi Xingchen, go back and find out what's going on. I'm just asking casual questions, nothing else. Just asking. Qin Yanran looked at the dozens of special police officers behind Luo Yun with dissatisfaction. It's really a long battle to find someone to go back and ask. I can't help it, it's just an order from above. We are just following orders. I hope Mr. Qin won't embarrass us. Qin Yanran wanted to say something else, but Yi Xingchen took the initiative to step forward. Mr. Qin, forget it. I'll go with them. Stars. Qin Yanren and Lin Yun both took a few steps closer to Yi Xingchen anxiously. I believe that justice is in the heart. If you have done it, you have done it. If you have not done it, you have not done it. If you have not done anything wrong, you are not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. I also believe that our law enforcement agencies will not wrongly accuse every good person. Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. Mr. Yi Xingchen is still reasonable. Luo Yun gave Yi Xingchen a thumbs up. In that case, Mr. Yi Xingchen, come with us. You guys, eh? After Luo Yun finished speaking, he winked at the subordinates behind him. Several special police officers quickly stepped forward, worked together to pull out an alloy handcuff and cuffed it on Yi Xingchen's hand. Mr. Yi Xingchen, our police have learned that you are a strong man with excellent overall physical fitness. This is specially prepared for you. Don't blame us, we are just doing business. Please forgive me. Luo Yun saw that Qin Yanren was a little unhappy, so he quickly explained to Yi Xingchen with a smile. It doesn't matter. Yi Xingchen also smiled at Luo Yun. Okay, let's go. Luo Yun waved his hand and asked the special police to take Yi Xingchen back. Xingchen. Qin Yanren suddenly called Yi Xingchen, and then looked at Luo Yun, her thin body exuding a strong domineering air. Captain Luo, before there is enough evidence, I hope that all rights and interests of my people can be get absolute protection. If I find out in the future that you can't find absolute evidence and make my people suffer, I will never let this matter go. If you think I am just a prostitute, what I said is not enough seriously, you will definitely regret it. After hearing Qin Yanren's domineering words, Luo Yun couldn't help but froze on the spot. Luo Yun is not stupid. A business queen of Qin Yanren's level must have connections and strength behind her. Although it cannot be said that Qin Yanren is someone he cannot afford to offend, Luo Yun feels that he would have to go crazy to offend this business queen of Yunhe City. Thinking of this, Luo Yun smiled kindly at Qin Yanren. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. This is a society ruled by law. What you are worried about will never happen. This is naturally the best. Qin Yanren nodded with satisfaction. Farewell. Let's go. Luo Yun turned around and waved to the SWAT officers. Dozens of special police officers led Yi Xingchen out of the Yida Company headquarters building in an orderly manner. Qin Yanren then turned around and looked at her colleagues behind her, Lin Yun. Mr. Qin. Next document. From now on, if I hear anyone talking about Yi Xingchen behind his back, no matter what the reason, I will pack up and leave. Okay. Lin Yun nodded heavily. Yi Xingchen was quickly taken to the Yunhe City Special Police Brigade by Luo Yun. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, Luo Yun did not question him, but locked himself in a separate cell. Looking at Luo Yun's leaving figure, Yi Xingchen frowned and asked in confusion, Captain Luo, didn't you say you were summoning me for questioning? No more questioning? Luo Yun turned around and looked at Yi Xingchen. He was slightly startled at first, and then laughed. Mr. Yi Xingchen, don't worry. Of course I have been summoned for questioning. However, the person who asked you is not me, but someone else. There is someone. Don't be impatient, that person will be here soon. Yi Xingchen looked at Luo Yun suspiciously. If Luo Yun's identity hadn't been confirmed, if he hadn't been in the Yunhe City Special Police Brigade, Yi Xingchen would even wonder if he was brought here by someone from the SWAT team. Just when Yi Xingchen was puzzled, there was a sound of heavy footsteps in the corridor outside the cell. The footsteps were sonorous and powerful, and you knew he was a powerful person. Yi Xingchen understood that the rightful owner was here. But when the rightful owner appeared in front of Yi Xingchen's jaw almost dropped in shock. Hi. Outside the iron fence, Long Qingshan waved to Yi Xingchen with a smile. It's you? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be overjoyed. Long Qingshan is still reliable. He actually came to fish him out right away. Soon, Yi Xingchen was attracted by an extremely attractive young man behind Long Qingshan. And Yi Xingchen noticed that there was a metal dagger hanging on the young man's waist. Someone who can carry a metal dagger with him is obviously a master, or a practitioner. What the hell? This look. Assassin's Creed. It turned out that the young man behind Long Qingshan was the young man who killed Kobuchiro, Daishomaru and all the bodyguards after Yi Xingchen left last night. First palm, long, anti-shielding method, will be noted again later. If nothing happens, I will leave first. A special police officer saluted Long Qingshan, and after Long Qingshan nodded, he left the cell with extremely standard steps. First palm, long, anti-shielding method, last noted, damn it. Yi Xingchen was stunned. I had speculated before that Long Qingshan might have a military background, but now it seems, this military background is pretty big. What? Didn't you see it? Long Qingshan smiled at Yi Xingchen. I really didn't notice it. I never thought that the person interrogating me would be you. Wrong. It's not an interrogation, it's a summons. Long Qingshan corrected Yi Xingchen's wording very strictly. It's all the same. Okay, let's start the summons. I didn't kill Zhao Bao and Ichiro. I know you weren't the one who killed me. Long Qingshan nodded heavily. For a moment, Yi Xingchen wanted to curse. You know that I wasn't the one who killed you, but you still went out with such a big fanfare to find so many special police officers to bring you here? Do you want to eat pancakes? Are you kidding me? Seemingly sensing Yi Xingchen's unhappiness, Long Qingshan continued to smile and pointed at the young man behind her. He killed him. Yi Xingchen frowned and vaguely guessed something. But it doesn't matter who killed Kazuichiro Kobu. Long Qingshan gently patted the dust on his clothes. What matters is that I can get you clean now. Come out. Yi Xingchen immediately understood what Long Qingshan meant. Conspiracy. Kai Guoguo's conspiracy. Long Qingshan is sure of herself. Yi Xingchen thought for a moment and then went straight to the point. Aren't you afraid that I will rush out and die with you? First, tell me what you want me to do. Smart. Long Qingshan gave him a thumbs up. I like talking to smart people. It would be boring if my future husband was a fool. Indeed, I have considered you to break the pot, but I think it's worth taking the risk. Yi Xingchen was speechless, unable to believe every word Long Qingshan said. To tell you the truth, I know about the conflict between Sakura Company and Yida Company. I also know that Kobuchiro will definitely find a way to cause trouble at the construction site. I also know that if he causes trouble, you will definitely come to deal with him. His codename is Long Wuliu, and I arranged a task for him 2 days ago. As long as you go and deal with Zhaobu and Ichiro, after you leave, you will kill them. Long Qingshan? Long Wuliu? Yi Xingchen frowned, recalling Miyamoto Tomomi's words before, and instantly understood something. Are you from the Dragon Clan? Long Qingshan looked at Yi Xingchen in surprise and couldn't help but marvel. It seems that I still underestimated you. You are more complicated than I thought. That's right, I won't pretend anymore, I'm showing my cards. I, Long Qingshan, my father, Long Shaoqi, is the leader of the Dragon Clan. What do you Dragon Clan want me to do? It's very simple. As long as you promise me that from now on, you will join the Dragon Clan and become a member of our Dragon Clan, and promise to assume all the obligations that a Dragon Clan member should have, you can leave now. Why? Why did you try your best to get me to join the Dragon Clan? What does the Dragon Clan want? I have only heard of your Dragon Clan's name and don't know much about it. It's not the Dragon Clan who wants you, it's me who wants you. Long Qingshan continued to explain with a smile. First let me introduce our Dragon Clan to you. Our Dragon Clan is called the patron saint of Sha Kingdom by many foreign forces. By it consists of many outstanding masters. The duty of the Dragon Clan is to use some shameful means, including not limited to assassination, to eradicate all those who harm the Sha Kingdom. Long Qingshan paused and continued. 5 years ago, my mother Shangju personally went abroad to hunt down a traitor and disappeared mysteriously in every continent. Our Dragon Clan has enough intelligence to show that my mother was ambushed and captured by an organization called Hurricane in every continent. The organization Hurricane, and our Dragon Clan is equally powerful. If a large force of Dragon Clan goes to rescue, it will cause trouble, but with so few people going, the rescue operation is nothing more than a dream. Actually, I had the idea of giving up at the beginning, until your appearance changed my mind and gave me a glimmer of hope. It was also from that moment on that I made up my mind to recruit you into the Dragon Clan at all costs. Not only to rescue my mother, but also to enable the Dragon Clan to serve the country better. Hurricane? Do you want me to go to the Hurricane to save your mother? Damn. Isn't this a joke? Where do you have the confidence to think I can do it? Yi Xingchen had long heard about this organization from Tomomi Miyamoto. It was a terrifying force that could exist alongside the Miyamoto family of Toyo Kingdom, the Dragon Clan of Sha Kingdom, the Catholic Church of Ujo, and the god-killing gods of Feijo. Even without taking into account combat experience, skills or technology, the Miyamoto family has nearly 10 people to stabilize themselves, and the Hurricane must be about the same, right? Of course you can't do it now, but in the future, I believe you can do it. After hearing Long Qingshan's words, Yi Xingchen not only fell silent, but also fell into endless entanglement and hesitation. Seeing that Yi Xingchen did not refuse clearly, Long Qingshan knew that there was hope in the matter, so she continued to threaten him. The reason why I set up this trap is to lure you into taking the bait. If you agree to join the Dragon Clan, someone will naturally bear the responsibility for killing Kobuchiro. If you don't agree to join the Dragon Clan, the person who will bear the responsibility will be you. Think about it carefully, think about your father, think about your confidant, think about your brother, don't you feel it as a pity? Indeed, you are very strong. Not to mention me and the special police outside, even the Long Wuliu behind me, combined, are no match for you. As long as you want to get out, you can escape at any time. But you have to consider the consequences of doing this. You don't want to be the #1 person on the Dragon Clan's blacklist, right? You don't want to be accused of collaborating with the enemy and treason, right? Yi Xingchen pursed his lips, still hesitant. Long Qingshan knew everything about him, and Yi Xingchen was not surprised at all. For such a big boss of the Dragon Clan, if he casually investigates, he will probably know exactly what color underwear he wears every day, let alone his brothers and women. Long Qingshan is obviously an expert negotiator. After talking hard, he started to talk softly, playing the emotional card. Growing up, my father has been busy with the affairs of the Dragon Clan and rarely takes care of the affairs of the family. My eldest brother has followed his father to serve the country and the Dragon Clan since he was a child. My uncle and my second brother all died in the execution of their missions. Since childhood, only my mother has been by my side, accompanying me, caring for me, and protecting me, and only my mother can make me feel the rare family affection. But my mother is also a member of the Dragon Clan after all. Once a Dragon Clan member, she will always be a Dragon Clan ghost. When I grew up, my mother once again served the country and the Dragon Clan, and then something unexpected happened. Because of the delicate relationship between the forces, it is impossible for the Dragon Clan to rescue my mother on a large scale. My father and eldest brother have even given up on my mother, but I don't want to. I hope you can help me. Help me defeat my cold-blooded father, help me become the leader of the Dragon Clan, and help me rescue my mother. As long as I can rescue my mother, I can agree to any conditions you have. After hearing what Long Qingshan said, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel moved. Yes, in a seemingly peaceful society, how could ordinary people know that this peaceful and prosperous age was built on the bones of countless martyrs who shed their lives and shed their blood? How can ordinary people know how many people work hard to protect this peaceful and prosperous world every night? Long Qingshan's uncle and second brother both died. His mother was captured by hostile forces, and his father and eldest brother also devoted themselves to serving the country. It can be said that the whole family is loyal. Long Qingshan gritted her teeth and continued. I said, I can give everything, including myself. As long as you agree, I can even become yours. I don't care how many confidants you have, and I don't care how you treat me, but I can still strictly fulfill my obligations, your duties and obligations as a wife. Perhaps it was the helplessness of the subordinate prisoners who were allowed to be mermaids. Perhaps they were moved by the loyalty of Long Qingshan's family, or perhaps they were moved by Long Qingshan's filial piety, or perhaps Long Qingshan himself's condition was too tempting. Yi Xingchen had already vaguely thought of agreeing to join the Dragon Clan. If I really join the Dragon Clan, will I lose my freedom? I can give you a privilege. Long Qingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I will let you serve as the honorary elder of the Dragon Clan. I will only assign you a small number of tasks, and try to ensure that the scope of the tasks is in Yunhe City. However, some things should be said in advance. If you are not strong enough, I will naturally not let you go to every continent to die. If you are strong enough, you must help me save my mother. This is a hard and non-negotiable condition. Okay. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily. Long Qingshan couldn't help but be extremely excited. I can understand that your sentence of yes means that you agree to officially join our Dragon Clan? Who can refuse to serve the country? Who can refuse to be the patron saint of the motherland? Who can refuse such a beautiful woman? Yi Xingchen smiled at Long Qingshan. Of course, the last sentence is just a joke. But Long Qingshan didn't care, and just kept nodding heavily. Okay. From now on, your code name in the Dragon Clan will be Long Qi. Long Qi? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but murmur. HMPH. Long Wuliu on the side seemed a little dissatisfied. Miss, is this person really worth your money to recruit? No matter how I look at it, he is just a person who is a little better than ordinary people. A spiritual person. What can a person who has no strength do? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Does anyone look down on me? Yi Xingchen said wow and glanced at the iron bars of the cell. It is not so much an iron railing, or to be more precise, it is made of iron wire with a diameter of about 2 millimeters. Yi Xingchen stretched out his arms, effortlessly broke apart a few wires, and swaggered out of the cell through the gaps. There was a hint of surprise in Long Wuliu's eyes, and then he realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. In order to roughly understand his level of strength in the Dragon Clan, and to see the prestige of killing Long Wuliu, Yi Xingchen pointed at Long Wuliu. Where do you rank roughly in terms of strength among the Dragon Clan? Long Wuliu was startled for a moment, then looked proud. People are as their names suggest, and their code names are basically rankings of their strength. Oh. Yi Xingchen nodded. then pointed at his back. "Come on, punch here, punch with all your strength, don't hold back." "You sure?" A strange look appeared on Long Wulu's face. Yi Xingchen quickly turned his back to Long Wuluyu. "Come as you are told, and don't act like a woman. Just don't hold a knife behind my waist and touch my waist." "Okay." Long Wuluyu nodded. "I have never seen such an arrogant person in my life." "Hey, haven't we seen him now?" Long Qingshan smiled slightly, obviously very confident in Yi Xingchen. "Although, I have never heard of a request like yours in my life, but if you ask for it yourself, then I will satisfy you. If you die or get injured in a while, don't blame me." Long Wuluyu slowly stretched out his fist, then shouted loudly and sprinted towards Yi Xingchen with all his strength. Bang! As a dull voice sounded, Long Wuluyu punched Yi Xingchen in the back with almost all his strength. Soon, a scene appeared that Long Wuluyu would never forget in his life. Long Wuluyu punched Yi Xingchen in the back with all his strength. Yi Xingchen just felt a slight push from behind, and his body moved and he took half a step forward. Yi Xingchen lifted up his shirt without any scruples, not even leaving a single red mark. How can it be? Long Wulu's face no longer had the previous pride and indifference. From his face to his eyes, he was full of shock, doubt, confusion and admiration. Late at night, Long Wuluyu drove an SUV and planned to take Yi Xingchen home. About 2 kilometers away from Yunhe Villa area, Long Wuluyu suddenly stepped on the brakes. Woo! The tires left several dark marks on the ground. "What are you doing? Ouch!" Yi Xingchen glared at Long Wuluyu with a dissatisfied look on his face. "Brother Qi, you have to walk back by yourself." Long Wuluyu looked at his mobile phone intently. "I have a new mission. I am going to the southwest border area to assassinate a drug lord. Time is tight. I am worried about finding him if I get there late. No one else." "What?" Yi Xingchen looked at Long Wuluyu in astonishment. "Do all dragon people behave like this?" At first, it was Long Qingshan who sent her back, but after receiving a phone call, Long Qingshan threw herself to Long Wuluyu. "It's better now." Long Wuluyu threw himself on the roadside after receiving a text message. "I'm sorry, Brother Qi, hurry up, get out of the car, and be considerate. According to the rules of the Dragon Clan, mission comes first." Okay. Although Yi Xingchen was a little unhappy, it was understandable. After all, the mission Long Wuluyu received was to eliminate harm for the country, so he should consider it as a way to achieve righteousness if he felt aggrieved. Buzz, looking at the back of Long Wulu's car quickly leaving, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but sigh secretly. "It's really ruthless. Not long ago, I was called Xiao Tianqian, but now the new person is better than the old person, and I call her Mrs. Niu." Yi Xingchen smiled and shook his head. It was impossible to take a taxi at this point, so he could only walk home by himself. Yi Xingchen took out his cell phone and watched the news while walking back to his home. It has to be said that the efficiency of the media is very high. Now there are overwhelming news reports. The murderer of Kabatake Anichiro has been caught and will receive a fair trial in a few days. Woo! Help! I don't know how long it took, but just after Yi Xingchen sent a text message to Lin Yun to report that he was safe, Yi Xingchen suddenly heard the roar of some wild beast and a man's cry for help not far away. "Ha! Hiss! This is the city. Although this road is a bit off, but there won't be any wild animals, right?" The enthusiastic Yi Xingchen quickly ran in the direction of the sound. I saw 2 grinning dogs, one after the other, sandwiching a middle-aged man who looked about 50 years old. The world's physical fitness is declining. In the face of weak human beings, ordinary wild dogs have become unmatched ferocious beasts. "Young man. You. Don't come here." When the middle-aged man saw Yi Xingchen walking over alone, he couldn't help but hurriedly stopped him. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man in confusion. "No. You don't want me to come over, so why are you calling for help?" The 2 wild dogs pinching the middle-aged man also noticed Yi Xingchen, the intruder, and quickly changed their formation. One wild dog continued to stop the middle-aged man, while the other one lowered its head and bared its teeth and roared at Yi Xingchen, seemingly trying to persuade Yi Xingchen to retreat. The middle-aged man quickly explained, "You are only one person, and you will only fall prey to these ferocious beasts. I called for help because I wanted to seek help from the people passing by, not just a single person." Yi Xingchen was relieved. It turned out that the middle-aged man was worried that he would die if he came alone. "Uncle, don't worry, just 2 wild dogs can't hurt me." The middle-aged man couldn't help being stunned. "Young man, this is no joke. This is a dog. A famous ferocious beast. In the entire history of mankind, it is rare to hear of anyone defeating this ferocious beast. even if it's Wu Song in the novel, and he only has a record of killing one cat. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be speechless for a while. Wu Song beats the cat. Why? Why does it sound weird? Young man, hurry up and leave. These two ferocious beasts haven't set their sights on you yet. They just want to drive you away. There's still time. When they start to turn around and attack you, it's over. The middle-aged man's words made Yi Xingchen feel more comfortable. Such conscientious people are worth saving. Yi Xingchen did not reply to the middle-aged man's words, but pointed with his right hand at the wild dog grinning at him. Hey! Let me ask you something, am I prosperous this year? Woo! Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Okay, okay. Thank you. Yi Xingchen clasped his fist at the wild dog to thank him. Yi Xingchen's move made the middle-aged man in desperate situation laugh. The middle-aged man couldn't help but give Yi Xingchen a thumbs up. Young man, you are brave and courageous, it's amazing. But, it's just a joke, don't get angry. Hee hee, Yi Xingchen smiled deeply, then glanced at a large, slightly rotten branch on the side of the road. The middle-aged man noticed Yi Xingchen's gaze and couldn't help but said doubtfully, Young man, although the branch is a bit rotten, it weighs about 10 kilograms at least. Let alone using it as a weapon, even if it's impossible to hold it in your hand, right? How do you use it to defeat these two ferocious beasts? Yi Xingchen smiled at the middle-aged man, and then walked step by step to the branch under the gaze of one person and two dogs. Woof woof woof. It seemed like wild dogs were mocking Yi Xingchen. Under normal circumstances, how could a person lift something weighing about 10 kilograms? But this person and two dogs really met tonight. Under the frightened eyes of the middle-aged man, Yi Xingchen was seen holding the branch with one hand, and then looking maliciously at the wild dog grinning at him. What? How is it possible? Is my old eyesight blurred? Or did I bump into a ghost tonight? Such a big, long, black and straight thing. Even if it is hollow, weighs several kilograms, right? How could anyone possibly be able to do that? Pick it up, and it's with one hand. Could it be that I usually do good things, but now I'm in danger, and God sent a god to come down to earth to save me? Woo! When the two wild dogs saw that Yi Xingchen had a weapon in his hand, they did not dare to be careless. They immediately gave up on the middle-aged man and began to attack Yi Xingchen from the left and right. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of here. Yi Xingchen waved the branch in his hand and rushed towards one of the wild dogs with all his strength. Ouch! Although the wild dog tried its best to avoid Yi Xingchen's attack, the tree branch still hit the wild dog. The wild dog that was hit let out a cry of pain, and then quickly moved away from Yi Xingchen. After maintaining a safe distance, the wild dog glared at Yi Xingchen while constantly licking the area where it was hit. Yi Xingchen held the branch and rushed towards another wild dog again. Having learned from the past, the other wild dog did not dare to confront Yi Xingchen and hurriedly jumped away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Xingchen saw that the two wild dogs did not leave, but were just wandering in the distance waiting for an opportunity, so he couldn't help but stamp his feet and give them a warning. Being so frightened by Yi Xingchen, the two wild dogs no longer dared to appear in Yi Xingchen's sight, and hurriedly got into the grass in the distance. Done. Yi Xingchen threw the branch in his hand on the ground, then clapped his hands together to shake off the dirt and rotten wood on his palms. You. The middle-aged man pointed at Yi Xingchen, his face full of horror. What's wrong, uncle? Young man. You are amazing. I have lived for more than half my life, and this is the first time I have seen someone able to lift such a heavy object. And that is a dog, a famous ferocious beast. You actually. I feel that if you really act hard, these two ferocious beasts may kill you at your hands. It's so terrifying. Only the title of dragon-slaying warrior in novels and movies can be worthy of you. Slaying. Dragon-slaying warrior. Yi Xingchen's expression froze. Who would have thought that by casually defeating two wild dogs on the roadside, you could get the title of dragon-slaying warrior? Since the world changed dramatically, so many funny things have happened. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile. Uncle, it's so late. Why are you walking on such a remote road alone? How dangerous. If you hadn't met me, you might have become a dog. And become such a vicious person. It's food for the beast. Hey. The middle-aged man sighed softly. My name is Qin Yuanhang, and I want to come to the city to see my daughter. Originally, I drove myself, so I didn't care too much about time and route selection. But I never expected that the car broke down temporarily, and I didn't want to trouble my daughter, so I had no choice but to abandon the car and walk to my daughter's house, and I'll think of a solution tomorrow. Oh, I got it. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. The power of people in this world is pitifully small. Indeed, if something breaks down on the car, it will be scrapped and the parts cannot be picked up. How can it be repaired? In the past, the most basic and simple thing of changing a tire has become something unimaginable in this world. Young man, where do you live? Yi Xingchen hesitated for 2 seconds. I live in Yunhe Villa District. Uncle Qin, where are you? What a coincidence. My daughter also lives in Yunhe Villa District. She lives at number 99. What about you? Qin Yuanhang looked at Yi Xingchen with excitement. Yi Xingchen was almost shocked when he heard some information from Qin Yuanhang at first. He thought Qin Yuanhang was Qin Yanran's father for a while. It was not until Qin Yuanhang said that his daughter lived at number 99 that Yi Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. The villa he currently lives in is number 65, and the villa Qin Yanran lives next door is number 66. Yi Xingchen smiled at Qin Yuanhang. Uncle Qin, let me take you back. Anyway, I live in Yunhe Villa area. If you are alone, if you meet again later, you will have someone to take care of you, right? Thank you so much. Qin Yuanhang was extremely excited and followed Yi Xingchen closely. The two of them walked along this dark road directly towards the Yunhe Villa area. Soon, this dark road came to an end and came to a relatively prosperous section. It was only here that Qin Yuanhang started talking more. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? What? No? Oh, what a coincidence. My daughter has always been single. Young man, are you interested in getting to know her? My daughter is in great condition. She is highly educated, good-looking, high income, has high blood pressure. She is tall. Anyway, she is a lot taller. It doesn't matter. If we can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, we can just be ordinary friends. What? You are not good enough for my daughter. Hey, young man, are you kidding me? With your strength and speed, you are just like a legendary dragon-slaying warrior. My daughter is just an ordinary woman, and you are not as good as a dragon-slaying warrior like you. When warriors are together, she is the one who has surpassed you. Are you really not planning to get to know each other? Why don't you leave your contact information? You can meet again when you want to meet in the future. What? What if you get married by then? It doesn't matter, as long as your nails are cut well, there is no corner that can't be dug. Young man. Don't leave, it's such a pity. Yi Xingchen listened to Qin Yuanhang's chirping along the way, and suddenly felt his blood pressure soaring. In the end, Yi Xingchen, who couldn't stand Qin Yuanhang's nagging, saw the Yunhe Villa area in front of him, so he decisively abandoned Qin Yuanhang and ran away. Qin Yuanhang originally wanted to catch up and ask for his contact information, but Yi Xingchen was too happy. Qin Yuanhang could only look at the ocean and sigh. It's a pity, it's a pity. Qin Yuanhang sighed as he found the gate of number 99 of Yunhe Villa District. Qin Yuanhang reached out and pressed the doorbell, and it was a middle-aged man who walked out of the villa. Across the wire railing, the middle-aged man looked at Qin Yuanhang with a confused expression. Brother, who are you looking for? Huh? Qin Yuanhang looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. You are. What am I? I am the owner of this villa. Who are you? Isn't the owner of the villa a lady named Qin? What lady named Qin? I have lived in this villa for more than 10 years, and I have never known any lady named Qin. Hurry up and get lost. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he closed the wooden door without ceremony. That's weird. Qin Yuanhang suddenly remembered something and quickly took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello? Daughter? You don't live at number 99 in Yunhe Villa District? What? You live at number 66. Did I remember it wrong? I am now at the door of villa number 99. Are you coming to pick me up? No, I just walk over by yourself, it's not too far, just wait for me at the door later. Let's talk about Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen soon passed by the gate of Qin Yanran's villa. Just when Yi Xingchen was hesitating whether to say hello to Qin Yanran to say hello or just send a message, he found Qin Yanran standing at the gate of the villa. Mr. Qin, it's so late and you haven't slept yet? Are you still standing at the door? Yi Xingchen looked at Qin Yanran in surprise. You're finally back? People from the SWAT team called me before and said they would release you tonight, so I don't worry about you anymore. As for you being here so late, I'm waiting for someone important to me. Waiting for someone? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be stunned. No way. Could it be that the person Qin Yanran was talking about was herself? Qin Yanran is still up so late. Is she really waiting for her to come back? But. Why? Why wait for yourself? Why is he an important person to her? Could it be that her handling of Gojia village was discovered by her? Or is it the concern between other friends or abnormal friends? Whether it was Qin Yanran's position as a company or as a friend, waiting late at night this time really moved her. Yi Xingchen raised his fist and gritted his teeth. Mr. Qin, don't worry. I will definitely do a good job, come on. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he ran towards his villa with great enthusiasm. Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingchen with a confused face, confused in the evening breeze. Didi in the villa. Qin Yanran was carrying a teapot half the size of a disposable plastic cup, pouring hot tea for Qin Yuanhang. A long time after Yi Xingchen returned, Qin Yuanhang arrived belatedly and appeared at the gate of Qin Yanran's villa. Qin Yuanhang held a cup the size of a wine bottle cap in his hand and took a sip of hot tea. "Dad, why did you come here suddenly without saying hello in advance? I arranged for someone to pick you up." "Oh, if I come over later, I'd better ask you to send someone to pick me up." Qin Yuanhang sighed heavily. "There was an accident on the way, and I almost never saw you again." "Accident? What happened?" Qin Yanran was slightly surprised. "The car broke down on the road, and it looked like it was only this far away. I thought I'd just walk over here, but I didn't expect that I met 2 wild dogs on the way, and I almost got killed there." "What?" Qin Yanran's eyes were full of fear. "Why does this legendary beast appear in our city? It's so scary. Dad, how did you escape from danger?" "Hey, what a coincidence. Just when these 2 ferocious beasts were about to attack me, a young boy suddenly appeared and rescued me. Speaking of this young man, he is really a strange person. This young man has amazing strength and good looks. The most important thing is that this young man is not married yet." "Okay, stop. Qin Yanran knew what Qin Yuanhang wanted to say next, so she quickly stopped her from saying, "It was the same last time. She had to introduce me to me and said she was single, but it turned out it's a divorce. I'm also convinced." Qin Yuanhang couldn't help feeling embarrassed. That time was an accident. "What about last time? You said you were a successful person, but turned out to be an unemployed vagrant. Dad, your daughter is just single. It's not that no one wants her. Don't always introduce crooked melons and jujubes to me. Shaoli, do you know? My best friend in college has been divorced 3 times. What do you think is the meaning of marriage?" Qin Yuanhang pouted in dissatisfaction. "If marriage is meaningless, how can I get married 3 times?" Qin Yanran really couldn't find a reason to refute Qin Yuanhang's surprising angle. "Daughter." Qin Yuanhang patted Qin Yanran's shoulder earnestly. "You are already a grown-up. Do you really not have a partner that you like? In 2 or 3 years, you will become an older leftover girl that no one wants." Qin Yanran worriedly supported her chin with both hands and leaned her elbows on the table. "Dad, I've actually been looking for a suitable partner in the past few years, but it's really hard to find one. You say. What does liking mean and what does liking mean?" Qin Yuanhang was startled for a moment, and then gave his own explanation. "It's very simple. If you like it, you won't be bored watching it. If you like it, you will want to watch it even if you are bored." Qin Yanran couldn't help being stunned, as if she was reminiscing, and seemed to be asking herself which people she would not be annoyed by, or which people she would like to see even if she was annoyed. After much thought, Qin Yanran still couldn't find a reasonable partner. Alas! What a pity that there is no chicken to peck such a perfect cabbage. What a pity. Let's talk about Yi Xingchen. After Yi Xingchen returned home, Tomomi Miyamoto quickly came to the gate to greet him. Tomomi Miyamoto skillfully helped Yi Xingchen put on clean slippers, then took off Yi Xingchen's coat and hung it on the hanger, as if she were a good wife and mother. Yi Xingchen sat on the sofa and glanced at the back of busy Miyamoto Tomomi. He was a little confused whether he should tell Miyamoto Tomomi that he had officially joined the Dragon Clan. Yi Jun. After finishing his work, Miyamoto Tomomi walked behind Yi Xingchen and began to massage Yi Xingchen's shoulders carefully. "I used my mobile phone to surf the internet for a while today. Although I have been studying Mandarin for several years, but there is a sentence that I still don't understand what it means." "Oh?" Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. "Which sentence? What does 2333 mean? I see that many netizens on your Shagwo website like to use 2333 when chatting. I don't quite understand the meaning of this sentence." "This sentence?" Yi Xingchen was stunned again. "This is generally used to describe people laughing." "I see." Tomomi Miyamoto nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, Tomomi, do you have any comments or thoughts about the Dragon Clan, from a fair standpoint?" "Dragon Clan?" Tomomi Miyamoto frowned slightly. "Powerful and mysterious. It is said that the leader of the Dragon Clan, Long Shaoqi, is a master at the level of the Holy Domain. It can be said that there are very few people in the world who can fight with him. Like the Miyamoto family, the Dragon Clan has stricter rules, clearer beliefs, tighter organization, and more loyalty to the country than the 3 major organizations, Hurricane, Godkiller, and the Catholic Church. For example, people from the Dragon Clan and Miyamoto clan can give up their lives for the country, but members of the other 3 organizations will not. Many members of the other three organizations do not know the purpose of joining. You don't even know why you joined, you don't know when you will leave, you have loose discipline and no faith. It can be said that the Dragon Clan and the Miyamoto Clan, these two major organizations, exist to serve the country, while the other three major organizations, under the guise of serving the country, are actually doing things that benefit themselves at the expense of others. That's it. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. From Miyamoto Tomomi's words, it is not difficult to tell that Miyamoto Tomomi has a very high opinion of the two major organizations, the Dragon Clan and the Miyamoto family. This also allowed Yi Xingchen to regain a little sense of balance in his heart. By the way, Yi Jun, why do you suddenly ask this question? Tomomi Miyamoto seemed to realize something and looked at Yi Xingchen with a complicated expression. Seeing that the matter could no longer be concealed, Yi Xingchen saw that one day Miyamoto Tomomi would also know about it, so he decided to tell the truth to Miyamoto Tomomi now. Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. Today, Long Shaoqi's daughter came to me. Under special circumstances, I was forced to agree to join the Dragon Clan. 2333. Tomomi Miyamoto read out a string of numbers in an extremely exaggerated manner. What the hell? Yi Xingchen was confused. You didn't say that, it means ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen was speechless for a moment. Sister, that's 2333, not 2333, okay? Tomomi Miyamoto smiled and patted Yi Xingchen on the shoulder. No matter what Mr. Yi does, I will support you. Mr. Yi doesn't need to worry about anything because of me. After all, I have left the Miyamoto family and am no longer the same person as before. That Tomomi Miyamoto is awesome. Yi Xingchen looked at Miyamoto Tomomi with a complicated expression. However, Mr. Yi, there is a saying you must keep in mind. Once a member of the Dragon Clan, you will always be a Dragon Clan ghost. The Dragon Clan is easy to join, but hard to quit. I know. Yi Xingchen nodded dejectedly, lost in thought. Good morning, Mr. Qin. As before, Yi Xingchen drove to the door of Qin Yanran's villa early to wait for Qin Yanran. Well, morning. Let's not go to the company today. Let's go directly to the construction site. I'm worried that people from Gojia village will come here to cause trouble again today. Yi Xingchen lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the car started to speed forward. Mr. Qin, the people in Gojia village should not come to trouble us again. Oh, Qin Yanran didn't think much about Yi Xingchen's words, and thought that Yi Xingchen's confidence came from the fact that Yi Xingchen had a meal with the people of Gojia village the day before yesterday. Qin Yanran couldn't help but smile and shook her head. The people in Gojia village wanted to draw $1 billion of blood from themselves. How could Yi Xingchen just give up and just try to fix them? Although yesterday was uneventful and no one from Gojia village showed up, Qin Yanran always felt that people from Gojia village would come today. After all, violence was not the most appropriate way to solve the problem. That's why Qin Yanran decided not to return to the company and go directly to the construction site. The two soon arrived at the construction site. Perhaps because of Qin Yanran's thunderous rage the day before yesterday, there were obviously several more mature men at the construction site this time. Mr. Qin. Lao Zhang and several employees greeted Qin Yanran attentively. How are you today? No one from Gojia village came to cause trouble, right? Lao Zhang couldn't help but smile. Not yet, but I can't say for sure. Maybe these unscrupulous people will come again later. So there are more manpower at the construction site today. This is my son, Xiao Zhang. He was the one who took care of it yesterday. People are guarding here. Hello, Mr. Qin. Xiao Zhang smiled and nodded towards Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran nodded with great satisfaction, and then began to inspect the entire construction site. Mr. Qin, if everything goes well, the measurements will be completed soon. Brothers will work overtime to get the drawings out, and the foundation construction will begin soon. The key is, no one will continue to cause trouble. Qin Yanran corrected Lao Zhang's words and added a premise. It's strange, in the past, even if the unruly people in Gojia village were driven away by the police, they would continue to come and cause trouble the next day. But there was no movement yesterday, and there is no movement today either. I don't know if it's because of the police. What kind of conspiracy is brewing? Or, I don't know if I am scared by people like my son. Lao Zhang looked at the road in the direction of Gojia village with a worried look. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, people from Gojia village will not cause trouble again in the future. Qin Yanran glanced at Yi Xingchen doubtfully. This is the second time Qin Yanran heard Yi Xingchen say this today. In fact, Qin Yanran was surprised why Yi Xingchen was so sure. But when Qin Yanran was about to ask Yi Xingchen, Xiao Zhang spoke with disdain. Haha, you are just a little bodyguard. Although you beat them away alone that day, These unscrupulous people will do anything for money. Do you think things will end like this? It's too simple. Of course no, I don't blame you, after all. I don't have much knowledge, and many times my ideas are too one-sided and simple. Yi Xingchen instantly understood the meaning of Xiao Zhang's words. This guy felt that he was just a little bodyguard and driver, and he was unhappy that he was pointing fingers here, although Yi Xingchen didn't mean to point fingers. Ah, look, the people from Gojia village are here again. Just when Yi Xingchen was about to tell the truth and tell everyone that he had solved the problem in Gojia village, an employee of Yida Company suddenly pointed in shock and pointed not far away. Meanwhile, a group of Gojia village villagers headed by Go Dongzi were walking quickly toward the construction site carrying small wooden boxes. Young man, you are really a crow's mouth. What are you afraid of? These unruly people are here again. Lao Zhang couldn't help but open his mouth wide and tried to blame Yi Xingchen. Damn it. Don't you really think we are easy to bully, don't you? It seems like we need to be a little tougher on them. Xiao Zhang frowned, and there was a hint of violence between his eyebrows. Quick, quick, give these things to these brothers. However, the scene that happened soon shocked everyone except Yi Xingchen. Gu Dongxi's group did not roll around and occupy space like before. This time they came and stood at the very edge of the construction site in a very orderly manner. Gu Dongxi even directed other villagers to continuously pull out pocket-sized bottles of water and pastries the size of fingernails from wooden boxes. Eh? Lao Zhang couldn't help being shocked. What's going on? Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Qin, Dad. These people must have been frightened when they saw me leading people to guard the construction site, and they started to give in. Go over and have a look. Qin Yanren was also puzzled and led everyone quickly towards Go Dongzi's group of people. Mr. Qin. Brother Yi. Go Dongzi saw Qin Yanren and Yi Xingchen walking over and quickly began to smile. I've offended so many people before. I'm really sorry. In order to make up for the mistakes we made in the past, I specially brought some water today. Come here with our village's special cakes, and we will guard this construction site from now on. From now on, whoever doesn't have eyesight and comes here to cause trouble will be in trouble with our Gojia village, and we will be the first to refuse. Qin Yanren looked at Go Dongzi confused, wondering why Go Dongzi's attitude had changed so much. Haha. Xiao Zhang on the side smiled confidently. It seems that you have seen my strength. It's okay. It's understandable. Just pay more attention in the future. As the saying goes, knowing your mistakes can make a lot of improvements. I'm sorry, you are. Go Dongzi looked at Xiao Zhang with confusion. Xiao Zhang was slightly startled. No, don't you know me? That's weird, why should I know you? Although Go Dongzi had paid attention to his politeness, in the face of Xiao Zhang's doubts, Go Dongzi did not give any face. What? Xiao Zhang was even more surprised. Aren't you frightened because I personally led people to guard here these 2 days, so now you are trying to repair our relationship? No. Go Dongzi was slightly startled, although I know it's rude to say this and a bit offensive. But. This friend, the police were here before and we were still here. Don't you think that you brought us here casually? With the last few people guarding here, we don't dare to continue causing trouble, and even take the initiative to subdue and repair the relationship with you, right? Hearing Go Dongzi's words, Xiao Zhang couldn't accept it and kept shaking his head trying to refute Go Dongzi. Impossible. You must have been frightened by the people I brought. What's so shameful about this? What's so daring to admit? There are no outsiders here, so there's no shame in admitting it. Go Dongzi glared at Xiao Zhang with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, and then glanced at Yi Xingchen with a weak expression. Brother Yi, I speak frankly, don't be angry. I really didn't mean to cause trouble. Who is this man? His skin is as thick as the bark of a tree. You said you were scared by him, you are a common man. No. The key is, who knows him? Why should I be afraid of him? Although Yi Xingchen was a little pleased with what Go Dongzi said against Xiao Zhang, Yi Xingchen still tried not to laugh. He just curled his lips and didn't even speak. Qin Yanren immediately noticed Go Dongzi's ambiguous attitude towards Yi Xingchen, and recalled that Yi Xingchen had determined twice before that the people from Gojia village would not cause trouble again, and she vaguely realized something. Qin Yanren originally wanted to say something, but Xiao Zhang, who was unconvinced, asked again. Then tell me, apart from this reason, what other reasons could there be? Tch. Go Dongzi glanced at Xiao Zhang with a look of disdain. After all, I am also the young master of the dignified village chief's family, so why am I afraid of you? As for my attitude changing so much, of course it is because of our handsome Yushu Linfang. Thanks to brother Yi. What? This kid? How is that possible? Xiao Zhang stared at Yi Xingchen beside him in disbelief. You Don't take yourself too seriously. The night before yesterday, Brother Yi personally came to our Gojia village to find me and helped me solve a huge problem. Although I am a bit unrestrained and free-spirited on weekdays, but what am I doing? I don't have the face to continue to embarrass Brother Yi's company. In order to make up for it, we came to help. This time even Xiao Zhang was speechless. What people fear most is comparison. Once compared, all the monsters will be revealed. For a moment, Lao Zhang felt extremely ashamed. I only thought about stopping Gojiakan, but I didn't think about solving the problem from the source. Just like floods, blocking water and building dams are only temporary measures, while dredging waterways is the fundamental solution. Qin Yanran on the side noticed Go Dongzi's bandaged fingers, recalled Yi Xingchen's terrifying skills, and faintly realized that things were definitely not as Go Dongzi said in a few words. When Yi Xingchen went to Gojia village that night, he definitely didn't just help Go Dongzi solve a problem. If nothing else, Yi Xingchen must have made Go Dongzi suffer a little bit first, and then helped Go Dongzi solve a certain problem. Of course, the winner is the king and the loser is the loser. No matter what method Yi Xingchen used or what tricks he played. As long as the goal is achieved, it is a good way and a good means. Qin Yanran looked at Yi Xingchen with approving eyes and nodded. At this moment, Qin Yanran finally understood why Yi Xingchen was sure twice today that the people from Gojia village would not cause trouble again. It turned out that Yi Xingchen had already solved everything long ago. However, even if Yi Xingchen solved the problem, he did not take credit for it. What a mature, steady, low-key and humble person he must be. In a daze, Qin Yanran couldn't help but think of the many troubles that Yi Xingchen helped her solve after appearing next to her. Defeated Hikawa Gosaka in the strongman competition, defeated Jinni Taimi and Shino Kuroko in the basketball game, discovered the traitor Shen Jingbing and used tricks to successfully win the project, expelled Lai Yuking, the fly around him, and calmed down the trouble in Gojia village. Is this really something only a small bodyguard or driver can do? How much more surprises will this unattractive man in front of me bring to me? Or how many surprises will it bring? For a moment, Qin Yanran was glad that she had recruited Yi Xingchen with her sharp eyes. If such talents are poached by other companies, it will be a big loss. At the same time, a strange idea quickly came to Qin Yanran's mind. Yi Xingchen has great strength and absolutely good character. It seems that he can be used as a shield to block Qin Yuanhang's mouth to urge marriage. While Qin Yanran was thinking a lot, the father and son, Lao Zhang and Xiao Zhang, no longer had the shame to continue to claim credit, and hid in a corner of the construction site to continue working, while Go Dongzi and his party quickly left. Let's go, Xingchen, we are no longer needed here, let's go back to the company headquarters. Okay, Mr. Qin. Yi Xingchen was not greedy for credit, but Yun Dangfeng smiled lightly, and then quickly walked over and opened the car door for Qin Yanran. After the two of them drove a short distance towards the headquarters of Yida Company, Qin Yanran hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. Xingchen, do you have any ideas for a salary increase? Faced with Qin Yanran's question, Yi Xingchen answered without hesitation while driving. Isn't it every worker's dream to get a promotion and a salary increase? I am definitely no exception. Now there is something I want to ask you for a favor. If you help me well, I will give you a salary increase afterwards. Oh? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. Mr. Qin, I wonder what the job is this time? Well, that's it. Qin Yanran began to look for an entry point for the topic. In recent days, I have been concentrating on running a charity foundation and want to contribute a small amount to poor families across the country, including Yunhe City. The power. It's just that, my dad happened to come to my residence yesterday. Oh. Yi Xingchen didn't understand what Qin Yanran wanted to say. My father has been enjoying life in the countryside ever since he handed Yida over to me. Hiss. Well, I don't have any other shortcomings as a man, I just like to use fancy ways to urge marriages. It's so bad that I don't even have it. Focus on the charity foundation's affairs. Yi Xingchen couldn't help laughing when he heard Qin Yanran's words. It turns out that a strong woman like Qin Yanran, no matter how good she is still afraid of forcing her to get married. Mr. Qin, what do you want me to do? I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend, coax my dad for a few days, and coax him away. Your mission is completed. After that, I will give you a raise. What? When Yi Xingchen heard Qin Yanran's words, he almost hit a big tree on the roadside. Qin Yanran was a little confused. Qin Yanran had expected Yi Xingchen's various reactions. Was she ecstatic? Excited? Excited to give it a try? Tearful rejection? But Qin Yanran never thought that Yi Xingchen would react like this. What? What is it called? What kind of reaction is this? No, Mr. Qin. Are you kidding? What do you think? Qin Yanran couldn't help but purse her lips. Then why is it me? Mr. Qin, you know a lot of young talents, right? Why do you ask me to cooperate with you in this play? Because I don't trust other people. I'm worried that they will cheat and pester me later. I don't think you will be like this. Alright, Yi Xingchen scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Don't worry. All the expenses during this period can be reimbursed. You just need to make my dad happy, that's it. Do you know what to do? Mr. Qin, I know what I should do. The atmosphere in the car was instantly filled with a hint of embarrassment and dullness. Dusk. After Yi Xingchen sent Qin Yanran home, he started walking towards his home. When Yi Xingchen walked to the gate of the villa, he suddenly found Long Qingshan sitting on the low stone wall next to the greenbelt not far away. Behind Long Qingshan, a middle-aged woman crossed her arms and stared unblinkingly at the second floor of the villa where Yi Xingchen lived. Hi. Long Qingshan smiled and said hello to Yi Xingchen. Is something wrong? Yi Xingchen said as he sat next to Long Qingshan. What? Why can't you chat with my future husband if you have nothing to do? Long Qingshan looked at Yi Xingchen with a smile. Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. I don't know why, but every time Yi Xingchen hears the words, future husband, from Long Qingshan's mouth, he feels a strange feeling. Moreover, Long Qingshan, who was smiling all day long, would give Yi Xingchen an uncanny feeling. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Long Qingshan pursed her lips and smiled, then winked at the middle-aged woman behind her. The middle-aged woman understood immediately and quickly took out an envelope from her arms and handed it to Yi Xingchen. What's this? Yi Xingchen took the envelope curiously and opened it in front of Long Qingshan without any scruples. This is a mission. Originally, it was completed by Long Wuliu, but as you knew last night, he received an urgent mission and couldn't come back for the time being, so this mission fell into your hands. Just think of it as your application for joining the Dragon Clan. Long Qingshan nodded and began to explain this mission to Yi Xingchen. The target this time is Xu Jiayan, the boss of Hangda Real Estate Company in Yunhe City. Oh? Yi Xingchen asked curiously while looking at Xu Jiayan's photo in the envelope. Is a real estate businessman worthy of your Dragon Clan's attention? No, it's not your Dragon Clan, but our Dragon Clan. Long Qingshan firmly corrected Yi Xingchen. Don't underestimate this Xu Jiayan. This guy is not simple. This guy has been through Hangda Real Estate Company for more than 10 years. Speculating on off-plan properties and amassing money like crazy. According to reliable information, this Xu Jiayan has already cashed out hundreds of billions through Hantech and is preparing to escape to every continent to live a happy life. Shouldn't this kind of thing should be handled by a department like the Commercial Crimes Division? Why did you become our Dragon Clan to handle it? Yi Xingchen still didn't understand. It's very simple, because we know that this guy cashed out hundreds of billions, but we can't do anything about him. Hangda's legal person was no longer him a few years ago. After Xu Jiayan cashed out hundreds of billions, from a legal perspective, he can't help it. And there are several experts around him. For ordinary law enforcement agencies, it is almost impossible for ordinary law enforcement agencies to secretly investigate him. Long Qingshan paused and continued. We, the Dragon Clan, only take action when things cannot be solved by the law enforcement agencies. For our Dragon Clan, we don't need evidence or reasons. As long as they are on the list, anyone can be killed. So? Yi Xingchen was stunned. What do you want me to do? Find this guy. No matter whether you use reasonable or unreasonable, humane or inhumane means, force him to spit out this 100 billion exactly. Doesn't your Mr. Qin have Yida Charitable Foundation? Let this guy donate all the 100 billion to the Yida Charitable Foundation, and treat it as the last of his glory and enthusiasm. Well, I understand. Yi Xingchen nodded. The above meaning is that if conditions permit, and after some coercion, he is willing to cooperate, then don't kill him. Of course, if he refuses to cooperate, or dares to do something wrong afterwards, then there is no need to report it. It's up to you. I see. Yi Xingchen glanced at Xu Jiayan's photo again and remembered Xu Jiayan's appearance deeply in his heart. Tonight, Xu Jiayan will stay in room 608 of Yunhe Hotel. The day after tomorrow, he will fly to every continent. He only has 2 nights today and tomorrow. Okay, I'll go find him tonight. Also, Xu Jiayan has experts around him, so be careful. Don't worry. Yi Xingchen patted his chest confidently. As long as I'm here, I will kill anyone who dares to stop him. Good. Long Qingshan nodded, then glanced at the second floor of the villa where Yi Xingchen lived, but hesitated to speak. Is there anything else you want to say? Yi Xingchen looked at Long Qingshan with a guilty conscience. Yi Xingchen had no doubt that with the Dragon Clan's ability, he had already found out that Tomomi Miyamoto lived in his home. With the tense relationship between the Sha kingdom and the Toyo kingdom, it is not difficult to imagine that there are also many conflicts between the Dragon Clan and the Miyamoto family. In this kind of environment, he actually raised Miyamoto Tomomi at home. I don't know what the people of the Dragon Clan would think. This person is not simple. After Long Qingshan hesitated for a moment, he said something vague. You mean? Miyamoto Tomomi, a young talent of the Miyamoto family. The information about her can be compiled into a book in our Dragon archives. She must have ulterior motives when she stays by your side. But what is the specific purpose? I can't tell you for a while, but in short, just pay attention to yourself. Yeah. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I thought you would. Haha. Long Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. My future husband's physique is different from ordinary people, and his energy is also surprisingly strong. In addition to me, he also has several women, so it's normal. Haha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile awkwardly. After all, you are after my strength, not my person, right? Ha ha ha. Long Qingshan laughed a few times and did not comment on Yi Xingchen's words. If there's nothing else to do, I'll go back first, make preparations in advance, and go find the target at night. Yes. Long Qingshan nodded. After completing this task, you can officially join the Dragon Clan. At that time, you will need to get a tattoo on your right arm and engrave the Dragon Clan's exclusive mark. Tattoo? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but frown slightly. Why? I remember that you don't seem to have a tattoo. It shouldn't be. You are also a member of the Dragon Clan. Because I'm afraid of pain. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but widen his eyes and was speechless for a moment. This reason is really amazing. Come on, who made my father the leader of the Dragon Clan? People can enjoy this privilege. Haha. The last word, remember what I told you. Be careful about this woman. Let's go. After Long Qingshan finished explaining the matter, he took the middle-aged woman behind him and slowly disappeared under the dim street lights without stopping for a moment. The night was hazy. Yi Xingchen put on a peaked cap and a leather coat, and slowly walked into Yunhe Hotel. Handsome man, have you reserved a room? An older sister who was about 40 years old at the front desk greeted Yi Xingchen enthusiastically. Yi Xingchen looked at his eldest sister and fell into deep thought. The last time I came to Yunhe Hotel to find Lai Yuejing, there was still a pretty girl at the front desk, but now she was replaced by an older sister. Moreover, Yunhe Hotel seems to have strict management. Unless you are staying in the hotel, you are not allowed to come in and out at will. If you rush in rashly, you may alert the enemy. Yi Xingchen didn't want to fail on his first mission, it would be too embarrassing. It is conceivable that if it really fails, that guy Long Wuliu will point at his nose and laugh at himself. Yi Xingchen glanced at the elevator that had reached the first floor, and then smiled at the lady at the front desk. Beauty, can you add me on WeChat? What? The eldest sister was stunned for a moment, then smiled, waved her hand, and turned around. I hate it. Because of the decline in human physique in this world, it takes a lot of time for the eldest sister to turn around. Also taking advantage of the moment when the eldest sister turned around, Yi Xingchen ran into the elevator. After the eldest sister turned around, she was still waiting for Yi Xingchen to come up and insist on adding her WeChat account, but she didn't hear anything for a while. The eldest sister couldn't help but feel confused. According to the general plot, shouldn't this young man stubbornly come up and insist on asking for his WeChat account? Why is there no movement at all? The eldest sister turned around and glanced at the empty hall in confusion, and couldn't help but shudder. I went. Why? Why didn't I see anyone? That's not right. I was here just now. Why did I just turn around and everything was gone? Oh my god. It couldn't have been a collision at night. It's a ghost. Thinking of this, the eldest sister couldn't help but shudder, and shivered at the front desk, not daring to look around. Ding dong. As the elevator bell rang, Yi Xingchen reached the 6th floor smoothly. Because Lai Yuejing also stayed in room 608 last time, this time Yi Xingchen found room 608 easily. Yi Xingchen looked at the brand new door and couldn't help but laugh. I hope this door won't have to be ravaged again tonight. Yi Xingchen lowered the brim of his hat, and then knocked on the door as lightly as possible. Hello, boss, are you there? Who? A man's voice came from inside the room. It's like this. Our leader asked me to send a bottle of red wine to boss Xu Jiayan of 608. I want to confirm that boss Xu Jiayan lives in this room? After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he pricked up his ears and listened to the movement in the room. Although Yi Xingchen could break in very simply and crudely, this was undoubtedly the most unwise thing to do. Xu Jiayan, who was able to become the former boss of Hengda Company, and even cashed out hundreds of billions in preparation for running away, was certainly no ordinary person. What if Xu Jiayan is a person with strong anti-reconnaissance consciousness and lives in room 608 in name but actually lives next door? If I rushed in so recklessly, I would really scare the snake away. Boss, a waiter said he would bring you red wine. What red wine? Tell him to get out of here. After Yi Xingchen heard the conversation in the room, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Little guy, since I'm sure you're in the room, it doesn't matter whether you open the door or not. Outside, our boss said. Click, Yi Xingchen used brute force to punch the wooden door, then made a savage collision with his body and rushed straight into the room. Should I wipe it? The man who was shouting from the other door just now saw Yi Xingchen breaking into the door. He was so frightened that he jumped up on the sofa. Nima. What are you doing? I'm scared to death. I'm only half of what I'm saying. Can't you King wait until I finish speaking before you come in? After Yi Xingchen forced his way in, he scanned the room. What caught Yi Xingchen's eyes were two middle-aged men. Although Yi Xingchen had never seen the two middle-aged men in front of him, because he had remembered Xu Jiayan's appearance through photos beforehand, Yi Xingchen was very sure that Xu Jiayan was not either of them. Yi Xingchen turned his head and glanced at the room inside. A middle-aged man who was smoking a thin cigar and hugging a delicate girl was also looking at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. The man smoking the cigar was Xu Jiayan, and the two middle-aged men should be Xu Jiayan's bodyguards. Boy, who are you? Can you force your way in here? Where did this yellow-haired boy come from? He just scared me. Is he sick? Do you need me to open your mind? Yi Xingchen didn't even look at the two of them, but stared intently at Xu Jiayan in the room inside. My target is only him. If you two leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Ha 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 ha. The two bodyguards of Xu Jiayan held their stomachs and laughed wildly. Where did this little brat come from who dared to touch our brothers and sisters? You don't even want to know who our brothers are. Really? Yi Xingchen glanced at the two bodyguards. Then let me ask now, who are you? One of the bodyguards took off his shirt and threw it to the ground, then struck a pose that he thought was cool. My name is Bai Yuntao. I studied under the Shaolin Temple in Songshan Mountain and practiced with the 13 Taibao in the iron cloth shirt. I am so perfect that ghosts and gods can't get close to me. Another bodyguard took out a nunchaku as thick as chopsticks from his waist and danced with great force. My name is Bai Yunyao. A hero doesn't ask where he came from, so I won't tell you where I learned from. I can defeat all the invincible players in the world with my nunchucks. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being dumbfounded when he heard the two introduce themselves. No, the background of each one does sound quite big, and I understand the truth. It's just, haven't these two people considered changing their names? Condom? Birth control pills? What kind of random names are these? Ha ha ha. Bai Yuntao saw Yi Xingchen froze on the spot and thought he was frightened by his two brothers, so he fiddled with his appearance even harder. Bai Yunyao also smiled proudly. Boy, it's normal for you to be frightened. Last time, a man wet his pants after being frightened by two of us brothers. Your reaction was pretty good. Bai Yuntao followed Bai Yunyao's words and pointed his right hand at Yi Xingchen's nose without any shame. Boy, I give you two ways now. First, kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe our boss will see you as pitiful and won't care about you. At most, you give me a beating. Secondly, that is to challenge us two brothers. Although it is a dead end, you can also challenge your own limits. He he he. Bai Yuntao pointed at his nose, already irritating Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen smiled coldly, with a faint murderous intent exuding in his eyes. Haha. Boy, it seems. You want to choose the second way. Bai Yuntao noticed Yi Xingchen's disdain and couldn't help but knit his brows. Okay, since you gave me two choices, I will give you two brothers two choices too. Yi Xingchen crossed his arms and didn't take the Bai Yuntao brothers seriously at all. What choice? Bai Yuntao looked at Yi Xingchen with a puzzled look. Single fight or group fight, your choice. Single fight or group fight. Bai Yuntao was slightly startled again. You are alone. What you mean by single fight and group fight? It's very simple. In a one-on-one fight, I will fight two of you alone. In a group fight, you two will fight against me alone. What? Arrogant. Bai Yuntao couldn't help but became furious after hearing Yi Xingchen's words. Brother, since this kid is so arrogant, let him pay the price he deserves. Let's go together. Kill him. As soon as Bai Yunyao finished speaking, Bai Yuntao took the lead and rushed forward. Boy, look at my 13 Taibao practicing iron. Click, Yi Xingchen punched Bai Yuntao on the head. Bai Yuntao fell to the ground and died before he even finished speaking. I wipe it. Bai Yunyao, who was following Bai Yuntao, looked at Bai Yuntao who fell on the ground, trying to check on his brother's condition. Bai Yunyao took a quick look and saw that Bai Yuntao's eyes were almost touching the back of his head. He was so dead that he could no longer die. This was the first time Bai Yunyao had seen such a horrific way of death. It was also at this moment that Bai Yunyao had an intuitive understanding of Yi Xingchen's strength. Bai Yunyao couldn't help being dumbfounded. What kind of god is this extremely young man in front of me? Why is one punch so terrifyingly powerful? Is this a human or a ghost? How on earth did Xu Jiayan provoke such a terrifying guy? Gulu, Bai Yunyao swallowed hard. Because of the panic in his heart, the nunchucks he danced so powerfully in his hands couldn't help but make mistakes. The nunchucks accidentally hit Bai Yunyao's own forehead. Bai Yunyao rolled his eyes and immediately fainted on the ground. Yi Xingchen glanced at Bai Yunyao, who was lying on the ground with unknown life and death. He didn't pay much attention and just walked straight into Xu Jiayan's room. Boss Xu, good evening. Yi Xingchen greeted Xu Jiayan with a smile. Haha. Interesting. Young man, you have something. You managed to take care of my 2 bodyguards so casually. Interesting. Xu Jiayan smiled and took a puff of his cigar, looking at Yi Xingchen with interest. Oh? This time the surprised person became Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen knew very well how shocking the strength he had just revealed would be to ordinary people. But Xu Jiayan in front of him remained calm and composed. This shows that Xu Jiayan still has a trump card. But in the entire room 608, one of Xu Jiayan's 2 bodyguards was dead and the other was alive and dead. Only Xu Jiayan himself and a young girl were left. So where does Xu Jiayan's confidence come from? Could it be that Xu Jiayan himself is a master? But Xu Jiayan doesn't look like a master. Could it be that the young girl in Xu Jiayan's arms is a master? Yi Xingchen glanced at the woman in Xu Jiayan's arms. She seems to be about the same age as Yi Xingchen. With her delicate face, shy temperament, slender arms, and weak body, she looks like a weak girl, not like a master. Xu Jiayan calmly shook the ash from his cigar. Young man, my bodyguard just gave you 2 ways, and now I will give you 2 ways too. First, be my bodyguard, and I will give you 500,000 a month. Beautiful sword. Secondly, that is to follow my dead bodyguard to have a competition in the underworld. It can be seen that you and he are not having enough fun. Ha ha ha. Really? Yi Xingchen raised his fist in demonstration. Boss Xu. Then I will give you 2 choices. First, obediently hand over the 100 billion in your hand. Second, go to the underworld. The underworld will pay wages to your dead bodyguard. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen's words seemed to amuse Xu Jiayan. It's a pity that such a good seedling just doesn't know what to do and doesn't know how to adapt. You know, people's greed for money often brings destruction. Such a disaster. What a pity that such a master with a bright future will die here tonight. What a pity. Haha. Why? With you, or with her? Yi Xingchen became even more curious and pointed at the little girl in Xu Jiayan's arms. That's right, it's all about her. Xu Jiayan nodded firmly. As if to verify Xu Jiayan's words, the young woman straightened her clothes and then slowly stood up. Yi Xingchen looked at the young woman and couldn't help but frown slightly. It can be said that the young woman in front of me doesn't look very powerful at all, and she doesn't look like a master at all. Yi Xingchen was even confident that as long as he rushed forward now, he could basically code this young woman with 1 punch. The young woman smiled shyly at Yi Xingchen, and then brushed a strand of black hair in front of her forehead, further revealing her delicate face. Then, under Yi Xingchen's doubtful gaze, the young woman slowly raised her head and roared very roughly towards the ceiling. Saipan! Saipan! I wipe it? Yi Xingchen was almost so surprised that his jaw dropped. Yi Xingchen felt that his 3 views had collapsed. Why can a girl who looks so gentle, delicate and shy make such a rough voice? Even the young woman's roar just now seemed to Yi Xingchen to be rougher than the voices of many uncles with stubble. In an instant, Yi Xingchen's favorable impression of the young woman suddenly changed. Oh, didn't it hear it? What should I do? The young woman turned into a pitiful look again, acting coquettishly towards Xu Jiayan in a grieved manner. Then you. Call a few more times to see. It seems like it can't hear it. Where has it gone? The Yin family is so worried. The young woman still waved her little hands aggrievedly. Why don't you bark a few more times and try? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but opened his mouth in surprise. Why? Can one person have so many faces? For a moment, Yi Xingchen wondered if he had just heard it wrong and was hallucinating. However, the young woman's second roar made Yi Xingchen very sure that he was not hallucinating. Saipan! Saipan! Ho ho, ouch! Following the young woman's roar, the beast's response finally came from a room on the 6th floor. It seemed like some wild beast was galloping towards room 608. The movement from the beast instantly aroused Yi Xingchen's alert. Yi Xingchen immediately took off his belt and used it as a weapon, carefully guarding against the unknown beast that was getting closer and closer. Saipan heard it. Saipan heard it. The young woman excitedly threw herself into Xu Jiayin's arms, waving her delicate hands in excitement. Ouch! Clang! After a while, two dogs rushed in from the broken door, sandwiching Yi Xingchen on the left and right. Hiss! When Yi Xingchen saw the two dogs in front of him, he determined that the Saipan in the young woman's mouth was these two dogs, or one of them. Soon, Yi Xingchen remembered something. No wonder I felt familiar when I saw this dog. Aren't these two dogs the same ones that besieged Qin Yuanhang last night? At the time, I thought it was a wild dog, but I never expected that it was actually a dog raised by this young woman. It seems that this young woman has something else. She is able to raise such a ferocious beast as a manipulation dog. Seemingly guessing what Yi Xingchen was thinking, Xu Jiayin couldn't help but smile proudly. Both these two ferocious beasts are called Saipan. Her name is Amma. She was abandoned by her parents in Taiguo when she was a child. Fortunately, she was rescued by a female dog that had just lost her cubs. In this way, Amma not only established a relationship with this dog, he has deep feelings and can even control the two pups that the dog later gave birth to, which are the two pups you see in front of you. Yi Xingchen was relieved after hearing Xu Jiayin's explanation. Dogs are actually quite humane animals. If Amma was raised by wild dogs as a child, she would indeed be able to establish some connection with these dogs. How about it? Young man, do you want to reconsider the two options I gave you before? There is one last chance. Xu Jiayin seemed to feel that he had a chance to win and looked at Yi Xingchen very calmly. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help laughing. To be honest, I had already fought with these two dogs once last night. I rescued a passerby from their sharp claws and fangs. Last night if you can defeat them, you can certainly do it tonight. What a shame. Of course Xu Jiayin would not believe Yi Xingchen's words. This is a dog, a legendary beast. You defeated a dog? Two at a time? Do you think anyone will believe this? You kid. Even if you try to scare me, try another excuse, or if you say that you can actually connect with dogs, maybe I will believe you even a little bit. Amma raised her little head from Xu Jiayin's arms with a shy look on her face. Since he doesn't know whether to live or die, then the Yin family won't care. Well, just use this kid to satisfy your hunger. Xu Jiayin glared at Yi Xingchen fiercely, and then nodded heavily. What? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but get furious. You still want to use my blood to flush out the male, right? You're looking for death. Amma howled hysterically again. Saipan, ouch. After receiving Amma's instructions, the two dogs rushed towards their old rival Yi Xingchen again. Yi Xingchen did not hesitate to pull the leash towards one of the dogs, while at the same time easily dodging the bite of the other dog. Yi Xingchen found that since he continued to eat dogtail grass every day, his strength, speed, reaction ability and other aspects of his overall physical fitness have been greatly improved. Facing the attack of two strong adult dogs in front of him, he seemed to be extremely confident. Papa, the leash in Yi Xingchen's hand kept whipping the dog he valued. The dog that had been whipped many times stopped attacking. It just crouched down and glared at Yi Xingchen with its teeth bared. It seems to be saying, "Are you sick? Do you have any problem with me for always slapping me as a dog?" What? This? How is this possible? Xu Jiayin, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, finally lost his composure. This is the first time Xu Jiayin has seen Saipan, which has always been unfavorable in the past, suffer for the first time. In a daze, Xu Jiayin began to suspect that what Yi Xingchen just said was not arrogance, but confidence. Xu Jiayin glanced at the shattered door calmly and had the idea of running away. Sabin. Under Amma's instructions, the two dogs launched a new round of attack on Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, who was already familiar with the speed of the dog, would not give the dog a chance to breathe again this time. After Yi Xingchen whipped a dog with a belt, he quickly retracted the belt. Taking advantage of the moment when another dog pounced, Yi Xingchen tightened both ends of the leash with both hands, and then accurately wrapped the leash around the dog's neck. At this moment, Yi Xingchen burst out with unprecedented speed and power. Yi Xingchen quickly crossed his hands and locked the leash around the dog's neck. Then he galloped in the opposite direction from where the dog jumped. Using his strong arm strength, he grabbed the lassoed dog with the leash and hit it hard, on the ground. Bang! With a loud noise, the dog that was hit on the ground immediately stopped moving. Ouch! When the other dog saw its companion being brutally attacked by Yi Xingchen, it couldn't help but burst into anger and rushed towards Yi Xingchen with all its strength, trying to tear off a piece of flesh from Yi Xingchen's body at the risk of the dog's life. Yi Xingchen easily turned sideways to avoid the dog's life-threatening blow, and then kicked the dog on the back. Under the huge inertia and Yi Xingchen's foot power, the remaining dog was like a cannonball, smashing the glass of the room and falling from the 6th floor. Saipan. Seeing that the last dog also broke the glass and fell from the 6th floor, Amma threw herself out the window without hesitation, trying to pull the fallen dog back. But Amma is just an ordinary person after all, and her speed is too slow. By the time Amma reached the window, the last dog had already fallen on the road outside and died. Hateful. After losing 2 dogs one after another, Amma completely lost her mind and rushed towards Yi Xingchen with her delicate fists waving. Yi Xingchen was too lazy to talk and kicked Amma on the door. Amma, Xu Jiayin's last trump card, eventually died tragically at Yi Xingchen's feet. Yi Xingchen shook his head gently and rewrapped the belt around his waist with a relaxed expression. Fortunately, I didn't buy too big a pair of pants, otherwise my pants would have fallen off during the fight and they would have been gone, and I would have died. Xu Jiayin glanced at the broken door calmly, and said lightly, "It doesn't matter, they are all men anyway, so what if you see it?" "What about her?" Yi Xingchen smiled and pointed at Amma on the ground. "I don't think I said he was a woman, right?" Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. "MD. It is said that there are she-males in Taiguo." "I didn't expect Amma to be a typical example. Fortunately, I didn't show mercy just now." Yi Xingchen shook his head hard, trying to get his weird thoughts out of his head, and then sat down next to Xu Jiayin with a smile. Yi Xingchen put his hand affectionately on Xu Jiayin's shoulder. "Boss Xu, there are no outsiders now, can we talk about the 100 billion thing?" "Interesting." Xu Jiayin smiled weakly at Yi Xingchen. Xu Jiayin planned countless escape routes for himself countless times in his mind. But without exception, they were all rejected by Xu Jiayin himself. The terrifying strength that Yi Xingchen showed when he faced Saipan just now has left a terrifying shadow in Xu Jiayin's heart. Xu Jiayin was very sure that if she wanted to run away, Yi Xingchen would definitely be able to catch up with her when she had just taken a few steps, and then carry her back like a chicken. For the current plan, we can only temporarily stabilize Yi Xingchen. How about it? Have you considered it? Money or life? Yi Xingchen looked at Xu Jiayin patiently, waiting quietly for Xu Jiayin to give his answer. "Well, this little brother, since you are here for money, it won't hurt me if you take the money, right? You also know that 100 billion. How many banknotes will it cost? You will definitely not ask for cash, right? With so much cash, even if I give it to you, you can't take it away, right? So, electronic transfer. But that's 100 billion. If 100 billion is credited into your account like this, you will definitely be taken away by the police." Xu Jiayin paused and continued. "How about this? I'll give you some cash first, it doesn't matter if it's millions or tens of millions, as long as it's convenient for you to take it away. As for the rest, I'll hand it over to you step by step. Well, as for me, I'll give Handa the money first. The company is transferred to your name, so you can count as having an industry in your name. Then, I will gradually transfer about 90 billion to your name through the purchase and sale of real estate, jewelry, antiques, etc., through thousands of account transfers. In this way, the 90 billion will be your legitimate asset. As for the remaining 10 billion, I will list a stock at 1 yuan per share, and then allocate you 100 million shares, and then I will make this stock through operations increase it to 100 yuan, and then the remaining 10 billion will be in your hands. Calculating this, in about a month, I can legally transfer this 100 billion to your name. What do you think?" Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help laughing when he heard Xu Jiayin's words. This guy is really an unscrupulous entrepreneur. Xu Jiayin's method of laundering money, dog-head to save life, is so clear. It seems that he does this kind of thing on weekdays. But thinking about it, if you can cash out 100 billion from Hantech Company, there must be many ways to launder money. If it were someone else, perhaps he would have been really impressed by Xu Jiayin's delaying strategy. But Xu Jiayin never dreamed that Yi Xingchen came to Xu Jiayin not to embezzle the 100 billion. Ha ha ha. Xu Jiayin thought Yi Xingchen agreed, and couldn't help but laugh. Snort. Son of a bitch. Wanna make money from me? Dream. I'll give you a few million to stabilize you first. The day after tomorrow, I'll fly to every continent to live happily. Let's see how you can find me then. Boss Xu. Yi Xingchen gently patted Xu Jiayin's shoulder again. What you said is indeed very tempting. But, unfortunately, I am interested in assets, not cash. I am only interested in transfers interest. What? Xu Jiayin was slightly startled. No. Little brother, you believe me. 100 billion. As long as I transfer the money to you, it will be frozen immediately. Even the police will come and take you away. If you are anxious, eat it. I can't make hot tofu. Such a big sum of money has to be spent step by step. Who said I want you to transfer money to me? Yi Xingchen looked at Xu Jiayan curiously. What? Xu Jiayan became even more confused. If I don't transfer the money to you, who will I transfer the money to? Is there someone else behind you? It's the same thing. Even if I transfer it to the person behind you, it will be the same. Do you understand? I want you to transfer this 100 billion to Yida Charity Foundation. Transfer it to Yida Charitable Foundation. What? Xu Jiayan couldn't help but open his mouth. For a moment, he doubted that he heard wrongly. No. What do you mean? You asked me to transfer this 100 billion to Yida Charitable Foundation. Is there a problem? Yi Xingchen looked at Xu Jiayan dissatisfied. No. Why? You don't want a penny. Let me transfer all of it to Yida Charity Foundation. Little brother, that's 100 billion. 100 billion. This is not how you do good things, right? Xu Jiayan was dumbfounded. Xu Jiayan felt that he had met many strange people before, but Xu Jiayan felt that this was the first time he had seen such a strange person like Yi Xingchen. A huge sum of 100 billion, unconditionally donated to Yida Charitable Foundation. Who can understand this? If you have money and are willful, you are not so willful. Do the rich people nowadays spend more on fun than themselves? 100 billion, all donated to Yida Charitable Foundation. Compared with giving this money to me, you can earn a good reputation for nothing. You won't lose. Xu Jiayan really wanted to curse. Your grandma is a ball. Thousands of billions are thrown away like this, and it's not a loss at all. What kind of idiot can make such shocking remarks? Little brother. Xu Jiayan looked at Yi Xingchen helplessly and puzzled. Why are you really not tempted by a large sum of money? Of course I'm moved. But a gentleman loves money in a wise way. I won't take any ill-gotten gains. Okay, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I have to go back to sleep. But 1,000. Xu Jiayan wanted to say something else, but Yi Xingchen had already lightly punched Xu Jiayan's thumb. With a terrifying sound of bone cracking, the thumb of Xu Jiayan's right hand was shattered to the point where it could no longer be shattered. I'm giving you shame, aren't you? Are you challenging my patience? Stop talking nonsense to me. 100 billion. Now, transfer it to Yida Charity Foundation immediately. If you talk nonsense more, I will smash you to pieces one finger. Xu Jiayan looked pale and covered her right thumb. Due to the severe pain, 2 small beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Okay, I'll transfer now. After Xu Jiayan finished speaking, Ninja felt severe pain and took out his mobile phone to call his financial housekeeper. Hello? Boss? Now, transfer all the 100 billion in all my accounts to Yida Charitable Foundation. What? The housekeeper couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard Xu Jiayan's words. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Xu Jiayan couldn't help but become anxious when she saw Yi Xingchen's raised fist. Oh. Okay. Boss. I'll go now. Not long after hanging up the phone, Xu Jiayan's mobile phone received text message notifications that the transfer was successful. It was also at this moment that all the news forums in Sha State completely erupted. I have to say that the media's news channels are amazing. Not long after Xu Jiayan transferred the money, there were already news reports about Xu Jiayan's donation. It was only after confirming that all the transfers of 100 billion were successful that Yi Xingchen nodded with satisfaction. Wouldn't we have suffered less if we had done this earlier? Haha, Boss Xu. I would like to thank you on behalf of the poor people of Sha State. I hope we will meet again forever. Goodbye. No, never see you again. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he left gracefully. Looking at Yi Xingchen's leaving figure, Xu Jiayan's face was filled with frustration and unwillingness. In the end, the frustration and unwillingness turned into an angry punch and punched the bed. Instigation. The cold wind was biting, so Yi Xingchen took off the peaked cap on his head and went straight back to his home. At this time, Tomomi Miyamoto was not sleeping yet, sitting alone in the living room watching TV. Yi Jun, are you back? Like a virtuous wife, Tomomi Miyamoto immediately brought over a pair of slippers when she saw Yi Xingchen coming back, and then helped Yi Xingchen take off his leather jacket. Still awake? Yi Xingchen glanced at the TV. Not yet. I just saw a piece of news and I thought it was quite interesting. Xu Jiayan, a famous rich man in Sha Kingdom, actually donated 100 billion to Yida Charity Foundation not long ago. All the rich people in Sha Kingdom are so rich. Is it love? That's 100 billion. Just donate it. You said it would be great to have money. If I had money, I would do the same. Miyamoto Tomomi looked at Yi Xingchen thoughtfully, as if there was something in her words. Forehead. Yi Xingchen was stunned for a moment, feeling the temptation in Miyamoto Tomomi's words. Yi Xingchen originally didn't want to tell Miyamoto Tomomi about this, but then he thought about it and realized that he had already told her about joining the Dragon Clan, and the two had already had a close relationship, and now Miyamoto Tomomi was testing her again. It seems that I shouldn't hide anything from Tomomi Miyamoto, both emotionally and rationally. Just when Yi Xingchen was about to speak, Miyamoto Tomomi suddenly stretched out her little hand and gently covered Yi Xingchen's mouth. In our Oriental country, men should not tell women anything they do. The same goes for you. Men have their own ideas, and women should not interfere or ask. This is the principle. In an instant, Yi Xingchen was moved to death. Oh my God! Help! The women in the Oriental Kingdom are all so virtuous. Although the virtuousness of women in China is not far behind, Yi Xingchen, who has seen countless, lower girls, common girls, and little fairies, was really moved. Mr. Yi. Tomomi Miyamoto suddenly looked deeply at Yi Xingchen. From now on, you don't need to do many things yourself, you can leave it to me. Although I am not as strong as you, I am more than enough to deal with ordinary people or average masters. Let me share some of Yi Jun's worries and burdens in the future. Yi Xingchen gently held Tomomi Miyamoto in his arms, saying nothing. If Tomomi Miyamoto really helps her share part of the burden in the future, she will feel a lot more relaxed. From an angle that Yi Xingchen couldn't see, Miyamoto Tomomi had a trace of confusion on her face. Perhaps at this moment, Miyamoto Tomomi didn't know what the purpose of doing this was. Is it to coax Yi Xingchen so that he can drain Yi Xingchen dry? Are you really thinking about Yi Xingchen and want to share part of the burden for Yi Xingchen? Miyamoto Tomomi shook her head gently, and then suddenly remembered something. Yi Jun, you say. Should I change my name to that of Xia Kingdom? Since it is impossible for me to go back to Dongyang Kingdom, then I should simply adapt to the life of Xia Kingdom. If I change my name to Xia Kingdom, I might be able to adapt better. Life in Xia Kingdom. Huh? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. What name do you want to change? Miyamoto Tomomi thought carefully. My Xia Mandarin is not very good, but I think it sounds nice to have the word man in the name. It has a sense of charm and charm. Feminine. For example, manly, manling, manyu, mansion. Really? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. Then, is Ultraman also very feminine? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Yi Xingchen couldn't help laughing. I don't think it's necessary. Tomomi Miyamoto sounds pretty good too. Just be yourself, there's no need to change. Okay. Miyamoto Tomomi nodded heavily, and then a trace of worry appeared on his face. Yi Jun. There is one more thing, you have to prepare in advance. What's up? I am from the Miyamoto family, I know. No, you don't know. A trace of solemnity appeared on Miyamoto Tomomi's face. Both Kabata Inichiro and Daishumaru are dead. I don't know if they have disclosed my whereabouts to Japan. What if? If the military of the Oriental Kingdom knows that I have come to Yenhi City and my whereabouts are unknown, they will definitely investigate. At that time, they will come to two conclusions. First, you killed me, and second, I became yours. Tomomi Miyamoto paused and continued. If they come to the conclusion and find out that you killed me, then people from the Miyamoto family will definitely come to seek revenge in the future. If they come to the conclusion and find out that I am your person, then in the future, Miyamoto family members will come to seek revenge. People from this family will definitely come for me and take me back to the Miyamoto family for execution. Well, Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. The implication is that no matter what it is, the Miyamoto family and I will have a battle, or several battles. Yes. This is what worries me. Indeed, if you look at strength alone, without fighting skills and experience, Mr. Yi, you are strong enough to be among the top 10 in the Miyamoto family, but many times it is not purely our fighting power can solve the problem. I know. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily, and then hugged Miyamoto Tomomi again. Tomomi, don't worry. As long as you are willing to stay with me, no one can force you to leave, not even members of the Miyamoto family. As long as I am here, the Miyamoto family will not try to take you away. If they dare to come, I will let them die. Yi Xingchen has completely adapted to the changes in the world, and there is no trace of his previous obedience and honesty. Yi Xingchen now can be said to be confident but not arrogant. Good. Miyamoto Tomomi was relieved after receiving Yi Xingchen's assurance. At the same time, Miyamoto Tomomi's eyes continued to emit cold gleams. Toshie Miyamoto. My good senior brother. You probably never imagined that your careful calculation would finally allow you to embark on a shortcut to spiritual practice. Wait. Sooner or later, I will return to the Miyamoto family as a king. When the day comes when I kill you, shouldn't I thank you? Tomomi Miyamoto smiled again, and then just right to hide the coldness in her eyes, pretending to be well behaved. Jun Yi, it's getting late, it's time to go to bed. Miyamoto Tomomi's simple words made Yi Xingchen feel hot. This woman is truly a witch, a man-eating goblin. Just when Yi Xingchen was stunned for a moment, Miyamoto Tomomi had already begun to take action on his own initiative. Tonight, Yi Xingchen is destined to be at the top of the mountain and see all the mountains and small mountains, again. Ding dong, in the early morning, Yi Xingchen was woken up by the WeChat message notification sound on his cell phone. Yi Xingchen glanced at his phone and saw that it was a WeChat message sent by Qin Yanren. Yi Xingchen looked at Tomomi Miyamoto, who was sleeping soundly on the pillow, and then clicked on WeChat to take a look. SOS. Come to my house. I have an uninvited guest. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be slightly startled. At this time, the first figure that flashed in Yi Xingchen's mind was Lai Yuejing. Hasn't this guy already made a promise that he will never appear under Qin Yanran's nose again? Why do you still dare to pester Qin Yanran? Did you really turn a deaf ear to your own words? Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but get furious. After simply rinsing his mouth and wiping his face, Yi Xingchen hurried out and went straight to Qin Yanran's house. Stop. Who are you? Our boss and Mr. Qin have some private matters to discuss, stop here. At the gate of Qin Yanran's villa, two men in suits stretched out their hands to block Yi Xingchen. Roll. Yi Xingchen thought these people were Lai Yuejing's younger brothers, and immediately didn't look down upon them. Please pay attention to your words. I'm warning you again. If you force your way in again, we won't be polite. The man in the suit yelled loudly, which immediately attracted the attention of the big man elsewhere. In just a few seconds, more than 20 big men surrounded him. Obviously, these big men were all in one group, tightly surrounding Yi Xingchen in the middle, and ready to beat Yi Xingchen if they disagreed. It was also at this time that Yi Xingchen noticed that at least 10 cars were parked at a hidden corner not far from the main road. It seems that the opponent is not only menacing, but also has a large number of people. Hello. A bearded man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall reached out his right hand with a violent expression and tried to grab Yi Xingchen's collar. Court death. Yi Xingchen's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed the right hand extended by the big man with his right hand with a little force. Click. Before the big man realized what had happened, his right arm was accompanied by a terrifying bone-cracking sound, and soon he felt a heartbreaking pain. Ah! F*K. 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 There was no trace of blood on the big man's face, and he squatted down with a look of pain on his face, covering his right arm and wailing. MD. You dared to take action. Brothers, come together. Seeing that their companions had suffered a loss, the other big men couldn't bear it anymore and began to besiege Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was not hesitant, and waved his fist to greet the big men's arms. Just a swing of the fist was enough to make 4 or 5 big men fall to the ground, covering their arms and wailing. In just a few seconds, more than 20 big men without exception suffered comminuted arm fractures and lost their fighting ability. Papa, Yi Xingchen clapped his palms with a look of disgust. It's so hard to deal with you. Not only do I have to beat you down, but I also have to worry about whether I will hit a group of people to death with my fist. When the big men lying on the ground struggling heard Yi Xingchen's words, they were so angry that they almost looked for a piece of tofu and hit them to death. After dealing with more than 20 big men at the gate, Yi Xingchen quickly walked into the villa. The sound of arguments in the villa was clearly captured by Yi Xingchen, who had a keen hearing. Mr. Qin. Let me ask one last question. Will you return these 100 billion to me? Mr. Xu. You are also a businessman. You know the rules. Once the money is donated, it is impossible to get it back. Do you think this is a fraudulent donation? You have gained a good reputation, and you want the money back. You really want it. Since you have set a precedent, won't everyone be able to follow suit in the future? In the future, do I have to pay you back the money that has been used to support impoverished mountainous areas? Don't talk about useless things. This money only arrived in the account of your Yida Charity Foundation last night. It can't be allocated so quickly. I drank too much yesterday, so I asked my housekeeper to donate this money. Donations are invalid and not recognized by law. Moreover, if you continue to be so unreasonable, I will give you a casual greeting and the brothers outside will rush in, but it will be too late. You dare. Do you think I dare? Damn it, 100 billion. Do you think I dare to kill you little bitch for 1,000 billion? It wasn't until this moment that Yi Xingchen understood the cause of the matter. It seemed that he had misunderstood Lai Yuejing. This time it was Xu Jiayan who came to Qin Yanran's house to cause trouble. Looking at this situation, Xu Jiayan was not willing to let the 100 billion cashed out after 10 years of hard work be wasted, so he wanted to come to Qin Yanran's house and force Qin Yanran to return the 100 billion to him. It's really haunting. I had already warned Xu Jiayan last night, but he actually dared to come to Qin Yanran to ask for money. Anyway, Long Qingshan has already said in advance that if Xu Jiayan dares to cause any trouble later, he can be executed directly without reporting it. In this case, Xu Jiayan cannot be kept. After all, judging from Xu Jiayan's personality, for the sake of 100 billion, he can really do any crazy things. You are seeking death. When you get to the Lord of Hell, don't say I didn't give you a chance. You little bitch, it seems you are determined. You are looking for death. I want to see who is seeking death today. Just when Xu Jiayan was about to attack Qin Yanran, Yi Xingchen appeared in the living room at the right time. Xu Jiayan didn't recognize Yi Xingchen's voice and started to curse without hesitation. Where did the bastard come from to talk so much here? You are looking for death. Looking for F*K? Why is it you? Xu Jiayan cursed while turning around to try to see who was speaking. When Xu Jiayan saw that the speaker was Yi Xingchen, he couldn't help but froze in place. Xu Jiayan never thought, even in his wildest dreams, that Yi Xingchen would show up at Qin Yanran's house. Soon, Xu Jiayan seemed to have thought of something and pointed at Yi Xingchen and then at Qin Yanran. You guys. You two bitches. It turned out that you two worked together to defraud me of my money, damn it. What stole your money? Qin Yanran didn't understand Xu Jiayan's words and looked at Xu Jiayan with confusion. What did you say? Please keep your mouth clean. Yi Xingchen took a few steps forward, approaching Xu Jiayan. Xu Jiayan originally wanted to curse a few words, but the memory of Yi Xingchen's terrifying skills last night appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck. A hero doesn't want to suffer immediate losses, so the top priority is to surrender and save his life. As for the 100 billion, we can just find a way to get it back in the future. That. Xu Jiayan quickly changed his face to a smile, ha ha ha. Mr. Qin, you are just kidding. In fact, you might not believe it. I just want to test it and see Mr. Qin's Yida charity fund, is it really that reliable? You also know that I am somewhat worried about donating 100 billion like this. Now that I see Mr. Qin's firm attitude, I feel relieved. While Xu Jiayan was speaking, he glanced at the gate of the villa and saw a group of big men rolling on the ground, and he was even more frightened. Mr. Qin, if you really returned 100 billion to me just now, I would really consider going to court to sue you. Since Mr. Qin's attitude is so firm, then I'm relieved. I still have a little bit of trouble. Goodbye. Mr. Qin, goodbye. I hope the money I donated can help everyone in need. Goodbye. Xu Jiayan didn't even dare to look at Yi Xingchen, and ran away in despair with the two younger brothers behind him. Qin Yanran looked at Xu Jiayan and his group who were escaping in embarrassment, and then nodded gratefully to Yi Xingchen. Fortunately you are here, otherwise this guy might not have done anything. Yi Xingchen nodded first, then pretended not to know anything and asked Qin Yanran. Mr. Qin, who is this person? Why are you coming to your house? When Qin Yanran heard this, she couldn't help but frown, and glared in the direction Xu Jiayan left with a look of disdain. This guy's name is Xu Jiayan, and he is the former president of Hangda Company in Yunhe City. The reason why he is called the former president is because this guy who suffered 1,000 blows has been secretly cashing out the company over the years, and then quietly changed the legal person to others. In this way, he can take the cash out money and run abroad to live happily. Qin Yanran paused, seeming to think of something funny, and couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. It sounds like retribution. This guy drank too much last night and asked his housekeeper to donate all the 100 billion he had worked hard to cash out over the years to the Yida Charitable Foundation under my name. Qin Yanran's eyes showed a hint of determination again. Now that he is awake, he wants to get the money back. Do you think I'm stupid? I won't return it to him. If someone else accidentally donated it by mistake, I would return it to him, but this guy. How many ordinary people have been cheated, and I will let him live happily as he wishes. Even if he goes through the legal process, even if the court decides that the money will be returned to him in the end, I will make him wait for a while, and I will never let him wait. This gives him an advantage. Qin Yanran said a long series of words to Yi Xingchen in one breath, which was a relief from the hatred she had just been entangled by Xu Jiayan. Fortunately, you were here. You beat his bodyguard to the ground and scared him away. Otherwise, God knows what this guy would have done. Haha. Yi Xingchen smiled calmly. This is what it should be, it's part of the job, and it's our responsibility. Dong dong, just at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps on the second floor of the villa. It was Qin Yuanhang who came down from upstairs. Ha! Is it you? Qin Yuanhang was stunned when he saw Yi Xingchen after going downstairs. Huh? It's you? Yi Xingchen was also surprised, but Yi Xingchen quickly realized something. No, it's uncle. Compared to Qin Yuanhang and Yi Xingchen, Qin Yanren, one of the parties involved, looked at the two in surprise. Ha! You two know each other? Ha ha ha! Qin Yuanhang couldn't help laughing and walked slowly to Qin Yanran's side. Daughter. This is the young man I told you about saving me the night before yesterday. Huh? Do you know him? The three of them looked at each other in surprise. After a while, all three of them laughed involuntarily. Of course, each of the three smiles is different. Qin Yuanhang smiled excitedly, Qin Yanren smiled excitedly, and Yi Xingchen smiled awkwardly. The reason why Qin Yuanhang laughed excitedly was because Qin Yanren said that he would meet the person he currently likes today, and Yi Xingchen perfectly met Qin Yuanhang's conditions for his future son-in-law in all aspects. The reason why Qin Yanren laughed excitedly was because Qin Yuanhang had always had a favorable impression of the so-called savior. Now this savior turned out to be Yi Xingchen, which also meant that Yi Xingchen's shield could work perfectly. If Qin Yuanhang stops talking, Qin Yuanhang will no longer have to worry about finding a partner. The reason why Yi Xingchen laughed out of embarrassment was because he never expected that a passerby he saved at random would be Qin Yanran's father. This was such a coincidence that it was embarrassing. Since we all know each other, there is no need to introduce each other. Sit down, everyone. Qin Yanren breathed a sigh of relief. Before, she was worried that Qin Yuanhang might not like Yi Xingchen very much. Now it seems that all the worries are in vain. Yi Xingchen reacted quickly. Uncle. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. Before, Qin. Yanren sent me a message saying that someone broke into her house, and I was anxious. So I rushed over, but now I see my uncle. I am empty-handed, I'm really sorry. It's okay. Qin Yuanhang sat on the sofa with a smile. Forget about those politenesses. I can see that, young man, you are a very real person, and I am also a very real person. Young man, you are very popular with me. What is your name? Are you from Yunhe City? Where do you work? Who are the people in your family? Yi Xingchen glanced at Qin Yanren secretly. Uncle, my name is Yi Xingchen. You can just call me Xingchen. I am a native of Yunhe City. As for work, to be honest, I work in Yanran's company, and I have a father at home. Oh. Qin Yuanhang still nodded with satisfaction. It's great to work in her company. This will make it easier to connect with you as a young couple. Okay. You have a dad? If you have time another day, make an appointment with your father-in-law. Let's have a meal together. It can't be helped, uncle, my dad is still in the hospital. What? Hospitalization? Then we should go to the hospital to visit. Yanren. Qin Yuanhang quickly turned his head and looked at Qin Yanren. Have you ever visited your elders in the hospital? I have been there. Then tell me, which people's hospital in Yunhe City is the elder at? The second hospital, the first people's hospital. Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanren answered in unison. Then Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanren realized something in an instant, and they changed their words again in unison. The first people's hospital, the second hospital. Qin Yuanhang looked at Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanren with a strange expression. No. Uncle. Yanren remembered it wrong. I was anxious and said it wrong just now. Yi Xingchen was excited and quickly explained, actually, my dad is in the second Renming hospital, and Yanren is too busy with work every day. Yes, I remembered it wrong. Yes. Qin Yanren quickly agreed. Really? Qin Yuanhang looked at Qin Yanren suspiciously. Then let me ask you again, what is the disease of your elders? Heart disease. Liver disease. Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanren spoke in unison again. Qin Yuanhang. Heart disease. Liver disease. Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanren quickly gave their second answers again, but they both thought that the other would take the initiative to change their answers, so neither of them changed their answers in the second answer, which was exactly the same as the first answer. The two also made a perfect mistake again. Qin Yuanhang couldn't help but be confused. Can I understand? Can it be heart and liver disease? For a moment, Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanren were so embarrassed that they did not dare to look up at Qin Yuanhang. What a damn tacit understanding. After being pestered by Qin Yuanhang for a while, Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanren were finally able to get away by relying on Qin Yanran's excuse of going to work. On the car, Qin Yanren smiled apologetically at Yi Xingchen. I'm sorry, Xingchen, my dad is just such a person. He is very gossipy, and he acts as if I can't get married. It seems that he will live here for a while. It's been a while, now I need you to cooperate with me in acting. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. Yi Xingchen gave Qin Yanren an okay gesture attentively. Leave it to me. It's just that I was a little rude today. I ran over in a hurry and forgot that my uncle was still at home, so I didn't bring him with me. What gift? It's okay. Qin Yanran smiled, and then suddenly remembered something. By the way, don't let my dad know that you live next door. Otherwise, there is a high chance that he will visit your house every day. It will be very difficult. It's your fault. What? No way. Yi Xingchen was shocked when he heard this. I'll be a good boy. If Qin Yuanhang went to his own house to visit without even saying hello. Just imagine what Qin Yuanhang's look and mood would be like when he walked in and saw Tomomi Miyamoto in his home. It is foreseeable that I will definitely not be able to cooperate with Qin Yanran in acting in the future. Qin Yanran, on the other hand, didn't know about the existence of Tomomi Miyamoto, so she thought Yi Xingchen was simply afraid that Qin Yuanhang would actually visit Yi Xingchen's house. For a moment, Qin Yanran couldn't help pouting. Isn't it just a drop-in? As for being so stingy, those who don't know better would think you have something shameful in your home. Qin Yanran didn't know why, but Lin Yun suddenly appeared in her mind. Ever since Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun came out of the last bid at the same time, Qin Yanran didn't know why, but she always felt that the relationship between Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun was not simple. As for the specific reason, Qin Yanran herself couldn't tell. Maybe it's a woman's sixth sense. Thinking of Lin Yun, Qin Yanran said casually, intentionally or unintentionally, by the way, Yun Yun has something to do at home these days, so she asked for leave and went home. Oh, Yi Xingchen nodded lightly and said nothing more. However, Yi Xingchen recalled that after the successful bidding a few days ago, Lin Yun seemed to have taken a day off because of something at home. Now that Lin Yun had taken a few days off and gone home, Yi Xingchen had a vague feeling that something had happened to Lin Yun's family. Of course, Yi Xingchen didn't know what exactly happened. Yi Xingchen vaguely felt that he should send Lin Yun a message to express his condolences when he arrived at the company later. By the way, Mr. Qin. Yi Xingchen quickly changed the subject. I may have to take a day off today. My dad is having surgery today. I want to go to the hospital to see him. Okay, go ahead. If you need any help, call me. Okay, thank you, Mr. Qin. The same goes for you. Call me if you need anything. The atmosphere in the car fell silent again. After returning to the company, Yi Xingchen sat in his office and quickly took out his mobile phone to send a WeChat message to Lin Yun. Xiao Yunyan, why did you ask for leave again? Is there something going on at home? If you need help, just let me know. I'll fight you at any time. After sending the message to Lin Yun for a while, Lin Yun didn't reply to the message. Yi Xingchen didn't think much about it, just assuming that Lin Yun was busy and it was inconvenient, or he didn't see it for the time being. Yi Xingchen took out his mobile phone again and sent a WeChat message to Shi Wenbin. Abin, check for me Xu Jiayan, the former president of Handa Company, and find out where this guy is staying tonight. It was also at the same time that Yi Xingchen sent a message to Shi Wenbin that he received a WeChat message from Shi Wenbin. Brother Yi, is it convenient today? There's something going on in the gang, and you may need to step in to solve it. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be stunned. Something happened in the gang and you may need to personally intervene? Although Shi Wenbin did not say what the specific matter was, it is not difficult to guess that it must be related to violence. He has obviously found brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi as helpers for Shi Wenbin. Could it be said that Shi Wenbin has encountered a stronger enemy than brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi? Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen quickly replied to Shi Wenbin. Okay, what's the matter? Tell me. Okay, I'll ask the brothers to check it out right away. The messages the two sent to each other arrived at the same time in perfect harmony. Brother Yi, I'm in the hospital now. The old man is going to have an operation soon. If it's convenient, come to the hospital now and let's talk in detail after we meet. Good. It can be said that Yi Xingchen is becoming more and more satisfied with Shi Wenbin, his younger brother. Shi Wenbin's emotional intelligence is so high that it can be said to be the ceiling of emotional intelligence among everyone Yi Xingchen knows. Yi Hao had surgery today, and Shi Wenbin actually went to the hospital early. It can be imagined that he often went to the hospital to visit Yi Hao on weekdays. Moreover, the few words Shi Wenbin just said lightly were a subtle reminder to Yi Xingchen that Yi Hao was having surgery today, and as his son, Yi Xingchen had better take the time to visit Yi Hao in the hospital. It will not embarrass Yi Xingchen, but also remind Yi Xingchen in a subtle way. The level of speaking is really amazing. Because he had already told Qin Yanran in advance to ask for leave, Yi Xingchen no longer hesitated and drove straight to Yunhe City Second People's Hospital. Traffic was smooth all the way, and in less than half an hour, Yi Xingchen arrived at Yunhe City Second People's Hospital. Because he had been here once before, Yi Xingchen skillfully found Yi Hao's ward, 608, this time. Yi Xingchen was still at the door before walking in when he overheard the conversation between Yi Hao and his fellow patients in the ward. "Brother Yi, I really envy you. Look at you. Every day after you were hospitalized, there were people waiting for you. Look at me. Oh, people, once they get old and sick, no one will care for them. If you fall in love, your children will dislike you. There is a saying that you only know who you love when you are drunk, and you only know who loves you the most when you are sick." Ha ha ha. Yi Hao couldn't help but smile heartily. "That's my son's friend. My son is a very nice person. But he is too busy with work on weekdays. He is out of town and rarely comes back, so he has to ask his friend to take care of me. This brat sends me messages all day long saying he wants to come to Yunhe City to visit me, and every time he gets scolded by me. As a man, career is more important, isn't it?" "Yes." The patient smiled. "Birds of a feather flock together. Your son's friends are all of such good character. It's easy to imagine that your son's character is also very good. You are looking at my children. Alas, I've been hospitalized for such a long time, and no one comes to see me. Every time they talk about me, they just want money. Money? I live in the hospital, so money is useless. Do I need money? It's their companionship and care." When Yi Xingchen heard the conversation between Yi Hao and the patient, he was instantly ashamed. "In some ways, my son is really unfilial, Dad." Yi Xingchen suppressed the shame in his heart and walked into the ward carrying a grape. "Xingchen." When Yi Hao saw Yi Xingchen walking in, he was slightly startled at first, and then his face was filled with unconcealable excitement and smile. "Bad boy. Didn't I tell you not to come? Why did you still come here quietly? Did that brat Wen Bin tell you?" Yi Xingchen smiled apologetically at Yi Hao and apologized to Yi Hao sincerely. "I'm sorry, Dad. There are too many things at work these days, and I haven't come to see you." "It doesn't matter. What are the father and son talking about? Sit down quickly." "Good." Yi Xingchen smiled and nodded, then sat beside Yi Hao's bed and peeled the grape in Yi Hao's hand. "Come on, Dad, eat a grape." "Good." Yi Hao reached out to take the grapes handed over by Yi Xingchen and took a bite gently. Yi Xingchen didn't know whether the grapes were sweet or not, but it was not difficult to imagine that Yi Hao's heart must be very sweet now. Yi Xingchen almost burst into tears when his right hand touched the thick callus in Yi Hao's palm. I don't know when it started, but Yi Xingchen suddenly realized that Yi Hao seemed to be really old. There were already many white strands in his hair, and his skin began to wrinkle. "Dad. The thick calluses on your hands. I got it from playing cards before." Yi Hao smiled lightly at Yi Xingchen. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be amused by Yi Hao's words. Yi Hao's words not only expressed his apology and regret for being trapped in the casino before, but also conveyed a message to Yi Xingchen. There is no need to worry so much between father and son. Yi Xingchen gently patted the back of Yi Hao's hand and said no more. "Everything is left unsaid. Brother Yi, are you here?" At this moment, Shi Wenbin walked into the ward carrying a small cup of freshly received hot water. "Ha ha, stars." Yi Hao's eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration when he saw Shi Wenbin. "You have to thank Wenbin. Wenbin has been taking care of me these days and comes to the hospital every day." "Abin, thank you." Yi Xingchen gently patted Shi Wenbin on the shoulder, his gratitude self-evident. "Yi Hao. Get ready for surgery." With the official notification from the doctor, Yi Hao's surgery is about to begin. After comforting Yi Hao, the doctor used an electric cart to push Yi Hao to the operating room full of automatic robot instruments. "Dad. Don't worry, the minor surgery will be over soon. I'll wait for you outside. Be strong." Yi Xingchen smiled and made a cheering gesture towards Yi Hao in the operating room. After the door of the operating room was officially closed, Yi Xingchen and Shi Wenbin sat on the chairs outside the operating room. "Abin, has the gang encountered any trouble recently?" "It's the Wild Wolf Gang." Shi Wenbin looked at the closed door of the operating room, "But if Brother Yi takes action himself, there won't be any trouble." Yi Xingchen nodded lightly. "After Mr. Hao and I came to power, we started to suppress the Wild Wolf Gang and seize its territory. At first, the Wild Wolf Gang was suppressed by us and had no room to fight back, especially with the addition of brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi. Our gang is even more powerful. But I don't know where the Wild Wolf Gang found two masters from recently, but even brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi are no match for those two." "Really? What's the background? Neither brothers Lu Ma nor Lu Zi are their opponents." Yi Xingchen looked at Shi Wenbin doubtfully. The skills of brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi have been personally verified by Yi Xingchen himself. Although he is not a super thug, he can still deal with ordinary people without any problem. Converted according to the multiple of global physical decline. Just imagine if it is in a normal world. One hand wears a 100 Jin military thumbtack, and the other wears a 100 Jin metal ring on his feet. This kind of fierce man with infinite strength would be a killer in a normal world. But even so, the brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi actually lost to an underground gang in Shaoyun City, which really made Yi Xingchen feel unbelievable. Those two guys haven't found out their origins yet, but their skills are a bit scary. If brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi weren't so fast, they would probably have been handed over to the Wild Wolf Gang last night. Well, Yi Xingchen nodded slightly. Is it a human or a ghost? I'll find out when I go to the meeting tonight. Oh, by the way, brother Yi, Xu Jiayan has already found out what you asked me to check before. This guy will stay in room 608 of the Fuli Hotel opposite the south gate of Yunhe Villa tonight. Do you want brothers to come to the door? Did he do it? No need. Yi Xingchen shook his head. This person may have experts under his command, but brothers may not be able to handle it. I will naturally find someone to kill him. When Shi Wenbin heard Yi Xingchen's words, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Shi Wenbin heard clearly that Yi Xingchen was talking about finding someone to kill Xu Jiayan, not that he was going to kill Xu Jiayan himself. This means that Yi Xingchen has stronger masters than the two brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi. Now Yi Xingchen, although on the surface he is still a small bodyguard and driver next to Qin Yanren, or a small security leader of Yida Company. But in fact, Yi Xingchen already has many talents under his command. In the underground world, there is the Qinglong Gang, which includes me and Deng Hao, two people who give ideas and take charge of the family. There are also little masters like Lu Ma and Lu Zi who are different from ordinary people, and there are even more powerful people than Lu Ma and Lu Zi. The two brothers are stronger mysterious masters. Now Yi Xingchen is starting to make Shi Wenbin a little bit confused. For a moment, Shi Wenbin felt that the most correct decision he had ever made in his life was to go to Yi Xingchen's house to steal something. The most correct decision I made in my life was to make the immediate decision to recognize Yi Xingchen as my boss. As Shi Wenbin said before, the icing on the cake is far less rewarding than providing timely assistance. If Shi Wenbin wants to recognize the current Yi Xingchen as his boss again, Yi Xingchen probably won't even bother with Shi Wenbin. This is the cruel reality. The world never lacks talents, only opportunities. Of course, Yi Xingchen didn't know that Shi Wenbin was filled with emotions at this time, so he just took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to Tomomi Miyamoto, who was still in Yunhe Villa area. Yomei, help me get rid of this guy tonight. Xu Jiayan, stay in room 608 of Fuli Hotel directly opposite the south gate of Yunhe Villa district tonight. If you can, don't leave any witnesses in the room alive. Yi Xingchen then took the photo of Xu Jiayan that he had previously obtained from Long Qingshan and sent a MMS message to Tomomi Miyamoto. After Miyamoto Tomomi, who was far away in the Yunhe Villa area, received the text message from Yi Xingchen, she did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Okay," to Yi Xingchen. Looking at Xu Jiayan's photo on his phone, Tomomi Miyamoto's face was full of excitement. Tomomi Miyamoto pulled out the Japanese dagger from his waist and wiped it with a piece of cloth. Qingren, let's test the effect of the spiritual energy drawn from Yi Xingchen tonight, ha ha ha. Dusk. At this time, Yi Hao had already successfully completed the operation. After staying in the hospital to take care of Yi Hao for an afternoon, Yi Xingchen and Shi Wenbin went straight back to the headquarters of the Qinglong Gang, which was the underground boxing ground where Yi Xingchen first started practicing black boxing. Yi Xingchen had just arrived at the Qinglong Gang headquarters when he received a WeChat message from Qin Yanren. Shall I drive home by myself? Yi Xingchen took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message back to Qin Yanren. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Okay. Yi Xingchen put away his cell phone, and at this time Deng Hao, brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi, and a group of younger brothers rushed out to greet Yi Xingchen. Brother Yi. The group of people headed by Deng Hao all bowed to Yi Xingchen. For a moment, Yi Xingchen felt like he was about to become the kind of underground boss in the movie. Yi Xingchen smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, my brother, you don't have to worry so much. I'm not here to do anything else tonight, I'm here to fight the Wild Wolf Gang. Deng Hao smiled at Yi Xingchen. With brother Yi personally taking action, the end of those bastards from the Wild Wolf Gang is coming. Have you found out where the two masters of the Wild Wolf Gang are? Found it. Those two guys are now at the headquarters of the Wild Wolf Gang, and Yushin, the boss of the Wild Wolf Gang, is also there, so they can cook it all at once. Well, I'm still in a hurry, so I won't say more, let's go now. Okay. Deng Hao nodded heavily, then waved his hand. Brothers, get in the car and follow brother Yi to kill the bastards of the Wild Wolf Gang. In an instant, Dozens of young men from the Qinglong gang walked towards the row of cars at the gate. More than a dozen cars and vans of various types rushed towards the Wild Wolf Gang headquarters. The headquarters of the Wild Wolf Gang, like the headquarters of the Qinglong Gang, is an underground boxing ring. This underground boxing ring was the underground boxing ring where Yi Xingchen had his second black boxing match, and Yushin was the underground boss who talked to Brother Long, the former boss of the Qinglong Gang, when Yi Xingchen was fighting black boxing. At this time, Yushin had no idea that his end was coming, and he was still sitting in the VIP seat with a comfortable expression, enjoying a black boxing match that was being staged. Brother Yun, a younger brother, called and said that the Qinglong Gang gathered a large force and rushed towards us. Look, are we? A young man glanced at the new messages on his phone and immediately trotted to Yushin's side with a solemn look on his face. What are you afraid of? Yushin didn't seem to care about the actions of the Qinglong Gang. The more people they come, the better. They come to the door one by one to clean up, just in time to catch them all. I have 2 masters from the Taiji sect to help me, just one. The Qinglong Gang is just seeking death, right? 2 masters? After Yun Tian finished speaking, he smiled and looked at the 2 big men behind him who were each holding 2 scantily clad young women. Ha ha ha. That's natural. I'm a member of the Taiji sect. Isn't it easy to deal with these gangsters from the Qinglong Gang? Yes. Senior brother is right. If these little guys can't be dealt with, our senior brothers will have been practicing in Tai Chi sect for so many years in vain. Ha ha ha. Yushin laughed even more triumphantly. Humph. Come on. Just let your horse come over. Yushin was smiling proudly, and 5 or 6 young men holding small wooden sticks had already walked past the gate of the underground boxing ring. Who are you? What are you doing? The 2 young men from the Wild Wolf Gang who were in charge of watching the scene at the gate immediately noticed these young people and stared at them with vigilant faces. MD. You bastards from the Wild Wolf Gang, you guys are here to destroy your place. The young men didn't even say hello after saying hello. They raised the small wooden sticks in their hands and greeted the 2 young men from the Wild Wolf Gang over their heads. Should I wipe it? You're doing a sneak attack. You little trash can't afford to be fooled. The 2 boys from the Wild Wolf Gang were knocked to the ground on the spot and could not get up again. Brothers, the big troops are coming soon. Let's go in first and drive away the spectators inside. Come on. Several young men waved the small wooden sticks in their hands and quickly rushed into the underground boxing ring. Brother Yun. 5 or 6 people rushed into the boxing ring with sticks in their hands. They are probably from the Qinglong Gang. Do you want to send someone up to help these guys do it? The members of the Wild Wolf Gang in the monitoring room quickly saw what happened at the gate of the underground boxing ring through the camera, and immediately reported the incident to Yushin through a micro walkie-talkie. Haha. Yushin, who was holding a micro walkie-talkie, couldn't help but smile coldly. Don't worry, the show hasn't started yet. When their large army comes, it's not sure who will do who. These people are just the vanguard of the Qinglong Gang. Used to drive away the audience. It's better to let them drive away the audience, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble later. I got it, Brother Yun. Yushin looked at the 2 Tai Chi masters behind him again. 2 masters, the people from the Qinglong Gang are really here. When their large forces arrive later, they will trouble you to take action again. Easy to say, as it should be. Yes, our brothers and sisters are here with you. You have good food, drink, fun, and beautiful girls to serve us. Don't worry, anyone who dares to quarrel with you will die. At this time, the leading troops of the Qinglong Gang had rushed into the underground boxing ring without any hindrance. Looking at the ongoing boxing match, a young man from the Qinglong Gang banged the small wooden stick in his hand on the bell next to the ring. Everyone who doesn't matter, go away and leave here. There will be personal grudges to deal with later. The audience immediately became unhappy and stared at the Qinglong Gang with wide eyes. Who the hell are you? Are you going to let us go just because you ask us to leave? I spent the money to buy the tickets, why are you chasing me away? The game isn't over yet. Who do you think you are? Why? Hearing the roar of dissatisfaction from the audience, several young men from the Qinglong Gang were not used to it and immediately pointed at a certain corner with the small wooden sticks in their hands. Who was talking just now? Stand up. Is it you? Was it you just now? Get over here. You don't have ears, right? Donate your ears to those in need if you don't need them. Didn't you hear us say that we have a personal grudge to deal with later? The audience was instantly frightened when they saw the ferocious-looking young men from the Qinglong Gang. Indeed, the game is exciting and attractive, but life is the most important. Although the audience was very dissatisfied with the domineering behavior of the Qinglong Gang boys, they still quickly left the underground boxing ring with their necks hunched. The underground boxing ring, which was noisy just now, suddenly became silent. This also added a chilling atmosphere to the subsequent fight between the two underground gangs. As the place was cleared, Yi Xingchen quickly rushed in with a group of people headed by Deng Hao, Lu Ma and Lu Zi, while Yushin also appeared on the ring with his two Tai Chi masters. Yo? Isn't this Mr. Hao? He was almost hacked to death by my little brother last night. If you don't remember well today, you're going to die again? Yushin stood on the ring, looking down at Deng Hao below the ring with a contemptuous expression. Brother Yi. This guy is Yushin, the boss of the Wild Wolf Gang, and the two guys behind him are the masters of the Wild Wolf Gang. Deng Hao ignored Yushin and just pointed at Yushin and the two Tai Chi masters. Oh. I said, why are you so brave today? It turns out that I have found a new helper, ha ha ha. Only then did Yushin notice Yi Xingchen, who was at the front of the crowd. Yushin frowned slightly at first, and then laughed. Oh. Why do you look so familiar? You boy, are you the boy Aaron brought here to fight black boxing last time, right? Ha ha ha. Boy, I have an impression of you. Your skills are indeed good, you have something. But, I can catch a lot of boxers like you here, and the two masters behind me can take down a bunch of them with one hand. I see you have some skills, how about? You just go to me and come to my place to box. I'll give you 5 times as much as Aaron gave you for a fight. What do you think? Think about it. If you refuse, I won't guarantee whether your life will be in danger next. Anyway, you're just messing around wherever you go. Why bother with your own life? HMPH. What a joke. Deng Hao couldn't help but snorted. Brother Yi is the boss of our Qinglong gang. Who do you think is the boss? Are you worthy? Oh? Yun Tian looked at Yi Xingchen thoughtfully. I have long heard that the new Qinglong gang has a boss behind the scenes, and it turns out to be you. That's just right. Bring your Qinglong gang to join me, and I will seal it you are the deputy gang leader, and you can continue to manage your Qinglong gang without losing your life. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Haha. Yi Xingchen smiled coldly. Do you know what I used to do? I used to help people match keys to locks. What do you mean? Yushin couldn't help but be slightly startled. I said you don't deserve it, so you don't deserve it. Ho ho? You're so numb. You still dare to call me unworthy? You're looking for death. After Yun Tian understood Yi Xingchen's words, he couldn't help but became furious. At this time, 2 Tai Chi masters behind Yun Tian strode forward and walked in front of Yun Tian. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Generally arrogant people won't live long. We 2 underground gang bosses are talking here. Who do you think you are? Are all the people in the Wild Wolf Gang so ignorant of the rules? Didn't you listen to what I just said? I used to fit keys to locks. Are you worthy? How many can you match? Little bastard. Listen carefully. My name is Luo Tiran, and he is the 3rd-generation disciple of Taiji sect. This is my senior brother, Zhu Fen. Don't wait until I get to the Lord of Hell and I don't know who you're crushed. Peeved ha ha ha. Seeing the 2 big men in tang suits introducing themselves, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Boy. Why are you laughing? Luo Tiran looked at Yi Xingchen doubtfully. I'm sorry, although I know it's rude to laugh at other people's names, but I really can't help it. I'm so surprised. What do your parents think? I never thought about these 2 things. How weird is this name? A naked person. How astringent are your parents? They all have such rude names, and you. Yi Xingchen continued to speak while smiling. Zhu Fen? This name sounds like a smelly name. Did your mother accidentally fall into a pig pen when she gave birth to you, so she gave you pig dung? Ha 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 ha. When the people from the Qinglong gang heard Yi Xingchen's explanation, they burst into laughter. Nima. Luo Tiran's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. This was the first time Luo Tiran's fragile self-esteem was deeply hurt because of his name. Yeah, brothers, come together and kill them. Yushin was also very angry. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding members of the Wild Wolf Gang rushed towards the members of the Qinglong Gang. Facing the attack by members of the Wild Wolf Gang, the members of the Qinglong Gang did not panic. Lu Zi and Deng Hao quickly came to the base camp and led the members of the Qinglong Gang to stand about 10 meters behind Yi Xingchen. Lu Ma, who was behind Yi Xingchen, took the lead and kept pointing at the members of the Wild Wolf Gang who were rushing towards Lu Zi and his group behind him. Young man, please go this way. This way, yes, this way, thank you, this way. Experts fight, and idlers stay away. Under the command of Lu Ma, ordinary members of the Wild Wolf Gang did not attack Yi Xingchen, but rushed towards Lu Zi and his party. However, there was also a short-sighted boy from the Wild Wolf Gang who didn't buy it and waved a small wooden stick in his hand to smash Lu Ma's head. Lu Ma glared at the Wild Wolf Gang member with dissatisfaction. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what I just said? Please come this way, thank you. The boy from the Wild Wolf Gang glared at Ma Lu with dissatisfaction. I'm not a boy. Wow. You have the nerve to say that you are not a gangster. Lu Ma stared at the boy from the Wild Wolf Gang in surprise, then took out a small mirror from his arms and pointed it at the boy from the Wild Wolf Gang. Look at the mirror yourself. See if you look like a little guy. Yelling helped his little brother adjust his hairstyle in the mirror, then posed a few poses and nodded thoughtfully. Huh? He really looks a bit like a little gangster. Lu Ma rolled his eyes angrily. I've already told you that you're a gangster, but you still don't believe me. Get out of here. Oh. The boy from the Wild Wolf Gang waved the small wooden stick in his hand again and rushed towards Lu Zi and his party. Brother Yi, it's done, I'm going to help them. Lu Ma saw all the Yi Wolf Gang boys rushing over, making an okay gesture to Yi Xingchen, and then yelled and rushed over to support Lu Zi and his party. Yi Xingchen nodded, then looked at Luo Tiran and Zhu Fen. After experiencing what happened with Lu Ma and Lu Zi, Yi Xingchen finally knew one thing. It is absolutely impossible for a master who can compete with him or a master who can defeat him to fight with him in such a situation in such an identity, not to mention that the two people have made it very clear when they reported their backgrounds. The third-generation disciple of Tai Chi sect. If a mere third-generation disciple could become his opponent, then Tai Chi sect would probably have dominated the entire world long ago, and there would be no Dragon Clan, Miyamoto Clan, or other forces like this. What Yi Xingchen could predict was that he could kill these two idiots in an instant as long as he took any action. Haha. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile. Come here. He. Folly Hotel. Tomomi Miyamoto smiled and looked at the waitress who had been knocked unconscious in the corner, then put on the waitress's clothes and walked towards room 608 with elegant steps. Tomomi Miyamoto does not have the terrifying power of Yi Xingchen, so it is impossible to break in. It takes a little trick to enter Xu Jiayin's room without making a big noise. Ding throat, Tomomi Miyamoto gently pressed the doorbell in room 608. Who? Xu Jiayin's furious voice came from the room. With a smile on her face, Tomomi Miyamoto tried her best to make a pleasant and charming voice. Hello, sir, is this the special service you ordered? I am the girl who is here to provide you with the special service. My name is Xiao Mei. What a special service, what a beauty. I don't know you, leave quickly. Xu Jiayin didn't think much about it. Just think that Tomomi Miyamoto went to the wrong place. It's impossible. Tomomi Miyamoto deliberately pretended to be confused. I remember my boss told me clearly, room 608? You made a mistake. I didn't call for special services, please leave. No, sir. Tomomi Miyamoto continued to explain with a smile, our boss will not make mistakes casually. If it wasn't you, is it possible that your friend ordered it for you? If I just go back like this, my boss will definitely not let me go, I will die. Impossible. There is absolutely no way I would order this kind of special service. As for my friends, it is impossible for me to order this kind of special service. Why? Tomomi Miyamoto was really confused this time and was no longer pretending. Sir, why don't you come out and take a look at me? If you don't come out to take a look at me, I will really be beaten when I go back. My boss beat him to death. Oh no, there's so much shit. Xu Jiayin opened the door impatiently and glared at Tomomi Miyamoto angrily. Tomomi Miyamoto noticed the way Xu Jiayin looked at her. In addition to impatience and anger, there was also a trace of disgust in his eyes. Disgust? No. Why? Tomomi Miyamoto couldn't figure out why Xu Jiayin had disgust in her eyes after seeing her. Is your appearance considered to be excellent? As for her figure, she is even more proud of it. Among the women she has seen with her own eyes, no one can compare with her. But even so, why does Xu Jiayin look at her with a trace of disgust? Could it be that he dislikes himself for being unclean? Thinking of this, Tomomi Miyamoto has briefly put aside the assassination mission. Xu Jiayin's matter not only involves the task assigned by Yi Xingchen, but also involves Tomomi Miyamoto's pride. Sir, do you think that my little sister is unclean? What's wrong with you? I see you now. Can you leave? If you don't leave, I'll call the police and arrest you. Xu Jiayin did not give Miyamoto a good look at all, and her tone was extremely impatient. Miyamoto Tomomi took advantage of the situation and took a sneak peek inside the room, only to see a young girl sitting at the head of Xu Jiayin's bed. For a moment, Miyamoto Tomomi was a little doubtful about life. Regardless of his appearance or figure, he could easily kill that woman instantly. That woman didn't look like a good family, so why did Xu Jiayin still dislike her? Tomomi Miyamoto felt that she must figure this out tonight. Otherwise, if Yi Xingchen disliked her because of this one day, wouldn't she have lost a shortcut to practice? Boss, who is it? A scene appeared that surprised Tomomi Miyamoto so much that her jaw almost dropped. The young girl in Shu Jiayin's room may have seen Shu Jiayin and Miyamoto Tomomi entangled, and couldn't help but ask Shu Jiayin what was going on. It didn't matter if he didn't speak, but Tomomi Miyamoto was shocked when he spoke. This young girl actually has a girlish face, and her voice is actually a rough male voice, and the voice seems to have a hint of a Taiguo accent. In an instant, Tomomi Miyamoto finally understood why Shu Jiayin hated herself. It turns out that this guy doesn't like women, he likes she-males. The taste is really strong. Tomomi Miyamoto felt that after going back tonight, she must find an opportunity to ask Yi Xingchen to see if Yi Xingchen might change his taste and like transvestites in the future. If it is really possible for Yi Xingchen, he must try his best to reverse Yi Xingchen's thoughts or symptoms and take precautions before they happen. Hey, let me tell you, have you seen enough? Can you go? Seeing Tomomi Miyamoto's uncertain expression, Shu Jiayin couldn't help but become more impatient and tried to close the door now. Just when Shu Jiayin was about to close the door, Miyamoto Tomomi had already taken the lead and blocked the door with her right hand. Shu Jiayin suddenly felt something was wrong and tried to close the door countless times. However, Shu Jiayin was horrified to find that no matter how hard she tried, the door was held tightly by Tomomi Miyamoto's slender hands and could not move at all. Tomomi Miyamoto suddenly pulled out the Japanese dagger hidden in her sleeve. When she raised the knife and dropped it, the 3 fingers of Shu Jiayin's left hand were neatly cut off. Grass. Shu Jiayin quickly let go under the severe pain, covering his severed finger and retreating while wailing. The young girls in the room saw this bloody scene and immediately screamed in shock. Tomomi Miyamoto threw the oriental dagger in his hand smoothly, and the oriental dagger accurately penetrated the young girl between the eyebrows. The young girl quickly fell to the ground and could no longer scream. F*K. Who are you FC King with? When did I provoke you? Shu Jiayin collapsed on the ground holding her severed finger. No sir, you didn't mess with me. Tomomi Miyamoto slowly pulled out her dagger, and then walked to Shu Jiayin, who looked desperate. What? I'm sorry. Shu Jiayin really wanted to curse. Is there something seriously wrong with you? I didn't mess with you, but if you meet me, you'll kill me. Are you crazy? But you provoked him. Tomomi Miyamoto smiled and nodded. It's not good for you to provoke anyone. Provoke him. Aren't you asking for your own death? Him? You mean? Shu Jiayin was slightly startled, and 2 people appeared in his mind. One is Qin Yanran and the other is Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen. After Miyamoto Tomomi finished speaking, a cold light flashed between his eyes, and with a slight wave of the dagger in his hand, a thin line of blood quickly appeared on Shu Jiayin's neck. Yi Xingchen? It seems it's him. Shu Jiayin was stunned for a moment, and it was only at the last moment before his death that he fully understood. Well. Miyamoto Tomomi looked at the dagger in his hand with interest, and nodded with great satisfaction. Whether it is speed, reaction, or even the accuracy of throwing the dagger, Yi has made an exaggerated improvement. Xingchen, you are truly a treasure boy. Wild Wolf Gang Headquarters. Look at me, Mantis Fist. Look at me, Tiger-shaped fist. Luo Tiran and Zhu Fen kept changing their fancy moves, trying to overwhelm Yi Xingchen in terms of momentum. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel funny. Senior brothers Luo Tiran and Zhu Fen can indeed tell that they have something. Their boxing skills seem to be very powerful and impressive. They are worthy of being ruthless men who can defeat the brothers Lu Ma and Lu Zi. If you are an ordinary person, you might be scared to death when you see the boxing skills of brothers Luo Tiran and Zhu Fen. But after all, Yi Xingchen was not affected by the global decline in physical fitness. In Yi Xingchen's view, these boxing techniques are all flashy and useless. Yi Xingchen only needed 1 punch to ensure that both of them would be killed on the spot. However, in the eyes of brothers Luo Tiran and Zhu Fen, Yi Xingchen's reaction was undoubtedly frightened. The 2 laughed wildly. Brother, look, that kid is so frightened by our boxing technique that he doesn't even dare to move. Haha. Is this guy still a rescuer of the Qinglong gang? A big killer? Bah. In my opinion, he is not as good as the bald man and the lame man last night. Seeing the confident looks of brothers Luo Tiran and Zhu Fen, Yushin couldn't help but feel completely relieved. Even Yushin leisurely lit a thin cigarette. Boy, it's the same thing. If you are willing to bring your Qinglong gang to submit to me now, I can make you the deputy gang leader and let you continue to manage your Qinglong gang. Help, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Xingchen shook his head slowly and did not speak. He just curled the fingers of his right hand towards brother Luo Tiran. Fuck. This is simply too much. Uncle can bear it, but aunt can't. Not only brother Luo Tiran, but also Yushin was completely angered by Yi Xingchen's actions. Yushin waved his hand and glared at Yi Xingchen fiercely. Two masters, come on and kill this little bastard. Ouch! Luo Tiran waved his fists and took the lead in rushing towards Yi Xingchen with skillful footwork, while Zhu Fen protected Luo Tiran's back and followed closely behind. Hum hum. Yun Tian held the thin cigarette in his mouth lightly, looking at Yi Xingchen who still did not make any move, and he had been imagining the scene of Yi Xingchen's sudden death in his mind for a while. Even Yushin was considering whether to ask someone to build a sculpture tree there after beating Yi Xingchen to death to commemorate his great achievements in killing Yi Xingchen and devouring the Qinglong gang. However, soon, a scene that Yushin never imagined appeared. Facing the massive attacks from Luo Tiran and Zhu Fen, Yi Xingchen just calmly and lightly punched them. Just one punch. Yi Xingchen's punch hit Luo Tiran's chest without any surprise. Even Luo Tiran himself didn't see clearly how Yi Xingchen's punch hit him. Click, with a blood-curdling sound of bone cracking, Luo Tiran was like a kite with its string broken, his whole body fell back quickly and hit Zhu Fen directly. Click, there was another horrifying sound of bone cracking. Brother Luo Tiran fell straight to the ground and folded up an arhat. Even in the past world, if the bones in the chest were broken, you would die immediately, let alone this new world where your physical fitness has seriously declined. Brother Luo Tiran both fell to the ground and died without even having time to scream. Ah! Yushin on the stage seemed to be struck by five thunders. He was stunned on the spot, and even the thin cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Yushin had thought about countless ways for Yi Xingchen to die, but he never thought that the person who died in the end was actually Luo Tiran, the senior brother. The two senior brothers didn't even catch Yi Xingchen's punch. Yushin almost couldn't hold back the curse. The stupid Qinglong gang. Why didn't you come up with a master of this level earlier? Why didn't you just come over and F*K yourself last night? Why should you give yourself a little hope and then let yourself despair? Damn it, heartless, holy shit. This guy punched those two masters to death. Is this the legendary ability to kill two birds with one stone? Killing two people with one punch. It's too scary. When the members of the Wild Wolf gang who were fighting fiercely saw this scene, they couldn't help but froze on the spot, and their fighting spirit began to drop rapidly. In sharp contrast to the members of the Wild Wolf gang, the members of the Qinglong gang cheered. Tai pants are hot. Invincible. Yi Xingchen took a few steps forward and reached the bottom of the ring, then put his right hand on the ring and easily climbed over the ring. Yun Tian looked at Yi Xingchen, who looked down on him with the power of a king, and his mood was indescribable for a moment. Yushin has already had the awareness to face death head-on. It was only at this moment that Yun Tianchen realized how reluctant he was to die like this. After finally conquering the Wild Wolf gang, how could he be willing to die like this? Although Yushin knew it was unlikely, he still knelt down towards Yi Xingchen with a sense of luck. Boss Yi. You are too strong. I give up, I surrender. As long as you don't kill me and let me go, all the territory of our Wild Wolf gang will belong to you from now on, and even these gang members will all belong to you. Hearing Yushin's words, Yi Xingchen just smiled and was not in a hurry to express his position. Yi Xingchen slowly took out a box of cigarettes from Yushin's pocket. Judging from the size of the cigarette box, it is estimated that it can hold up to 4 cigarettes. Yi Xingchen took out the only remaining cigarette, lit it for himself, and then threw the empty cigarette case on the ground. Boss Yi. Yushin looked at Yi Xingchen with a weak expression. Haha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but shook his head. If I don't kill you, the Wild Wolf gang will belong to me. If I kill you, the Wild Wolf gang will also belong to me. Then why should I let you go? Cutting the weeds without eradicating the roots, spring breeze blow and live again. After what happened to the little girl from the Qinglong gang last time, Yi Xingchen's behavior has undergone earth-shaking changes. Yi Xingchen was not willing to make the same mistake as his little sister. Although Yushin cannot threaten his own safety, God knows whether it will harm the safety of ordinary people around him. Letting the tiger go back to the mountain will eventually lead to trouble. No, no, no. Boss Yi. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Yi Xingchen, Yushin panicked completely. In the next life, remember not to hang around in the underground world anymore, just die. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he gently patted Yushin's neck with his right hand. Before Yushin even realized what happened, his head tilted and he fell to the ground. Others, I will give you 3 ways. First, exit the underground world. I will not embarrass you. Second, join our Qinglong gang, and we will all be brothers from now on. Third, die like Yushin. Yi Xingchen's violence shocked everyone in the Wild Wolf Gang so much that no one in the Wild Wolf Gang dared to disobey Yi Xingchen, who was like the god of war, and they all knelt down towards Yi Xingchen. After this night, there is no more Wild Wolf Gang in the entire Yunhe city. After settling the grievances between the Qinglong Gang and the Wild Wolf Gang, Yi Xingchen drove straight home. As for Xu Jiayin's matter, Yi Xingchen didn't call to ask Miyamoto Tomomi at all. The masters around Xu Jiayin have already been dealt with by him. With Tomomi Miyamoto's skills, it would be strange if he couldn't deal with Xu Jiayin. After returning to his door, Yi Xingchen discovered that Tomomi Miyamoto had already returned home. A large bowl of dogtail broth is placed on the dining table. Seeing this bowl of dogtail broth, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. "Yi Jun, are you back?" Tomomi Miyamoto stepped forward very skillfully to help Yi Xingchen change clothes and shoes, and then brought over a small bowl. Seeing that Yi Xingchen didn't ask what he meant, Miyamoto Tomomi took the initiative to report tonight's situation to Yi Xingchen. "Xu Jiayin has been killed by me. He died in the hotel room. No one saw it. The only person who saw it was one person in his room, and he was killed by me." "Yeah. Well done." Yi Xingchen nodded heavily, and then took a big sip of the soup. "But, Yida Company, I guess life will not be very good this year." Miyamoto Tomomi suddenly remembered something and said to herself. "Huh?" Yi Xingchen couldn't help being slightly startled. "What do you mean?" "I just read the latest news. The military of Japan has appointed a new president of Sakura Construction Company. He is expected to come to Yunhe City to officially take office the day after tomorrow. The new president's name is Miyamoto Masao." "Miyamoto Masao? A member of the Miyamoto family?" Yi Xingchen keenly noticed the surname of the new president of Sakura Construction Company and couldn't help being a little surprised. "Yes, Miyamoto Masao is the third-generation member of the Miyamoto family. By the way, I am the fourth-generation member." "How is this guy's skills? In other words, how is his personality and behavior?" "This is an extremely despicable, shameless, sinister and obscene person." Tomomi Miyamoto thought carefully for a while before giving her evaluation of Masao Miyamoto. "How to say? This guy, although his skills are mediocre, is not even my opponent, but he loves assassination. Moreover, the deaths of Kabata Inichiro and Daishomaru and my disappearance are enough to attract the attention of the Japanese military. It is foreseeable that what's more, when Miyamoto Masao comes to Yunhe City this time, he must have brought several masters from the Eastern Kingdom with him, maybe even masters from the Miyamoto family." Tomomi Miyamoto paused and continued. "This guy is extremely lecherous and perverted. There are even rumors that this guy killed his own daughter. What the hell, in order to get a girl, he killed the whole family, and even dried the corpses to make dried meat. What the hell? So perverted." Yi Xingchen couldn't help being shocked when he heard Miyamoto Tomomi's words. Not only is this a ruthless person, he is simply a wolf killer. In fact, Yi Xingchen originally wanted to say, sure enough, Asians are so perverted with their heavy tastes. But considering the current close relationship and status between himself and Miyamoto Tomomi, an Asian, Yi Xingchen still suppressed these words. "I'm a little worried. What if this guy brings several experts from the Miyamoto family to investigate my disappearance, or deal with Qin Yanran, the president of Yida Company? The consequences will be disastrous." Tomomi Miyamoto looked at Yi Xingchen with a worried look, and then continued. "If they find out that I am with you, or find out my relationship with you, they will definitely report it to the Miyamoto family. Even if they lose to me or Yi Jun, reinforcements from the Miyamoto family will continue to rush to Yun, Crane City. Although as long as the elders are not dispatched, Yi Jun, you don't need to be afraid, but these people are very good at playing tricks. Yi Jun, you can't be with everyone you care about 24 hours a day. What if they kidnapped your father, or Qin Yanran, or your female colleague? To blackmail you into handing me over. I can't imagine what will happen that day." Yi Xingchen couldn't help but fell silent after hearing a lot of Miyamoto Tomomi's words. Although Yi Xingchen was curious about how Tomomi Miyamoto knew about his relationship with Lin Yun, it was obvious that now was not the time to explore this issue. Yi Xingchen slowly placed the bowl of soup in his hand on the table, and then stood up. "If they dare to get wrong, I will kill them before they can do anything dirty. Whoever dares to touch the people around me will die. If you don't want to and they want to take you back, I will let them death without a burial place." Tomomi Miyamoto looked at Yi Xingchen blankly, and for a moment she felt a little moved. Miyamoto Tomomi couldn't help but gently fell into Yi Xingchen's arms. This time, Tomomi Miyamoto no longer wanted to seduce Yi Xingchen to achieve the goal of taking a shortcut in spiritual practice. It was just a simple hug. Ding ding ding. At this time, Yi Xingchen's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Xingchen glanced at it and saw that the caller ID was Lin Yun. Hello? Yunyun? Star? Save me. Lin Yun's anxious voice came from the phone receiver. What's wrong? Yunyun, where are you? What happened? Yi Xingchen was suddenly shocked. What he was most worried about happened. I'm in my hometown, they want. Ah, let me go. You little bitch, you actually dared to come here and make a phone call secretly. I'm giving you face, right? Lin Yun's words were quickly interrupted by a man's voice, followed by the sound of the phone being hung up. Hello? Hello? Grass. Yi Xingchen was furious and slapped his phone on the table. Hometown? Do you know where her hometown is? Tomomi Miyamoto asked quickly. I don't know, but Mr. Chin knows. I'll ask her now. Okay. Without further ado, rescuing people is the most important thing. You should go out now and call to ask for your location while you are out. I will help you take care of things in Yunhe City for the time being. If anything happens, I'll be here. Okay, I'll bother you then, Tomomi. Yi Xingchen quickly took the key and went straight to the door. At the same time, he called Qin Yanren. Hello? Mr. Qin, something happened to Sister Yun. She just called me for help. She said she was in her hometown and she must have been kidnapped by someone. Do you know where her hometown is? Qin Yanren on the other end of the phone was also shocked. Xingchen, I know. It's Longhu City. As for the specific location, I need time to check it. You rush to the direction of Longhu City first. I will check it later. I'll send you the location and call me if you have any problems. Good. Yi Xingchen started the car, kicked the accelerator hard, and the car sped towards Longhu City. Ding throat, as the WeChat ringtone on his phone rang. Yi Xingchen quickly received the specific location of Lin Yun's hometown from Qin Yanren. Glancing at the rapidly retreating scenery on the roadside, Yi Xingchen frowned tightly, and his heart was filled with worry. Although Longhu City and Yunhe City are in the same province, they are still quite far away. The navigation shows that it will take 4 hours to reach the destination. 4 hours is neither long nor short. 4 hours is enough time for the bad guys to kill people and set fires to do evil. All Yi Xingchen could do now was to accelerate towards Longhu City with all his strength and pray that Lin Yun would not have any accidents. Dee, just when Yi Xingchen was worried, a fiery red sports car behind him started honking its horn at Yi Xingchen with its lights flashing. At first, Yi Xingchen thought that the other party thought he was driving too slow. Although he was very puzzled that the speed limit on the far left lane he was driving was 80, and it had already reached 110. How could someone think he was too slow? However, Yi Xingchen didn't pay attention and had no intention of changing lanes to give way. Just kidding, wouldn't giving way make you slow down? What he needs most right now is time, and it is absolutely impossible to give way. But the sports car behind him was still honking its horn crazily at Yi Xingchen with its lights flashing in an endless manner. MD. Yi Xingchen was already a little angry. What are you urging me to do? Urgent? There are no cars on the right side of the road, so you insist on asking me to give way to you? Who the hell do you think you are? Why do you think so? Just as Yi Xingchen finished talking to himself, the fiery red sports car quickly changed lanes and accelerated from the lane on Yi Xingchen's right. The performance of the sports car was far from comparable to that of an ordinary car like Yi Xingchen's. In just a few seconds, the fiery red sports car was already driving side by side with Yi Xingchen. In the driver's seat of the sports car, a young man dressed in a fashionable manner slowly lowered his car window, and then started honking the horn frantically. Yi Xingchen understood what the other party meant. Although he was a little impatient, he still lowered the window to see what the other party wanted to do. After Yi Xingchen lowered the passenger window, the young man began to shout to Yi Xingchen from a distance. Hey, brother. Look, your driving skills are pretty good. Such a broken car can drive so fast. Are you interested in a race? Yi Xingchen glanced at the young man coldly and refused without hesitation. Not interested. I'm still in a hurry. Yi Xingchen's decisive refusal seemed to anger the young man a little. The smile on the young man's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by arrogance and arrogance. Hey, kid, I call you brother. Don't really think you are my brother. Who do you think you are when you talk to me like this? I have grown up, and no one has ever dared to talk to me like this. Seeing that Yi Xingchen ignored him and was still concentrating on driving, the young man continued to shout from afar. In all my life, no one has ever dared to refuse me. You are the first, and I promise you will be the last, and it will also be the last time you refuse me. I saw that your driving skills are good, so I thought of competing with you. This is to give you face, don't be shameless. I'm asking you one last time, do you dare to play with me? The young man's shouting from afar made Yi Xingchen irritated. Yi Xingchen felt as if there was a fly flying around his ears. He wanted to slap the fly to death but couldn't. Moreover, Yi Xingchen was also worried that this fly would affect his driving. If he didn't go to Longhu City to rescue Lin Yun and he was hospitalized in a car accident first, it would be the end of the world. For the sake of safety and to stop hearing the young man's noisy voice, Yi Xingchen decisively chose to raise the passenger window. Suddenly, the world became a lot cleaner. I wipe it. It's numb, what the hell? The young man couldn't help but get furious. Young Master Gao, this guy dares not to give you face. A young man in the passenger seat who was also dressed in a very fashionable manner also had a hint of anger on his face. Who in the entire Yunhe city dares not to give you face? What the hell is this kid doing? If word of this gets out, won't Gao lose young Master Gao's face? The young man known as young Master Gao quickly and angrily slapped the steering wheel, then gritted his teeth and said, "No one dares to refuse me yet. You bastard, don't you want to race with me? I will force you to race with me, in a hurry. I'll see. Why are you in such a hurry?" After finishing speaking, young Master Gao stepped heavily on the accelerator. Buzz, with a huge roar from the sports car, the fiery red sports car sped forward like a cannonball, quickly surpassing Yi Xingchen. Hee, young Master Gao smiled sinisterly and turned the steering wheel sharply. With the help of electric power, the steering wheel easily turned dozens of degrees to the left, and the sports car quickly changed lanes and came directly in front of Yi Xingchen. Let you rush for time. Let you rush for time. Damn. Young Master Gao gently stepped on the brake, and the original speed of 115 per hour dropped rapidly. Draw it up. Yi Xingchen was almost caught off guard and rear-ended Mr. Gao, and stepped on the brakes in embarrassment. Click, under the huge inertia, the seat belt on Yi Xingchen's car broke easily. Ha ha ha. Yo ho. Young Master Gao couldn't help but cheer loudly when he saw Yi Xingchen's embarrassed look. Yi Xingchen looked at Mr. Gao's thumbs-up gesture out the window in front of him, and an unknown anger filled his chest. If Mr. Gao was in the passenger seat of his car, Yi Xingchen felt that he would punch him without hesitation. Yeah. If I hadn't been in a hurry to save Yunyan, I would have just bumped into it. Let's see if your little body can handle it. Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth and then changed lanes to the right, trying to avoid young Master Gao. But the moment Yi Xingchen accelerated, Mr. Gao changed to a farewell car again at a slow speed. Yi Xingchen had just stepped on the accelerator, but was forced to step on the brake again in desperation. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but get angry, lowered the window and began to curse from a distance. You're so numb, you little bastard, are you looking for death? Young Master Gao heard Yi Xingchen's curse from afar, and couldn't help but become even more furious. Mr. Gao made full use of the superior performance of the sports car and actively changed lanes to Yi Xingchen's left lane, then slowed down and kept running side by side with Yi Xingchen. Drink. Xiao Wangmao in the passenger seat spat at Yi Xingchen's car without hesitation, his arrogant attitude clearly revealed. You wanna die? Yi Xingchen's eyes were wide open, and a surge of anger was already pouring out of his body. Yo ho! Huang Mao in the passenger seat seemed to be able to feel Yi Xingchen's current angry mood. After spitting, he even made an international gesture to Yi Xingchen arrogantly, raising his middle finger. Ha ha ha! Well done! Young Master Gao couldn't help but feel excited, and the male hormones in his body began to surge rapidly. Let this bastard stop racing with me, and I will give him one last chance. If this bastard doesn't accept it anymore, my invitation to race will no longer be this simple provocation. After hearing what young Master Gao said, Huang Mao nodded first, and then shouted to Yi Xingchen from a distance. Hey, boy, how are you? I'll ask you one last time, racing, are you coming? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but curse Saima secretly, and then slowed down his speed. Yi Xingchen knew that if things continued like this, God knows when it would take to reach Longhu City. For now, he could only deal with these two difficult flies. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen began to slow down his speed. Eh? Mr. Gao, that guy slowed down the car. Did he accept your invitation to race? Or did he want to avoid us? Huang Mao glanced at Yi Xingchen, who had begun to fall behind, and couldn't help but said doubtfully. Young Master Gao was also stunned. He did not expect that Yi Xingchen, who was racing so fast before, would actually play at a slow speed now. I don't know. Who cares about him? He's too slow and I'm too slow. I don't have much else but a lot of time and money. He wants to get rid of me? Is it that easy? HMPH. As soon as young Master Gao finished speaking, he stepped on the brakes. The sports car that was racing so fast before suddenly dropped to about 30 per hour. Hee, a sneer appeared on Yi Xingchen's face, and he began to change to the rightmost lane, and then further reduced his speed until the car came to a complete stop. Gao Shao also stopped the car and looked at Yi Xingchen's car with double flashes through the reflector. Gao Shao quickly loosened his seatbelt and wanted to get over. "Hey, young Master Gao. Just go over there like this? Does that kid have any bad intentions?" Huang Mao is relatively rational and has new concerns. "Are you scared?" Young Master Gao's face was full of a disdainful smile. "Who am I? How many people dare to touch me in Yanhe City? You don't want to live, right? Besides, that kid is alone. But there are two people. Even if we do it, will we still suffer a loss?" Huang Mao thought about it carefully and felt that what Mr. Gao said made sense. After all, within Huang Mao's knowledge, there are really few people in Yanhe City who dare to offend young Master Gao. After all, those who have the ability to deal with Gao Shao basically all look familiar, and they don't know how to drive a car worth 1 or 200,000. Thinking of this, Huang Mao said no more, followed Mr. Gao out of the car and prepared to walk towards Yi Xingchen. Snort, Yi Xingchen, who was in the car, couldn't help but feel a trace of ferocity on his face when he saw the two of them parked and got out of the car. Yi Xingchen stepped on the accelerator, and the car quickly stopped 2 or 3 meters away from young Master Gao. Then he angrily got out of the car and walked towards young Master Gao. "Hey, boy," I said. When Huang Mao saw the aggressive Yi Xingchen, he originally wanted to say something, but Yi Xingchen had already taken action. Snapped, Yi Xingchen lightly slapped Huang Mao in front of him on the face. Click, ah. Woo woo woo. Huang Mao couldn't dodge and received Yi Xingchen's slap in the face. His jaw was broken on the spot, and then he covered his face and fell to the ground, wailing. Huang Mao actually couldn't speak, he could only whine, and tears kept pouring out of his eyes. "Remember, I hate yellow hair." Seemingly recalling Huang Mao, the man under Brother Long who bullied and threatened him in the past, Yi Xingchen pointed at Huang Mao angrily. Woo! If Huang Mao hadn't been unable to speak, he would have almost cursed. Yi Xingchen still couldn't vent his anger against Huang Mao, so he walked toward young Master Gao with angrily strides. You. Boy, do you know who I am? My name is Gao Shou, I am. Gao Shou saw something was wrong, and Huang Mao's defeat at the hands of Yi Xingchen was too complete and too simple, so he immediately ran away to his car. You are the one who calls me a master, right? Yi Xingchen raised his palm and slapped Gao Shou lightly on the back. A master, right? You are awesome, right? You are arrogant, right? No one can cure you, right? Right? You are looking for death, right? A master? Are you a master like you? Gao Shou was unable to resist at all and was slapped to the ground by Yi Xingchen. Unsurprisingly, he suffered multiple severe fractures in his back. Master? Aren't you a master? That's it, master. Bah. Yi Xingchen spat fiercely on Gao Shou, who was lying on the ground and wailing. Nah. I call you Gao Shou. Not a master. Although Gao Shou was in so much pain that he couldn't take care of himself, he was still extremely responsible in correcting the ambiguities in Yi Xingchen's words. A master, right? You still curse, right? A master can be so arrogant? A master can curse people at will? Yi Xingchen didn't seem to hear Gao Shou's words, and even kicked Gao Shou in the leg angrily. Click, ah. Are you drafting it? If you dare to touch me, I will make you die miserably. You dare to bark like a dog. A master can bark like a dog? Yi Xingchen kicked Gao Shou's right arm again. Click. Gao Shou no longer dared to curse, and actually lay on the ground and cried bitterly. Yi Xingchen quickly walked to Gao Shou's sports car, easily twisted the car key into the keyhole, and then kicked the sports car crazily. Is it okay for a master to drive a sports car to show off? Is it enough for a master to drive a sports car? Clang! Under Yi Xingchen's kicks, the sports car began to fall apart, gradually turning into a pile of broken metal. I bother. Yi Xingchen spat heavily on the sports car, and then finally calmed down. Gao Shou, who had not yet fainted, couldn't help but feel regretful when he saw Yi Xingchen acting so violently. I am really full and have nothing to do. It is not good to provoke anyone, such a pervert. In the future, if you provoke me again, I will dismember you like this sports car. This time, I will not forget the villain's fault and spare your life. Yi Xingchen pointed at Gao Shou's nose and cursed a few more times to relieve his hatred, then returned to his car and continued driving toward Longhu City. What the hell? After seeing Yi Xingchen leave, Gao Shou's face was full of aggrievedness and pain. You beat me like this and tell me that you don't remember the faults of villains. What the hell are you doing? Why don't you kill me because you care about it? You bastard. I remember your license plate, just wait for me. I will make you die miserably. Buzz, late at night, without the harassment of flies, Yi Xingchen quickly arrived at the location where Qin Yanren had located. Yi Xingchen got out of the car and looked around. As far as he could see, there was only a one-story bungalow a few meters in front of him. It stands to reason that this bungalow is Lin Yun's hometown. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and then walked quickly towards the bungalow. Dong dong dong, Yi Xingchen knocked on the door as hard as he could. "Excuse me, is there anyone?" No one is home." A weak female voice came from the dim bungalow. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel speechless. No one? So is this a ghost responding to itself? However, thinking that Lin Yun might have had an accident, Yi Xingchen immediately guessed something. "Hello, I'm not a bad person. I'm Lin Yun's friend. Did something happen to Lin Yun? I really don't mean any harm, I just want to save Lin Yun." "Are you here to save Yunyun?" After hearing Yi Xingchen's words, the people inside the house hesitated for a while, and then slowly opened the door. She was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s or 50s. She should be Lin Yun's mother. "Are you, Aunt?" Yi Xingchen nodded politely towards the middle-aged woman. Yes, I am Lin Yun's mother. Young man, are you really here to save us? Great. Young man, how many people did you bring here?" Just as Yi Xingchen thought, the middle-aged woman in front of him was Lin Yun's mother, Du Yan. "Only myself." Yi Xingchen didn't hide anything. "What? Are you alone?" Du Yan's face showed visible despair, and then she collapsed helplessly on the ground. "It's over. It's really over now. Young man. Although Auntie is very grateful to you. This heart, but alas. Not only can you not save people by yourself, but you will also get yourself involved. You'd better leave. Auntie will buy a bottle of pesticide tomorrow and die in front of their house to show them." "Auntie. Don't be impatient." Yi Xingchen patted Du Yan's shoulder and comforted softly. "Although I am only one person, my skills. Well, it's hard for me to explain to you, but you believe me, no matter how many people there are, I am not afraid. I am sure to rescue Yunyun. Please tell me first what happened." Du Yan looked at Yi Xingchen. Although she didn't believe it, Yi Xingchen in front of her was the last straw to save Lin Yun. Let's treat a dead horse as a living horse. Alas. Du Yan couldn't help but sigh heavily, and then told Yi Xingchen exactly what happened. "Young man, it's like this. Yunyun's father works in a coal mine in the village, and his daily job is to dig coal. But this black-hearted coal boss lets his workers dig coal, but he doesn't pay attention to safety and blindly exploits the coal mine workers. A few days ago, something happened to the coal mine and it collapsed, and many workers were buried underneath. The other people who ran out, including Yunyun's father, were all detained by the coal boss. Yunyun returned to her hometown the day before yesterday after learning about the situation, and then quietly went to the coal mine to take photos and collect evidence, and then posted them on the internet, hoping to use the pressure of public opinion to force the coal boss to release her, but she never returned. We had made an appointment. I came back last night, but it's already early in the morning and I haven't come back yet. The coal boss's people must have discovered it and detained me. You said that if my husband and daughter, an ordinary woman like me, have an accident, what's the point of living?" After Du Yan told the general story of what happened, she started crying again. Yi Xingchen didn't frown, and finally understood something. No wonder Lin Yun asked for leave at the celebration party that day, because she had something to do at home. "I'm afraid something happened at the coal mine that day, and Lin Yun's father was detained by the evil coal boss. Then Lin Yun asked for leave and returned to her hometown the day before yesterday just to deal with this matter. And Lin Yun's last call for help was probably made when he was surrounded by the coal boss's men. This silly woman, why didn't you tell yourself something? This coal boss has great hands and eyes in Longhu City, and his connections are everywhere. There have been several incidents in the coal mines before, but they were all suppressed by the coal boss using his connections and money. In addition, everything is paid attention to now. Evidence, the coal boss has too many thugs, and it is impossible to obtain any useful evidence. God has no eyes. Auntie, where is the coal mine?" Du Yan was slightly startled and couldn't help but hesitate, as if he was hesitating whether to let Yi Xingchen take this risk. "Auntie, don't worry. If I don't have a certain degree of confidence, how can I dare to come all the way to save Yunyun alone? Right? Believe me, I will definitely rescue Yunyun." After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, as if to verify his words, he raised his right hand and lightly pointed at the door. Clang! The crispy wooden door immediately collapsed to the ground. Du Yan looked at Yi Xingchenlu's hand in horror, and a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in her heart. "Auntie, where is the coal mine? Where does the coal boss live?" Yi Xingchen's eyes were extremely firm and he asked the question he had already asked again. Then, there. Du Yan pointed to the north side of the road with her right hand. "Go straight along this road. After about 10 miles, you will see a place surrounded by wooden railings. is surrounded by the coal mine, and the coal boss has a villa there. When he lives in the countryside, he usually stays in that villa, and he has been there these 2 days. Okay. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily. Auntie, stay at home and pay attention to safety. It's best to hide. I'm going to rescue Yunyan and uncle. Wait for my good news. Time was urgent, so Yi Xingchen said no more, said goodbye to Du Yan, quickly got in the car, and sped towards the coal mine. MD. I want to see which bastard dares to touch even my, Yi Xingchen's, woman. You have a lot of thugs, right? Then let me see which one is better, your thugs or my fists. Du Yan stretched out her hand countless times to stop Yi Xingchen, because Du Yan felt that the coal boss had too many thugs, and Yi Xingchen would be more likely to be in trouble if he broke through alone. But Du Yan still didn't stop Yi Xingchen after all. Maybe it was the shock that Yi Xingchen just made to Du Yan, or maybe Du Yan didn't want to miss Yi Xingchen's last life-saving straw. In the end, Du Yan could only sigh helplessly after endless entanglement and hesitation. Buzz, after more than 10 miles, Yi Xingchen quickly drove to the destination. This is a coal mining area, no outsiders allowed. At the opening of the wooden railing, 2 burly men saw Yi Xingchen's car and quickly stood up to stop Yi Xingchen from going deeper. After Yi Xingchen got out of the car, he smiled warmly at the 2 big men. Hello, 2 brothers. It's like this. I'm traveling by car from another place. It's too dark and I accidentally got lost. May I ask where we are here? When the 2 big men saw Yi Xingchen walking towards them step by step, they were not too alert. They just put on an expression on their faces that they would not let strangers approach them. Didn't I just say that this is a coal mining area? Are you deaf? Hurry up and get out. Hee hee. Seeing the 2 people's arrogant and domineering looks, Yi Xingchen confirmed that the 2 people in front of him were the coal boss's thugs. Of course, Yi Xingchen would not show mercy to this thug who helped the evildoer. Draw it up. After Yi Xingchen walked up to the 2 thugs, he suddenly got angry, grabbed one of the thugs by the head, and then slammed him into the wooden railing. Click, with a horrifying sound of bone cracking, the thug who was attacked fell to the ground and his life or death was unknown. What the hell? The other thug instantly realized something was wrong and wanted to shout for help. But Yi Xingchen's speed was too fast. Before the thug could call for help, Yi Xingchen grabbed his arm with his left hand and covered his mouth with his right hand. Don't scream. If you dare to scream, I will let you die now. I just want to ask you a few questions. If you tell me them all, I will let you go. Feeling Yi Xingchen's terrifying power, the thug nodded desperately, not daring to take a breath. Very good. Yi Xingchen let go of the thug's mouth, and then asked sharply, let me ask you. How many people are you here in total? There was an accident in the coal mine before, did you detain a group of coal mine workers? Yes, yes. The thug nodded desperately like a chicken pecking at rice. The boss has almost 100 people under his command, and a dozen new people arrived the day before yesterday. All those workers were imprisoned in a large wooden house. That big wooden house is just along this path. You can see it about a mile or 2 away. All the people are there. Very good. Yi Xingchen nodded with great satisfaction. Then let me ask you again, did you arrest a young girl yesterday? Her father is a worker in the coal mine. You detained her after the accident in the coal mine. Yesterday I wanted to sneak into the coal mine to investigate and collect evidence. After thinking for a moment, the thug nodded again. There seems to be such a thing. Yesterday our leader said that he caught a beautiful girl and planned to send it to the boss's house for the boss to enjoy. Yi Xingchen's eyes turned cold and he asked sharply, where is your boss? Just in front. The thug pointed tremblingly in the distance, over the hillside. You can see a big villa, and the boss lives in that villa. Brother, don't worry. Our boss I went out before and came back not long ago. It's still too late for you to save people now. Okay, thank you. Yi Xingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then will you let me go? The thug looked at Yi Xingchen with a weak expression. Of course I will let you go. Don't worry, I am a very honest person. Let's go. Yi Xingchen smiled meaningfully, then let go of the thug, and waved generously towards the thug to signal him to leave. The thug couldn't help but feel happy, and wanted to escape from the place of right and wrong in front of him. Bang! What the thug never expected was that Yi Xingchen punched the thug in the back the moment the thug turned around and ran away. Forehead. The thug immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. He struggled and turned back to look at Yi Xingchen. His face was full of confusion and anger. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it because of multiple fractures. I just let you go. Yi Xingchen shrugged innocently, and then continued to add, I just said that I would let you go if you said so, but I didn't say that I would never embarrass you in the future. The thug looked at Yi Xingchen in confusion, so angry that he almost died on the spot. Yi Xingchen smiled disapprovingly, then walked up to the thug, kicked the thug lightly on the head, and then ran towards his car without looking back. From Yi Xingchen's point of view, these thugs must have done a lot of things in oppressing the people in the fish and meat village. Such people are scum, and have no value in living. Regarding their sins, Yi Xingchen felt that he had no right to choose to forgive or not to forgive. Only God could decide, and the only thing he could do was to send them to God. After Yi Xingchen got in the car, he quickly turned off the car lights and headed towards the coal boss's villa. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Yi Xingchen stopped the car a few hundred meters away from Boss Cole's villa, and then began to move forward with all his strength under the cover of night. "Hey, Lao Zhang, what do you think that girl looks like?" "I think she looks pretty decent. It is said that she works in a big company in Yunhe City." Tisk tisk tisk. Women who have gone to work in the city are on point, know how to dress up, and look good. If you can let me sleep with that woman last night, MD. It was worth every penny spent. Keep your voice down. The boss has just come back. If he hears your idea of hunting his prey, he will never forgive you. That's for sure. I will only say this in front of you. Don't pretend to be a gentleman. Don't you feel attracted to that woman? Isn't that nonsense? What man wouldn't be moved by seeing such a decent woman? MD. There's nothing wrong with mentioning it. I have to mention that woman. It makes me so angry. No, I have to go to the city to find a slut to relax with tomorrow. Okay, young man, you must know how to control yourself. Be careful about dying on a woman's belly one day. Ha ha ha. Bah, a chicken's mouth can't spit out a dog's teeth. Under a dim tree, two thugs chatted with each other. Yi Xingchen became even more angry when he heard the conversation between the two thugs. Under the cover of the night, Yi Xingchen used extremely fast speed to reach the two of them, and he would kill them as soon as he made a move. One of the thugs had his neck easily broken by Yi Xingchen before he realized what was happening. "Hey, Lao Zhang. Did you see something just now? I really want to see a shadow. Lao Zhang? Lao Zhang? Damn it." The other thug just realized something was wrong when he was dragged under the tree by Yi Xingchen. Click, with a blood-curdling sound of bones cracking, Yi Xingchen easily dispatched the two thugs under the tree. The next target is the other people in the villa. It seems that the coal boss wants to enjoy his prey in peace. There were very few thugs around the villa. Under Yi Xingchen's ghostly attack, 8 thugs had already died in Longhu City before they even realized what was happening. After dealing with the thugs outside the villa, Yi Xingchen began to go inside the villa. "Who are you? Damn. Why are you here? Someone is coming. Someone is coming quickly." After Yi Xingchen sneaked into the villa, he was wondering which room Lin Yun might be in, when a thug walked towards him at the stairs on the second floor, and he saw Yi Xingchen at a glance. Following the thug's loud warning, more than a dozen thugs armed with small wooden sticks rushed out of the 4-story villa. "Oh no, where does this wild boy come from? He dares to show up in the boss's villa. Let's kill him. Brothers, come together, don't let him affect the boss's mood. Where are the brothers outside the villa? Come together and kill him." More than a dozen thugs screamed and rushed towards Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen frowned. Facing this group of ordinary people whose physique had dropped 100 times, hesitating for a second longer would be disrespectful to himself. "Get out of here, anyone who stands in my way will die." Yi Xingchen, who is eager to save people, will not show mercy tonight, and his attack will be a fatal move. Click, Yi Xingchen ignored the small wooden stick swung by the thugs and smashed one of the thugs' heads with a punch. What should have been a fragile, pure body that didn't have the upper hand, turned into a huge killer due to the huge difference in physique. Although the thugs' wooden sticks hit Yi Xingchen sporadically, they were not lethal to Yi Xingchen at all, and they were not even as powerful as Yi Xingchen's own massage stick hitting himself. And every time Yi Xingchen punched, at least one of the thugs' heads exploded and fell into a pool of blood. In just a few rounds, nearly 10 thugs fell into a pool of blood. The scene in the villa was like purgatory on earth at this moment. Vomit. When have ordinary thugs ever seen this? The thugs who were lucky enough to survive obviously had weak psychological endurance, and they all vomited while holding onto the wall. "MD. This guy is not a human, he is a devil. I'm beating you up. Help." The few remaining thugs could no longer stand this pure crushing fighting method, and they all fled around in confusion. Yi Xingchen glanced at the backs of these thugs and did not choose to pursue them. It's not that Yi Xingchen is kind again, but Yi Xingchen knows very well that the main purpose of his trip is to save Lin Yun. As long as Lin Yun is saved, he doesn't care whether these people live or die. Click, Yi Xingchen forcibly broke off a wooden railing from the staircase, then held it in his hand and walked up the stairs on the second floor step by step. "Ah! Don't kill me. Don't kill me. A thug came down the stairs again. However, when the thug saw the tragic scene downstairs, he was so frightened that he lost his will to fight and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Tell me. Which room is the girl you captured last night? I'm here. On the 3rd floor. In the room at the top of the stairs. Please, please let me go. I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a 3-year-old child below me. The thug Zan Zan pointed toweringly at the stairs, showing no courage to resist. Snort. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly, waved the wooden stick in his hand, hit the thug on the head as he begged for mercy, and then walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor without looking back. Stars. When Yi Xingchen arrived on the 3rd floor, he saw Lin Yun being held hostage by a middle-aged and wretched man. Behind the middle-aged and wretched man, 3 thugs were trembling and did not dare to move forward. Seeing that her savior really appeared, Lin Yun felt wronged, scared and excited, and tears flowed from her eyes. Don't come over. If you come over again, I will kill him with one knife. The middle-aged, wretched man was obviously the legendary Coal Boss. He grabbed Lin Yun's shoulder with his left hand, and held a special light alloy knife on Lin Yun's neck in his right hand. Let her go. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but became furious, pointing his right hand at the Coal Boss angrily. I'm warning you, tonight, I will let you bleed as much as you dare to let her cry as much as you dare. I'm warning you. Don't come over. If you come one step further, I'll kill her. Yi Xingchen's warning had no effect at all, and the Coal Boss warned Yi Xingchen sternly. All your men fled to death. Why do you threaten me? I warn you, release them now, otherwise I will make your life worse than death. The Coal Boss frowned tightly and kept walking backwards under Yi Xingchen's pressure. Brother, you are also understanding. As long as I give her a knife in the neck, you will be separated from each other in the future. Your threats have no effect on me at all. Moreover, if we continue to confront each other like this, the confrontation will not be possible until next year. The result? How about this, let's each take a step back. You leave now. After you leave, I promise not to touch her, and when I confirm that I am safe, I will let her go. How about it? Yi Xingchen thought about it carefully and felt that the Coal Boss's words made sense. I was not sure that I could deal with the Coal Boss before he took action. If he continued like this, he might leave some shadow on Lin Yun's psychology. After Yi Xingchen thought for a moment, he asked coldly, then how can I be sure that you will really let him go? Brother, I've been able to climb to this height without being blind or a fool. Do you think I don't know who I can offend and who I can't afford to offend? You are so powerful. Why should I want to have a life and death feud with you? I don't want to be hunted down by such a terrifying guy like you for the rest of my life. I also want to enjoy a beautiful life for the rest of my life. The Coal Boss's words were very logical, and Yi Xingchen couldn't find a reason to refute them. After Yi Xingchen thought for a moment again, he finally stopped and took a step back. Okay, but in addition to letting her go, you also have to let her father go. That's natural. The Coal Boss agreed without any hesitation. Okay, I'm leaving now. I hope you can keep your word. If she doesn't show up safely by my side after one day, you know the consequences, and they will never end. Yi Xingchen glared at the Coal Boss fiercely and almost said these words through gritted teeth. That's natural. Snort. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly and then disappeared at the top of the stairs. Call. Boss Cole glanced at the surveillance screen in the room through the door and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Yi Xingchen had left the villa door and disappeared into the night. What the hell? Where did this perverted thing come from? Do you think I will really let you go like this? I'm dreaming. A trace of violence appeared on the Coal Boss's face, and then he glared at Lin Yun fiercely. Beauty, wait, don't worry, it won't take long. I will let your man watch with his own eyes how I fuck you. I will let you be fucked while listening to your man say no, ha 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 ha. Humph. Are you playing tricks? Let's see who can trick who. Yi Xingchen, who was outside the villa in the night, couldn't help but raise a cruel smile. It turned out that Yi Xingchen did not really leave, but lurked outside the villa. Yi Xingchen paid attention to the monitor when he entered the villa from the outermost wooden railing. Yi Xingchen discovered that the monitor was only installed in the villa. This also means that as long as Yi Xingchen leaves the villa, he will be out of the Coal Boss's sight. As long as he is out of sight of the Coal Boss, it will be much easier to do things next. Yi Xingchen didn't believe that Coal Boss would really let him go, and even if Coal Boss did let him go, Yi Xingchen didn't intend to let this guy go. This kind of evil bastard even wants to take advantage of his own woman. If you don't skin him and cut him to pieces, it would be considered a mercy and let him go? Dream. Yi Xingchen came under the big tree before, changed into a thug's clothes, and put a few stones in his pocket. These thugs all wear uniforms. Under the cover of night, as long as they wear hats, it stands to reason that they are unlikely to be easily distinguished. And Yi Xingchen has reason to believe that the coal boss will definitely call for help. Soon, either a car will come to pick up the coal boss and evacuate, or more thugs will rush over to protect the coal boss. No matter what the situation was, Yi Xingchen didn't feel that he, hiding in the crowd, couldn't get rid of Lin Yun's person before he took action. Next, Yi Xingchen just needs to wait for the coal boss to make a move. As Yi Xingchen expected, in just 6 or 7 minutes, many thugs poured into the villa from all directions. Although it was strange where the coal boss recruited so many thugs, Yi Xingchen still managed to blend into the crowd. Maybe it's because the thugs come from different areas, or maybe the coal boss has too many thugs, and many of them don't know each other. Therefore, the Nightwalker who blended into the crowd remained undetected. Yi Xingchen gently pulled down his visor, and then began to search for Lin Yun in the villa in a planned manner. "Hey! Who are you with? Why are you here?" After Yi Xingchen came to the second floor, a thug quickly stopped Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen did not panic, but turned around and smiled at the thug who stopped him. "Boss, I was new here the day before yesterday. I was originally with Lao Zhang." "Lao Zhang? Now I have no head, and I am a little confused. There are many people with the surname Zhang in Xia State, and there is no flaw in Yi Xingchen's words." The thug just thought for a moment, then nodded. "Well, Lao Zhang died miserably. I don't know where the bastard came from, so fierce, what bad luck." Yi Xingchen took a few steps closer to the thug and whispered tentatively, "Boss, it is said that that bastard came here for that woman. I haven't seen that woman before, she really looks good. Is it that pretty?" Haha. The thug couldn't help but smile. "It's none of your business, so don't interfere." Yes, I'm just asking casually. I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. So many brothers died for a woman. Sigh." The thug suddenly glanced at the third floor and whispered, "Don't let the boss hear it. Fortunately, the boss is on the third floor and can't hear it. Otherwise, you will be dead. But if you say this, why bother, for a woman? So many brothers died. I was drinking with Lao Zhang last night. Today. Sigh. I don't know if we will be like Lao Zhang. Anyway, the boss is now I don't dare to let go of that woman, for fear that the bastard will leave and come back again." "Oh," Yi Xingchen nodded, feeling secretly happy in his heart. Now it is certain that Boss Mei is on the third floor, and Lin Yun has always been held hostage by Boss Mei. "Boss." Yi Xingchen suddenly smiled. "Can I go see what that woman looks like? She's grown so big. Except for the big stars on TV, I've never seen a beautiful woman in my life. I just want to see what kind of woman is worthy of this." "I advise you to stop. The boss is very nervous right now. You should do your job well. Keep your eyes open and patrol around. Lao Zhang is dead. Just follow me from now on." "Okay." Yi Xingchen immediately nodded enthusiastically. "I wonder what I call the boss." "Just call me Wang Er." "Okay, boss. Then I'll go on patrol first." Go. Yi Xingchen smiled at Wang Er, and then began to patrol aimlessly to the second floor, while Wang Er quickly walked down to the first floor. Because the thugs in the villa now come from outside support, and there are too many thugs, and a dozen new ones arrived the day before yesterday, so it is normal to encounter new faces, and Yi Xingchen did not arouse the suspicion of others. After Yi Xingchen walked around the second floor a few times, he started walking up the stairs to the third floor with a glass of water the size of a bottle cap. The third floor is where the coal boss is currently hiding, so it is naturally well defended. Yi Xingchen had just reached the stairs, and the thug on the third floor quickly yelled, "Stop!" Yi Xingchen had been prepared for a long time and raised a glass of water in his hand. "Brother Wang Er asked me to come and said he would bring a glass of water to the boss to calm down his shock. It turns out to be Wang Er's man. Go." When the thug heard Wang Er's name, he immediately stopped doubting him and waved his hand to let him go. Yi Xingchen deliberately slowed down his speed, trying to show the same speed as ordinary people, and walked up to the third floor step by step. "Hurry. Call me a few hundred more people. The more, the better. I must kill this bastard. MD. Has killed so many of my people, I can't spare him." Yi Xingchen had just climbed the stairs to the third floor when he heard the coal boss's voice coming from the sofa in the living room, while Lin Yun was tied to a chair with a small rope. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being a little surprised when he heard the coal boss's words. Transfer hundreds of people here? Of course Yi Xingchen knew that these hundreds of people could basically be said to be thugs. It seems that this coal boss is really a big shot with great hands and eyes. He can actually mobilize hundreds of people with just one phone call. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, he returned and secretly lurked into the coal boss's villa. Otherwise, with Lin Yun in his hands, The difficulty of rescuing Lin Yun safely from the defense of hundreds of people can be said to be hellish. It was also when Yi Xingchen was thinking a lot that the coal boss on the phone seemed to notice the murderous aura emanating from Yi Xingchen and suddenly turned around to look at Yi Xingchen. At this moment, Yi Xingchen also stared at the coal boss with a fierce look. There seemed to be a smell of gunpowder smoke in the air. Although Boss Mei had only met Yi Xingchen once before, his memory was obviously pretty good. Combined with the murderous aura emanating from Yi Xingchen, Boss Mei easily recognized Yi Xingchen. In an instant, the ultra-thin mobile phone in the coal boss's hand slipped to the ground, and then he took the knife on the table with his right hand, trying to hold Lin Yun hostage before Yi Xingchen rushed over. Son of a bitch. Go to hell. Yi Xingchen took out a stone he had hidden before from his pocket and threw it towards the coal boss without hesitation. Click, the pebble thrown by Yi Xingchen accurately hit the coal boss on the right shoulder. With a terrifying sound of bone cracking, even a small stone is enough to cause huge damage to a person whose physical condition is severely reduced. The coal boss's right shoulder was almost completely fractured. Grass, the coal boss cursed involuntarily, perhaps out of pain, surprise, or fear. The coal boss is a rational person and understands that he can only hold Lin Yun hostage if he wants to survive. Therefore, even though his right shoulder was committed fractured, he still endured the severe pain and reached for the knife on the table with his left hand. But people in this world now have a serious decline in physical fitness and a serious decline in speed. The coal boss's left hand had just reached the table, and Yi Xingchen had already rushed over at lightning speed without letting the bell ring. I wipe it. The coal boss looked in horror as a big hand appeared behind him and took the knife on the table first. Peeved, Yi Xingchen slashed the knife without hesitation, pinning the coal boss's stretched out left hand to the table. Fuck. 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 Under the severe pain, the coal boss almost fainted on the spot. Hee. Yi Xingchen glanced at the coal boss coldly with a contemptuous look. In fact, Yi Xingchen could easily kick the coal boss to death, but Yi Xingchen did not intend to do so. It's not that Yi Xingchen has softened his heart again, but that Yi Xingchen doesn't want to be so cheap to the coal boss. For the heinous people, death is not torture, but a relief. For the heinous people, pain and torture are the best means. F*K. That bastard actually went upstairs. Brothers, go up together and kill him to protect the boss. Come on, kill him. When the thugs downstairs and upstairs heard the coal boss's screams, they howled and rushed towards Yi Xingchen. These poor thugs knew nothing about Yi Xingchen's strength. There is nothing else you can do except die. Yi Xingchen punched through a thug who was rushing forward, and bright red blood spurted out on Yi Xingchen's face. Yi Xingchen didn't care at all, he just smiled lightly and easily threw the pierced thug's body down the stairs. Holy shit. The bottom of the stairs was full of miserable wails. Yi Xingchen killed all the thugs who came up with a simple move. Damn. This kid is a bit evil. Ghosts, there are ghosts. The boss must have done too many bad things on weekdays, and there are evil spirits coming to claim your life. Run quickly. The few people who survived downstairs could no longer withstand it and fled in all directions like crazy. You bastards, you bunch of bastards, come back to me quickly. If anyone kills this kid, I will give you a reward of 50 million. The coal boss couldn't help but became angry and offered a huge reward. But no matter how much money you have, it is not as important as your own life. No thugs came to die because of the bounty offered by the coal boss. Grass, it has to be said that when people are in desperate situations, they will burst out with unlimited potential and willpower. People like Mr. Cole, who are used to living a carefree life, also demonstrated this truth vividly at this moment. The coal boss forcefully pulled out his left hand that was nailed to the table. Although the palm of coal boss's left hand was almost cut in half, coal boss still endured the severe pain and tried to pull the knife out of the table. The coal boss knew that no matter how terrifying Yi Xingchen was, as long as he controlled Lin Yun again, Yi Xingchen would definitely take action and would not dare to act rashly. But something happened that made the coal boss desperate. The coal boss tried his best to pull out the knife with all his strength. Not to mention pulling out the knife, he couldn't even shake it at all. The coal boss was dumbfounded. How much power does this have to be able to pierce the knife so deeply into the table at will? Until this moment, the coal boss really regretted it. Hee. After dealing with the thugs, Yi Xingchen turned back to look at the coal boss who was drawing the knife with interest. This little brother. There is a misunderstanding. Of course the coal boss didn't want to die, so he quickly surrendered. You may not believe it. In fact, I invited your girlfriend over, and I just wanted to treat her to a cup of tea. Let's discuss it. Her father's compensation has no other purpose than that. Hee hee, Yi Xingchen smiled coldly again and didn't pay much attention to Boss Cole. He just walked straight to Lin Yun. Click, Yi Xingchen easily tore off the rope wrapped around Lin Yun's body, and then gently tore off the tape on Lin Yun's mouth. Stars. Stars, woo woo woo. Lin Yun cried so hard that she didn't care about the blood on Yi Xingchen's body and threw herself into Yi Xingchen's arms. Seeing the beauty in his arms crying so sadly, Yi Xingchen's hatred for the Cole boss reached its peak. Yi Xingchen gently touched Lin Yun's eyes. Lin Yun immediately understood and closed her eyes obediently. Only then did Yi Xingchen walk up to Boss Cole, and then in the sight of Boss Cole's frightened eyes, he easily pulled the knife out of the table with his right hand. Is this knife made of a special light alloy? It looks pretty good. It will be mine from now on. Consider it the trophy tonight. Okay, okay. Everything here is yours, even me. The Cole boss was trembling and did not dare to disobey any of Yi Xingchen's words. Bah! Yi Xingchen spat at the Cole boss mercilessly. What do I want from you? What use are you? Brother, I can give you the entire coal field, and I can help you manage the coal mine. I can bring you huge income every month. You mean, you want me to become a heinous person like you? Yi Xingchen stared at the coal boss with disdain. Huh? No. I mean. Fuck. The coal boss wanted to explain something, but Yi Xingchen already shook his right hand, and the sharp knife easily cut off the coal boss's left wrist. The huge pain made the coal boss howl hysterically. Ha! Noisy flies. Yi Xingchen didn't show any mercy and swung the dagger again, cutting off a section of the coal boss's broken wrist. The villa, which had already become silent, began to hear the hysterical and heart-wrenching screams of strange men frequently. Stars. Lin Yun heard the coal boss's screams one after another, and of course she knew what Yi Xingchen was doing. When Lin Yun couldn't hear the screams of the coal boss and could only hear the sound of Yi Xingchen swinging a knife, she couldn't help but shout softly out of fear. Yi Xingchen woke up instantly and finally stopped whipping the corpse. Yunyun, the scenes upstairs and downstairs are quite bloody. Close your eyes and I will take you downstairs. Good. Lin Yun closed her eyes very obediently and did not open them. Yi Xingchen easily hugged the princess and went downstairs with Lin Yun. Xingchen. You killed so many people. What should you do next? Although the safety of the two is now guaranteed, Lin Yun is still very worried about the future. Haha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh, deliberately teasing Lin Yun. Yeah. I became a murderer. From now on, I can only live a life of wandering around the world and hiding in Tibet. After I send you back later, I'm going to run away, and when someone asks, just say that you and I are just colleagues. How is that possible? Lin Yun couldn't help but frown. From now on, no matter where you go, I will follow you. Even if you are hiding incognito, I will follow you. At worst, we will go to an uninhabited primitive forest. Live the rest of your life in peace. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned when he heard Lin Yun's words. In fact, Yi Xingchen himself didn't know why Lin Yun was so affectionate towards him, and he didn't even know when he started to be so affectionate. How much courage does it take for a girl to say something like this? However, the fact is that Lin Yun's worries are a bit unnecessary. After all, Yi Xingchen is now a member of the Dragon Clan. He holds the golden signboard of the Dragon Clan in his hand, and in addition, the coal boss is the one who is harming him in the first place. Yi Xingchen went on a killing spree, which could be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. At most, the Dragon Clan would impose an additional accountability of kill first and report later. Coupled with the strong backing of Long Qingshan, it is foreseeable that tonight's killing spree will not have any impact on Yi Xingchen. Now Yi Xingchen may not even notice the changes in himself. Since realizing the changes in the world and breaking with Brother Long, Yi Xingchen has begun to become decisive and decisive. This change in personality has reached its peak after joining the Dragon Clan. Although Yi Xingchen now will not take the initiative to provoke others, once someone tries to get involved with the people around him, Yi Xingchen will definitely eradicate him with thunderous power. Yunyun, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Have you forgotten that I am powerful? I have already joined a mysterious organization, and this organization will help me handle these things. Yi Xingchen smiled and explained to Lin Yun. Okay, I believe in you, Xingchen. Lin Yun nodded heavily, trusting Yi Xingchen in her heart. A bet, it was also when Yi Xingchen walked to the gate of the villa with Lin Yun in his arms. There were waves of footsteps outside the dark villa. Only then did Yi Xingchen realize that a dark group of big men had gathered outside the villa. These big men were all armed with weapons, either small wooden sticks, small stones, plastic rods, or rubber bullet pistols made of special materials. Obviously, these people are all thugs working for the coal boss. Although the coal boss had died in Yi Xingchen's hands, these thugs did not intend to let Yi Xingchen go just like this. Yunyan, some guys who are looking for death are here again. You stay in the villa, and I will take you home later. Good. Yi Xingchen turned around and locked Lin Yun in the villa, then moved a big stone to cover the door. Brothers, your boss has been killed by me. You can leave now and I can forget the blame. If you seek your own death, don't blame me for being cruel. Yi Xingchen raised his head and stared at the dark group of people in the night, and shouted sternly. Yeah, this guy killed the boss and avenged him. Let's go together and kill him. F***K, if you cut off my monthly income of 10,000 yuan, I will fight with you. Kill him. Come on. Yi Xingchen's warning had no effect, but instead stimulated the emotions of these thugs. Infected by this feeling of revenge, a group of dark thugs rushed up one after another. Snort, Yi Xingchen smiled coldly, and slowly kicked down a small tree at the entrance of the villa. Then he used the tree trunk as a weapon and rushed towards the crowd without looking back. Yi Xingchen will not show mercy to these stubborn thugs. Every time Yi Xingchen waved the tree trunk, several thugs fell to the ground with unknown life or death. Although the thugs were extremely slow, under the cover of night, they still hit Yi Xingchen with wooden sticks from time to time, and even hit Yi Xingchen with a few rubber bullets. Time passed by minute, and Yi Xingchen didn't know how long he had been fighting with these thugs. The only thing Yi Xingchen knew was that the ground was covered with corpses, and there were even some obscure bruises on his arms. Oh my god. Is this still a human being? This is simply a devil. This tree trunk weighs at least a few kilograms, right? The Qinglong Yanyue sword of the martial sage Guan Yu in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is only 8 or 2. This guy is more powerful than Guan Yu. No more playing, idiot. What's the difference between this and dying? Run quickly. The remaining thugs were finally frightened by Yi Xingchen's terrifying skills, and they dropped their weapons and fled. Yi Xingchen waved the tree trunk in his hand and continued to chase the escaping thugs. Yi Xingchen stopped chasing until no more standing thugs could be seen within his limited field of vision. Looking at the thugs on the ground, Yi Xingchen's mood seemed quite calm. He didn't know that Yi Xingchen was ruthless and inhumane, but he knew in his heart that these thugs were all evil doers. Even if they were allowed to live, there was no guarantee that they would endanger one party and continue to harm other people in the future. It's better to solve it once and for all. Stars. In the room, Lin Yun heard the fighting outside and stopped, calling Yi Xingchen softly again to make sure Yi Xingchen was safe. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath, relaxing himself as much as possible, and making his voice and tone as soft as possible. Yunyan, the trouble is solved. Let's go, I will take you to find your father. After you rescue your father, I will take you home. After confirming Yi Xingchen's safety, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and then nodded heavily through the wooden door in the villa. Okay, let's go home after we rescue my dad. Because Yi Xingchen went on a killing spree in the coal boss's villa, the remaining thugs had long been frightened, and the house where the coal mine workers were detained had long been unguarded. Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun rescued Lin Yun's father, Lin Chang, and other coal mine workers very easily. After Lin Chang learned about the relationship between Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun from Lin Yun, he simply laughed from ear to ear. What could be happier than having your daughter save you? Especially when my daughter said that this person had just fought 1 against 100. After returning home, Yi Xingchen went to take a shower, while Lin Chang started making preparations for a midnight snack. Dad. Mom. Looking at her parents who were busy in the kitchen, Lin Yun hesitated to speak. What's the matter, daughter? Lin Chang looked at Lin Yun doubtfully. Well, Xingchen's appetite is relatively large. So little. May not be enough for him to fill his teeth. Oh. That's right. Lin Chang slapped the top of his forehead fiercely. Look at my brain. That young man in Xingchen is incredibly strong and must have a big appetite. He really can't entertain the food of an ordinary person. Wife, hurry up. Cook more rice. Make about 10 grams of rice. How about? Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. Cook a pound of rice. Make some more vegetables. What? Cook a kilogram of rice. Lin Chang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is the appetite really so amazing? 1 kilogram of rice. Must be enough for 100 people to eat, right? Lin Yun nodded with great certainty. This. Du Yan looked at Lin Chang in horror. How about? Lin Chang thought for a while. How many more times should we cook? We can't even carry a pound of rice. In this case, the dishes will have to be cooked in proportion to hundreds of people. Okay, let's fry it a few more times. Fine. Du Yan looked at the wall in the direction of Yi Xingchen's current position with a look of disbelief on her face, and nodded slightly. Come on. The food is here. There were several big bowls placed on the table. Lin Chang and Du Yan kept pouring vegetables into the big bowls from small plates. In fact, the so-called big bowl is actually about the same size as an ordinary bowl in the normal world. It's just that people in this world are generally accustomed to using this kind of bowl as a large container, such as a water tank. Yi Xingchen sat on the chair with an embarrassed look on his face. It was the first time he had dinner at his girlfriend's house. It was such a big shock. It was a little embarrassing when he thought about it. Xingchen, Yunyan said you have a big appetite. We have cooked so much food, and we don't know if you are full. If not, ask your aunt to get some more food. Lin Chang looked at Yi Xingchen with a smile, very satisfied with the future son-in-law in front of him. In Lin Chang's eyes, Yi Xingchen's appearance and height are not bad. The most important thing is that Yi Xingchen can actually fight 1 against 100. With such skill, his future is boundless. That's enough, uncle, that's enough. Yi Xingchen was even more embarrassed. Okay, you've worked hard, let's eat. After hearing Lin Chang's words, Yi Xingchen stopped being polite, picked up the big bowl of rice in front of him and started to cook. Yi Xingchen was exhausted from traveling all the way from Yanhe City to the coal mine, and he was already starving. Lin Chang and Du Yan were even more surprised when they saw this scene. It was difficult for the couple to understand why one person could lift such a heavy bowl of rice so easily. What a strange person. After a late-night snack, Lin Chang naturally asked a few questions about Yi Xingchen's various aspects. After everyone chatted for a while, Yi Xingchen couldn't bear it anymore and returned to the room prepared by Lin Chang and fell asleep. Yunyan. Just when Lin Yun was about to go back to her room to sleep, Lin Chang suddenly stopped Lin Yun. Dad. Lin Yun Bingshui was smart and immediately guessed what Lin Chang wanted to say to her. Lin Chang nodded, and then pointed outside the door on the first floor. Father and daughter came to the yard one after another. After Lin Chang lit a thin cigarette, he sighed softly. Daughter, isn't this young man Xingchen your boyfriend? Is he your ordinary friend? Did you come here specifically to make Dad happy? Ah. Lin Yun was slightly startled. No. Dad, why do you think so? I've already asked. Lin Chang sighed softly again. Xingchen graduated from Yanhe City University. What does it mean? It means that he is not stupid. If he doesn't wear glasses, what does it mean? It means that he is not blind. He is not stupid either. I'm not blind, can I still like you? Lin Yun was simply stunned, and even doubted life for a time. What do you mean you can still like me? Your daughter is actually very good too, okay. In the company, I don't know how many people have a crush on themselves and pursue themselves. How come you become a leftover girl that no one wants? Lin Chang shook his head slightly and continued to explain. 1 against 100. With an amazing appetite, endless strength, humble and polite personality, strong ability, high quality, and unlimited future prospects. Look at you again. To put it nicely, you are a white-collar worker in the city, but to put it badly, you are just a white-collar worker in the city. An ordinary migrant worker. Tell me, is there a big difference in conditions? Lin Yun couldn't help but fell silent when she heard Lin Chang's words. Because Lin Yun thought of what Yi Xingchen said to herself not long ago. At that time, Lin Yun was worried that Yi Xingchen would go on a killing spree, but Yi Xingchen said lightly that he had joined a mysterious organization that could help him handle these things. Can an organization that is capable of killing hundreds of people be an ordinary organization? Although Lin Yun didn't know the existence of the Dragon Clan, it was not difficult to imagine the horror of the Dragon Clan. These things are completely consistent with what Lin Chang just said. Yi Xingchen's future is limitless. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Yun was really not sure what capital or conditions she had to keep Yi Xingchen. Perhaps the only thing that can be called an advantage is that the stupid bird flies first and gets there first. But as Yi Xingchen gets higher and higher, the women around him will become better and better. When that time comes, can my only advantage still be called an advantage? Alas. Thinking of this, Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh softly. Dad, to tell you the truth, he is indeed my boyfriend now, but just now. What you just said. I suddenly found that I thought about many things too simply. Who can guess what will happen in the future? Who can know what will happen in the future? Yeah. Lin Chang nodded thoughtfully. Forget it. Don't think too much about what will happen in the future. Let's talk about it later. Just seize the moment. As long as you try to save your own happiness, the future, even if something really happens, I won't have any regrets. Lin Yun thought for a moment, and then her expression became firm, as if she had made some kind of decision. When Yi Xingchen returned to the room, he did not sleep directly. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and called Long Qingshan. Hello? My future husband, you are up late at night calling me? What's wrong? You miss me and can't sleep? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be speechless for a moment when he heard Long Qingshan's sweet voice coming from the receiver of his mobile phone. Yi Xingchen didn't know why, but every time he heard Long Qingshan call him that, he would feel a strong sense of discomfort. Yi Xingchen vaguely felt that if another girl talked to him like this, he would definitely hang up the phone without even bothering to say a word to the other party. But facing Long Qingshan, although Yi Xingchen was very uncomfortable, he was not disgusted. Perhaps, does appearance determine everything? Thinking about it carefully, Yi Xingchen thought it made sense. Perhaps, if Long Qingshan's appearance and figure were not so good, he would not have acquiesced in Long Qingshan's almost teasing talk to him. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore, business is more important. Tell me, what kind of trick did you want me to help you solve? Long Qingshan vaguely felt Yi Xingchen's abnormality and stopped joking with Yi Xingchen. It's like this. I'm in a village in Longhu City now. I just killed a black-hearted coal boss and his more than 100 thugs. Yi Xingchen told Long Qingshan everything about what happened. Ha ha ha. Long Qingshan couldn't help laughing after hearing Yi Xingchen's words. It seems that this sister named Lin is quite important in your heart. Aren't you afraid that I will be jealous? Yi Xingchen ignored Long Qingshan's joke and repeated the topic of the current chat. How is it? Can it be done? Haha. It's a trivial matter. Long Qingshan smiled again. It can be solved with just one phone call. As long as it's not killing innocent people indiscriminately, it's just a small problem. If you kill a black-hearted coal boss, just kill him. It's not a big deal for me. Submit a piece of information tomorrow, and then ask the superiors to issue a pursuit order against this black-hearted coal boss. In this way, you will become the one to carry out the task. Isn't it justifiable? What the hell? Can you still do this? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned after hearing what Long Qingshan said. He was both surprised by Long Qingshan's flexible mind and also surprised by the tyranny of the Dragon Clan. This is also the first time Yi Xingchen has heard someone adapt kill first and play later into such a refreshing and refined mission. I'll get it done for you tomorrow, don't worry. Is there anything else? Gone. Then go to bed early. Good night, my future husband. Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly and hung up the phone. Looking at the phone in his hand, Yi Xingchen fell into deep thought again. Yi Xingchen has enjoyed the benefits of joining the Dragon Clan many times, but as he learns more about the Dragon Clan, Yi Xingchen's worries become more intense. The power of the Dragon Clan is surpassing his own estimation step by step, and other organizations are not vegetarians either. The Miyamoto family and the Hurricane are destined to become enemies. If you face these two organizations in the future, you will definitely encounter trouble. It seems that I still have to practice more, as Miyamoto Tomomi said. Ever since, Yi Xingchen made up his mind that after returning to Yunhe City, he must eat dozens of dogtail grasses every day. Oh, bah, spiritual grass. Yi Xingchen put his cell phone under his pillow, then pressed the light switch in the room and got ready to sleep. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Xingchen seemed to hear a faint sound of footsteps in a daze, as if someone had come to his room. The dazed Yi Xingchen gradually woke up. Just when Yi Xingchen was about to open his eyes to check if there was anyone else in his room, suddenly, Yi Xingchen felt as if a cool breeze had penetrated into his quilt. No matter how sleepy Yi Xingchen was, even if he was thinking with his feet, he could still guess that it was Lin Yun. Yunyan. Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun in surprise. Shish. Lin Yun gently placed the index finger of her right hand on Yi Xingchen's mouth, signaling Yi Xingchen not to speak. After Lin Yun was sure that Yi Xingchen would not make any more noise, she got into the quilt. Lin Yun quickly found the target easily, and the nerves all over Yi Xingchen couldn't help but tighten. You know, this is Lin Yun's home. What if the two of them make some noise and Lin Chang or Du Yan hears it? Yi Xingchen felt that he would really die in society. Perhaps after what happened last time, Lin Yun went back to supplement a lot of theoretical knowledge. Yi Xingchen's experience this time was far better than the last time. Because he was too nervous, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but recite a poem again in his heart after only 10 minutes. You will be at the top of the mountain, and you will have a panoramic view of the mountains. Yi Xingchen is at the top again. Yunhe City is hundreds of miles away. Long Qingshan, who had just hung up Yi Xingchen's phone and was about to go to bed, soon received a new call. Hello. Uncle Wu, it's so late, what can I do? Miss, there is a new situation in Yunhe City. The caller was Long Wu, who had accompanied Long Qingshan to watch Yi Xingchen fight black boxing. Long Wu's voice was very low, and his whole person looked very serious. What's new? You mean? Long Qingshan's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and she couldn't help but feel confused. I have sent you an email. You will know after you read it. The patriarch's meaning is very clear. This is not a small matter. If it gets bigger, it will cause panic in the society. More importantly, the Yunhee City Public Security Bureau, the bureau can't deal with this guy. We need people from the Dragon Clan to take action. Well, Long Qingshan nodded, and then he understood that there was a new mission. It doesn't matter, I'll take a look first. Don't forget that Yi Xingchen is now a member of our Dragon Clan. I don't believe it. Xiao Xiao is Yunhee City turned upside down. Will there be a more terrifying existence than Yi Xingchen? As long as he takes action, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Let me check the email first. Okay, I'll hang up then. Miss, you should go to bed early. Long Wu then hung up the phone very neatly. Long Qingshan was slightly startled, and then quickly clicked on the app on his mobile phone mailbox. Long Qingshan glanced at the mailbox. Long Wu did send an email a minute ago. Clicking on the email and looking at the content of the email carefully, Long Qingshan became more and more frightened, or rather disgusted. After a while, Long Qingshan's face turned pale, there was a severe discomfort in his stomach, and his overall mental state became worse and worse. Vomit. Finally, Long Qingshan couldn't bear it anymore. She couldn't even wait to log out of the email, so she threw her phone on the bed, ran into the toilet and vomited violently. Early next morning. In the hospital, a middle-aged man looked at Gao Shou, who was lying in a coma on the VIP bed, and his face turned the color of pig liver. Who is it? Who is so brave? Even my son Gundam dares to touch me. Although Gundam's voice was not loud, it was easy to hear the suppressed anger. Huang Mao, who was lying on the other bed, kept whining and trying to say something. However, Huang Mao, who suffered a comminuted fracture of his jaw, has long lost the ability to speak, so he can only make funny whining sounds. Damn it. Gundam punched the wall hard. Ever since I was little, I have been reluctant to curse my precious son. Who is he? Dare to touch my son? I will tear him to pieces. Part. Boss. In the VIP ward, a middle-aged man walked in. Have you found it? Gundam clenched his two fists tightly. We have looked at young Master Gao's driving recorder and found out the other party's identity. Who is it? Tell me. Who is it? Which bastard is it? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. It's a little bodyguard. Bodyguard? Whose bodyguard? Was it ordered by his employer? He is the bodyguard of Qin Yanren, the president of Yida Company. This guy's name is Yi Xingchen, and he is said to be a man of great strength. As for why this guy had a conflict with Mr. Gao, Qin Yanran's suspicion can be ruled out. It seems to be because of Mr. Gao. I don't want to know the cause of the conflict. Gundam interrupted the middle-aged man. I just want to avenge my son. Even if I am the king of heaven, I will not let him go. Boss, how about we put pressure on the relevant departments and send that kid in first? After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man gave his most pertinent advice. HMPH. Gundam couldn't help but snorted. Just beat my son like this and send him to prison. Doesn't this give the boy an advantage? Don't solve this matter through reasonable procedures. Call him when Aang comes back. Take Aang with me to the headquarters of Yida Company tomorrow and ask Qin Yanran for help. I will skin and dismantle that kid. It's boss. Although the middle-aged man felt that Gundam's approach was unwise, after all, Gundam was his boss, and it was hard for the middle-aged man to say anything. Although the middle-aged man didn't think that just calling a few people could really take care of Yi Xingchen, who was rumored to be extremely powerful. The screen switched and soon we arrived at the headquarters building of Yida Company. It was already working hours, and there was very little traffic at the entrance of Yida's headquarters building. Soon, a motorcade broke the silence at the gate. A short middle-aged man, surrounded by a group of big men in suits, walked straight into the headquarters building of Yida Company. Hello, sir, who are you looking for? The lady at the front desk showed her signature fake smile and greeted the short man very politely. Baguio Road. A man in a suit behind the short man yelled at the girl at the front desk. Little devil. The girl at the front desk was slightly startled at first, then she immediately realized and quickly covered her mouth. Isn't it? A distinguished guest from the Oriental Kingdom? Idiot. The short man suddenly became furious, and a man in a suit behind him slapped the girl at the front desk in the face. Why do you hit someone? Security. Security. Come on, someone is beating someone here. Several Yida colleagues in the hall couldn't help but shout loudly when they saw the short man instigating his subordinates to beat people. In an instant, several men wearing security uniforms walked in at the gate and inside the company. Who are you? Beating people here? Don't move. Stand where you are and don't move. Haha. The short man smiled coldly and looked at the security guards in front of him with a look of contempt on his face. I am punishing her for speaking rudely. Where is Qin Yanran? Tell Qin Yanran to come out. You can see Mr. Qin whenever you want. Who do you think you are? That's right. You dare to act wild in our company. What the hell are you doing? We have already called the police and you are dead. Several Yida Company employees kept pointing at the short man. If they had not been concerned about the group of men in suits behind the short man, they would have rushed up and subdued the short man on the spot. HMPH. A man in a suit behind the short man pointed at the short man in front of him very proudly. You are blind. This is the new president of Sakura Construction Company, His Excellency Masao Miyamoto. Call Qin come out Yanran. Are all you shop people so heartless? Is Qin Yanran this courageous? She only dares to let her employees come up to be beaten and scolded, and she doesn't even dare to show her own face. Hateful. The girl at the front desk could not help but grit her teeth, maybe because of the pain in her face, or maybe because these Japanese people insulted Qin Yanran, and her face turned pale with anger. Who do I think is here? It turns out to be Mr. Masao Miyamoto, the new president of Sakura Company. What? He just took office, and he can't wait to come to our company to show off his power? Are you Japanese people so arrogant and domineering? You know this is a place Sha Kingdom. If this were your eastern country, wouldn't you Japanese people eat up all the foreign-funded enterprises in your country alive? Qin Yanran's majestic voice came from a corner of the hall. Yoshi. Flower girl. After Masao Miyamoto saw Qin Yanran, his eyes lit up and he almost drooled on the spot. When the employees of Yida Company saw Miyamoto Masao's leering look, they wanted to rush over and slap him in the face. Qin Yanran herself was extremely uncomfortable facing Masao Miyamoto's unabashed lustful eyes, and even felt goosebumps all over her body. Haha. Miyamoto Masao also realized that he had lost his composure, and quickly retracted his pig brother look, looking at Qin Yanran proudly. President Qin, I kindly came to your company headquarters to discuss with you whether there is any future cooperation as possible, but as soon as I came in, I heard the woman at your front desk calling me a little devil. Is this how you Sha people treat guests? HMPH. Qin Yanran couldn't help but snorted coldly. How do my people treat guests? It's not your turn, an outsider, to teach me a lesson. Even if it's a lesson, only I am qualified to teach it. Who do you think you are? You don't match. Haha. Miyamoto Masao didn't panic at all, he just kept smiling, and then took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Very good. I have already started recording since I came in. I will record it this afternoon. This recording was released at the press conference, so that everyone can see the hospitality of Yida Company. I believe that all the Japanese companies in Sha Kingdom will be very disappointed when they hear this recording. Masao Miyamoto came prepared, with an unbridled smile on his face. If Yida Company cannot find a countermeasure, it will definitely suffer a big loss today. After all, Qin Yanran was a business queen who was used to big winds and waves. She just thought about it for a moment and then laughed. Why would my people call you, little devil, for no reason? She must have a reason to call you, little devil. She wouldn't call you, little devil, for no reason. Little devil, so you said she called you, little devil. I will investigate this matter and find out why she called you, little devil. If she really called you, little devil, for no reason, I will definitely let you know. She's being punished for her, little devil, thing. You. Miyamoto Masao couldn't help but became furious. Miyamoto Masao knew very well that Qin Yanran's words appeared to be justice, but in fact, he openly scolded himself as a little devil, nearly 10 times. The most important thing is that Miyamoto Masao knew that Qin Yanran was criticizing Sang and why, but he could not find a reason for the attack. Qin Yanran's words conveyed a meaning to Masao Miyamoto. Didn't you get angry and hit my employee because he called you a little devil? Now I've scolded you nearly 10 times in one breath. You're a little devil. What's going on? If you have the guts, rush over and slap me. Ha ha ha. The employees of Yida Company also heard the profound meaning of Qin Yanran's words and couldn't help laughing. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. The girl at the front desk covered her face and walked to Qin Yanran, then pointed at Masao Miyamoto angrily. When they came in at first, I asked them politely who they were looking for, but I didn't expect him. I didn't say anything, and when I opened my mouth, I just uttered an oriental curse. That's why I lost my tongue. F*K. It turns out these guys were the first to curse. The evil one complains first. Damn it. Qin Yanran narrowed her eyes slightly and glared at Masao Miyamoto with great dissatisfaction. Mr. Miyamoto. My people have not made any mistakes. Why do you curse when you open your mouth? What? You are only allowed to curse, but we are not allowed to curse? Why? Who do you think you are? In our country, is it possible that you still have the final say? Qin Yanran gently touched the face of the girl at the front desk and continued angrily. Do you want to hold us accountable? I also want to hold you accountable. The curses cancelled each other out, and your person slapped my person. Let's do this, don't say that we shop people bully you and beat people because of their status as masters. You can just pay a small compensation of 500,000 yuan, forget it. What the hell? 500,000? Mr. Miyamoto. Actually I just scolded you. How about you ask your people to slap me too? No, no, no. Why don't you slap me 5 times? Otherwise, I won't feel safe holding this money. Your sister. You've gone too far. That's not how you grab business. 1 price, 8 slaps. Seeing that the Yida employees who were teasing him were getting involved, Miyamoto Masao did not panic at all and seemed to have been prepared for it. Miyamoto Masao deliberately showed a puzzled expression at first, then shrugged pretending to be innocent. What are you talking about? I scolded you when I came in. When did I scold you when I came in? Do I have it? Why don't I remember? Evidence what? Oh. I remembered, there is a recording evidence on my phone. After speaking, Miyamoto Masao raised the phone in his hand high and then clicked to play the recording. Little devil? Ah, isn't it? A distinguished guest from the Oriental Kingdom? When the recording starts to play, the im at the front desk says, "Little devil." Qin Yanran couldn't help but frown when she heard the recording. Qin Yanran finally understood that Miyamoto Masao came here prepared today and deliberately came to cause trouble. Masao Miyamoto must have started recording after he finished cursing, thus perfectly avoiding the disadvantageous situation of Masao Miyamoto cursing first. Damn. So insidious. Yes, it must be intentional. I finally understand, I'm just looking for trouble. He. Miyamoto Masao didn't care at all what Yida employees pointed at him. Instead, he looked up at Qin Yanran with a victor's attitude. The reason why I say looking up is because Masao Miyamoto is really too short. Qin Yanran's height is over 1.65 meters, while Miyamoto Masao's height is estimated to be just over 1.5 meters. Masao Miyamoto really needs to look up if he wants to see the expression on Qin Yanran's face. How's it going? Mr. Qin? What else do you have to say? Qin Yanran frowned and clenched her 2 pink fists tightly. It turns out we were prepared. We were careless and gave you an opportunity. This time you suffered a loss, and you will be convinced. Ha ha ha. Hearing Qin Yanran admit that he had suffered a loss this time, Miyamoto Masao's face was filled with an arrogant smile. Of course. This recording does not have to be given to the media. As long as Mr. Qin agrees to a few conditions, I can still consider deleting this recording. You say, there was no expression on Qin Yanran's face, only solemnity and fear. First, apologize to me in public. Second, please forgive me for having dinner with me tonight, as an apology. How about it? Mr. Qin, these 2 conditions are not too much, right? Ha ha ha. Masao Miyamoto seemed to have seen the scene where Qin Yanran surrendered and agreed to these 2 conditions, with a proud and ugly smile on his face. Damn it. That's too much. You little devil. I will fight with you. A security guard from Yida Company really couldn't stand Masao Miyamoto's ugly face. In a moment of enthusiasm, he rushed towards Masao Miyamoto with his fist raised. Baga. Sha people. You are looking for death. Masao Miyamoto stood there with a calm expression, as if he didn't see the security guard rushing towards him, while a man in a suit behind Masao Miyamoto roared angrily and rushed towards the security guard. Bang! The man in the suit knocked the security guard to the ground with just a light punch. All this happened so suddenly that Qin Yanran didn't even have time to call the security guard back. After everything had happened, Qin Yanran looked at the man in the suit in surprise. She never expected that he was still a master and could make the security guard lose his combat effectiveness with just 1 move. Thinking of this, Qin Yanran couldn't help but grit her teeth. It would be great if Yi Xingchen were here. How dare these Japanese people be so presumptuous? Every one of them had to be beaten to the ground by Yi Xingchen. Ha ha ha. The man in a suit knocked down the security guard with 1 move, his face full of contempt and disdain. My name is Duan Yinjiang. I work for His Excellency Miyamoto Masao, an ignorant and weak Sha countryman. You are doing it yourself, you can't blame me for seeking death. What? Sit down and die. Qin Yanran was stunned after listening to Duan Yinjiang's self-introduction. Why do these Oriental people have such strange names? One is more bizarre than the other, and one is more dirty than the other. Ha ha ha. Mr. Qin. Your people don't seem to be very capable. What do you think? Do you want to agree to my conditions? Ha 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 ha. Masao Miyamoto laughed wildly, and the unpleasant sound filled the entire hall. Whose dog was loose and escaped? Just when everyone was angry but helpless, a loud male voice came from outside the gate. It's a star. Great, our strong man is back. It's so much easier for the little devil. The Yida Company employees in the hall instantly recognized that the voice belonged to Yi Xingchen. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but smile with joy. Stars. Even Qin Yanren, who had always been calm, couldn't help but feel excitement and joy on his face when he saw his savior return. It was also at this moment that Qin Yanren deeply realized how comfortable it was to have a man by her side who could protect her from the wind and rain. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, I'm late." Yi Xingchen smiled apologetically at Qin Yanren, and then stood between Qin Yanren and Masao Miyamoto. "Mr. Qin." Lin Yun followed closely behind Yi Xingchen and smiled at Qin Yanren and nodded. "It doesn't matter, I came at the right time. This guy is Masao Miyamoto, the new president of Sakura Construction Company. He is so arrogant that I thought no one could control him." Qin Yanren couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief now that she had a strong backing, and she felt more confident to speak. "Who are you?" Miyamoto Masao couldn't help but frown when he saw Yi Xingchen walking in. "My name is Yi Xingchen, and I am Mr. Qin's personal bodyguard. I am also the section chief of the security department of Yida Company. You people are so unruly in our company, do you want to give us a satisfactory explanation?" Although Yi Xingchen knew Miyamoto Masao's identity, he did not take Miyamoto Masao seriously. "HMPH. Who do you think you are? A little bodyguard. Are you qualified to speak here?" Before Masao Miyamoto could say anything, Duan Yinjiang behind him had already begun to provoke Yi Xingchen. "Who?" Yi Xingchen looked at Duan Yinjiang with interest, with an extremely exaggerated expression on his face. "I find that you Japanese people are really weird. You are really good at playing double standards. Oh. I am a bodyguard, so I am not qualified to speak. You are a bodyguard, so you are qualified to speak. Everyone is a bodyguard. Why? Because you are ugly or because you are vulgar? Little man. Are you worthy?" Strictly speaking, Zhu Duan Yinjiang is close to 1.7 meters tall and cannot be called a dwarf. But Masao Miyamoto instantly heard the implication of Yi Xingchen's words. Isn't Yi Xingchen referring to Sang and Y and calling himself a dwarf? Idiot. Miyamoto Masao couldn't help but became furious, and he opened his mouth and said the quintessence of the Japanese nation. "I'm King your grandma Baga." Yi Xingchen would not coddle Miyamoto Masao and returned it unceremoniously. "The disgusting and rude Sha countryman, Mr. Zhu Duan, deal with him well." Masao Miyamoto's fragile self-esteem has been shattered by the reality of his height. So Miyamoto Masao became angry and immediately issued instructions to Zhou Duan Yingqiu. "Hi." Duan Yinjiang first bowed deeply to Miyamoto Masao, then raised his fist and rushed towards Yi Xingchen. "Sha people, if you dare to scold our lord Miyamoto Masao, you are seeking death." Miyamoto Masao. For a moment, Masao Miyamoto wanted to strangle this straight man, such a straight man with extremely low emotional intelligence, to death on the spot. "You really want everyone to know that you are a dwarf, right?" However, since Duan Yinjiang had already stepped forward to stand up for him, Miyamoto Masao could only look livid as he was afraid of getting angry. "Haha. Little devil, come here and hit me. I want you to punch me." Yi Xingchen had no intention of fighting back or defending, and even took the initiative to face Zhu Duan Yinjiang with his back. "Ha ha ha. Arrogant Sha people, you fool, you are dead." Duan Yinjiang couldn't help laughing when he saw Yi Xingchen letting off steam like this. But soon, Zhu Duan Yinjiang stopped laughing. Because after Zhu Duan Yinjiang punched Yi Xingchen on the back, not only did Yi Xingchen have no reaction, Zhu Duan Yinjiang himself was even ejected. "Nani? How is that possible?" Zhu Duan Yinjiang couldn't believe his eyes, and even wondered if he was hallucinating. "Kid, I've already given you one punch. If I give you one last punch, you'll have to fight back." Yi Xingchen turned his head and looked at Duan Yinjiang with a smile. "Zouduan-kun, what are you doing?" Masao Miyamoto was an outsider and did not realize the strangeness. Hiss. Zhu Duan Yinjiang glanced at his fist and was puzzled. Could it be that I have watched too many romance action movies from my country recently and my eyesight has seriously deteriorated? Didn't the punch just hit Yi Xingchen? Zhu Duan Yinjiang screamed and punched Yi Xingchen in the back again. Snapped. Duan Yinjiang used all his strength and punched Yi Xingchen on the back again. But just like the last time, Yi Xingchen not only didn't react at all, he didn't even move. And Zhu Duan Yinjiang staggered and fell to the ground under the huge rebound force. "Ha ha ha. Is this the little devil? I think he should be called the little devil. How can you do this? How can you call someone a little kid? Isn't this an insult to a dog?" The employees of Yida Company seized the opportunity and started laughing. "Kids, you know the turn-based game. Now it's my turn." Yi Xingchen shrugged and walked towards Duan Yinjiang with a harmless look on his face. Don't come here. Don't come here. Duan Yinjiang, who fell to the ground, looked at Yi Xingchen's smiling face, as if he saw the devil or the god of death smiling at him. No matter how stupid he was, Zhu Duan Yinjiang understood what was wrong. This unattractive man in front of him was a terrifying master. Now that a master of such a level is coming to deal with him, he will definitely die. Even though Miyamoto Masao was an outsider, he understood Yi Xingchen's terror. Miyamoto Masao wanted to speak out to stop Yi Xingchen from attacking Duan Yinjiang, but after hesitating for a moment, he felt it was not appropriate. Masao Miyamoto just widened his eyes and watched Yi Xingchen walking towards Duan Yinjiang step by step. Boss! Boss! Save me! Don't come over! Zhu Duan Yinjiang's soul was almost frightened, and he couldn't care about face at this moment. No matter how good your face is, why should your own life be important? Miyamoto Masao remained silent. Because Miyamoto Masao knew very well that once he spoke first, today's overt and covert fight would mean that he lost. Qin Yanran also understood this truth and couldn't help but joked. What? Mr. Masao Miyamoto, aren't you going to plead for your subordinates? The corner of Miyamoto Masao's mouth twitched violently, and he quickly turned his head away from looking at Zakuden Yinjiang. Humph! As a warrior of the empire, Zakuden-kun should have been prepared for today. After Masao Miyamoto finished speaking, he thought about it carefully and was very satisfied with what he said. However, what Masao Miyamoto never expected was that what happened next was something that Masao Miyamoto never wanted to see or even think about again in his life. Don't come here. Don't come here. Duan Yinjiang didn't care about the dignity of the imperial warrior at this moment, and kept trying to crawl away from Yi Xingchen. Hee. Yi Xingchen glanced at the indifferent Miyamoto Masao, and then easily grabbed the two legs of Zhu Duan Yinjiang. People in this world have seriously declined in physical fitness, and naturally their weight has also dropped dramatically. Yi Xingchen easily lifted Zhu Duan Yinjiang upside down with both hands. Ah! Sha people! Let me go! Let me go! Duan Yinjiang was helpless and struggled in the air, trying to escape from Yi Xingchen's control. However, all of Duan Yinjiang's efforts were in vain, and even backfired, making his current appearance extremely funny. Ha 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 ha! Seeing Yi Xingchen holding Duan Yinjiang in his hand like a little chicken, the Yida Company employees in the hall burst into laughter. Even Qin Yanran couldn't help laughing and was amused by Zhu Duan Yinjiang's funny look. Many Yida employees even took out their mobile phones to take photos or videos as souvenirs. Masao Miyamoto couldn't help but flew into a rage when he saw the embarrassing Sota Yinkyo. Zadoden-kun, as a warrior of the empire, you must have the dignity of a warrior of the empire. You must understand that warriors can be killed but not humiliated. Let me go. Let me go. Duan Yinjiang felt that if he hadn't been busy trying to break free from Yi Xingchen's control, he would have cursed him when he heard Miyamoto Masao's words. You said it so easily. You were not the one being picked up. You must be standing and talking without any pain in your back. Let's try it on your behalf and see if you can be generous enough to ask for death. I guess you will be scared to wet your pants. Of course, Yi Xingchen would not commit murder in public, so he controlled the intensity of every move he made very carefully. Yi Xingchen lifted Zhu Duan Yinjiang up high, and then asked the girl at the front desk, Sister, did this person slap you before? The girl at the front desk saw that Yi Xingchen was supporting her, and she felt confident to speak. The girl at the front desk wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and then nodded heavily. Yes, brother Xingchen, this is the person who slapped me before. Okay, dare you hit someone? I'll knock you 3 times first. Yi Xingchen nodded to the girl at the front desk, then mercilessly grabbed Duan Yinjiang and knocked him on the ground 3 times. Dong dong dong, Zhu Duan Yinjiang's forehead was hit 3 times in a row on the ground. In an instant, Zhu Duan Yinjiang felt as if he saw countless stars spinning around his head. Yi Xingchen scolded loudly while showing off his cruelty. You have the right to remain silent, but I will treat everything you say as if you didn't say it. Tell me honestly, why did you hit the person? Was it to attract the attention of the girl? Was it to take advantage of the opportunity to hit the person? Touching other people's faces to take advantage of them? Humph! You Asians are all lechers. Today you, the lechers, will be punished. Ah! Zhu Duan Yinjiang covered his head and screamed, I'm not horny. If you don't want to be lewd, why do you still make so many love action movies? After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he picked up Duan Yinjiang and knocked on the ground again. Ah! I didn't take the photo. Duan Yinjiang panicked and quickly denied it. You haven't taken any pictures, have you seen them? Ah! Yes, yes. Then knock 2 more times. Dong dong. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he picked up Duan Yinjiang and knocked on the ground twice. Why did you invade our Xia kingdom back then? Yi Xingchen picked up Zhu Duan Yinjiang and continued to ask sharply. No, no, no. It's not me. It's my grandpa. Zhu Duan Yinjiang almost cried. Then pay off your grandfather's debt and knock 2 more times. Dong dong. Yi Xingchen once again picked up Duan Yinjiang and knocked on the ground twice, and then asked sharply again. Did you have a share in Nanjie's big tea killing? Ah no. No no no. I'm not born yet. Duan Yinjiang stood upside down in the air and kept waving his arms, trying to explain what Yi Xingchen had brought up. Born so late? Who asked you to be born so late? Knock 2 more times. Dong dong. Yi Xingchen once again picked up Duan Yinjiang and knocked on the ground twice, and then asked sharply again in confusion. Why do you Japanese people want to seize our fishing platform? Ah. No. I don't know what a diaoyutai is. We don't have one. Also, strictly speaking, I'm not an Oriental. Zhu Duan Yinjiang shouted, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, Zhu Duan Yinjiang finally understood why planets revolve around stars. You are not an Asian. Then who are you? I am the son of my mother, an Asian, and a foreign devil. Then you are a bastard. Why should a bastard imitate a human as a bodyguard? Why should a dog be a bodyguard? Because the money given by the dog is too much, I can't refuse. Duan Yinjiang was already dizzy and fell into Yi Xingchen's trap casually. Oh, it turns out the dog gave me too much money, no wonder. Ha ha ha. I'm just curious, how much money would dog give him to hire him as a bodyguard? The employees of Yida Company once again mocked Miyamoto Masao and vented their anger. Enough. Masao Miyamoto finally couldn't stand it anymore. Miyamoto Masao was worried whether Zudan Yinkyo, whose head was knocked unconscious, would make more shocking remarks next, so he had no choice but to speak out to stop this farce. This is a contest between the two of them. Outsiders have no right to interfere, right? Qin Yanran was the first to speak out to refute Miyamoto Masao's words. HMPH. Masao Miyamoto raised the phone in his hand. The recording is still here, and the initiative is still in my hands. Shua. Just as Miyamoto Masao finished speaking, a figure flashed past. Masao Miyamoto felt as if his eyes were in a trance. Before he could realize what was happening, the phone in his hand disappeared. Yi Xingchen, who threw the dazed Duan Yinjiang to the ground, proudly showed off Miyamoto Masao's mobile phone in his hand, and then smashed it to the ground. Now you don't have it anymore. You. Masao Miyamoto's lungs almost exploded with anger. It was also at this moment that Miyamoto Masao deeply realized it is difficult to reach the sky. The Yi Xingchen in front of him was simply not someone he could deal with at the moment. Thinking of this, Miyamoto Masao couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Yi Xingchen with eyes full of fear. I didn't expect Mr. Qin to have such a master beside him. I made a miscalculation today. Aunt Sen is so sexy. Let's go. Masao Miyamoto bowed humiliatingly to Qin Yanran, apologized in Japanese, and then fled the headquarters building of Yida Company in embarrassment with his men supporting Duan Yinjiang. Qin Yanran looked at Miyamoto Masao's back and did not show mercy. Because Qin Yanran knew that the war without gunpowder between Yida and Yinghua had officially begun. Yo-ho! Seeing Masao Miyamoto and his entourage leaving in despair, the employees of Yida Company cheered in victory. Sister, it's okay. I've stood up for you. I've also given that little devil a good repair. As for Miyamoto Masao, don't worry, believe me, I will deal with him severely if I have the chance in the future. Yi Xingchen walked up to the girl at the front desk, smiled and gently patted the girl at the front desk on her left shoulder. I'll go to the finance department later. I'll talk to the finance department. The company will compensate me personally with 50,000 yuan. I'll buy some delicious food and some skincare products when I get back in the evening. Qin Yanran also walked to the girl at the front desk and gently patted the girl at the front desk on her right shoulder. The at the front desk was moved and excited, looking at Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanran from left to right, and couldn't help crying again. Thank you Mr. Qin, thank you brother Xingchen. Although strictly speaking, Yi Xingchen is not as old as the receptionist, but these are not important. The incident of Miyamoto Masao coming to provoke him quickly passed, and Yi Xingchen lay in his office and continued to catch up on his sleep. It's just that Yi Xingchen's catching up on sleep didn't go smoothly because Long Qingshen's call came quickly. Hello? Yi Xingchen opened his eyes sleepily and answered Long Qingshen's call. Xingchen, have you returned to Yunhe City? Are you at Yida Company? Do you have time now? Ha! What's wrong? Yi Xingchen woke up instantly and vaguely realized what had happened or what was about to happen. This was the first time Long Qingshan spoke to Yi Xingchen in such a serious manner after he confessed his purpose of getting close to Yi Xingchen. There is a new mission. Although the superiors plan to assign it to other members, I hope you can complete this mission. Because the matter involved is a bit serious, the members who can't wait for the mission rushed to Yanhe City. Long Qingshan's tone was very serious. Huh? Seriously? You mean? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be slightly startled. Serious means, it may cause panic in society, because the other party is not an ordinary person. Of course, although I personally hope that you will take the initiative to complete this task, I still respect your opinion. If you refuse, I will not force it. After all, we have agreed before that we will not let you go out to perform the mission unless it is a last resort. Well, let me find out first. If there are no other questions, I will take on this task. Yi Xingchen thought for a moment and agreed to Long Qingshan's request. On the one hand, Long Qingshan's conversation was too serious this time, and Yi Xingchen realized the seriousness of the matter. On the other hand, Yi Xingchen considered that the Dragon Clan or Long Qingshan had just helped him settle the affairs at the Black Coal Kiln, and he should not refuse, both emotionally and rationally. Okay, I'm now at the Dragon Clan's secret base in Yanhe City. Come over if it's convenient for you. Let's meet and talk in detail. There are some things that are hard to talk about on the phone. Okay, where's the address? Number 608 Yanhe Avenue South, a very ordinary house. Okay, I'll come over now. The distance between the Dragon Clan's secret base and the headquarters of Yida Company is not too far, about 10 kilometers, and Yi Xingchen quickly arrived at the destination. After entering this secret base of the Dragon Clan, Yi Xingchen was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, with surprise appearing on his face from time to time. In the Dragon Clan's secret base, there are countless supplies. Of course, most of these supplies are used in combat. Long knives made of special light alloy materials, robot exoskeletons, huge computers. Okay, take a seat. If you're curious, you can come over and take a look anytime you want. Long Qingshan looked at Yi Xingchen, who was like a curious baby, couldn't help but smile, and then handed a paper document to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen took the paper document, casually picked up a glass of water on the table, and opened the document to view its contents while drinking water. Puff, when Yi Xingchen saw the first page of the document, he couldn't help but spit out the water in his mouth. Even a member of the Dragon Clan like Long Qingshan, who was used to seeing strange things and had a strong psychological endurance, couldn't help but vomit after seeing the document, let alone Yi Xingchen, a person with ordinary psychological endurance. Seeing Yi Xingchen's embarrassed look, Long Qingshan couldn't help but joked. You are stronger than I thought. I thought you would vomit on the spot after seeing it. Yi Xingchen's face turned pale and his brows furrowed tightly. Can I say that I didn't vomit on the spot because I didn't eat much for breakfast? Hee hee, Long Qingshan smiled and did not comment on Yi Xingchen's words. What's going on? What do you mean? Yi Xingchen pointed to several photos in the file with a pale face. The photos in the file were apparently photos of stumps and broken arms. Judging from the details of the stumps and broken arms, it seemed that they were leftover after being torn apart by some wild beast. They're all leftovers. Long Qingshan sighed softly. Leftovers? You said they were humans before, but now you use the verb, eat. Yi Xingchen's face was full of shock. Werewolves? What the hell? Are there cannibal werewolves in this world? What are you thinking about? This is an urban supernatural novel, not a fantasy novel. And a werewolf. Long Qingshan rolled his eyes helplessly. Then this is. Why would someone. Eat. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ogre. Ogre? What is an ogre? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Ogres are just a name for them. In fact, they are ordinary humans with stronger strength. As for why they eat people, it's because there is a rumor circulating in the world. For spiritual practice, eating human flesh is more effective than eating spiritual grass. It works. Although various arguments have been made, this is a rumor. The only way to practice is to eat spiritual grass, but there are always some ignorant people who believe it. Long Qingshan's words were full of helplessness, and then continued. Then, major organizations call these people ogres. And all major organizations have strict regulations that once an ogre is discovered, they will be killed without mercy. Yi Xingchen resisted the feeling of vomiting and carefully checked every content of the document. After a while, Yi Xingchen discovered something unusual in the file. The victim actually. That's right. Long Qingshan nodded heavily. The victims are all girls, and when the accident happened, they all wore a little red hat. Hiss, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but take a breath of air. Oh my god. Is this an ogre or a pervert? Why is he like the werewolf in fairy tales who likes to eat Little Red Riding Hood? Judging from the photos, this murderer seems to have a pretty big appetite. What does that mean? This means that either the other party's physical fitness is also very abnormal, or the other party is not a person, but a group. No matter which possibility it is, this is a terrifying opponent. Yi Xingchen continued to look through the documents, while Long Qingshan, who had long been able to memorize the contents of the documents, was also speaking his own opinions. According to the investigation, each victim was almost eaten more than 2 kilograms of meat. Counting the loss of blood, because blood accounts for 8% to 9% of the human body, it means that this time the ogre probably ate 2 kilograms at a time. A pound or less than 2 pounds. Can you eat 2 pounds of food in one meal? Huh? 2 pounds? That may not be enough to eat. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. Just kidding, that's 2 pounds. Converted into water, that's the weight of 1 liter of water. Not to mention raw meat, even 2 kilograms of water may not be drunk all at once. More importantly, he is a normal person who has not suffered from global physical decline. Normal people in this world only eat 1% of their own food. So, Long Qingshan nodded slightly, it should be a group crime. That's why I immediately thought of letting you take action. Well, Yi Xingchen continued to look through the documents. Does the other party have any pattern in committing crimes? Yes. Long Qingshan nodded heavily. A crime is committed every other day. And the crime scenes are basically in dense jungles, and the time points are all at night. Is it possible that a wild animal did it? Yi Xingchen suddenly remembered something. Since the crime scene was in an environment like a jungle and it was at night, is it possible that a beast like a wolf or a bear committed the crime? If a wild beast commits a crime, will he only eat 2 kilograms per meal? If a wild beast commits a crime, will he only choose Little Red Riding Hood? If a wild beast commits a crime, will he know how to take off his clothes before eating? Obviously, the Dragon Clan has already considered Yi Xingchen's issue. Therefore, Long Qingshan quickly asked a rhetorical question. That's right. Which night was the last time the crime happened? If there are no new bodies that haven't been found yet, then it was the night before yesterday. Hiss. This also means that he might commit another crime tonight? Yes. That's why I'm so anxious. I'll call you as soon as you return to Yanhe City. Well, Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully, it seems like we are going to look for these guys tonight. I summarized the area where the ogre committed the crime, take a look. After Long Qingshan finished speaking, he took out a tablet. At this time, the map of Yanhe City is displayed on the tablet screen. Look. The first time I found it, it was here. The second time it was here. This is the third time. This is the fourth time. The fifth time. The sixth time. The seventh time. Have you discovered any patterns? Huh? When Long Qingshan said this, Yi Xingchen instantly discovered the pattern. Did you see it? The 7 crime scenes are all surrounding this forest, with this forest as a radial shape. This means that this group of ogres is likely to be hiding in this forest. But because this forest is so big, there are terrifying ferocious beasts like wild dogs, wild cats, and wild wolves living in it, so they are unlikely to be deep in the forest, they should be on the edge. Yi Xingchen nodded, it means, maybe you live in this area. Yi Xingchen stretched out the index finger of his right hand and gently outlined a small rough area on the edge of the forest. In that case, Yi Xingchen pondered for a moment, then I will go there to investigate tonight. If I can find this group of ogres, I will kill them without mercy. By the way, do the ogres have any characteristics, or talk about something that looks different from ordinary people? No, they are just normal human beings, they look exactly the same as ordinary people. Long Qingshan shook his head without hesitation, then seemed to think of something, and added, if we really want to dig into the difference. Maybe. They are stronger than ordinary people, eat a lot, and have strong physical fitness. Or because of cannibalism, they may smell of blood. Of course, the smell of blood is not absolutely reliable. After all, it can be solved by taking a bath. Okay. Then I'll go there tonight and take a look. Does this base have any weapons at the bottom of the box? These guys don't seem to be easy to mess with. I need to prepare some handy weapons. Take your pick. Long Qingshan smiled and gestured very generously. Then I'm not welcome. Yi Xingchen stood up quickly after speaking, and then began to inspect the weapons depot in the base. Yi Xingchen had no interest in the guns in the base. After all, these guns and bullets are made of rubber. You don't need guns to deal with ordinary people, and they are useless against experts. Soon, a glass cabinet of weapons next to the gun area attracted Yi Xingchen's attention. Inside this glass cabinet are placed a military finger tiger and a saber nearly 1 meter long. Yi Xingchen opened the glass door involuntarily, and gently pressed the military finger tiger and saber with his fingers. From the sound, it should be made of special light alloy. Yi Xingchen put on the military finger tiger on his right hand, then turned around and punched the table. Clang! The destructive power of the military finger tiger is amazing. With such an understatement, countless huge gaps appeared on the solid wooden table in an instant. If it weren't for the strong fibers inside the wood, it would probably fall apart with just one punch. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xingchen nodded with great satisfaction, then took off the military finger tiger and held the military sword in his hand. Drink. Yi Xingchen shouted loudly, turned around and struck the table with his knife. Click! The saber was so sharp that it split the wooden table in half with almost no effort. It is conceivable that if this knife hits a person, half of his life will be lost even if he does not die. How's it going? Do you like it? If you like it, just take it away. Long Qingshan felt that Yi Xingchen was very satisfied with these two weapons and couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee. Then I'm not welcome. Yi Xingchen and Dinosaur Qingshan regretted it, and quickly put the military finger tiger into his pocket, and then held the military knife with one hand. By the way, Qingshan, do our dragon clan have any craftsmen or skills? Just. Can we make a pistol with such amazing lethality? For example. The bullets are made of metal, including steel, copper, and lead. This. Long Qingshan hesitated for a moment. It should be possible. Nowadays it is all made by machines and does not require manpower. It was not made before because even if it was made, people would not be able to use it. There are some assault rifles or the machine gun has metal bullets, because these guns are mounted on robot exoskeletons. What you said, I will talk to the headquarters later. Thank you. Yi Xingchen nodded with great satisfaction. Be safe. Long Qingshan took a deep breath and gently fell into Yi Xingchen's arms. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but froze on the spot. After a while, he gently touched Long Qingshan's hair. Don't worry. Just wait for my good news. It's quiet at night. A man wearing a little Red Riding Hood and a denim jacket, whose gender cannot be distinguished, is wandering on the edge of the forest in Yunhe City. The man wearing the little Red Riding Hood is none other than Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was carrying a duffel bag similar to a golf club on his back. Inside the duffel bag was the alloy long knife from before, and two military knuckles were placed in the pockets of his clothes. Yi Xingchen folded his arms and curled up as much as possible, so that even if a criminal was really spying on him secretly, he wouldn't be able to recognize that he was a male at a glance. GGG, even though it's winter, there are still unknown insects chirping in the forest. Perhaps only a heavy snowfall can completely silence these annoying sounds. Yi Xingchen was just thinking. At this time, Yi Xingchen already felt a hint of impatience. Because Yi Xingchen had almost walked around the area marked by Long Qingshan, but he didn't even see a dog, let alone the legendary ogre. Call. Yi Xingchen let out a big breath and frowned. It seems that the temperature has dropped again tonight. In such cold weather, even dogs, let alone ogres, just want to stay in their dens. It was only me, a scapegoat, that I went to look for the so-called ogre so late in the cold weather. Instigation. Just when Yi Xingchen was complaining and planning to go home, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps coming from the depths of the forest, and the sound seemed to be relatively far away from Yi Xingchen. If it were elsewhere, or in the past, Yi Xingchen really wouldn't be able to detect the footsteps. But as Yi Xingchen's strength increased, his hearing became sharper. In addition, there were too many broken branches and leaves in the forest, and it was easy to step on the branches and make a sound if he just stepped down. Yi Xingchen was immediately alert. He was still wandering in the forest so late in such a cold weather. He was probably the legendary ogre. Yi Xingchen put his hands into his jacket pockets, and after confirming that the two military thumbs were ready, he crouched and quietly lurked towards the location where the sound came from. Ha! Where are the people? After Yi Xingchen lurked at his destination, he was surprised to find that he didn't see anyone. Could it be that the other party also noticed his footsteps, hiding or running away? No way. I had very good control over my footsteps all the way here. I didn't even hear the footsteps much, let alone those from people so far away. But, if the other party didn't hear his footsteps, how could he suddenly become alert and hide? Just when Yi Xingchen turned around in confusion, Yi Xingchen seemed to see a human head floating on the top of the grass next to him in a trance. F*K. F*K. Two exclamations sounded at the same time. It wasn't until this moment that Yi Xingchen finally saw clearly. It turned out that there was a person hiding in the grass next to him, and judging from the situation, the other person was also startled by him. Brother, do you know that people are scary, scary to death? The other person was a young man who looked to be a few years older than Yi Xingchen. He kept patting his chest and gasping for air. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but shrink his eyes slightly, and instantly discovered something was wrong. This young man. The speed of his hands when he slapped his chest just now was too fast compared to people in this world. Although this speed is still relatively slow for Yi Xingchen himself, it is enough to explain the mysterious and weird place of the young man in front of him. Yi Xingchen even secretly guessed whether the other party was the legendary ogre. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. I'm sorry, this handsome guy. I really didn't expect there was someone hiding here. I just heard a sound of footsteps here, and I thought someone was attacked by a wild cat or dog, so I planned to come here secretly look. I never expected to meet you in this way. The young man couldn't help but was slightly startled. Handsome guy, you mean? You weren't the one who made the noise here just now? Ha! Yi Xingchen was also slightly startled by what you said. Do you mean it's not you? Is there someone else? The young man wanted to say something else, but after noticing the little red hat on Yi Xingchen's head, his expression changed involuntarily. And Yi Xingchen also noticed the change in the expression on the young man's face just right. If his estimate was correct, the young man in front of him was the legendary ogre. This time, the ogre specifically picked out Little Red Riding Hood, which meant that he was a pervert or a pervert. Just after this guy saw the Little Red Riding Hood he was wearing, he began to have the most primitive reaction, which was already revealing his secret. But this incident alone was not enough for Yi Xingchen to confirm that the young man in front of him was an ogre. He also needed to understand the temptation from other aspects. My name is Yi Xingchen, handsome boy. What do you call me? Yi Xingchen smiled and put his left hand into the pocket of his coat, ready to put on a military finger tiger to fight back at any time. The young man frowned slightly, with a hint of indescribable emotion in his eyes. After a while, the young man smiled meaningfully. My name is Ji Yufeng. Hello, brother Xingchen. Oh. Yi Xingchen nodded, and then continued to ask, Brother Ji Yufeng, what are you doing in the forest so late? Ji Yufeng seemed to have been ready to answer this question for a long time. Ji Yufeng answered Yi Xingchen almost as soon as Yi Xingchen finished speaking. Looking for crabs. What? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being shocked. Have you done it early? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel a little doubtful about life. Are people in this world really so open-minded? This kind of thing. I can actually talk to a stranger like myself casually? I'm looking for crabs. Ji Yufeng instantly understood the ambiguity in Yi Xingchen's words and quickly corrected him. After thinking about it, he added again, looking for crabs. Looking for crabs? When Yi Xingchen heard Ji Yufeng's reason, he was even more shocked than when he heard that Ji Yufeng had sex earlier. Looking for crabs in the forest in this winter? Is this person a fool or does he think he is a fool? In other words, this is a reasonable excuse that I'm too lazy to find, just make up one I believe or not. Ji Yufeng smiled and explained again. It's like this. I am an employee of a seafood hotel in Yunhe City. I am responsible for transporting crabs from other places back to Yunhe City. In order to take shortcuts, I usually use forest trails. Just now I found that 3 crabs were missing from the car. They must have been lost in the bumps on this road, so I came here to look for crabs. Oh. Yi Xingchen smiled deeply, full of vigilance towards this mysterious man Ji Yufeng.